The wizard Harry Potter, hailing from the Red Tower, was cursed due to blasphemous experiments and compelled to flee into the unstable void, seeking refuge in an unknown realm. Harry initially presumed he had plunged into a magical desert, embarking on a quest for the highest form of energy in this world, nuclear energy, when he was abruptly interrupted by an owl that disrupted his nascent academic pursuits. "Harry Potter, you are the savior of the magical world. We are in dire need of you," they proclaimed. Regrettably, Harry glanced at the passive, foraying magical information spell he had cast upon himself just before entering this realm. Name: Harry Potter. Age: 10. Abnormal status: blasphemous punishment, divine adversary. You are unable to learn any spells beyond the 3 unforgivable curses. Any attempt at learning will only yield insights into the casting techniques of these curses, and your educational progress will prove exceedingly arduous. Well, can anyone tell me where I might acquire the 3 unforgivable curses? Chapter 1. The World of Harry Potter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Privet Drive was bathed in a gentle orange hue by the twilight. The months of August and September in England herald the finest season of year, with the temperate maritime climate maintaining a pleasantly comfortable temperature. The ample sunlight not only rendered the lush vegetation flanking Privet Drive more vibrant, but also allowed the boys to frolic freely in the streets throughout the day. Upon spotting a bicycle approaching from around the corner, the group of children that had previously clustered around Dudley instantly dispersed like birds startled from a perch. Returning at this hour could only be that child from the neighboring house, a figure simultaneously revered and feared among the children. Harry Potter, the greatest ally of Dudley. He was the formidable figure spoken of by Dudley, who fancied himself Harry's proxy, claiming that this boy rode his bicycle daily to vanquish thugs and rested each night with his enemies' heads upon his pillow. For this young man, absent yet renowned in the realm of childhood, elicited a blend of trepidation and curiosity among the children. As Dudley observed his entourage scatter, his chubby cheeks framed 2 eyes resembling dark buttons, which became even more diminutive amidst his burgeoning grin. The rotund Dudley awaited at the door with a sense of pride. Ever since this cousin had effortlessly dispatched a larger child attempting to extort him for a bit of pocket money, Dudley had completely capitulated to his authority. Especially now, with such a famous ally at his side, the intoxicating thrill of wielding power through association was undeniable. The boy, riding his somewhat antiquated bicycle, dismounted near the entrance, deftly retrieving a stack of books from his basket and tucking them under his arm as he strode directly into the yard. Dudley promptly and discreetly grasped the handlebars of the abandoned bicycle, puffing out his chest with pride, and, buoyed by the awed gazes of the other children, stepped into the small courtyard. Children, particularly those of this age group who lack engaging distractions, often idolize violence. This inclination stems partly from instinctive admiration for strength and is further exacerbated by the somewhat harsh parenting styles they encounter. For these youngsters, violence serves as a manifestation of the authority imposed upon them, simultaneously reflecting their own internalized sense of power. Conversely, adults harbor a deeper fear of the insidious violence that lurks beneath the veneer of civilization, such as the blatant privilege that allows one to sever youth's limbs without the fear of police intervention. Harry Potter stood firm at the entrance, while Dudley hurriedly secured his bicycle and jogged over to his cousin, eagerly opening the door. The doorbell chimed, resonating with a series of bright tones in the illuminated room. Penny, busy cooking in the kitchen, poked her head out, initially expecting to see her precious son. Instead, her gaze fell upon the cherubic face of a boy who bore a striking resemblance to her arrogant and boorish brother-in-law. Yet, those eyes were not the same. Their color mirrored her sister's green. However, when one met his gaze, all they could perceive was their own reflect-iona predatory stare reminiscent of a top-tier hunter surveying its prey. Once, she merely considered this child to be aloof and unapproachable, until a visit to the zoo brought her face-to-face with a lion, and she finally grasped what Harry's gaze truly resembled. "Harry, I made an apple pie with minimal sugar. Dinner will be ready shortly," Penny said, lowering her head slightly, cautiously engaging with him. "Thanks," he responded coolly. As usual, Harry casually hung his coat on the rack and turned his attention to Dudley, who had just sprinted to the front. "Is there any mail for me?" Dudley immediately turned to a nearby table and rifled through a stack of envelopes, searching for those addressed to Harry. Yes, there are 3 letters. Dudley's fingers, plump like little radishes, first wiped against his clothing before he carefully extracted the 3 letters belonging to Harry and extended them with both hands. Harry's gaze swept over Dudley, his cuffs and fingers, ensuring there were no signs of poison or curses before accepting the letters. Harry, Vernon, who had been seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper, quietly called out to the boy as he prepared to ascend the stairs. However, when Harry's eyes shifted back to him, the hefty man nearly filling the sofa's space involuntarily trembled. The two stocks you mentioned have indeed risen. We plan to go to the zoo tomorrow. Would you like to join us? I have plans for tomorrow. You needn't save lunch for me. Enjoy yourselves, Harry replied, and as he completely left the trio's sight, the family downstairs finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Dolly, never mind, Vernon initially intended to advise his son against such obsequiousness. However, recalling that penetrating gaze, he silently swallowed the remainder of his words. It was not that he feared Harry, rather, he was acutely aware that the stocks and funds Harry had casually pointed out over the past 2 years had all appreciated in value. Although there were minor losses, the overall gains had afforded him an additional income nearly equivalent to his salary. What truly pained him was the thought of losing money and the potential animosity with Harry, thus allowing a veritable benefactor to slip away. Upon returning to his room, Harry placed the letters and books on the table, then instinctively pointed his right index finger toward the sky, preparing to cast a detection spell on the 3 letters. Yet, only a faint spark flickered at the tip of his finger. This world lacked a magical network. Consequently, casting spells became exceptionally arduous. Ever since he was compelled to cast a banishment spell a decade ago to escape divine retribution and found himself here, the esteemed wizard of the Red Tower, Harry Potter, had only successfully cast 3 spells. These included a 0-level cantrip, the Light spell. During his experiments within his mage tower, he had not prepared an abundance of combat spells, and of the 12 spell slots available that day, only 6 were filled. Among them, he had already expended a 6th-level high banishment spell and a 7th-level mage shield, the Panarachnes configuration, in his attempt to escape. After arriving in this state as an infant, he successfully cast the final high spell, the detection spell, at the age of 3 to ascertain the peculiar circumstances he found himself in, as well as the unfortunate locale he had landed in, which had not even established a magical network. He had utilized the 5-level human indication spell from his spell slots to quell the local enforcers who had come due to an injury he caused. At this moment, he had a fireball spell remaining in his spell slots, along with another fireball. How infuriating it was that a mage of the esteemed Red Tower found himself ensnared in the peculiar mental conundrum of fireball spells after reaching a high level. Had he only prepared an 8th-level spatial dimensional gate back then, he would not be in such a dire predicament now. Chapter 2. A gift from the divine Harry's chamber was situated on the 2nd floor, the largest bedroom in the entire house. The primary reason for Harry's residence in this room was its separation from the Dursleys' bedroom and an additional guest room along with the bathroom. The Dursleys had long harbored fears of Harry posing a threat to Dudley during his nocturnal excursions to the lavatory. Yet they lacked the courage to openly banish Harry to the stairwell below. Thus, they resorted to the arrangement of using their own room as a barrier between the two. Although Petunia had ultimately relinquished her attempts to shield her precious son from that perilous individual, the layout remained unchanged. This room, which was ostensibly the master bedroom, contained merely a bed, a desk, and a chair. As a proficient wizard, Harry understood that any overly enclosed spaces within the room could diminish one's control over the surrounding area in the event of an unexpected incident. Closets and bookshelves, which could conceivably harbor intruders, were often viewed by adversaries as potential points of entry. Even his bed, a simple wooden frame, was chosen with the intent of keeping the entire space perpetually within his line of sight. Due to the ample dimensions of the room, the bed was placed in a corner adjacent to the entrance, while diagonally across was the desk, accompanied by a neat stack of books piled against the wall. Harry flicked his fingers, which sparked with embers. The absence of magic felt truly dreadful, particularly when he was compelled to open these letters himself. He vividly recalled the unfortunate soul tasked with reading and unsealing correspondence for their teacher, who, on one occasion, neglected to apply a detection charm and was subsequently struck by a malevolent curse, transforming him into a puppet. Ultimately, the teacher, considering the utility of the situation, relegated the fool to a corner of the classroom, with a label around his neck detailing his demise, a rather foolish fate. Now, Harry faced the necessity of using his own hands to handle the envelopes. Despite having allowed Dudley to experiment with them, he still felt averse. After all, in a world imbued with magic, it was inevitable that individuals would discover ways to manipulate such power over time. Harry was acutely aware of humanity's insatiable curiosity, particularly when it came to exploring energies that exhibited formidable destructive potential. He had examined the history of this world, tracing records back to 4,000 years ago, concluding that someone must have unearthed crude, rudimentary methods to release primal spells that evaded the magical nets. Yet, he found no trace of any wizarding organizations, as if some unseen force had erected a barrier between the ordinary and the magical. This sensation was unsettling, akin to the knowledge that a serpent lurked within his room, yet failing to locate it upon illuminating the space, a thought that sent shivers down Harry's spine. Turning the letters over, he discovered the first was from Professor Weston. a nuclear physicist at the University of Bristol, who primarily addressed several inquiries mentioned in Harry's previous correspondence. At the conclusion of the letter, the professor expressed a desire to meet with Harry in person. Harry raised an eyebrow. This meeting could not take place, as he was communicating under the guise of a local high school physics teacher. The individual on the other end was a bald man of 57 years, old enough to be Harry's father, and even, should the teacher be particularly eager, he could very well be considered the man's grandson. The boy pondered for a moment, gently pressing the tip of his pen against the ink reservoir, watching as the blue ink spread into the rubber casing. He then pulled out a sheet of paper from the side and began to compose a reply. 4, Lady Verity Road, Bristol, July 23rd, Tuesday. Dear Lord Weston, I am honored by your kind interest. However, I must once again, with all due respect, decline the opportunity to meet, as you are already aware. The Bristol Academy for Women, being a strictly enclosed institution, imposes rather stringent time restrictions on its faculty, particularly those teaching pivotal subjects. While those young ladies are able to enjoy their holidays, I find myself inundated with their numerous erroneous assignments. I apologize for venting my grievances. Yet I must persist in my refusal of this meeting. Nevertheless, I am confident that we shall have the chance to meet in the future, my lord. At this juncture, I may require your assistance regarding the calculation of elastic scattering angular distributions and absorption cross-sections using the optical model potential in the context of Coulomb scattering and blackbody diffraction combinations. Finally, just before Dudley knocked on the door, Harry completed the letter, ensuring that the most important inquiries were articulated at the end. This professor was a venerable gentleman of noble lineage, and his resume could easily be gleaned from the school's official website. By merely citing academic necessity, one could effortlessly glean most of this distinguished professor's preferences and habits through interviews with his colleagues and the professor himself. After all, who does not appreciate a polite young scholar inquiring about their achievements? Most professors relish in the satisfaction that such admiration brings. Although this particular professor was somewhat traditional, it was precisely this trait that allowed Harry to craft his correspondence with florid script, using blue ink, adhering to a strict format, and lightly sprinkling in references to the professor's esteemed title. Maintaining respect, he penned a few flattering remarks, culminating in an expression of curiosity and admiration for the illustrious history of the professor's family, thereby ensuring that the venerable scholar would be inclined to share his knowledge generously. The professor had complimented Harry's meticulous notes, proper formatting, and precise language on more than one occasion. Indeed, during their third correspondence, he had expressed a desire to meet the considerate student. Age was of little concern. Rather, it was the professor's appreciation for Harry's diligence that endeared him. Observing the disheveled handwriting of students who could only type, with grammar amiss and format entirely disregarded, the old professor found Harry's neat script increasingly appealing. Time for dinner, cousin. Dudley lightly tapped on the door. After receiving Harry's reply, he quietly descended the stairs, making every effort to minimize any noise. Harry discovered a suitable stamp from the side box, affixed it, and sealed the envelope. He then lit a small candle with a match, allowing the flame to caress a tiny copper spoon, melting a segment of wax. Ultimately, he adorned the letter with a detail that held no real significance but could induce multiple cerebral climaxes in the old professor overnight, compelling him to toss a heap of student letters into the flames, all for the sake of a trivial interjection. Harry turned his gaze towards the mirror on the desk, where a boy with short hair and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead stared back. He touched the scar, suspecting it concealed a soul within. Yet he found himself unable to wield magic. Otherwise, he would have long since expelled the resident with a soul explosion. Fortunately, this tenant showed no inclination to contest control over his body, nor did it attempt to influence him. Otherwise, Harry would have resorted to performing a trepanation with the pendant lodged in the penholder. As a Red Tower wizard, even in a state of folly, he would not permit anyone to usurp his body. He lightly tapped the mirror's surface, which was instantly replaced by a page, his half-failed casting of the 7th ring advanced detection spell. Entangled with the curse of the spider goddess Alice and subsequently disrupted by temporal turbulence, this spell, which should have ceased operation upon returning information, now exhibited an anomaly. Truth be told, had this occurred a decade ago, Harry would have eagerly attempted to replicate it, using it as leverage to devour the research funds of the Red Tower. However, in the present circumstance, beset by divine curses and with a shared bodily visitor, the addition of an anomalous spell was simply too much to bear. Surely, it was his ill fortune for using fragments of the mage goddess statue to prop up a table leg. Cursed be the mage god, Harry muttered under his breath. The page within the mirror solidified rapidly, reminiscent of those used by mercenary guilds to assess the capabilities of their recruits. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 10. Abnormal status, divine punishment, holy adversary. You are unable to learn any spells aside from the 3 unforgivable curses. Any attempts at learning will only yield insights into the casting techniques of these curses, and your related progress will be exceedingly arduous. Spell status, 178/100. 165, 100. 174, 100. Fireball. 4, 1897, 100000. Mage Hand. Diminished version. Original by Harry Potter 0, 1. 10. Simple detection spell. Diminished version. Original by Harry Potter 0, 2. 10. The 3 question marks likely represented the so-called unforgivable curses. It was the first time Harry realized that someone could be unable to utilize their own research spells, a truly lamentable discovery, especially since that unfortunate soul was none other than himself. Despite the absence of any flaws in theory or experimentation, each time he attempted to cast a spell, his focus would inadvertently wane, leading him to conjure unnecessary associations. Although such knowledge proved to be valuable, it significantly hampered his spellcasting abilities. Truly, she was the spider goddess Alice, the sovereign of the underworld, with her dark drow minions, wielding dominion over revenge, torment, pleasure, and the lustful powers of a malevolent deity. The curse he bore was insidiously cruel, should he fail to uncover the 3 so-called unforgivable spells before his demise. His chances of returning to the principal world would be exceedingly grim. Intriguingly, this so-called curse did not represent an entirely negative condition. Rather, it resembled a constrained bargain. For he had indeed acquired knowledge. This nuance rendered the curse immune to conventional methods of dispelling malice through high-tier divine magic or the removal of adverse states via a 9th circle forbidden spell. The only method Harry could conceive to eradicate it, aside from outright eliminating Alice, was to employ a 10th circle wish spell. Otherwise, he would have to seek ways to circumvent the curse. Yet, the notion of manipulating a curse in such a manner was indeed a revelation. Faced with the possibility of never discovering a means of liberation within his lifetime, Harry reluctantly shifted his focus toward the goblin technology accessible to mortals in this world, such as nuclear energy. He endeavored to unearth some unorthodox solutions therein, albeit the prospects remained exceedingly slim. Chapter 3. Would you praise me, Harry? The apple pie appeared utterly delectable, its flaky crust puffed open by the steam within. Petunia had even meticulously trimmed the edges of the pie, adorning it with a decorative ring of blueberries and strawberries. Dudley swallowed hard. However, in deference to his most formidable ally, the boy could only attempt to divert his gaze toward the wooden bird clock hanging in the background, all the while licking his plump upper lip. At last, Harry descended the stairs, and Vernon set aside his newspaper, taking a seat at the dining table. As Aunt Petunia donned thick baking gloves to place a layered pastry upon the table, Dudley finally seized the opportunity to slice the apple pie onto his plate using a knife and fork. Harry pressed the back of his dining knife with his index finger, gently nudging it to glide over the tender surface of the pie, ultimately transferring the cut pieces into his mouth. The body he had previously adjusted through biological experimentation and magic had been irrevocably destroyed within the tumult of time and space. And although he recognized the futility of longing for that past form, the daily necessities of eating, excreting, cleansing, and sleeping became an irksome burden. The frailty of mortal flesh was striking, consuming spoiled food, neglecting skin hygiene, having objects lodged in ears or eyes, or enduring mere days without food or water could precipitate illness, infection, organ failure, or even death. The last time he had so meticulously tended to a living creature was with the Canisian wolf he had crafted as his graduation project. Originally, indulging in amusing delicacies was merely a casual pastime for him. However, when such an act transforms into a daily obligation, it inevitably breeds feelings of ennui. Vernon glanced at Harry, who consumed his meal swiftly and gracefully, managing to avoid smearing any jam or pastry crumbs on the plate or his attire. He then turned his gaze towards his son, Dudley, who was devouring his food with reckless abandon, his face smeared with jam and flecks of pastry clinging to the corners of his mouth. Satisfied, Vernon nodded, pleased with Dudley's hearty appetite. Cousin, are you really not going? The zoo is quite entertaining. You can see snakes and lions. Oh, and there's an aquarium too. I've heard it houses enormous fish that resemble rags. I have plans for tomorrow, Harry replied, lifting his gaze to meet Vernon's, who, under the oppressive glare of his wife, had just swallowed a piece of broccoli. I warned you not to involve your dubious friends in stock trading, nor should you divulge the information I shared with you. I haven tea. They just then find another place to invest. A half-hour drive could yield a profit of £5,000. Countless individuals across the UK would eagerly vie for such an opportunity. Harry set down his cutlery, rose from his seat, and nonchalantly pushed his chair back onto the table. The information I provided you stems from a disparity in knowledge. Following the lead of seasoned investors to earn a modest profit will raise no eyebrows. But your loquacious friends will only serve to ruin things. This is the last warning, Vernon. Next time, it won't be me seeking you out, but an official from the Financial Conduct Authority. All right, I understand, Vernon replied, his bravado immediately deflating. Though he was uncertain of the specifics, he could intuit that they were far from pleasant. Meanwhile, I found myself intrigued. What had they offered you? A paltry emotional value? £200,000. That was the sum they had cashed out. £5,800,000 was spent to stifle the information leaking from old Tom's lips. If you truly require this emotional value, I would suggest making donations to a church, £2,000 each time. You could request the choir to lavish you with praise. I assure you the bishop and the congregation would offer more sincere commendations than your dubious companions. At the current interest rates, if you were to deposit £6 million in a bank, you could afford to donate daily, even generating a surplus from the interest. At the very least, you could increase Dudley's pocket money to £1 a day. He would shower you with daily praise, costing you a mere £365 a year. Dudley perked up, his small, black eyes locking onto his slightly uncomfortable father. How much would it take for you to praise me every day? Vernon blurted out, the words spilling from his lips. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. Petunia licked her thin lips and subtly moved in front of her precious Dudley, casting a sharp glare at her husband. Harry's upward motion came to an abrupt halt as he turned around, gazing down upon the nominal master of the household, the portly figure who had retreated deep into the sofa. If I can prevent you from continuing your foolishness, the answer is free of charge. You are a composed, family-oriented gentleman, albeit somewhat clever, Vernon. Ah, listen, he is even going to compliment me, Harry mused. Vernon gazed at the blue slippers that had vanished around the corner of the stairs, feigning nonchalance as he attempted to lighten the atmosphere in the living room. You must be out of your mind, Petunia hissed at her husband, recalling vividly the sheriff who had come to confront them, only to return Harry the very next day with utmost respect. Rather than believing that 6-year-old Harry had subdued the chief with sheer bravado, she leaned towards the notion that some form of magic had been employed. What is it? Dudley inquired curiously, oblivious to the tension that had just enveloped the room. It's Harry Potter, Vernon quickly interjected, realizing at that moment that his son's peanut-sized intellect still possessed unexpected advantages. Well, that makes sense, Dudley conceded, continuing to devour the layers of pastry on his plate. Once Harry vacated the dining table, Dudley felt liberated, boldly dragging the pan of layered pastry closer and greedily shoveling it into his mouth with his greasy hands. Harry returned to the table, with 2 remaining letters before him, one from an elderly professor he had successfully navigated, and the last, a matter requiring his personal attention the following day. The diamond mine he had purchased was now in his possession, merely awaiting the transfer of ownership. However, since his guardians remained officially Petunia and Vernon, it fell to Vernon to make the trip. This was a notification from the intermediary, informing him that the mine owner had arrived, and certain details still required the input of the individual financing the venture. Harry was well aware that diamonds held little value, yet he had discovered that someone was poised to elevate their worth. He was optimistic about the strategies of that company and intended to partake in the profits. The most effective means of doing so was to seize control of a portion of the currently unprofitable diamond mine, and then await their approach to negotiate a price. With his minimum stake set at 85. Chapter 4. The Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. Since he had employed human suggestion techniques to dominate the local sheriff, Harry found himself with a wealth of opportunities at his disposal. Regrettably, he had prepared solely for human suggestion rather than the more potent group hypnosis technique. Had he been equipped with that, he would have been confident in weaving an intricate web of connections among the district's elite, thereby accelerating his path to financial gain. Though he could not fathom why the wizards in this world had not entirely claimed the apex of the ecological chain, he understood, albeit superficially, that precious metals like gold should still circulate within the magical realm. Magic, as he was acutely aware, was an expensive endeavor. Even if a magical institution were to announce his acceptance the very next day, it would necessitate an immense influx of capital to sustain it. Without sufficient financial support for the study of magic, a young sorcerer endowed with magical talent may be regarded as a highly valuable fixed asset. Within the Red Tower, apprentices can be broadly categorized into 2 types. The first category consists of students who pay full tuition. These individuals are afforded the protection of the Red Tower and contribute significantly to its research funding each year. Their instructors are obligated to ensure proper education and guarantee the successful graduation of these privileged heirs. The second category encompasses the majority, approximately 90% of the apprentices, such as Harry Potter. Essentially, they are considered the private property of their teachers, with the only stipulation imposed by the Red Tower being that each instructor must produce at least one formally recognized wizard capable of passing the fundamental examination every 50 years. Beyond this minimal requirement, there are no further constraints, not even moral ones. Apprentices are viewed as personal belongings of their mentors, a fact that remains undisputed throughout the Red Tower. In fact, some unscrupulous instructors may deliberately withhold those apprentices capable of taking the proficiency exams, only releasing a nearly expired or talentless wizard every 50 years to meet the quota. This practice is tacitly accepted within the Red Tower. Conversely, the institution also condones the act of apprentice slaying, which was once even promoted as a preferred method of graduation. However, as the organization expanded, more extreme wizards emerged, prompting the Red Tower to gradually impose regulations. Nevertheless, the tradition of inheriting a mentor's entire estate and social connections after slaying them remains an unspoken rule that allows teachers to effectively enslave their apprentices. Harry Potter, the son of a farmer and the fifth child of a rather impoverished household, has two older brothers and two sisters who were given away as brides shortly after reaching puberty. Below him are a pair of twins who were sold by human traffickers. It is evident that his father could not afford the entrance gift equivalent to Harry's weight in gold. Consequently, the irritable man sold Harry to the trafficker who discovered his magical potential for a mere pittance of one flea-bitten silver coin. Ironically, it was the trafficker who later sold Harry to his mentor for a sum of 17 glorious gold coins. The thought of that coarse man being deceived by another brings a smile to Harry's face, even as he includes himself as a mere commodity in the jest. Were it not for his remarkable aptitude for learning and research, he would likely be quickly consumed by some failed or even successful experiment. Given that his mentor is notorious for the high turnover of apprentices, each time he receives his share of apprentices from the Red Tower Committee, he must soon spend additional funds to acquire other young sorcerers with magical potential from the Scattered Forest Guild. Among all of his mentor's disciples, Harry Potter is undoubtedly the most innocent and guileless. Even the teacher, who feared that he might fall victim to his peers' schemes upon venturing outside, secured for him a position as a court wizard in a decaying little kingdom to tide him over the initial phase. Harry had always relied on his prodigious talent, so formidable that even his teacher hesitated to regard him merely as a disposable resource. Yet at this moment, Harry found himself bereft of the ability to conjure or wield magic, despite the knowledge flooding his mind. A wizard incapable of casting spells is as futile as a gun without bullets or a bowstring that has snapped. This profound sense of insecurity compelled him to start amassing wealth and property in advance. The amount owed to Vernon was but a trifling sum, a small expenditure that could alleviate numerous minor inconveniences and conserve considerable energy, a venture that promised undeniable profit. Should Vernon remain obstinate, an accident could be a viable option, for he was determined not to descend into the confines of an orphanage. Accompanied by the director, Harry met with the mine owner, with the director overseeing the negotiations while Harry merely needed to confirm the details. Before noon, he successfully acquired a diamond mine located in Africa, and the French merchant departed with satisfaction. For him, swiftly parting with this underdeveloped mine, which required continuous financial support, was an exceedingly prudent decision. Upon returning home with the agreement, Harry found himself trailing behind the slightly weary Dursley family, who had just returned from a day at the zoo. Petunia, unusually, had opted not to cook, choosing instead to order dinner after a long day. Dudley was soon to embark on his school years, and Aunt Petunia was keen to inquire about Harry's plans. If only Harry could attend the same school as Dudley and keep an eye on her precious son, he would surely enjoy a delightful childhood. Yet, it was evident that Harry had his own aspirations, such as gaining admission to university at the age of 15 through the assistance of a rather traditional professor. Before that, however, Harry was determined to continue his relentless pursuit of funds while also seeking the traces of wizards, hoping to finance his own tuition and revel in the experience as a fully self-funded student. The night concluded amid Dudley's snores, and as the sun once again traversed to the Western Hemisphere, Petunia arose early, preparing breakfast for the family in the steamy kitchen. As a full-time homemaker, her day was undoubtedly fulfilling, yet equally monotonous. By the time Vernon descended, Harry was already seated at the dining table, engrossed in a white-covered book, while Dudley remained entangled in his blankets and pillows in the bedroom. As Vernon passed by, he heard the rhythmic sounds of snoring. It was only reasonable for Dudley, exhausted from the previous day's escapade, to indulge in a sleep-in. When Vernon approached Harry's position, he deliberately paused, extending his non-existent neck in an attempt to glimpse what the boy was reading, having longed to learn the art of stock trading from him. Similarly, he remained skeptical of Harry's alleged information gap and channels. If such channels truly existed, why had he, as a high-ranking executive, not encountered them? While Harry seemed to have access, he found it hard to believe. If he could master Harry's stock trading techniques, he could establish his own independence, and then, wouldn't everything at home revolve around his words? "Good morning, Mr. Vernon. Your attire is quite commendable," Harry observed, noting Vernon's furtive demeanor. He closed the book and contemplated for a moment, diligently adhering to the agreement made the previous day. "Ha ha, good morning, Harry," Vernon remarked, having indeed glimpsed the contents of the book. It was a series of mathematical symbols accompanied by a plethora of characters that appeared as mere indistinct black dots to his mild nearsightedness. This aligned perfectly with his understanding of economics. The economic analysts in his company operated similarly, frequently referencing hefty tomes before their superiors. He intended to consult a few colleagues to glean any insights into the rudiments of stock trading, to alleviate the embarrassment of being caught peering. Vernon volunteered to step outside and check for any mail. "Harry, here is your letter," he announced. As he unfolded a crumpled sheet of paper, he discovered a letter nestled within, devoid of a postmark. Harry turned, puzzled by the pause, only to catch sight of the emblem composed of a lion, eagle, badger, and serpent, along with the word magic inscribed above. He quickly averted his gaze, focusing on the woodpecker clock on the wall, compelling himself to forget the sight and bury the recent revelations deep within his mind. Inevitably, the moment had arrived. This was the most precarious and passive scenario. Being cornered at home by individuals from the Magical Academy. He had initially planned to use gold to entice some down-on-their-luck wizard apprentices and verify which wizarding organization offered the best value. However, should he be confronted at his doorstep, not only would his options diminish considerably, but he might also encounter unscrupulous organizations akin to the Red Tower. Chapter 5. Do not tamper with magical artifacts. 4. Privet Drive. Ground floor dining room. Mr. Harry Potter, this is your letter. Dudley seemed to be invigorated by the enticing aroma of breakfast wafting from the kitchen. He stealthily approached the dining room and noticed Harry, lost in thought while staring at the woodpecker clock, and his father, bewildered with a stack of letters in hand. Curiosity piqued, Dudley craned his neck and immediately spotted the vibrant letter clutched by his father. Just as he was about to examine the cartoonish colored emblem on the envelope, Vernon pressed it beneath other letters. Dudley's curiosity surged, and having caught sight of the peculiarly detailed address, he called out to Harry, eager to uncover what his father was concealing. The father harbors a fear of his cousin, a notion that Dolly subtly surmised. If he were to reveal to his cousin that his father had concealed his letters, it would undoubtedly prompt the cousin to demand them, and at that moment, the father would be compelled to comply, allowing Dolly a glimpse of their contents. Pleased with his own cleverness, Dolly noticed the cousin's expression stiffen, reminiscent of the time years ago when they had jointly lifted a cabinet, and Dolly had inadvertently dropped it on his cousin's toe. Realizing the situation was awry, Dolly instinctively withdrew his neck and hastily seated himself at the table, diligently scooping jam from the jar to generously spread over a slice of bread. Upon hearing Dolly's exceedingly dutiful remarks, Harry felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, dismissing the notion of swiftly booking a flight to escape. Given that the other party could pinpoint his current location with precision, fleeing would be futile and could potentially provoke the approaching mage. After all, no one relishes the idea of a novice wizard complicating their work. The Red Tower, charged with recruiting gifted young wizards within its territory, primarily consists of apprentices and students. These individuals would not show leniency towards their fellow unfortunate peers about to embark on their academic journey. Conversely, deriving satisfaction from unleashing their teachers' pent-up negative emotions on these powerless children is the primary delight of every recruitment officer. This predicament troubled Harry, who sighed and rubbed his temples. Harry, your letter, Vernon remarked, glancing at his dutiful son, before reluctantly extracting the letter and placing it gingerly on the table. Harry promptly pressed the letter down with a book and then made his way to the telephone in the house. Have all the gold from Vault 187 sent to number 4, Privet Drive? Yes, right now. It's urgent, he instructed over the phone. Before returning to his previous position over the book, he felt akin to a glass jar trapping a cockroach. Desiring to eliminate it, but fearing that lifting the jar would result in the vile creature launching itself at his face. Are you not going to take a look? Aunt Petunia entered the dining room, casting a complex glance at the letter pinned beneath Harry's book. It seems you are aware of something, thus it indeed exists. Does it not? Harry sighed. Petunia and Vernon believed they had concealed their knowledge effectively, yet Harry was no dimwit like Dolly. He had surmised that his guardians likely possessed some understanding of matters. However, whenever he prepared to inquire, Vernon, who typically resembled an open jar, would fall silent under Petunia's gaze. For now, he had yet to accumulate sufficient funds for the entrance fee, treating this as merely a clue. Perhaps in a few years, should he remain unable to locate the entry to the magical world, Harry would attempt a forceful breakthrough here, akin to a contingency plan following a car accident route. Are you not going to take a look at it? Penny inquired with a slightly husky voice. It was a dream from her youth that once seemed unattainable, yet now felt so within reach. Someone would surely come. Whether she looked or not was inconsequential. But what if no one arrived? Noticing Harry's complete lack of urgency, as he prepared to continue his breakfast, she found herself growing anxious. It was Hogwarts, after all. How she yearned to receive that letter herself. If it were in her possession, she would undoubtedly tear it open immediately. That would imply they did not deem you essential, which could potentially be a blessing in disguise. Harry sat at the table, awaiting his carefully prepared bribe. However, it appeared that due to the unopened letter, the glass was gently tapped. He looked over to see an owl softly pecking at the window. A magical pet, perhaps? As the boy pondered this, he directed Dudley to open the window, allowing the potential magical companion to enter. It seemed this hurdle was unavoidable. Would you mind reading this letter for me, Aunt Penny? Harry inquired, noticing her intense gaze directed at the letter trapped beneath the book. After a moment's hesitation, Penny carefully extracted the letter from its confinement. Her expression a complex blend of nostalgia, envy, admiration, and trepidation as she swept her eyes over the envelope before finally breaking the wax seal. Harry's focus intensified on Aunt Penny's fingers as they touched the letter. Should she exhibit any sign of distress, he would immediately depart and purchase the nearest ticket to America. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Knight of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Penny paused, particularly lingering on the name of Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Penny pressed the read page behind the others and turned to the second page. Uniforms, required for first-year students. 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' clothing must bear name tags. Textbooks. After reading a lengthy passage, Penny glanced at Harry, who sat in silence, his expression unreadable. Continue, read to the end. All students are required to prepare the following books. Standard Spellbook. Beginner by Miranda Goshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Theory of Magic by Adalbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration for Beginners by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philetus Spore. Magical Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. And Dark Magic. A Self-Defense Guide by Quentin Trimble. It seems that this will require quite a sum of money. Vernon muttered to himself, but before he could finish, he was locked in the gaze of both his wife and Harry, retreating once again into the confines of his sofa. Chapter 6. Greetings, esteemed Keeper of the Forest. A knock echoed at the door, and the Hogwarts personnel arrived even more swiftly than Harry Gold. Rising, Harry approached the door, which revealed a man resembling a beast, his thick hair obscuring his face. His robust muscles could easily dispatch 3 Vernons with a single blow. Oh, Harry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The giant stooped down, barely managing to fit himself into the room, his sturdy frame inadvertently shattering the white door frame. His gaze lingered on Harry's forehead, particularly the lightning-shaped scar accentuated by his fair skin. I trust you have received your acceptance letters. I am pleased you did not tear them up or toss them into the fire. Albus also mentioned my apologies. Let us keep this brief. Hagrid carefully navigated around the hanging light fixtures, bending slightly as he shifted within the room, then turned to the Vernons, who were swallowing nervously. I noticed there was no mention of tuition fees, Harry remarked, glancing at the clock. The bank representatives should be arriving soon. And he hoped the wizards here also use gold as a common medium of exchange. Oh, but Hogwarts does not charge tuition. We are tuition-free, of course. There will be some expenses for books and other necessities, but do not worry about that, Harry. Hagrid fancied himself humorous as he turned to Harry, winking at the boy. Harry shifted his gaze between Aunt Petunia and Hagrid, momentarily abandoning his inquiry regarding tuition. So, do you have any questions about the existence of magic? Hagrid pulled out his pink umbrella, eager to engage. He had volunteered for this task, which was originally meant for Professor McGonagall to escort Harry, while he merely needed to retrieve a package from Gringotts. However, he was exceedingly eager to meet Harry, particularly after hearing McGonagall's complaints about the Dursleys being the worst muggle couple she had ever encountered. No, I think that one tea be necessary, Petunia quickly interjected, while Harry cast a supportive glance toward his aunt. What a pity, Hagrid remarked, reluctantly putting away his umbrella. He yearned to perform some magic. But since they had broken his wand, he could only cast spells and whispers. Now, Harry, we are off to procure some items for you. You have perused the list within the notice, correct? A few moments later, as Harry emerged from the underground station, he finally beheld the much-discussed Diagon Alley. The boy surveyed his surroundings and quickly pinpointed the dilapidated, worn-down establishment. The impeccably dressed office workers around him paid no heed to the faintly odorous room, likely under some enchantment, explaining why he had previously failed to perceive the presence of magic. The issue lay not within himself, but rather with the individuals he had entrusted. Those private detectives must indeed be the muggles Hagrid had referred to, the individuals with a diminished sensitivity to magic. Shall we adhere to the customary procedure, Hagrid? As the giant pushed open the narrow, slightly crooked door, the bustling sounds within abruptly ceased. No, I am currently attending to business for Hogwarts. Hagrid gestured dismissively to the tavern keeper, who had begun to approach from behind the grimy counter to greet this loyal patron. Harry's gaze discreetly scanned the layout of the establishment. The lighting was dim and scattered, filtering through the uneven wooden planks above, casting slender rays that caressed the crowded tables and benches shrouded in shadows. The tavern keeper's call evidently captured the attention of most patrons. But upon recognizing Hogwarts' keeper of keys and grounds, as well as Dumbledore's confidant, they quickly returned their focus to their own conversations. Only a gaunt, aged wizard raised his cup in a toast, offering a gesture of respect befitting a seasoned drinker to the newly arrived Hagrid. Harry endeavored to avoid the gazes of the wizards present. From their lack of hygiene and attire, he had dismissed any notion that they belonged to the lawful good faction. Any practitioner of a lawful good alignment would take care to maintain their appearance, perhaps not extravagant, but certainly tidy. Surprisingly, Harry found himself secretly exhaling in relief. He feared that if he were to undergo any alignment detection and be revealed as a wayward member of the lawful evil faction, it would spell trouble. His understanding of those good-aligned elders suggested that while they might not immediately seek his demise, they would undoubtedly attempt to sway him with compassion. An outcome he would rather avoid. Anything but chaotic evil will suffice, Harry thought as he trailed closely behind the giant, striving to appear as Hagrid's loyal companion, navigating the dimly lit tavern without incident. Hagrid, I am certain my parents would be delighted to have a friend like you. After listening to Hagrid's tales, Harry had gained a foundational understanding of the magical realm. As long as it wasn't a dire situation, he could accept it. Whether Hagrid's words held truth was inconsequential. He intended to leverage the goodwill expressed regarding his parents to forge connections. Regardless of the veracity, increasing his chances of survival was worth pursuing. Oh, they were the finest witches and wizards I have ever known. Poor Harry. Hagrid gazed at Harry, once again reminded of James. He produced a floral handkerchief and gently dabbed at the tears at the corners of his eyes, then led Harry to a wall. 3 up, 2 across. Now step back a bit, Harry. Hagrid tapped the wall with his pink umbrella, and Harry, observing the crooked street stretching upwards behind him, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a hidden passage leading to a sky city or perhaps a legendary wizard's realm. Yet it turned out to be a narrow alley that seemed almost to end in sight. Harry sidestepped a wizarding apprentice struggling with a stack of animated objects, then deftly avoided a damaged cauldron rolling past his feet. Having accompanied Hagrid to Gringotts, Harry temporarily set aside his 2 concerns. It appeared his distant relatives could offer him some assistance, particularly the bookshelf tucked away in the corner, where he had caught a glimpse of the titles. That was likely the most valuable item in the entire vault. The first stop after exiting Gringotts was a clothing shop, and Harry adjusted his collar as they stepped inside. A powerful wave of magic swept over them upon entering and exiting Gringotts, a magic aimed at the soul. He admired the composure of the wizards unaffected by it. If such a force were unleashed in the Red Tower, the subhumans within would perish within 3 minutes. Struggling against the magical wave, Harry felt slightly lightheaded. He resorted to some minor enchantments that required no magical power, which barely managed to halt the raw, primal magic from drilling into his mind. Chapter 7. Ice Cream. Following their visit to Gringotts, their first destination was Madame Malkin's robe shop, a quaint establishment with bright windows showcasing several Victorian garments draped on wooden mannequins striking poses. Harry's gaze lingered for a moment on a few seemingly nimble measuring tapes inside the window, before being interrupted by Hagrid, who had brought him here. Yes, Harry, I'm here. Sir, Harry promptly replied, turning to Hagrid, which helped foster a sense of being valued. Having a wizard, even one as unassuming as Hagrid, to rely on before school was a significant advantage. The mortality rate among apprentices in the Red Tower peaked during their first year, as they transitioned from the mundane yet safe world outside into the perilous realm of magic. This year would filter out the foolish, naive, untalented, overly trusting, and ill-fated unfortunate souls. At such a time, having an adult wizard to converse with, even a fellow student under the pressure of mentorship, could greatly enhance one's chances of survival. According to Hagrid, Harry's parents were connected to a prominent figure in the current British wizarding world. Yet Harry felt compelled to harbor a degree of skepticism regarding the giant's claims of being a descendant of heroes. After all these years, he had not discovered the existence of the magical world. He resembled a poor relative, cast aside like an unwanted orphan in a garbage bin, compelled to care for him out of some semblance of obligation. Harry, there's no need for such formality. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, you know? The cart from Gringotts is rather, well, cumbersome. Hagrid glanced at Harry, who stood at his thigh height, feeling a twinge of concern. Should I wait here for you, Hagrid? Of course, that would be best. I'll be back shortly. Hagrid nodded emphatically. Inside the shop, a golden-haired boy was already engaged in conversation with Madame Malkin. Harry stood quietly within their line of sight, ensuring they were aware of his presence while waiting. Typically, those who met unfortunate ends were merely victims of their own stealth. During his apprenticeship, he had been forced to silence a few mischievous peers due to his lack of sensitivity at the time. In truth, as conspirators, they often detested such troublesome matters, for killing inevitably leaves traces. The most effective way to protect oneself is to announce one's arrival, maintaining a distance that allows others time to conclude their private discussions. The boy was likely a first-year wizard. After exchanging a few words with Madame Malkin, he received 2 bags from her. May I be so bold as to ask, are you Harry Potter? The boy, about to pass by Harry, suddenly halted. his previously warm smile faltering as he gazed at the scar on Harry's forehead, a look of confusion crossing his face, followed by surprise. I am indeed Harry Potter. Though I am uncertain if I am the Harry Potter you seek. Most certainly, I am Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff, and consider myself your senior. No need for such formality. Harry, you're making me a bit bashful. Just as Madame Malkin finished measuring with her flexible tape, the steam-powered sewing machine continued its labor. While Hagrid stood outside the window, Hagrid cheerfully held up 2 ice cream cones, adorned with colorful sprinkles. As Harry stepped outside with his bags, the giant naturally took them from him, displaying a familiarity with Harry's parents that felt remarkably genuine, as such small gestures were difficult to execute without ease. Instinctively, Harry raised his right index finger, but he quickly restrained his impulse to cast a detection spell. It would be futile if Hagrid intended to offer him something. Even a successful spell would serve little purpose. Sweet, perhaps a bit cloying, but the creaminess is quite smooth. I'll give it a 2 out of 5. Your birthday is July 31st. Isn't it, Harry? Unfortunately, it's still a bit away. Hagrid looked at Harry's slightly curved green eyes, carefully patting the boy's short hair. The child's understanding was painfully endearing, which was one of the few instances Hagrid found himself disagreeing with Dumbledore's decisions. Let me ponder for a moment, and then we shall procure your wand, the most vital asset of a wizard. Harry, do you recall what else we need to acquire? Hagrid scratched his untamed hair, having forgotten to bring the list from the acceptance letter. As he embarked on his inaugural duty of welcoming new students, he found himself uncertain about the necessary purchases. Harry paused, confirming that Hagrid was indeed inquiring, and feigned to recall the details. A cauldron, small potion vials, a telescope, and perhaps a brass balance, he mused. Not far from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was Ollivander's wand shop, where an elderly gentleman with pale hair emerged into their view, gliding down a ladder in response to the jingling of the doorbell. He adjusted his spectacles perched on his nose, and after a moment of recognition, he leaped down the ladder and approached Harry. I remember your mother's first visit here. It feels like just yesterday. Now, Mr. Potter, your dominant hand. With a soft measuring tape akin to Madame Malkin's, Ollivander scrutinized Harry's stature once more with his silvery gray eyes. Let us try this one. He selected a gray wand from his collection. This wand is made of ash wood, with a dragon heartstring core. It serves those with unwavering resolve, willing to sacrifice for their goals. It appears it does not favor you. Ollivander observed the sparks flickering from the wand and reclaimed it from Harry's grasp. What about this one? He presented a wand of you, with a phoenix feather core. This wand suits those endowed with wisdom far beyond their years, who remain humble. In a swift motion, he snatched away the wand, which emitted a faint orange blaze, and delved deeper into the assortment, murmuring incantations that Harry thought resembled Hebrew. Blackthorn? Ollivander placed a wand before Harry, pausing to study his cheek. That wand is only wielded by dark wizards. Hagrid exclaimed, his eyebrows nearly leaping off his forehead. Aurors utilize them, to my knowledge. At least a dozen Aurors have purchased Blackthorn wands from me, my good giant. Ollivander's gaze locked on Hagrid, who stood outside, fearful of damaging the doorframe. Chapter 8, The Golden Guardian. Try this, Ollivander suggested, offering a willow wand with a phoenix feather core. Your mother used one just like this. Observing the wand's continued lack of resonance, the elder furrowed his brow, contemplating what he might have overlooked. Well, perhaps this one will do. A holly wand with a phoenix feather core. He retrieved a wand from the highest shelf, dusting it off before handing Harry a small stick, protected by a layer of shredded paper. This wand's core is a counterpart to that of the Dark Lord. Well, it seems this one won't do either. Ollivander sighed. For now, only that wand remained. Yet it appeared he had stumbled upon some perilous secret. Crafted from purple wood, measuring 11 inches, it was notably rigid, with a core of dragon heartstring. This wand belonged to those ambitious, wise, and exceptionally talented wizards, predominantly found among purebloods, particularly those skilled in dueling. As Harry took hold of the wand, its tip flickered momentarily, and then the scattered boxes around him were levitated, floating beside the boy as if they were acolytes obeying a command. Ollivander gazed at the 2 departing figures with a complex expression. The previous user of a wand made from purple would held a rather unique identity, especially considering this future savior wielded a dragon heartstring core. The Ollivander family had steadfastly utilized dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair as wand cores for centuries. A decision made after careful consideration of the stability of raw materials and the inherent stability of the materials themselves. Aside from Ollivander, there were indeed others within Britain capable of crafting wands, yet they might only occasionally produce 1 or 2 pieces that surpassed some of Ollivander's creations. However, most of these works fell short due to a lack of accumulated data, rendering the majority of their wands merely functional. Even a broken Ollivander wand was deemed safer and more stable than those poorly crafted alternatives, which were sought after by desperate dark wizards or werewolves lingering on the fringes of society. Through years of wand making, the Ollivander family had discerned methods to infer a wizard's character from their wand, Purple sandalwood inherently carried specific inclinations, while phoenix feather was considered a relatively neutral choice. Typically, wizards using purple sandalwood would complement it with unicorn hair rather than dragon heartstring, as the latter offered a stronger implication than the former. After a moment's hesitation, the elderly man chose to remain silent. Regardless of who took the stage, they would require a wand crafted by Ollivander, as their very existence depended on a strict adherence to neutrality. Even in the darkest times of the Dark Lord's reign, Ollivander provided high-quality wands equally to both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. After purchasing his textbooks, Harry selected a volume titled Hogwarts, A History, and, amid Hagrid's somewhat awestruck gaze, he stuffed the hefty book into his already filled trunk. Hagrid escorted Harry back to number 4, Privet Drive, and although Harry insisted he could return alone, even the ever-gentle giant knew that sending a 10-year-old laden with bags home alone was not a prudent idea. "Harry, remember September 1st at King's Cross Station?" Hagrid said, pulling a ticket from his pocket and handing it to Harry. Harry examined the details carefully. "Excuse me, but is the 9 on this ticket literal?" "Ah, it is indeed the pillar, as you are aware. One must strike it on its side, in the direction the train is moving." Hagrid pondered deeply, reflecting on the protracted duration since he last attended school. To be precise, he had scarcely boarded the Hogwarts Express on a few occasions, as his wand had been broken in his 3rd year, leaving him in a state of semi-confinement at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Nevertheless, he retained a vivid recollection of that unconventional method of entry. When Harry returned, burdened with an assortment of packages, the lights in the living room of number 4, Privet Drive, still glimmered. Vernon visibly relaxed upon witnessing the boy Hagrid had escorted back. He set down the air gun he had been holding and cautiously pulled aside a small section of the white curtain. The rotund head that emerged from behind the curtain resembled a gigantic durian perched atop a custard tart. "Harry, this is," Vernon began, but halted as he observed Harry bidding farewell to the shaggy giant with a genuine smile. The instant Harry turned back, Vernon's expression shifted to the customary coolness he wore at home. Without the chance to exclaim about the master of disguise in their midst, Vernon swiftly pointed to the 3 metallic suitcases in the corner of the room. "Ah, merely gold. It is not needed at present. Someone will come to collect it tomorrow." Harry stifled a yawn. His body was still in a developmental phase, and the frailty of human youth often succumbed to drowsiness, a fact that warranted no undue hardship. He handed over the suitcase containing the books to an astonished Vernon, who was still reeling from Harry's earlier proclamation, while he grabbed the case containing the remaining miscellaneous items and ascended the stairs with a swift stride. "What is this? Why is it so heavy?" Vernon, believing he had a reasonably amicable relationship with Harry, inquired softly, attempting to dispel the complex emotions stirred by the revelation of £2 million worth of gold resting casually in his living room. "Just some magical tomes, Uncle Vernon." "Magic is indeed splendid, yet it is equally fraught with peril. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice for your safety. Steer clear of any magical objects." Vernon observed as Harry began to open the suitcase, stacking the books in the corner before donning his pajamas and heading off to wash up. It appeared that Harry was utterly unconcerned about the £2 million downstairs. Vernon grasped the air gun resting against the table below and drew the curtains tightly, choosing to remain vigilant throughout the night. It was not until the sun's rays pierced through the curtains the following morning that the weary Vernon dared to relax. He had spent the entire night in fear, terrified that intruders would break in, slaughter his family, and abscond with the gold, an entire 19 kilograms of it, equivalent to 19 gleaming gold bars. Due to its excessive weight, the bank had even divided it into 3 metallic suitcases to prevent the gold from damaging the cases during transport. "You seem rather unrefreshed today, Mr. Cautious Vernon," Harry remarked, stretching lazily on the staircase before descending in his pajamas and slippers. The boy paused momentarily, carefully selecting his words to complete his daily task of praising Vernon. He then settled onto the sofa, having already attended to his grooming. Soon, a bank representative would arrive to transport the gold. The gold galore left by his blood relatives was now sufficient, rendering it unnecessary to tap into the Muggle funds for the time being. The financial system of the Wizarding World was rather rudimentary, perhaps due to the insufficient population to sustain a more complex financial infrastructure. Surprisingly, the only financial institution in the Wizarding realm, Gringotts, did not even offer a basic savings account, nor did it provide any form of interest. The sole method of storage was the antiquated practice of hoarding gold in vaults. Fortunately, a review of both a history of magic and a brief history of Hogwarts indicated that there had been no significant inflation in the Wizarding World over the past century. Otherwise, he could scarcely imagine how wizarding families might counter such inflation, relying on hunting their neighbors, perhaps. Upon confirming that Gringotts also charged fees for gold, Harry dismissed any thoughts of hastily investing his appreciable assets into such a foreseeable loss. Of the £2 million in gold, approximately 120,000 belonged to his personal savings, while the rest constituted temporary purchases, further exacerbating his already precarious financial situation. Harry, that is £2 million worth of gold. What on earth are you thinking? Vernon, exhausted from a night of worry, finally erupted. Isn't it enough that you are here? Only a select few know how this gold came to be here. Just ask them to help find it. It's hardly a bother. If it's lost, so be it. As Harry heard the doorbell ring, he stifled a yawn before opening the door. His short hair slightly tousled. He basked in the golden sunlight streaming through the doorway, resembling a crooked crown atop his head. Standing outside was a representative clad in a sharply tailored black suit, flanked by 3 vehicles designated for escorting the gold. 2 burly men, dressed in bulletproof vests and wielding shotguns, entered and promptly took away the briefcase, closing the door behind them without uttering a word or raising any questions. This was precisely why Harry appreciated this manager. Devoid of excessive curiosity, he required no regular oversight, executing his duties quietly yet resolutely. You are all mad, Vernon exclaimed in exasperation at the scene before him, angrily disengaging the safety on his air gun. With the gold now dispatched, he could finally look forward to a restful night's sleep. Harry changed into casual attire and picked up the unfinished A Brief History of Hogwarts, immersing himself in its pages, for his understanding of the magical realm was presently nil. This book, alongside A History of Magic, presented the ideal entry point. He even suspected that it was crafted specifically for young wizards transitioning from the Muggle world into Hogwarts. A Brief History served as a supplementary source of common knowledge, while A History of Magic hinted at the hidden forces within the magical world. As it stood, the only entities gracing the wizarding stage were wizards and goblins. Apart from other species, which remain in a subdued state, for nearly 5 centuries, the only true threat to the dominion of wizards, capable of being formally recorded in their textbooks, has been a solitary fairy. Chapter 9, The Lords of the Scroll. Is anyone inside? No, please come in. Harry leaned against the window, perusing his book. The Hogwarts Express bore a resemblance to a traditional British long-distance train. The interior, dominated by a deep red hue, evoked a sense of Victorian revival. Just as Harry thought that this last carriage would remain unvisited, a familiar voice accompanied by a gentle knock resonated within. Harry straightened himself and adjusted his attire, responding politely. Harry, I never expected to see you here again. May we sit here? The front carriage is rather crowded. Cedric entered, carrying 2 suitcases, with a yellow wizard's robe tucked under his elbow. Ah, Cedric, this is Harry Potter? You never mentioned you knew the boy who lived. Behind the boy stood 2 others, who soon filled the compartment to capacity. Cedric waved his wand, neatly stowing their luggage in the overhead compartment, and then formally introduced the others. This is Harry Potter. In truth, I have only met him once. Harry, this is Missy, and this is Otakar. Hello. Harry set his book aside. Hogwarts exceeded his expectations, resembling a bastion of neutrality and order. Drawing from Hagrid's revelations and the supplementary knowledge in A Brief History of Hogwarts, Harry swiftly adjusted his perspective. Harry Potter, thank you for vanquishing. Well, you know, I am truly grateful. The slightly smaller boy from Cedric's trio, after taking a seat, nervously wiped his sweaty palms and then stood, half bowing, extending his hand. Any mother would have risen to defend her child in that moment. This honor rightfully belongs to my mother. Harry stood to shake the boy's hand, which visibly eased his tension. Oh, I apologize. The boy, upon hearing Harry's words, suddenly realized he might have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. No, I'm glad everyone still remembers her. Missy, that was a bit too sentimental. I'm getting goosebumps, remarked the flaxen-haired boy who had been shouting from the back, nudging his companion with his elbow. Cedric, your status as a top student is being challenged. It's my first time seeing a young wizard reading on the Hogwarts Express. I suppose it is befitting of the savior, the boy named Otakar commented, raising an eyebrow at the book titled Theory of Magic in Harry's hands. Cedric is indeed the shining emblem of Hufflepuff House. Were it not for Cedric, it is quite conceivable that they would struggle to triumph even over the 2 notorious point deductors from Gryffindor, resulting in a continuous bottom ranking. One cannot entirely blame them. The Ravenclaw cohort is a formidable assembly of intellectuals. The head of Slytherin, a bat-like figure, openly favors his own house. Hufflepuff finds itself overshadowed. Odiga licked his lips, resembling a student enviously observing peers engrossed in their studies on the train. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him as he craned his neck to glimpse the pages of Harry's book. Harry, noticing the boy's subtle antics, graciously revealed his pages. The tome, Magical Theory, authored by Basida and Bahat, was filled to the brim with dense notes and adorned with sticky notes. Oh, my eyes! Odigo exclaimed, suddenly throwing himself into Cedric's embrace, twisting about in a frenzy. You overachievers leave us no respite. Mice, you didn't take the textbook home to study, did you? Supported by Cedric, who adjusted his disheveled attire, Odiga cast an expectant glance at his companion, Mice. Mice shook his head and retrieved a hefty tome resembling a comprehensive dictionary from his bag. I chose runes for my 4th year. It's quite challenging, so I must return and study diligently. Upon hearing Mice's words, Odiga slumped like a salt-encrusted fish, lazily basking in the summer sun, reluctant even to turn over. Cedric, your father is down below, Mice quietly reminded, adjusting his glasses as he nudged Cedric, who sat beside Harry. Cedric rose, offering an apologetic smile to Harry before moving to the window to wave at the man beckoning to him outside. As the sound of a whistle pierced the air, the Hogwarts Express began its gradual departure. Mice seemed to have had a restless night, his pale cheeks and the visible veins in his hands, peeking out from his voluminous sleeves, suggested he might be swept away by the wind at any moment. The boy borrowed a wizarding robe from Cedric, neatly folding it and placing it against the wall near the door to take a brief nap. Seeing his companion doze off, Odiga lowered his voice and shared a few amusing anecdotes from the summer with Cedric. He then pulled a comic book from his backpack, immersing himself in its pages. As the journey settled into a tranquil rhythm, Harry gazed out at the swiftly passing green lawns. After the train traversed a tunnel, it completely departed from the Muggle railway system. The boy glanced outside, noting they were now crossing a somewhat dilapidated stone bridge. Thud! Harry gently tapped the window, and the panel emerged alongside the reflection of the figure on the glass. This phenomenon was imperceptible to others. In truth, it was a residual echo of the spell produced by the aberration, directly mapped onto the retina. Harry had developed a habit of activating these panels on smooth surfaces like glass, primarily because it facilitated the establishment of a conscious barrier. This was crucial for preventing inadvertent activations during unnecessary moments, especially in combat, where even a second of distraction could prove fatal. Battles among wizards often turned deadly in the blink of an eye. The act of checking information on reflective surfaces, requiring a gentle tap beforehand, was part of a subtle ritual. At that moment, his panel had expanded significantly due to diligent study from July to September. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 10. Abnormal status, heretical punishment, sacred enemy. Spell status, 2, 11, 1000. 1, 98, 100. 1, 91, 100. Fireball, 4, 1897, 100,000. Wizard's Hand, deteriorated version, original by HarryPotter'sEra, 7, 10. Simple detection spell, deteriorated version, original by HarryPotter'sEra, 9, 10. Lumos, 0, 5, 10. Restoration, 0, 2, 10. Clean Slate, 0, 3, 10. Stupefy, 0, 1, 10. Alohomora, 0, 1, 10. It was evident that despite nearly a month and a half of training, his spellcasting remained severely limited due to the heretical punishment, preventing him from adequately performing most spells. Harry speculated that reaching level 1 would signify the ability to cast spells normally. Currently, aside from successfully casting Lumos twice, the remainder of his spells could only emit a mere spark from the tip of his wand. The sole consolation was the notoriety of the 3 unforgivable curses. They were even mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, noting that during the direst moments against Voldemort, Aurors were permitted to employ the unforgivable curses to combat the malevolent Death Eaters. This indicated that the unforgivable curses were attainable, sparing him the need to excavate ancient graves as an archaeologist. However, the unfortunate reality was that these 3 spells were so infamous that they had garnered the disdain of the public, akin to the trickster god. It now seemed incredibly unlikely that he would find the incantation techniques for these spells in conventional literature. Chapter 10, Hermione Granger. In the quiet carriage, only the soft sound of Misa's breathing remained. The boy appeared utterly exhausted. Even on the slightly jostling train, he slept soundly. The sliding door of the carriage was gently rapped upon when the journey was nearly halfway through. Masai, who had dozed off, rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily before sitting up. Standing outside the door was a vendor pushing a small black cart, a witch clad in a yellow robe adorned with floral sleeves. I would like some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, 2 servings of pumpkin pie, and a cauldron cake, please. Cedric retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, counted out the coins, and handed them to the vendor. Let's have a bite. I also brought some hot pumpkin juice. We still have some time before the sorting ceremony. He adjusted Masai, who appeared a bit pale, and offered her the pumpkin pie. You haven't gone several nights without sleep again, have you? Odoga seemed familiar with Masai's peculiar sleeping habits. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing the dark circles under her eyes. Not really. It's just that, when I get busy, I sometimes forget to eat. Most of my family is usually in the lab, and before I know it, this happens. Thank you, Cedric. I feel much better now. Masai took small bites of the pumpkin pie, which had a crisp outer shell and a warm, flowing sugary filling. The vendor's cart must have had a warming feature, keeping the pumpkin pie at the perfect texture. As Cedric handed her the steaming pumpkin juice, the boy's complexion began to regain some color. I truly fear you might starve yourself in the Ravenclaw Tower one day. If I were you, I would just mention it to Professor Flitwick and move into our dormitory. At least that way, Cedric wouldn't have to enter the Ravenclaw common room to carry you out. Odoga closed the comic he had been reading and, reaching into Cedric's open pouch, tossed a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth. Harry, would you like one? Odoga enthusiastically invited Harry, who was seated near the window, still engrossed in his book and diligently taking notes in what should have been a fully annotated text. Harry glanced at the colorful assortment of beans. Thank you. He selected a gray bean, roughly the size of a green pea, activating a simple detection charm. A blue light flickered around the bean, and Harry confidently tossed it into his mouth. Non-toxic, with a licorice flavor, pleasantly sweet with a hint of aftertaste. Harry tucked his wand back into his robes. If his hunch was correct, his simple detection charm had just reached level 1. He had long suspected that it would upgrade soon, having invested considerable effort into it. He had not only referenced cases in standard spells, beginner and magical theory, but had also practiced daily, continually refining his spellcasting methods based on the feedback received. It appears that the objects previously employed were consistently non-magical, which hindered the complete execution of certain crucial processes. At this moment, the Birdie Bot's every flavor beans under scrutiny contained a portion of magical essence, allowing the novice identification spell to finally reach its initial level. At last, Harry no longer needed to traverse the perilous realm of magic in a state of vulnerability. Engaging in such a manner would indeed diminish the joy. For the delight of Birdie Bot's every flavor beans lies in the uncertainty of the flavor awaiting you with each bean. Odo gazed at Harry as he cast the small spell, astonished that his counterpart had employed a silent incantation, yet he swiftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Oh, Merlin's pink, holy stockings, this one has a cauldron cake flavor. No sooner had Odo uttered this than he found himself choking on a black bean that had been tossed into his mouth. Was that a silent spell you just cast? Truly impressive. Many graduated students struggle to perform even a simple lumos without verbalizing. Mice had already stuffed his mouth full of pumpkin pasties, licking each finger clean before wiping his palms on his clothing, and finally casting a cleaning charm upon his attire. Of course, this does not include our Cedric, who is quite remarkable, right Cedric? Odo finally cleared the cauldron cake flavor from his mouth, all the while winking over at Cedric, who was seated diagonally from him. I simply devoted more time to practicing spells than others. Oh, here we go again. I just spent more time honing my spells, tackling assignments, and engaging in Quidditch. Odo humorously mimicked Cedric's voice, clearly aware that this was not the first time Cedric had made such a remark. Greetings, may I inquire? Just as Odo was gesticulating animatedly, the box door was flung open to reveal a disheveled little girl standing with an assertive demeanor. Hello, senior students. Have you seen Neville's toad? It's approximately this big. Hermione's gaze lingered on the animated senior before shifting to the 3 individuals behind. Ultimately, her attention settled on Cedric, who seemed the most responsible among them. I'm sorry, we haven't seen it. If we do, I will ensure it is returned to the crew. By the way, are you Harry Potter? I read about you in Hogwarts, a history. You defeated you-know-who, did you not? The girl's gaze skipped over the handsome senior, finally landing on the lightning-shaped scar emblazoned on Harry's fair skin. Harry, sporting a short haircut, made the scar all the more conspicuous. He lifted his head, allowing his eyes to pass over the girl and rest on the anxious boy behind her, who appeared to be standing there against his will. Mr. Longbottom, Hagrid has mentioned you to me. Our parents were comrades in the Order of the Phoenix. Care for a Birdie Bot's every flavor bean? Harry closed the book and placed it upon the chair, while Cedric picked up the paper bag filled with Birdie Bot's every flavor beans from the table and handed it to Harry. Harry reached inside, selected a few, performed a spell of detection with his wand, and then chose a red and a blue bean to offer to Neville. These are raspberry and blueberry. It seems fortune favors me today. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I am also a newcomer this year, Harry stated, placing the beans into Neville's hands before turning his attention to the girl with the tousled hair, standing at the door. If there's no second Harry Potter among this year's entrants, then you must be referring to me. May I inquire your name? Harry extended his hand and gazed into her eyes, surmising that her mention of searching for a toad was merely a pretext, a means to swiftly ascertain whom to be wary of this term. It appeared that Hogwarts was not as naive as depicted in Hogwarts, a history. Rather, it had attracted seasoned players. His initial conversation with Neville was strategically aimed at undermining this rival's moral high ground. After all, had she not claimed to assist Neville in locating a toad? Thus, he continued to forge connections, having already learned from his dialogue with Hagrid that Neville Longbottom, the son of his parents' comrade in the Order of the Phoenix, would also be enrolling this year. According to Hogwarts, a history, the number of young witches and wizards admitted each year scarcely exceeds 50, rendering the likelihood of name duplication quite slim. Even if there were duplicates, it mattered little, as he was invoking the name of the most illustrious wizard in the British magical community, Albus Dumbledore's trusted ally within the Order. Moreover, he emphasized the timeline, referring to his forebears, thus adding a layer of political correctness in the fight against Voldemort. The other party, regardless of their surname, would likely not take offense. They would either acquiesce or clarify, fulfilling Harry's objective. In this manner, Harry and Neville would become acquainted, with Harry further adding, if you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. This effectively dismantled his rival's moral superiority, as the sharp inquiry was deftly neutralized. Harry even embedded a subtle trap within his words for this competitor, who sought to swiftly ascertain the distribution of power within the school through the Toad incident. By emphasizing his status as a first-year student, he implied that he was incapable of providing Neville any tangible assistance. Thus, the initial remark would ultimately appear as mere politeness. However, if this child truly was Neville Longbottom of the esteemed family, then Harry's parents and Neville's parents belonged to the inner circle of the soon-to-be headmaster of Hogwarts. Through this connection, Harry's words in that moment transcended mere cordiality, transforming into a display of strength intertwined with goodwill. Given this, he must possess a certain level of influence within the school, coupled with the presence of the 3 older children seated behind him. Particularly the earlier affectionate gesture from the one who appeared to be the leader, it could lead the somewhat clever young witch before him to misjudge the situation. "I am Hermione Granger, pleased to meet you." Hermione glanced with some surprise at the boy before her, astonished that someone would actually take such care of Neville. Most of the children in the compartments she had passed earlier had merely pretended to help search or outright ignored her, with some even going so far as to shoo her away. After shaking hands with the other boy, Harry quickly withdrew his hand, frowning as he watched Hermione gradually depart. This was a worthy opponent to ponder over. While he might not be as cunning as his older peers, he certainly qualified as a fine wizard produced by the Red Tower. Chapter 11. The willing shall be hooked. "I wager she will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor," Odoga remarked, observing the now closed door of the compartment, shrugging. "That's just how the little lions are, but it's not entirely a disadvantage. At least they are somewhat better than Slytherin. Those fellows are always meddling with who knows what." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Odoga fixed his gaze on Harry, who had returned to his seat. "Harry, which house do you wish to join?" "I don't know, but is that something I can choose? I didn't see any mention of the sorting ceremony in the books," Harry inquired, tilting his head curiously. "Aha, you've asked the right person. The sorting ceremony actually requires one to challenge a troll, and then the heads of the houses will determine the placement based on the performance exhibited at the moment." Odoga seized the opportunity to tease this rather precocious boy, enthusiastically recounting the tale. He even rolled up his sleeves to reveal a distinctly more pallid scar on his arm compared to the rest of his skin. Harry listened intently, seemingly convinced by Odoga's words. "Odoga, if he cries, I won't be responsible for calming him," Cedric interjected, having overheard his companion's increasingly exaggerated descriptions, which had even begun to fabricate the gruesome fate of a certain Slytherin student during the sorting ceremony. "Harry, there's no need to worry too much. But allow me to keep some suspense. After all, anticipating the sorting ceremony is part of the complete experience. We're nearly there." Cedric glanced at the faint glimmer of lights in the distance, which marked the Hogwarts station, after which they would need to transfer to other means of transport to reach Hogwarts Castle. "Well then, see you inside the castle," Cedric waved at Harry, signifying a brief farewell. At the station, some eager young witches and wizards had already jumped off the train, while older students bustled toward a distant path. Beside the train, illuminated by the stark contrast of the dark street lamp, stood Hagrid, a robust figure reminiscent of a colossal barrel, wielding a lantern that appeared somewhat diminutive in his large hands, and calling out in a booming voice, "First-year wizards, come here. You needn't bring your luggage. Just come over, and make sure you are wearing your robes." Hagrid spotted Harry, who had disembarked a bit later than the others, perhaps due to the unmistakable lightning-shaped scar etched upon his forehead. Harry inclined his head slightly, responding appropriately to Hagrid's welcoming gesture. Around him, various young wizards were hurriedly retrieving their suitcases, rushing back to stow them away in the train, while the majority remained animatedly conversing with their peers. It was evident that the first years had formed their own little social circles during the brief journey. Harry quickly surveyed the assembly, including the older students meandering away from the train. Although he immediately associated with Hermione, the young witch seemed keen on establishing her own group, swiftly identifying the social dynamics around her. However, her approach was rather clumsy. The ensuing interactions allowed for quick discernments of who was closely connected with whom. Cedric and Odogda, belonging to Hufflepuff House, donned robes of black adorned with yellow trim, emblazoned with the house emblem, a badger. In contrast, Misha, a Ravenclaw upperclassman, appeared to be a fourth year, which was somewhat unexpected. Slytherin House was predominantly divided into 3 major factions, with few stragglers lingering at the periphery. The Ravenclaw group was notably loose-knit, with some members even mingling with Slytherin. Gryffindor, on the other hand, was comprised mostly of smaller groups, with a significant number of students interspersed among the other 3 houses, predominantly Hufflepuff, with a few from Ravenclaw, and scant representation from Slytherin. Hufflepuff, the largest house, was the most intriguing. Its members were numerous, yet their group dynamics were fluid and loosely connected. It was fascinating to consider that Cedric likely held a certain esteem among the Hufflepuff Badgers, as many of his peers gravitated around him and another senior witch. Among the first years, the social structure was even more dispersed, But two individuals warranted attention: Hermione, who was still engaged in a search with Neville, and a golden-haired boy with a prominent quiff who had begun to gather his own group. As Harry observed Hagrid, who was nearly finished taking attendance, he shifted his gaze to the golden-haired boy. Excellent. He had noticed Harry, particularly the scar on his forehead. Thus, there was no need for Harry to approach him. The initiator of conversation often found themselves at a disadvantage, and it was imperative for him to secure a favorable position before the dialogue commenced. Observing the appearance of the other party, it was evident that he belonged to the local factions of the magical realm. No more than 4 individuals per boat, Hagrid proclaimed loudly, gesturing towards a row of small vessels docked at the little port. As everyone prepared to form their groups, Harry swiftly made his way to the nearest boat. Upon counting, he realized that if the small wizards adhered strictly to the 4-per-boat rule, 1 boat would be left with an individual short. Thus, it was prudent to wait here. Look, the fish he had been waiting for had just boarded. The fair-haired boy appeared somewhat pale, yet his complexion differed from that of Mies, who bore the signs of malnutrition. This boy's pallor was the result of prolonged exposure to darkness. His hair was slicked back tightly, prompting Harry to worry about his receding hairline. His high forehead resembled a boiled egg. Without any hesitation, the golden-haired boy stepped onto the boat, causing it to sway precariously beneath him. I am Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. He introduced himself, quickly grasping the arm of the stout boy behind him to prevent himself from tumbling into the water. Harry Potter. Harry replied, standing to shake his hand before promptly taking a seat. The small boat glided across the water under Hagrid's commanding voice, the sky having darkened significantly. The moon hung above, casting shadows onto the inky surface of the lake below. Sitting at the bow, Harry listened as Malfoy, with an air of superiority, elaborated on the magnificence of his lineage. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe fumbled with the oars, which were rather cumbersome for them. After navigating past the low rock walls that made them feel as though they could hardly raise their heads, the castle came into view. The boy named Draco was merely a spoiled child, Harry surmised, and he suspected that forging a friendship with him was merely a task assigned by their parents. However, this was heartening news. At least, his identity as the savior still held some weight. It remained uncertain how the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic would perceive this identity. It was worth pondering how he might leverage it as a resource. A title, if not actively capitalized upon, remained merely a title, a lesson imparted by his teacher, and one that Harry fully embraced. Chapter 12, The Sorting Ceremony. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall stood beside the chair, adjusting the sorting hat before calling out the next young wizard's name. Harry felt the collective gaze of those surrounding him converge upon him instantaneously. Even the lower-year students, initially oblivious to the truth, quickly cast curious looks after receiving hushed explanations from their older peers. Harry paused, allowing his gaze to drift over a few particularly notable stairs. To his side and slightly behind him sat Cedric, at the Hufflepuff table, offering him an encouraging look, while Odoga craned his neck to catch a glimpse of him. In the faculty seats, both McGonagall and Hagrid wore expressions tinged with nostalgia, particularly regarding the professor clad in purple. Was it fear? And that greasy, oversized bat, surely. It was the head of Slytherin House, the potions professor, as mentioned by Odo. One must concede that Odo's description was rather vivid. The gaze of this individual was exceedingly complex. Harry calmly surveyed several professors, his eyes unconsciously shifting toward the sorting hat placed upon a chair. When the sorting hat descended, Harry felt a faint tendril attempting to invade his thoughts. Is this not the very reason why the wizarding world is often deemed unrefined? Even his teachers at the Red Tower would not probe into a student's mind before a confrontation. Hogwarts could not possibly be a magic institution established by the Dementors. Harry resisted for a moment, then sensed the expectant gazes of the professors behind him, as well as the eager little wizards in front of him, all anticipating whom the savior would favor. Any act of defiance would likely be swiftly quelled. The best outcome would be Dumbledore dissecting his thoughts, while the worst would result in his transformation into a living specimen. Harry quickly summoned memories that the sorting hat could perceive, filtering through them and presenting these fabricated recollections up front, easing his resistance. The sorting hat burrowed in with considerable effort. This young wizard's memories proved challenging to explore. Nevertheless, being a legendary magical artifact, it ultimately succeeded. Ambition, cunning, and the bloodline of the Potter family, yet accompanied by an extreme thirst for knowledge. There was also no shortage of courage and decisiveness, truly a difficult decision to make. The sorting hat sifted through Harry's superficial memories, while he remained ever wary of its probing tendrils reaching deeper. Should it access his profound memories, given the current lawful environment maintained by the White Lord, he would most likely find himself in an Azkaban remedial class. Once again, gratitude is owed to the author of Hogwarts, a history. Harry quickly recalled the current power dynamics within the magical world. He had initially assumed Hogwarts to be the private domain of the White Lord, yet he was astonished to discover that Slytherin's influence appeared far more formidable than he had anticipated. Thus, as a savior fostered in the Muggle world by the White Lord, aligning himself with Dumbledore might not be a prudent choice. While Dumbledore may not guarantee his protection, Slytherin could very well pose a threat. In this scenario, he would gain no advantage and instead invite peril. What, then, of neutrality? As Harry surveyed the room, he suddenly noted the considerable number of Hufflepuff students. Well then, Hufflepuff it is, the Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. The little wizards below paused momentarily, and then a wave of cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff Badger's position at the side and rear. I told you it would work. Thus, one must act decisively. Cedric embraced Odog, while Harry refrained from cheering. His gaze instinctively shifted to the elders seated at the head of the table, awaiting the judgment of the venerable figure who held sway over the proceedings. The old man's crescent-shaped spectacles obscured his eyes, yet he seemed aware of Harry's scrutiny, gently raising his goblet in acknowledgement. In the midst of the raucous cheers from Hufflepuff, Harry found himself enveloped in the embrace of the Badgers. As he navigated through the exuberance of the jubilant Hufflepuffs, his attention was drawn to the periphery. A fleeting moment of eye contact with Dumbledore had pricked at him, a sensation akin to the touch of a Dementor, though it was not Dumbledore's doing, but rather that of the imposing figure beside him. Welcome, Cedric beamed, patting the seat next to him, while Odog joyfully enveloped the boy in a hearty hug. Once Harry settled in, the Hufflepuffs soon quieted, though surrounding students occasionally cast glances at the savior seated beside Cedric. The sorting ceremony swiftly concluded, prompting Albus Dumbledore, perched at the head table, to rise. With a gentle motion of his hands, the once boisterous Great Hall fell into a hushed reverence. Harry felt no magical influence. It was either the elder's undeniable authority or his extraordinary prowess in magic, both of which marked him as a person of considerable significance. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark upon a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words, he declared. Fools, crybabies, rascals, twist. Cheers and applause erupted from the young wizards surrounding him. Though Harry was perplexed by the meaning of those words, he joined in the clapping, albeit symbolically. It appeared to be an English pronunciation, yet the logic eluded him. Was it a spell or a veiled insinuation? As Harry pondered these thoughts, Dumbledore returned to his seat, lightly tapping his goblet, which summoned a lavish array of food upon the long table. With a subtle flick of his wand beneath the table, Harry tapped his plate and declined the whole roasted pig that Odog offered, instead opting for a piece of succulent roast. The dinner was bountiful, yet dining amongst a gaggle of 11 and 12-year-olds made it a challenge to maintain cleanliness and decorum. The two children beside him feasted with abandon, their greasy hands reaching for the fries that were skewered in a jar, prompting Harry to abandon his own desire to indulge. Once more, he felt the peculiar and intricate gaze upon him. Lifting his head, he met the eyes of the imposing potions professor. Remarkably, their shared gaze seemed to soften the professor's expression, and Harry etched this potions master into his memory. As his gaze was about to return to the dining table, it abruptly swept past the figure of the professor clad in purple, who was wrapped up tightly. In that instant, a sudden sensation struck him at his forehead. It was the tenant. Harry immediately grasped the dinner knife, his spirit rallying with haste, accompanied by the throbbing veins at the boy's temples. The restless tenant seemed momentarily stunned by the ferocity of such a desperate measure, retreating weakly back to the site of his wound, no longer fidgeting. Harry, are you all right? Cedric, who had been engaged in a quiet conversation with an upperclassman, turned to find Harry, veins on his temples forming a sunburst pattern, and immediately inquired with concern. Thank you. I feel fine. Perhaps I caught a chill after getting off the train, Harry replied, maintaining his composure while deftly lying, as he lifted a steaming cup of pumpkin juice to his lips. Opposite him sat young Malfoy, currently besieged by a blood-stained ghost. Harry raised his glass in a gentle salute. Although Malfoy had recently expressed dissatisfaction that the savior had not deigned to visit Slytherin, upon seeing Harry acknowledge him, and realizing that the upperclassman beside him had also turned to observe, he quickly cast aside his displeasure. Do you know Harry Potter? Of course, we are quite close, Malfoy boasted, lifting his nose imperiously, mimicking his father's demeanor as he engaged with the upperclassman. Chapter 13, Hufflepuff Common Room. The banquet soon concluded, and Albus once again showcased his extraordinary charisma. At the moment his hand pressed down upon Harry's, the latter heightened his awareness to the utmost, yet still failed to detect even the slightest trace of magical power. Truly a formidable presence, Harry silently mused. The last time he encountered someone who could command attention without magic, solely through their personal magnetism, was that tragic playwright's archbishop. That man was marked with a red warning level by the Red Tower. His very existence was a potent force of contagion and destruction, capable of inciting rebellion with a mere oversight. The Red Tower's strategy against him was singular, to eliminate him upon sight, denying him even a single opportunity to speak. Seeing the children gaze earnestly at him, Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, then gently pointed his wand at his throat. Now that everyone has dined well, I wish to share a few words. As the new term commences, I must address some important matters with you all. First-year students. Take heed. The forest area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to any student. Some of our upperclassmen ought to remember this as well. Harry keenly observed that Dumbledore's gaze swept toward Gryffindor, especially focusing on the two tall, red-haired boys. It appears he has found the troublemakers and mischief-makers of Hogwarts. Typically, such individuals either navigate social circles effortlessly or possess influential connections at home. Engaging selectively with them may prove beneficial, as those who habitually test the boundaries often possess valuable insider information. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during break times. The evaluation for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Any student wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. The crux of the matter lies in the prohibition against spell casting in the corridors. Harry quickly deduced that the source of this warning was the elderly gentleman standing at the door. He must be the so-called caretaker. As the man glanced in his direction, Harry politely nodded in acknowledgement before refocusing his attention on Dumbledore. Lastly, I must inform everyone that those who wish to avoid unexpected calamities and painful demises should refrain from entering the corridor to the right on the 4th floor. Now, before you retire for the evening, let us sing the school song together, with the somewhat reluctant professor and the exuberant voices of the Badgers. The great hall resonated with a multitude of tones. At long last, the gathering concluded, and the Badgers began to make their way to their common room under the guidance of their prefect. As he departed, Harry paused momentarily, awaiting the Slytherin snakes to pass by, seemingly for the sake of confirming his acquaintance with the chosen one, Malfoy. It was a pity. I had thought we would enter Slytherin together. Malfoy maintained his haughty demeanor, torn between wanting to say something and not wishing to reveal that he had approached merely to assert his connection to Harry. Surely, the Sorting Hat had its reasons. Harry responded coolly, gesturing with his palm to indicate that he was fine. It is far too old. It must have erred. You are pureblood, Harry. We should unite under our pureblood heritage. Draco, I do not care about houses. It is akin to leaving home while still being family with your parents. We remain friends, do we not? Harry instinctively began to employ familial analogies to bridge the gap swiftly. Indeed, Malfoy happily rejoined the ranks of Slytherin. Harry, I must remind you that the Malfoy family was one of the pure-blood families that supported the Dark Lord. Odoga seemed less than fond of the young Malfoy. After Harry returned to the embrace of his fellow Badgers, he hesitated before advising Harry. In his view, young Malfoy mirrored his father's obnoxious demeanor, looking down upon others with ulterior motives. Thank you for your warning, Odoga, but that is a matter of our forebears. I believe he wishes to befriend me, though I shall remain cautious. Harry's green eyes sparkled, causing the older girls surrounding the chosen one to nearly burst with pink hearts in their eyes. Alas, you are just too kind, Harry. Upon encountering Harry, Odoga could only sigh. The dormitory of the Badgers lay nestled among a cluster of wooden barrels. The upperclassmen called forth the first-year Badgers and earnestly demonstrated the method to access the Hufflepuff common room. According to Helga, by rhythmically tapping the lid of the barrel, it would automatically rotate open. However, a misstep would result in an unfortunate spray of vinegar. Following the upperclassmen, Harry descended into the passageway, which opened up into a semi-subterranean corridor after a few meters. This was followed by a staircase leading upwards, where yellow light mingled with green, evoking a sense of tranquility reminiscent of an afternoon in the woods. As Harry passed through the lower section, he glanced at either side and indeed spotted the sealed drainage outlets. Clearly, this was a defensive measure. By sealing it with water, one could thwart the majority of toxic gas attacks. This was a rudimentary form of physical defense, sometimes more effective in extreme circumstances than magic, which could be circumvented. Were he in charge of designing such a defense, he would add another set of jets to vaporize a potion that is insoluble in water, thereby filling the entire entrance passage and reducing intruders to mere skeletons. Finally, by forcing water upward, most intruders could be eradicated, followed by the application of a maze at the entrance, coupled with Hogwarts' innate anti-apparition capabilities, allowing for the systematic elimination of invaders. It seemed this Hufflepuff was indeed a kindred spirit. Entering Hufflepuff House proved to be a most prudent decision. Hufflepuff was a triple dormitory, and after exchanging glances with his two roommates, Harry began to organize his belongings. Hi, Harry, I'm Alton, pleased to meet you. The two students who entered with Harry, like most Badgers, held a blend of admiration and trepidation for the renowned savior. Particularly for Alton, who came from a family of muggles, this feeling was even more pronounced. As he timidly extended his hand, Harry set down his book and donned a warm and welcoming smile, grasping the boy's hand. Hello, Alton, I suppose I need no introduction. I trust the upperclassmen have regaled you with my name to the point of tedium. Oh no, how could that be? You are remarkable, having made so many upperclassmen friends right upon your arrival. The boy quickly waved his hand. I believe that does not preclude us from becoming friends, does it? Harry shook Alton's hand and smiled. Alton's cheeks immediately flushed a deep crimson. Hello, I'm Damien. The boy behind him greeted modestly, then busied himself with organizing his clothes. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Nice to meet you. Damien, I'm Harry. Right. Damien replied somewhat flustered, turning his attention to his belongings to ease the awkwardness. It appeared that both of his roommates were socially anxious, but this suited him just fine. Chapter 14, Ron and Harry. The first class of the morning was Transfiguration with Gryffindor, and Harry quickly drifted into a light slumber. When Alton encountered Harry again the following morning, it was within the Great Hall's dining area. Hogwarts provides meals to the young wizards at fixed times for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the Great Hall. However, today, both Alton and Damien awoke rather late. Alton vaguely recalled Harry calling his name once, but shortly after, he succumbed to the comforting embrace of his blankets, reluctant to rise. Despite having been unable to sleep the previous night, brimming with excitement, he found himself ensnared in slumber once more. His parents were muggles, and when the Hogwarts professor knocked on their door, he was still preparing his textbooks for the local school. Would you like some bread and milk cereal? I wasn't too sure what you preferred, so I left a little out. We need to hurry, Harry said, placing down the textbook in his hands. Alton noticed it was the morning class S textbook, Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. You truly are diligent, Damien remarked. A hint of envy lacing his tone as he observed Harry still engrossed in his textbook after they had seated themselves. He felt a twinge of anxiety. It was disheartening to see someone seemingly more talented working harder than oneself. In truth, I cannot yet perform any transfiguration, not even turning a matchstick into a needle, Harry confessed as he drew his wand, reciting the incantation before waving it. However, the matchstick merely twisted momentarily before snapping back to its original form. Perhaps the early bird catches the worm. I cannot wield any magic as of now, Alton remarked, taking a bite of the toasted bread and subsequently placing a slice of cheese within. When he set down the cheese and the knife, they twisted upon the table before vanishing from the hall entirely. This signaled the end of breakfast. Fortunately, Harry had managed to serve the bread and milk oats. Otherwise, Damien and Alton would have faced hunger on their first morning. A few young wizards arriving afterward could only gaze at the empty table, lamenting the bustling atmosphere of Hogwarts that day, before heading to their first class of the new term on an empty stomach. Pardon me. Could you please direct me to the Transfiguration classroom? As Harry noted the time and closed his textbook, preparing to leave with his two roommates still munching on bread, a Gryffindor lion rushed into the now emptied hall. The hall was steadily emptying, and the boy approached their table amidst the bustling crowd. Upon seeing the bare surface of the table, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, with the meal issue unresolved. The boy soon turned his thoughts to class. He had neither brought a textbook nor remembered the location of the classroom. Moreover, he had heard from his older brothers that the staircases at Hogwarts were ever-changing. Once the young wizard strays from the correct path, he may find himself lost within the confines of the castle, and years later, discovered in a forgotten corner, reduced to a desiccated corpse, ultimately transforming into a ghost haunting the castle. In a graver scenario, he might be flung down the staircase, crashing into the depths of the castle and becoming nothing more than a pulpy mass. Fred and George have vividly illustrated such fates. Whenever a young wizard meets such a gruesome end, the caretaker, Filch, would pick out the larger bones with a fork to feed his cat, disposing of the remains thereafter. Ron harbored no desire to plummet to such a fate, nor to starve and become a specter within the castle's walls. The thought of being unable to consume human food and being condemned to reside in the school for eternity was indeed a nightmare beyond compare. As he observed the upperclassmen casually forming groups and vanishing into the myriad corridors of the hall, Ron began to envision his own owl returning to their modest abode with his dismembered remains, and the profound sorrow his mother would feel. His father might, with his official standing, procure his bones, for Ron had no wish to be devoured by a cat. At that moment, he spotted a few peers amongst the crowd, particularly a young wizard from Hufflepuff, and rushed over. You must be Ron Weasley, the new student this year. We should be attending this class together. Harry glanced at the red-haired boy, noting that the fiery locks were emblematic of the Weasley lineage, a family known for its numerous members and its descent against pure-blood elitism over the past 6 decades. By faction, they were allied with the Longbottoms and Potters under Dumbledore's banner, as Harry discerned from his previous conversation with Hagrid. The Weasley family was likely Dumbledore's connection within the Ministry of Magic, while the Potter family served as the former financial overseers, suggesting that the Longbottoms could very well be the opposition's enforcers. Harry, a voice sliced through the crowd, sharp and unmistakable. It was Draco Malfoy, who emerged from the throng, flanked by 2 followers clutching loaves of bread. Redhead. From afar, I could smell the unmistakable scent of the Weasley family's poverty. Why are you with him? Malfoy approached Harry with an intimidating demeanor. Harry cast a sidelong glance at his 2 companions. Damien seemed to contemplate retreating, while Alton had already taken a step back. Such behavior was understandable, as they had only just met less than a day prior, and there was still time for acclimatization. We just happened to share a class. No trouble at all to bring them along. I recall your first lesson is potions, right? I've heard Professor Snape is quite strict, so be wary of tardiness. We'll reconvene for herbology this afternoon. Of course, he is my godfather." Draco glanced at the throng of students that was beginning to dwindle and promptly quickened his pace to catch up with the small serpents that had already shed their tails. "Is that Malfoy? You certainly have a close relationship with him." Ron trailed behind the trio, his eyes fixated on the two ahead who were indulging in cheese toasties. His lips practically salivating, in an effort to alleviate the discomfort in his mouth and the growl emanating from his stomach. The boy redirected his gaze to the lad leading them. The moment he caught sight of the lightning-shaped scar adorning the boy's forehead, he suddenly realized, this must be the boy who lived, Harry Potter. I prefer to call him Draco. After all, making friends is what truly matters, not the surname. Right, Mr. Weasley? Harry maneuvered around the staircase, glancing upward. Although a direct left turn would be swift, the staircase above seemed to be in motion. To be safe, it was wiser to take the left path. At least this way, he wouldn't be toyed with by the castle. His two roommates followed blindly, while Mr. Weasley appeared utterly directionless. That's not what I meant. It's just that he seems rather difficult to engage with. Ron quickly waved his hand, his frustration directed at Malfoy for how he referred to his family, thus carrying his ire into the conversation with this new acquaintance. "We've arrived, Ron. I enjoy making friends, so are we friends now, Ron?" "Well, of course." Ron hastily grasped Harry's hand and then scurried over to the Gryffindor seats. Due to their late arrival, the four of them were relegated to the front row. Chapter 15, The Competition with Hermione. Phew, it seems we haven't arrived too late. Professor McGonagall has yet to make her entrance. Ron, feeling somewhat uneasy, shifted in his seat. Next to him sat a little girl with disheveled hair. She didn't appear to be late, but rather seemed to have claimed the front seat for the sake of convenience in listening to the lesson. Harry's gaze fixed on the cat perched upon the lectern, and upon noticing its almost human-like glance in his direction, he confirmed his suspicion. Just as the class bell rang, signaling that they should settle down, to Ron's astonishment, the cat leapt from the podium, transforming into a lady draped in a flowing black robe. "Ah, Professor McGonagall." Ron covered his mouth, realizing his earlier comments had likely been overheard. "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter. And you two young gentlemen, I hope you will arrive a bit earlier next time. Preparing before class is a virtue." With that, McGonagall chose not to dwell on their tardiness, instead turning her attention to the podium. Transfiguration is one of the most commonly employed spells among wizards, with its origins traceable back to the ancient Egyptian pyramids over 4,200 years ago. As McGonagall spoke, she ascended the elevated podium and waved her wand, lightly tapping the brown lectern before her. Under Harry's watchful gaze, the brown desk began to quiver and morph, transforming entirely into a plump pig within mere seconds. A chorus of gasps erupted in the classroom, while the bewildered Ron and Alton cast curious, wide-eyed glances around them. Pigs possess a high resistance to magical transformations, and Professor McGonagall is one of the few legally registered animagi of this century. Harry quietly shared this knowledge with his roommate, who had missed the introductory segment. While his gaze drifted towards Professor McGonagall, who appeared pleased by the student's piqued interest. In a rare gesture, Professor McGonagall nodded slightly at Harry, acknowledging his flattery. "Now, can anyone tell me the name of the principles governing transfiguration?" "Very well, Miss Granger," McGonagall responded, nodding at Hermione, who sat beside Ron with her hand raised high and straight. Ron stared in astonishment at this fellow Gryffindor, wondering what rules governed transfiguration. Could it truly have principles? It is Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration. They state that the transformed object must be something that exists in nature and cannot be a magical item or produce food, although one can shape food to a certain extent. Well articulated, 5 points to Gryffindor, McGonagall said, finally allowing a hint of a smile to grace her previously taught features. Ever since the Weasley twins joined Gryffindor, the house had languished at the bottom of the standings for the House Cup for many years. I hope you all remember these two rules, and I must caution every witch and wizard attempting to practice transfiguration. It is exceedingly dangerous, particularly when it involves transforming human beings. Now, who can tell me what dangers may arise from erroneous human transformations? Harry glanced at Hermione, who once again raised her hand, and he followed suit. Although the House Cup did not offer tangible rewards, earning points could swiftly establish one's standing within Hufflepuff, especially when competing against peers. Leading one's team to victory under external pressure was a splendid way to forge a cohesive unit. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall acknowledged Harry, who had also raised his hand. Truth be told, she had initially expected Harry to be sorted into Gryffindor, given that both James and Lily were graduates of that house. Typically, children follow in their parents' footsteps. Yet Hufflepuff, with its gentler environment, might offer this child a semblance of warmth and home. The five-legged beast, also known as the Snargaluff, is characterized by its thick, reddish-brown fur covering its entire body, with its mouth in the center and 5 grotesque human limbs at its extremities. This creature is carnivorous and possesses a voracious appetite for human flesh, earning it classification as a highly dangerous magical creature by the Ministry of Magic. Initially discovered on the northernmost island of Dirlco, the island has since been sealed off by the Ministry, as these beings are the unfortunate result of failed human transformations. Excellent. 5 points to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall, filled with delight, clapped her hands, prompting a line of small matches to gracefully float before each young wizard. Practical exercises hold significant importance in the study of transfiguration, and one of this year's assessments involves transforming matches into silver needles, a task that should pose little challenge for diligent students. As McGonagall concluded her remarks, a pig that had been grunting nearby made its way to the door, attempting to nibble on the hem of a Hufflepuff student's robe before transforming back into a desk. The desk elegantly bowed to the audience before performing a tap dance back to the podium. Professor McGonagall picked up one of the matches and, with a gentle flick of her wand, transformed it swiftly into a silver needle. Practice repeatedly. Vividly envision what you wish to create in your mind. Then confidently wield your wand. Trust in the power of your magic, she instructed. As McGonagall signaled for everyone to begin, the eager young wizards, dreaming of becoming masters of transfiguration, sprang into action. Only Harry silently retrieved his notebook, diligently searching for the page dedicated to transfiguration. He read intently, mirroring the earnestness of an apprentice filling his solitary spellbook. Just as he was engrossed, Hermione turned to see Harry's unexpected behavior. She was about to remind him that, at this beginner stage, practice was far more critical than theory, when she noticed the neat handwriting in his notebook. An outsider may revel in the spectacle, but an expert discerns the intricacies. McGonagall immediately recognized that Harry had thoroughly studied the entire beginner's guide to transfiguration and had earnestly delved into magical theory. The level of diligence reflected in his notes was a rarity, even among some 5th and 6th year students. After all, most students, once capable of casting a spell, felt their work was complete. Indeed, assessments in transfiguration and charms prioritize practicality over theory, and few are inclined to engage earnestly with the dry and tedious theoretical aspects. Such diligent young wizards are a rarity. McGonagall abandoned her initial intention to chide Harry and patiently stood by, waiting and waiting. Yet Harry did not begin to cast his spell. Ultimately, she surmised that her presence might be making him nervous. She commenced a circuit of the classroom, offering guidance to those struggling with their movements and techniques. Phew, it seems we're under scrutiny. I had only heard that Professor Snape was strict. I never imagined Professor McGonagall could be so as well, Alton whispered to Harry once he noticed McGonagall had moved away. Sorry for dragging you into this, Harry, Damien added, pausing before lowering his head in a quiet apology, fully aware that if not for waiting for him, Harry would not have almost been late. Chapter 16. Harry can't be a dud, can he? McGonagall stood quietly behind Harry, ensuring he remained unaware of her presence, closely observing the boy who had miraculously survived. At last, just as Ron next to him was nearly swirling his wand with impenetrable intensity, and Alton was intently focusing on the feeble matchstick. Attempting to will it into a needle, Harry made his move. He placed his notebook upon the table, then grasped his wand with a remarkably perfect hold, which McGonagall was certain indicated he had studied the technique meticulously. Such proficiency was quite rare among young wizards. Even most adult wizards often overlook the significance of wand grip. In truth, textbooks merely suggested adjusting one's grip appropriately. Yet given the uniqueness of each wizard's magical essence, physique, and hands, mastery required years of practice. The majority of spellcasters had yet to reach the level where they could refine their magical skills with such attention to detail. Excellent, stable and resolute, quick yet measured. Then pointing towards the target, McGonagall watched Harry's wand intently, and when the tip finally hovered just short of the matchstick, this self-proclaimed expert in transfiguration regarded the obstinate match with puzzlement. Perhaps Harry was not prepared to cast a spell after all, merely experimenting? McGonagall pondered silently. Then Harry retracted his wand once more, opened his notebook, and meticulously sketched out his casting rhythm and amplitude on the final page. McGonagall could see clearly that it was marked as number 902. This indicated nearly 1,000 casting records, if the data were accurate. Harry could undoubtedly be considered the foremost prodigy of his year. Perhaps he was merely practicing, McGonagall reassured herself, and she earnestly awaited Harry's next attempt. Excellent. Maintain that focus. Yes, continue, stable and resolute. Aim at the target, envision the transformation. McGonagall found herself muttering softly, yet the matchstick remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Harry, stay focused, trust in yourself, and believe in your wand. McGonagall finally could endure no longer. She approached Harry to offer guidance. Harry nodded earnestly, then once again opened his notebook to document this latest attempt. Watching the notebook nearly filled to capacity reinforced McGonagall's conviction. Perhaps Harry's upbringing in the Muggle world had rendered him less receptive to such supernatural phenomena. With a bit more confidence, she believed Harry could reach the level of a 3rd or 4th year wizard. Harry waved his wand once more, and this time McGonagall noted that he had subtly altered his casting technique again. He was progressing at a visibly discernible pace. Once more, the wand hovered before the matchstick. And at last, the matchstick began to transform. McGonagall felt that this transformation was taking an unusually long time. The match gradually became enveloped in a silvery sheen, and then, there was nothing more. McGonagall emitted a sound of confusion. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be an issue with the match? The professor picked up the partially transformed match that Harry had conjured, gently caressing its surface, before drawing forth her wand. Professor? Harry inquired softly, glancing up as he recorded the casting process, swiftly adjusting the parameters. He meticulously noted the rhythm of the spell, the technique employed, and the amount of magical energy utilized, all in accordance with his previous studies of arcane magic. This would later allow for a statistical analysis of the data. This was the authentic essence recorded in a wizard's grimoire. Otherwise, it would merely consist of spell-casting techniques and incantations, unable to occupy several pages even when compressed into ciphered text. This extensive data served as a guide for each wizard, tailored to their unique physicality in the application of magic. Furthermore, it required retesting under various magical conditions, culminating in a comprehensive table. Perhaps it is the match, McGonagall suggested, replacing the half-transformed match with a new one from the front of the classroom and placing it on Harry's desk. She then tapped the new match with her wand, successfully transforming it, adorned with exquisite patterns. No problem here. Turning her gaze, McGonagall noticed Harry diligently continuing his recording and practice, the previous match remaining unchanged. Indeed inferior to the new one. A sense of unease crept over her. Perhaps Harry struggled with transfiguration. With a hint of apprehension, she returned to her lectern. At last, before the class concluded, Harry successfully presented another half-finished silver needle. Hermione, however, emerged as the sole student to fully transform her silver needle, once again earning 5 points for Gryffindor. Before the young wizards departed, McGonagall called out to Harry, who was tidying his desk. "You all may leave. I will join you shortly. Please save me a seat." Harry waved his hand, indicating for Ron, Alton, and Damien, who were waiting by the door, to proceed. Being held back by the teacher was uncommon yet not unheard of. Generally, such detentions were positive experiences, as a teacher would not squander their valuable time over trivial matters. Harry, mastery of the transfiguration charm is not imperative. Perhaps you have yet to grasp the nuances. Do not doubt yourself. Even Dumbledore has spells he struggles with, McGonagall consoled, holding the silver needle that Harry had conjured and requesting his notebook. She believed that Harry must have overlooked something essential, preventing him from casting successfully. McGonagall resolved to examine Harry's notes in detail upon her return, striving to identify the root of his difficulties. After all, Harry was certainly not inept. Otherwise, he would not have made it onto Hogwarts' acceptance list. Thus, it could only be interpreted that he had yet to unlock certain insights. McGonagall had encountered students of this nature before, though they seldom exhibited the same level of diligence as Harry. Harry gazed at the notebook seized by the professor, silently retreating, recognizing the futility of his struggle against authority. Despite it being the culmination of his efforts over the past fortnight, he could only swallow his indignation in the face of power. Fortunately, he had already established several spell models within the notebook in his dormitory, thus incurring only minor losses of original data. "Harry, I believe I have succeeded," Alton exclaimed amidst the bustling cafeteria, where voices rose in joyous cacophony. As the hero who had earned 5 points for Hufflepuff on the very first day, Harry Potter received a warm welcome from badgers of all ages within the house. He graciously declined several invitations from older students, ultimately choosing to sit beside Ron and Alton, who was still elated from their first magic lesson that morning. Eagerly showcasing his creation, Harry accepted the silver needle conjured by Alton, recording the fluctuations it emitted and sincerely congratulating him. "Congratulations. To gather invaluable spellcasting data with a simple word of praise is something that countless Red Tower wizards could only dream of. In truth, it was merely serendipity. Such opportunities were now scarce, and it was somewhat too late. Had it been accomplished during class, it might have earned the house another 5 points." He pondered whether Professor McGonagall would still award points in the next lesson. Chapter 17, Draco's Exultation. The first class of the afternoon was a herbology lesson shared between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, taught by none other than the head of Hufflepuff House. During the midday break, many young badgers gathered in their common room, collectively practicing their newly learned transfiguration spells. Most Hufflepuff students hailed from mixed-blood families or wizarding households that seldom utilized magic, leaning more towards a muggle lifestyle. This background meant that they often lacked the early exposure to magical education that students from Slytherin and Gryffindor experienced. Consequently, many among them mastered their first spell, the transfiguration charm. At this moment, their fervor still palpable as they congregated in the common room to practice. Each time someone succeeded, it drew cheers and captivated onlookers. The older Hufflepuff students looked on with nostalgic smiles, reminiscing about their own pasts, that primal yearning for magic, a sentiment profoundly beautiful. Alas, It was uncertain how many would maintain such passion as they continued their studies. As the prefect began to gather the exuberant young wizards, preparing to tidy up and head to the afternoon classroom, yet another Hufflepuff had successfully transformed a matchstick into a silver needle. Amidst the crowd, Harry chose not to practice further at that moment, but instead focused intently on those casting spells around him. Collecting diverse samples would facilitate spellcasting, especially extreme cases, as each represented a unique endpoint in a particular direction. The book solely documents the most suitable methods for casting modern transfiguration spells, yet it omits the evolution of these incantations. Harry's current model for the transfiguration spell has become overly cumbersome. He must incorporate more intricate details for refinement. As Cedric began ushering the first-year wizards towards the herbology classroom, Harry remained seated on the sofa in the common room, diligently noting the spells being cast by the younger wizards around him. "Harry, here are my notes. I hope they prove helpful," Cedric offered. Rumors had circulated in the Badger common room, for Harry was the only wizard Professor McGonagall had retained. "Oh, thank you," Harry replied, taking Cedric's notebook. Upon flipping through a couple of pages, he discovered a wealth of advanced knowledge, presumably from subsequent textbooks. "May I borrow your textbook, the one covering further transfiguration?" Harry's eyes sparkled at the neatly penned notes. Many of his previous uncertainties were indeed addressed in the advanced materials, indicating that his understanding had reached a second-year level. Of course, but keep in mind that transfiguration is a subject that greatly emphasizes practical application. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. "We have a study group on Friday and Saturday evenings in the common room," Cedric added. After expressing his gratitude, Harry rose and joined the first-year students heading to Professor Sprout's greenhouse. This lesson would be shared with Slytherin, and many Badgers were reluctant to attend class alongside the Snakes, particularly due to the unkind portrayals of Slytherin by older students. Furthermore, Slytherin students had already established their pure blood circles prior to attending the school. They looked down upon mingling with Hufflepuffs, maintained an adversarial stance towards Gryffindor, and competed with Ravenclaw in the Interhouse Cup. Slytherin could be likened to a small enclave within Hogwarts, even dining exclusively among themselves. Although a Badger had briefly interacted with a Snake on the Hogwarts Express, the unified actions of Slytherin soon eclipsed any budding friendships, rapidly replaced by more fervent allegiances. Professor Sprout's classroom was not located within the castle, but rather in a sunlit garden, as beams of afternoon light streamed through the glass. Harry and his peers arrived to find the Slytherins already gathered outside the greenhouse for quite some time. Their head boy, upon spotting Professor Sprout emerging, swiftly departed the group and hurried to his own classroom. Slytherin was an exceedingly insular house, characterized by a strong sense of camaraderie among its members. Due to familial interests, they had forged deep connections even before entering the school. Considering Albus Dumbledore's stance, it seemed improbable for Harry to enter an institution that was evidently hostile. However, he was reluctant to entirely relinquish his old affiliations. He still aimed to strive for influence, with Malfoy serving as his wedge into that circle. At the moment when the Badgers clustered together, casting wary glances at the gathering Snakes, Harry boldly approached the Slytherin group. His gaze swiftly swept across the faces of the serpents, only to be disheartened to discover that Malfoy had not secured the allegiance of the younger students. It seemed necessary to diminish Malfoy's standing. The others were detached from Draco, yet simultaneously attentive to him, displaying curiosity and goodwill towards Harry. "I trust you were not late this morning, Draco." Harry addressed the serpents without encroaching too closely, mindful of provoking resistance. In previous encounters, Draco had sought him out. Now it was imperative for Harry to pull the strings, ensuring Slytherin perceived Draco as his ally. Should Draco later retract his association, he would tarnish his own reputation. A fatal blow to a faction reliant on credibility. Malfoy, delighted, parted the crowd and proudly approached Harry with his entourage. "Of course not. Besides, Professor Snape is my godfather." Harry quickly assessed the disapproving glances from a few figures behind him before leading Draco towards Professor Sprout, who had already opened the door to the greenhouse. The Badgers observed the apparent connection between their savior and the serpents, feeling a slight easing of their tension. Indeed, a savior is a savior, with friends aplenty. Harry recalled that he had brought a little lion to class that morning. Herbology passed swiftly, devoid of Hermione's eager interjections. Harry successfully garnered 3 points for Hufflepuff and, with a gentle nudge, allowed Draco to earn 1 as well. As Draco departed, he made a point of having his 2 followers part the way for a few Slytherin wizards, taking Harry to the forefront of the line. Professor Sprout beamed at the rising points for the house, her eyes nearly curving into crescent moons. The Badgers saw only a few upperclassmen earning points, and their Quidditch team lacked competitiveness against Slytherin and Gryffindor, coupled with their lack of enthusiasm in answering questions compared to Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff had resigned itself to a perennial struggle for 4th place. However, with Harry's presence this year, perhaps they could aspire to secure 2nd place. Chapter 18, Daffodils and Mugwort. If one were to select the professor most disliked by the Hufflepuffs, Snape would undoubtedly be a prime candidate. His reputation, much like Harry's during their time on Privet Drive, was notorious, perhaps more accurately, infamously so. Yet, the extent of the truth behind his bad reputation remained uncertain. For Harry, while he excelled in the art of potion-making and the crafting of alchemical items, should he have the opportunity to select a subject to forego during his apprenticeship, he would undoubtedly choose potions without a moment's hesitation. Any hesitation would reflect a lack of love for his own life. The reason is simple. His mentor at the Red Tower specialized in two areas: biological transformation and potion brewing. This legendary wizard, a paragon of the chaotic evil alignment, harbored a perilous habit of having his apprentices test the potions. The rationale behind this was clear. Even when utilizing mortal slaves or magically gifted humanoid races, there remains an undeniable disparity when compared to a wizard endowed with magical energy. Unfortunately, his instructor placed great value on his reputation, thus, upon the completion of each potion. After meticulously conducting the necessary trials, it became requisite to randomly select a fortunate individual to partake in the experiment. The instructor's experiments were conducted with utmost rigor. Yet the sheer volume of potions developed each year was overwhelming. Nearly every apprentice had undergone this trial. Harry had witnessed the chaotic aftermath of a single vial of potion causing magical upheaval, resulting in its contents being scattered throughout the laboratory. He had seen individuals rapidly dissolve into a pool of crimson, and others who, after consuming a potion, appeared unaffected only to later experience a gradual decline in their magical prowess. He himself had endured this ordeal more than once. It was only after he demonstrated exceptional talent in potion making that he was deemed a high-value asset by his instructor, thus sparing him from this dreaded lottery of fate. As Harry observed the other hapless badgers, similarly suffocating under the impending pressure of Snape's presence, he felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared discomfort, which significantly lifted his spirits. Today's potion class was attended jointly with Ravenclaw, who were evidently more favored by the Hufflepuff witches and wizards than the Slytherin serpents. In their seating arrangement, the distinction between the two houses was less pronounced than during their time with Slytherin, especially as the last few stray Ravenclaw students were ushered to the front row. Suddenly, the back door was flung open with a forceful push. A dark figure, cloaked in a billowing black robe, swept through the somewhat narrow corridor, and the seated students could almost feel the edge of the cloak brush against their cheeks. Snape waved his wand, causing the potion cauldron on the desk to begin to stir restlessly, the green liquid bubbling gently, releasing a dry, bitter aroma that pervaded the cramped space. Harry swallowed hard as memories of the past surged forth once more. His instructor's laboratory was just like this, arid, dim, imbued with the distinctive chill of a grave. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that Snape seemed particularly intrigued by his eyes. He wondered if there existed a spell in the magical realm capable of reshaping limbs, for otherwise, becoming blind would significantly hinder the experiments. He perused Hogwarts, a history along with various historical texts. The boy deduced that in the past century, only one student, Myrtle, had officially perished. However, he did not dismiss the possibility of unreported fatalities. This observation underscores the exceptional safety of Hogwarts. In contrast, at Red Tower, a survival rate of one apprentice every decade was deemed remarkable. He pondered whether he might be summoned for potion testing. If so, could he seek assistance from Dumbledore? After all, he was a descendant of heroes, and perhaps he could proclaim to the Daily Prophet, "My parents bled for the Order of the Phoenix. Our esteemed Potter family has served Dumbledore." Snape finally withdrew his gaze. Although he was irked by the fact that Lily's eyes resided on James's face, he found solace in the knowledge that she had not been sorted into Gryffindor. Hufflepuff was tolerable. As long as it was not Gryffindor, it was bearable. Since wand-waving was unnecessary here, many of you might not believe this is magic. Snape paused, scanning the faces of the young eagle and badger before focusing intently on Harry and his companions. "I do not expect you to truly grasp the extraordinary essence of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. You will not comprehend the enchanting liquid coursing through people's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind with its wondrous magic." Snape read the entire short passage with a measured rhythm, punctuating his delivery with pauses, before striding to the center of the classroom. "I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even..." Snape's gaze swept across the classroom once more. Good, at least the badger and eagle would not be as foolish as the lion. He perceived a spark of ambition in the eyes of these children. It resembled the process of concocting a potion. One must add the required ingredients, then wait, channel their will, inject belief, and ultimately seize the moment. One must avert death, but there is a caveat. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. Snape turned again, gliding up to the high podium and pressing down upon it, seemingly exerting all his strength through his pallid hands. "Potter." Harry paused. It had been ages since anyone had addressed him in such a manner. Typically, those unfamiliar with him referred to him as the boy who lived or Harry Potter, while acquaintances would simply call him Harry, or more casually, hey. At times, he even doubted whether his new friends had remembered his name. What would happen if I added powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion? The elixir of life, more accurately, the 6th edition refined by Auralras and Mandrake. Snape lingered upon Harry's eyes for a moment, as if attempting to unearth something within, but ultimately relinquished the effort. If one were to seek a piece of bezoar, where might one venture? Within the stomach of a goat, naturally, but only when its detoxifying properties are required. In truth, bezoars refer to a collective of fecal stone formations that may manifest in the stomach and digestive tracts of a vast majority of animals. Undigested foreign substances such as food remnants, husks, wood shavings, sand, and metal shavings can accumulate over time, ultimately coalescing into a bezoar. Potter, I merely tasked you with locating a bezoar. There is no need to flaunt your limited knowledge here, so sit down. Snape ultimately refrained from deducting points, which was decidedly unscientific and indeed devoid of magic. Why do you remain idle? Knowledge will not simply infiltrate your minds. Take notes. Snape continued to spew his caustic remarks while his dark eyes, perched above his hooked nose, scanned every corner that displeased him. Chapter 19. Your potion resembles your mother. The first potion class involved crafting a simple elixir to remedy boils. Harry had previously encountered this formula while studying Felia's Fortescue's magical potions and elixirs. However, it was evident that Snape had made some subtle enhancements to the recipe. Harry swiftly measured out the dried nettles, dividing them into 2 portions before seizing the nearby venomous serpent's fang to begin grinding. Moments later, Snape traversed past the little eagle and badger to stand behind Harry, observing the adept manner in which he combined the powder and paste into the cauldron. In that instant, Snape seemed to be transported back to his own student days. Yet he was swiftly pulled back by the visage reminiscent of James. If it were Lily, it would indeed be a pleasant dream, but with James in the mix, no. He preferred not to dream of that scoundrel tonight. Standing quietly behind Harry, much like Professor McGonagall, Snape exerted a silent pressure upon the surrounding little badgers. Harry first laid down the required portion of dried nettles and licorice root, followed by some silver powder and a small spoonful of approximately 0.06 ounces of animal fat. Once the fat was evenly spread over the base, Harry placed the cauldron over the flames. As the fire intensified, Snape's gaze shifted to the trembling gorillas nearby. Harry's technique was clean and precise, leaving Snape unable to identify any faults. Once the flames stabilized, Harry resumed grinding the serpent's fang, setting the porcupine quills aside for later use. With no shortcomings to address in Harry's work, Snape redirected his focus to Alton, who was, by nature, a boy unaccustomed to labor, let alone potion-making. His sole prior experience akin to this activity had been playing in the mud. At this moment, the boy was thoroughly flustered, struggling to grind the serpent's teeth while glancing at the bubbling cauldron beside him, feeling his adrenaline surge. They sat in the front row. Just as he intended to glance back at the progress of his classmates, he was ensnared by the icy, damp gaze of a pair of eyes. The boy instinctively recoiled. Much like a frightened chick, Harry meticulously ground the venomous fangs and poured the resulting white powder into a small dish, then approached Alton's side. Removing the crucible that had been heated directly over the flame, he began by adding the base, referencing the second line of the blackboard, specifically the first period following the second paragraph on page 16 of the textbook. Harry placed the already heated crucible directly in front of himself, replacing it with a cooled one for the bewildered Alton. The fangs were first crushed with a hammer, then ground into a fine powder. While reminding his deskmate, Harry gently scooped a small amount of the powdered fangs with a spoon, weighed it in his hand, and then tossed it directly into the bubbling crucible. Snape squinted. This step required an exact measurement of the fang powder. Typically, young wizards were instructed to use a scale, making this the most time-consuming step for the majority. However, Harry bypassed this by relying on his instinct. Snape did not intervene, knowing that another precise measurement would be necessary when adding the porcupine quills later. And he was curious whether Harry's success was due to luck or genuine skill. 12 minutes into the lesson, Harry completed the potion. As he removed the crucible from the flame, he waited for the bubbles to subside before casually grasping a few porcupine quills. After weighing them, he tossed the coarse, gray-black bristles directly into the potion, which began to transition slowly from a thick gray to a clear blue. Snape approached Harry, leaning in to catch a whiff of the potion's aroma. He quickly discerned that the concoction was of excellent quality, a rarity for a young wizard to achieve such a level on their first attempt, a testament to innate talent, which Lily had possessed. Observing Harry continue to work on his next potion without interruption, Snape silently retreated. With Snape's departure, Harry could hear several soft sighs around him, likely from the young wizards who had previously felt the weight of the potion's professor's scrutiny. Harry, however, found Snape to be a satisfactory instructor, as he had not demanded that the newcomers test the potion themselves. This was, after all, a hallmark of their laboratory, a guessing game about how many would perish on their first attempt. The stakes were typically a minor favor, such as enduring a punishment for another or handling a batch of data. The knowledge here felt remarkably undervalued, a sentiment Harry could not shake, as it lay dormant within the pages of their textbooks. In the Red Tower, even the simplest potion recipes required apprentices to earn their knowledge through labor. Among blood relatives, this knowledge was often exchanged through barter rather than direct teaching or bestowal. The entirety of free knowledge they can access is limited to that which is essential for their understanding, aiding their experimental endeavors. Upon hearing the explosive sound of a cauldron shattering, Harry realized that yet another young wizard had carelessly placed the cauldron over the fire without incorporating the necessary base ingredients. Lacking any prior rehearsal of the experimental procedure, they could only proceed step by step, often resulting in a chaotic mess on their tables or becoming stuck at a particular juncture. Snape was busy extinguishing fires, while Harry seized the opportunity to present the second potion he had meticulously crafted according to the book's instructions upon his desk. It appeared that Mr. Potter possessed some insight into my brewing techniques. I recall stating quite clearly to follow the process outlined on the blackboard to concoct a potion. Snape glanced at the potion Harry had brewed for the second time, noting the residual gray fragments that had not been properly neutralized. Professor, I am curious about how the sequence of adding snake fangs affects the final potion. And what is your answer, Mr. Potter? Snape regarded Potter once more, detecting that familiar figure which unsettled him, a show-off. Adding the snake fangs later allows the preceding base to react more thoroughly, thereby reducing impurities in the final product, resulting in a potion that, well, perhaps looks more appealing? Excellent. For Mr. Potter's penchant for showboating, 3 points are deducted from Gryffindor. That's quite unfair. You've already brewed the potion. I dare say he is deliberately targeting you. The young wizards finally endured a session of Snape's venomous tirade, and after class, the Hufflepuff Badgers congregated en route to the dining hall. Snape had assigned an excessively lengthy homework task, surpassing the combined requirements of Professors Sprout and McGonagall. Fortunately, with only a flying lesson scheduled for the following day, the Badgers had time to tackle these 3 assignments that began to dampen their curiosity about magic. Chapter 20. Up. Good day, madam. Might I inquire if the library holds any publications authored by the professors? Madame Pants adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, scrutinizing the diminutive figure before her, who barely towered above the desk. Greetings to you as well, young sir. All papers catalogued in the Hogwarts library can be found in the lower cabinets of Section 9. However, I must caution you that the professor's writings may be a bit advanced for a wizard of your age. Section 17 contains textbooks and supplementary reading materials. Harry expressed his gratitude and ventured towards Section 17. Once he vanished from Madame Pants's sight, he swiftly turned and made his way to the very back of the aged Section 9. Along the journey, the number of young wizards seated by the shelves dwindled, until he reached the rear, where the area was devoid of any students. After all, this was a repository for documents, devoid of engaging tales, materials for assignments, and the powerful spells that did not reside here. Dust enveloped the crevices of the books, and the scent of ink lingered heavily in the air, a testament to the infrequent visitors that had graced this place. The numbers 7 and 8 were ultimately Harry's objectives. They constituted a wooden shelf that had been entirely cleared to lean against the stone wall behind it. A haphazard pile of journals, bound by twine, lay scattered here, devoid of any semblance of order, as if no one had taken the care to arrange them. They had merely been packaged according to protocol and casually discarded upon the ground. Harry rummaged through the recent stacks of papers, which were all from the past couple of years, including one from 3 months prior. It did not take long for him to locate the works he sought, papers authored by Professors McGonagall and Sprout. Regrettably, Professor Snape had not published any articles in the recent journals, or perhaps Harry was simply unwilling to squander excessive time sorting through the chaotic assortment of magazines. He merely wished to discern the writing format of a few professors' papers, borrowing assignments from several upperclassmen. However, he soon discovered, amidst their peculiar smiles, that the formatting of these older students was indeed quite eccentric. Ultimately, Harry resolved to seek out the paper formats of the professors himself, ensuring he would not err. This seemingly tedious task proved to be remarkably fruitful. In less than half an hour, he had uncovered Professor McGonagall's article published in a relevant journal. He did not require a comprehensive understanding of its content, but rather a cursory glance at its structure, which he meticulously transcribed into his notebook. As Harry departed the library, Madame Pants adjusted her spectacles once more. Truth be told, the young wizard who arrived on the second day of term was predominantly a senior student preparing for the year's examinations. Among the first-year students who visited the library on the first and second days, she had encountered only 2, one of whom was a disheveled young girl. However, this little badger was far too eager, leaving the library after a mere hour. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as the young wizards refrained from causing a ruckus within the library, all was well. This afternoon marked the inaugural flying lesson, and Harry had ascertained from his book that Quidditch was a sport of widespread popularity within the Wizarding World, akin to football in the Muggle realm, boasting even its own world-class competitions. The badgers would share this lesson with Ravenclaw, and the children, having noisily devoured their lunch, flocked towards the verdant outdoor lawn. Harry's remarkable ability to garner points had already positioned him as a central figure among the young badgers. The afternoon temperatures had notably decreased compared to the earlier hours of 2 or 3 o'clock. However, Hogwarts had not seen rain for 3 days, and the arid atmosphere imbued the entire lawn with a sense of dryness. Before the children arrived at the lawn in their playful exuberance, Professor Hooch had already placed the brooms upon the grass. As Professor Hooch clapped her hands to signal the students to gather around the brooms, Harry gazed at the somewhat neglected broom at his feet, overhearing a complaint from a young wizard from a magical family. This is ancient. Even the broom we use for ghouls in my basement is newer than this. Ghouls, those grayish-white humanoid creatures that feast on human corpses? The young wizard's remark piqued the curiosity of the surrounding young witches and wizards. No, they don't eat humans. That's merely a misconception held by muggles. Well, perhaps some starving ones might have raided a graveyard for a meal at some point. But I assure you, ghouls can be quite friendly. They merely consume kitchen scraps. Jack even helps us tend to our fields. All right, children, quiet down, Madame Hooch instructed, clapping her hands again. This was the first lesson held entirely outdoors, and it was flying class, truly exhilarating. As she clapped, the badgers and eagles promptly settled down. Professor Hooch breathed a sigh of relief. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students were easier to manage, while Gryffindor and Slytherin were notoriously obstinate. The impending Gryffindor flying class on Wednesday sent a shiver down her spine. She had to ensure the children's safety while teaching those inexperienced little wizards how to handle flying broomsticks in less than 20 classes. It was no easy task. Now, children, I must stress that flying broomsticks are hazardous. If anyone disobeys my instructions during this lesson, I will deduct points from your house and will prohibit that individual from attending the next flying class. Professor Hooch observed as the eager young witches and wizards finally diverted their attention from the brooms at their feet and resumed her explanation. When I say go, you will command your brooms to rise with conviction, just as you would when casting a spell. Then, everyone must await my next command. No one is permitted to take off independently. All right, let's begin. Harry glanced at the broom at his feet, feeling this task would likely be quite challenging for him. After a day of diligent effort yesterday, he had barely managed to get his transfiguration to register on the board. He recalled looking at the board and realized that if he continued on this path, his 3 unforgivable curses might reach levels 4 or 5 before he even mastered the spells. What a fearsome notion of the unforgivable curses. He had to uphold the identity of the Chosen One, ensuring that there would be room for redemption after employing such dark magic. Up, Harry commanded the broom softly, but indeed, it showed no response. Lacking any profound theoretical understanding of the magical command, he sensed that getting the broom to rise was likely a distant aspiration. Well, this is certainly not a broomstick of Russian origin. Judging by its condition, it likely belongs to an employee from over 50 years ago. It is not a Spanish broom either, so perhaps we should try Italian? It seems it is not Italian either. One must ponder, how could the British wield a broom crafted in Italy? The wizarding world does not yet seem to have achieved such globalization. Oh, it appears to have stirred slightly. Harry made another attempt, yet the broom merely rolled to one side. As he crouched down, he discovered a production label inscribed in French at the spot, which had nearly been worn flat. Then, in German, he pondered. The broom leapt slightly, though still remained low. Harry endeavored with greater intensity, reminiscent of the Germans on June 14, 1940. At last, the broom made a noticeable leap. The boy hurriedly dashed forward, hooked it with his toes, and firmly grasped the handle. Chapter 21. There is something amiss with Harry. Dumbledore, there is indeed an issue. He may be a case of the anomaly type of the silent. When Snape was summoned by McGonagall to enter the headmaster's office, she solemnly addressed Dumbledore, who was seated behind the desk, tossing Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth. Standing beside McGonagall was Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Flitwick nodded at Dumbledore, evidently aligning himself with McGonagall. Minerva, the likelihood of an anomaly type of the silent occurring is 1 in 1,000, and it is easily misjudged, is it not? Dumbledore placed the beans he held into a jar and gravely gestured to the chairs in front of him. These matters cannot be resolved hastily. Let us sit down and discuss. Albus, his foundation is entirely sound, and Flitwick has observed him in class. His spellcasting skills should not be failing. The only explanation remaining is the anomaly type of the silent. McGonagall placed Harry's notebooks, 2 in total, on the desk in the headmaster's office. The debate among them roused the previously slumbering portraits of past headmasters. Albus, your last indulgence with the werewolf was one matter, but now you have actually accepted a silent as a student. One female headmaster, having overheard, immediately declared her resignation, loudly reprimanding him and rousing the other portraits from their slumber. Good heavens, Albus has admitted a silent into Hogwarts. That is the anomaly type of the silent. An old hag who will not erupt. More accurately, she should not even be classified as silent. The other headmasters were disturbed by the shrill, whistle-like scream. unable to close their eyes, as the sound waves seemed to possess a tangible presence, even dislodging the feathered hat atop one of their heads. Oh, what a pitiable little fellow, doubting his own wizardry due to the fear that he is not truly a wizard. Among the principals who were abruptly awakened, many possessed a profound understanding of the rare condition known as Onoi-type mutism. After a few close friends clarified the situation with the principal who had initially raised her voice, the witch, having received an opportunity to retreat, cast a disapproving glance at Albus before adopting a spectator's demeanor. I find him remarkably talented, particularly in the field of potion making. Severus interjected. The inability to cast spells is perhaps advantageous. At the very least, it prevents one from becoming an ill-mannered gorilla akin to someone we know. However, Minerva initiated a discussion, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Minerva, it is premature to draw conclusions. This is merely the first week. Even if Harry is indeed an Onoi-type mute, the records indicate that many have successfully recovered after treatment. Dumbledore sought to soothe the increasingly agitated Minerva. Moreover, Minerva, for the majority of those with Onoi-type mutism, the gravest danger lies in their complete belief that they are muggles. In my view, Harry exhibits an extraordinary tenacity and curiosity towards magic. Even if he is an Onoi-type mute, what harm does it pose? Diligent effort can often compensate for most deficiencies in innate talent, cannot it? What, may I ask, is Onoi-type mutism? Finally, Quirrell, who had been quietly listening from the corner during this high-level Hogwarts meeting, timidly inquired, feeling quite out of place. It is a type of mutism, Quirrell, a rare affliction. Dumbledore explained slowly, his gaze concealed behind his glasses. Quirrell swallowed nervously, sensing that he had been thoroughly scrutinized, as even a heavy curry-scented turban could not shield him from that piercing gaze. I understand, Headmaster, Quirrell replied, retreating once more to the corner like a schoolboy. After many years, Minerva and Albus found themselves in conflict once more. Albus regarded the girl he had watched grow. Their last disagreement had been over his decision to place Harry in the care of the Dursleys at number 4, Privet Drive. The dispute was ultimately quelled by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, who suggested continued observation, with several professors taking turns to provide Harry with supplementary lessons, thereby closely assessing his true condition. Minerva ultimately chose to conclude the discussion and departed with the cowering Quirrell. As everyone exited in turn, Severus, however, returned to the headmaster's office after the other professors had left. Albus, Quirrell poses a problem, Severus stated plainly. Having already discerned Quirrell's peculiar behavior within the first week of term, I am aware, Severus, there is no need for haste. We are the fishermen, and if we shake the rod too soon before the fish bite, we risk losing both bait and fish. Let us not forget our agreement, Dumbledore. I trust you will exercise discretion. After delivering a subtle threat to the headmaster, Snape liberated his gaze from the red bow tie adorning the elder's white beard. At this moment, Harry found himself seated in the dormitory. He harbored a disdain for sleep, perceiving it as a tremendous waste of time and a period of utmost fragility. Yet, before addressing the frailty of this corporeal form, he acknowledged the necessity of maintaining slumber. However, unlike those slumbering children, he, having undergone rigorous training in the School of Enchantment, could induce a state of deep sleep through hypnosis, thereby ensuring that a mere 5 hours of rest would suffice to invigorate him. He longed for the body of the undead, reminiscing as he completed his data preparations. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Hogwarts truly dared to teach, so he would dare to learn. Even Professor Quirrell possessed genuine talent, although he exuded an aura as peculiar as Snape's. Contemplating this, Harry felt a sense of acceptance. After all, this was a school of magic. A few duplicitous teachers were merely standard fare, even with a benevolent and lawful legendary white wizard as the headmaster. Harry tapped on the window, and with the guidance of Hogwarts upperclassmen, professors, and library, his learning progress accelerated significantly. He gently touched the mirror's surface, where the boy within displayed a slight smile. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11. Abnormal status, heretical punishment, divine enemy, spell status. 2, 21, 1000. 198, 100. 191, 100, fireball. 4, 1897. 100000, Mage Hand. Deteriorated version, original by Harry Potter 0, 7, 10, simple detection spell. Deteriorated version. Original by Harry Potter 1, 0, 100, luminosity. 0, 5, 10, restoration. 0, 2, 10, cleaning. 0, 3, 10, fainting. 0, 1, 10, alohomora. 0, 1, 10, transfiguration. 0, 3, 10, levitation. 0, 1, 10. He had begun to discern the patterns of this panel. For every spell acquired outside the 3 unforgivable curses, he would gain 1 point, which in turn would yield 10 points towards the 3 unforgivable curses. Chapter 22. The Daily Ritual of Secret Training. Harry, this is profoundly unfair. I suspect Snape must have reported me. Odoga exclaimed indignantly, Slamming the notification onto the desk, it was a missive delivered by Draco. Prior to arriving, Draco had surreptitiously scrutinized the contents of the letter, and upon his arrival, he could only offer a sympathetic pat on Harry's shoulder, assuring his friend from Hufflepuff that he would plead for leniency from his godfather when he returned. Harry unfolded the slip of paper, a faint aroma of potion ingredients lingering upon it. Harry Potter, due to your unsatisfactory performance in charms and transfiguration classes, the school administration has decided that you must attend remedial lessons with the corresponding professors every day from the end of the last class until 10 o'clock at night. The words of Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and master of potions, resonated in his mind. Was this some sort of cruel twist of fate? The initial thought that sprang to Harry's mind was one of disbelief, but he quickly furrowed his brow alongside his fellow Badgers, suspecting a deeper scheme at play. No good deed goes unpunished, after all. However, there was little room for refusal. Such a delightful dilemma would have been welcomed during his time at the Red Tower. Harry, I believe it may not be as dire as it seems, considering the headmaster is also involved. You shouldn't burden yourself with excessive pressure, Cedric remarked, flipping the note over to reveal a schedule penned passionately by Snape. On it, Harry not only saw Snape, but also McGonagall, Flitwick, and Quirrell, in addition to the headmaster and Dumbledore himself. Oh my, one day off a week? I'd rather be dead, O'Dogda lamented, clutching his head and leaning back dramatically. What is fated cannot be avoided, Harry thought as he tucked the schedule into his notebook, glancing at the trickle of Badgers arriving. The Saturday and Sunday evening study sessions were always bustling, with most of the Badgers gathering in the common room, even if not for the sake of studying. The camaraderie was enough to draw them in. The common room was already teeming with students, with latecomers forced to sit on the stairs or even on the floor. The session finally commenced when a fifth-year girl magically maneuvered a trolley laden with food into the room. Harry requested a portion of fries, the kind adorned with ketchup, and in the privacy of his grip, he felt a fleeting blue glow emanating from the package. It had become instinctual, without a test. He couldn't muster the appetite to eat. Consequently, his skills in detection were nearing an upgrade, even without deliberate training. Thank you. Harry beamed at the robust older student who was distributing plates to his fellow Badgers at the entrance. No need to thank me, she replied, observing the round-faced boy whose eyes crinkled into crescents, melting her heart. She promptly offered him a cup of pumpkin juice as well. First-year students should have commenced their lessons on the levitation charm and transfiguration this week, so they would take this opportunity to review these spells once more. Originally, the study sessions were merely a small club formed by upperclassmen preparing for the oral exams. However, shortly after Cedric joined, he endeavored to expand this tradition. Last year, this initiative was formalized by their herbology professor, Professor Sprout. Following Cedric's brief explanation to the other two upperclassmen, it was time for the Badgers to engage in free discussion. Most of the little Badgers, merely drawn by curiosity or in search of some fries, began to disperse, leaving behind fewer than 10 Hufflepuffs. The once somewhat crowded common room was finally able to breathe. Cedric, having finished explaining a question to a few classmates, navigated through the crowd to return to Harry. At this moment, Odo was engaged in a game of wizard chess with the senior who had earlier brought fries to Harry. Harry, perhaps you've already met. This is Kelly, a fifth year, and it is under her organization that the mutual aid group has flourished to its current scale. Huh, here we go again. Don't think I'm unaware. They are merely here for your illustrious reputation, she teased. However, I truly did not anticipate that you managed to persuade the headmaster. The girl rose, her sturdy arms clasping Cedric's shoulder, and playfully ruffled the well-groomed hair of the tall boy. Cedric, please, he said with an air of resignation. Harry, I've heard about your situation. While I cannot speak for the other professors, for Professor McGonagall and the headmaster, you should consult Cedric. He is their favored pupil. Do not be too courteous with him. If you are, he may take it seriously. Thank you. I shall certainly remember that if the need arises. It may not be entirely a bad thing, Harry replied. I heard you earned the house 35 points in your first week. Keep up the good work. Whether we can secure third place or strive for second this year rests on your shoulders, and I shall ensure the logistics are well managed. By the way, Harry, you don't know where the kitchen is, do you? Kelly inquired suddenly, as if struck by a thought. The mutual aid meeting lasted approximately 3 hours, and fortunately, Harry did not need to attend extra lessons with the professors today. As night approached curfew, Kelly led Cedric and an excited Odo away from the Hufflepuff dormitory, turning a corner to arrive at a grand oil painting. What is the point? After all this, we're just heading to the kitchen. I thought we were going on a night adventure. How boring. I'm going back to sleep, Odo declared, waving his hand dismissively as he headed toward the common room, which was indeed very close to the Hufflepuff lounge. As Kelly scratched at a pair on the painting, a downward opening appeared on the side of the canvas. In truth, the cleaning and meal preparations within Hogwarts were managed by house elves, who could bypass the school's anti-apparition enchantments, making it difficult for younger witches and wizards to detect their presence. Kelly led Harry into the underground kitchen, where dinner had already concluded. The flames in the stove had long been extinguished, yet the air still held a rich aroma of wheat, likely from bread being prepared for the following day. I had thought that all the cleaning in the castle was handled by Mr. Filch, Harry remarked, observing the timid house elves standing in place, clad in tattered sacks. Before turning to Kelly, could you spare him? He is merely a mute. If we were to rely on him alone for the restoration and cleanliness of the castle, Hogwarts would likely transform into a veritable landfill. Greetings, esteemed young wizard. How may we assist you? Amidst the wrinkled little creatures, a more aged individual emerged, bending down, his protruding bones almost piercing through his skin. Here is tomorrow's menu, with 2 additional servings of fried onions and 1 more portion of hot cheese. Harry, what would you like to eat? Kelly retrieved a parchment from her pocket and handed it to the house elf. Thank you. Just a serving of pumpkin juice will suffice. I am already quite full from earlier. Senior, since they can access every corner of Hogwarts, why not have them deliver the meals directly? Harry inquired. Curiosity piqued as he accepted a warm cup of pumpkin juice. The headmaster has established a series of agreements with them, which include entering specific areas of the castle only while fulfilling certain duties. In my opinion, they are rather obstinate, yet one can understand, after all. They are essentially the headmaster's property. House elves seldom betray, and even when faced with their master's unreasonable commands, they unwaveringly comply. Chapter 23, Voldemort's Private Tutoring Session. Harry, I truly do not know what I should teach you. First year, there is actually not much in the way of defense against the dark arts to learn. I believe the textbooks will suffice. Quirrell rubbed his hands together, ushering Harry in, then stammered. Fool, let me speak with him. But master. No buts. I want Dumbledore to taste the bitterness of betrayal. Quirrell, feeling the agitation at the back of his head, hastily relinquished control of his body to his master. If his identity were to be revealed here, Voldemort might escape, but he would surely perish, and he did not wish to meet his end just yet. Harry, have a seat. Let us discuss magic. Where do you believe the origins of magic lie? Harry regarded the swiftly calming defense against the dark arts professor, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Is it some peculiar soul magic? Egyptian hieroglyphs. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry responded directly. All texts concurred on this point, devoid of any melodramatic paternity disputes. Quirrell leaned back in his office chair, maintaining a relatively comfortable posture. To be precise, yes and no. Egyptian magic began to be documented approximately 3,900 years ago, reaching its zenith around 120 years later. Quirrell lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes playfully observing Harry, who was listening intently. Since he had heard of Harry's affliction in Dumbledore's office, he had completely relaxed. Although the Aranoi-type Muggleborns do not share the fleeting lifespans characteristic of traditional Muggleborns, achievers among them remain a rare breed. Even the most diligent Aranoi-type Muggleborns often find their greatest accomplishments limited to becoming sports stars or potion masters. Such individuals can never ascend to the status of truly formidable wizards, and Harry epitomizes this notion, a fact that brings Tom a profound sense of relief. Now, he merely awaits the potential expiration of that elusive magic of love, the existence of which remains uncertain. At that moment, he could either eliminate Harry outright or transform him into one of his Death Eaters. Surely, Dumbledore's expression would be nothing short of spectacular then. That old fool must truly be losing his faculties to have granted him such an opportunity to engage directly with the Chosen One. Naturally, he must take care to introduce certain impurities into Dumbledore's desserts, thereby not betraying the headmaster's trust. In truth, the magic of Egypt is wielded by its priests, who primarily utilize it to fulfill prophecies, curses, and blessings. These are the 3 essential elements of their craft. This, indeed, constitutes the first lesson I wish to impart to you, the ancient magic and its origins. Most modern magic has evolved from ancient practices, much like the 3 unforgivable curses. Tom paused momentarily, slightly surprised by the lack of an intense reaction from Harry. Nevertheless, he keenly detected a flicker of doubt and hesitation in those green eyes. Yes, while some accounts suggest that the 3 unforgivable curses stemmed from the 3 brothers, the reality is that I have discovered references to these magnificent spells inscribed on ancient Egyptian artifacts. This does not imply that the 3 brothers merely appropriated the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians or that they derived all their inspiration from them. What I wish to convey is that the vast majority of creativity in modern magic is rooted in ancient practices. Professor Quirrell rose and approached a somewhat modest wall, retrieving a book from the shelf and placing it upon the table. The elements that separate them are quite significant: your wand and the so-called civility mandated by the Ministry of Magic. This book contains intriguing tidbits of knowledge that I believe will inspire you further. Of course, should you have any other queries, feel free to seek me out at any time. Quirrell's candid approach to imparting knowledge led Harry to almost believe he was the professor's long-lost illegitimate child. No, even that seems too familiar. Perhaps he was merely a fragment of Quirrell himself. Is it truly prudent to delve into the history of spells, deconstructing them from their very origins? As a lesson infused with Quirrell's personal motives drew to a close, Just as Harry was about to push open the door, Tom, who was possessing Quirrell, suddenly halted the boy, whose foot was poised to cross the threshold of the office. Harry, whether you wish it or not, you are indeed the boy who lived. To Dumbledore, you represent a means to combat the Dark One. You must have sensed something amiss within yourself. It is a peculiar affliction. The principal has requested that we maintain confidentiality regarding you. However, I believe you are an adult mature enough to comprehend your responsibilities. You require power, Harry, and that power lies concealed within. Quirrell nodded at the book in Harry's hands, then quietly observed him as he departed the office. His yearning for the role of a teacher was profoundly satisfied here, unlike instructing those foolish, curly-haired baboons. At times, he fantasized about casting Avada Kedavra to send those imbeciles to the afterlife. If they were half-bloods, it would be fortuitous. If pure-bloods, it would merely serve to enhance their lineage. During the first lesson, Tom did not intend to be overtly explicit. After a few more encounters, he discerned the child's yearning for power, a desire that could gradually allow him to manipulate the savior. The moment when that child raises his wand towards the headmaster, and a magnificent green beam erupts from the tip of his wand, is a moment he eagerly anticipates. It would strike that wretched old man, along with his antiquated aura, bringing him crashing down to the mundane realm. Harry returned to the office with the textbook from Quirrell and opened it within the confines of the dormitory. This was a rather elementary book on magic, primarily featuring spells that, while harmful, were not lethal, such as those that sever fingers, curse individuals with constipation, or cause one's eyes to bulge. The few spells that could potentially be fatal were only briefly mentioned. At last, Harry encountered the full incantations of the 3 unforgivable curses, yet lamentably, the details of their casting remained elusive. The 3 question marks on his interface remained unchanged, signifying his inability to wield the magic he was theoretically most adept at. As Professor Quirrell had indicated, after spending an entire night poring over the textbook, Harry swiftly comprehended what the other's notion of civilization entailed. It represented the chasm between ancient and modern magic, a compromise and choice made by predecessors between power and convenience. Many of the spells within did not utilize wands as conduits. Rather, they relied on the blood of living beings after death or the remains of certain deceased entities as the basis for spellcasting. This method rendered each act of magic exceedingly cumbersome, requiring extensive preparation time. Chapter 24, Harry's Assignment Template. Harry was undeniably an academic prodigy, a fact recognized by all. Despite some loathsome Slytherin serpents and Gryffindor lions frequently spreading rumors that Harry was inept at spellcasting, a so-called mute savior. However, the Badgers remained unperturbed. They adored this savior boy. After all, who wouldn't cherish a lad capable of earning significant points for the house while being gentle and humorous? The last individual of such excellence was Cedric, now the Badgers' shining emblem to the outside world. Thus, whenever someone brought up Harry's spellcasting issues, they would be swiftly retorted by the Badgers with a single phrase: Harry's assignments are all top-notch. This was indeed an exceedingly challenging achievement. Currently, the first-year wizards are required to submit assignments for 6 subjects: herbology, astronomy, charms, potions, transfiguration, and the history of magic. Among these budding sorcerers, there are indeed a few who consistently excel in 1 or 2 subjects. However, like Harry, achieving outstanding grades across all assignments within the span of nearly 2 months since the commencement of the term is nothing short of extraordinary. Most notably, the professor of history of magic, the ghostly Professor Binns, is notoriously indifferent to his students. While receiving commendable grades from Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, or even Snape is understandable, Binns is known to overlook inquiries related to the curriculum, even when approached directly by students after class. His demeanor is akin to that of someone who has just discovered a student openly playing wizard's chess during a lecture. While there have been instances of students crafting exceptional history essays, these achievements often prove to be fleeting. As Harry accomplished the remarkable feat of securing top marks in all assignments, many students promptly questioned whether Professor Binns had indeed awarded him such accolades. Today marks another Saturday gathering of the Badgers, but unlike previous occasions, Cedric sought Harry's consent to invite him to the podium. The younger Badgers gazed up at the increasingly radiant savior, nervously clutching their notebooks. After all, they were about to receive invaluable insights from a student who had achieved excellence, and they were determined to learn well to avoid having their assignments returned by their professors. Hello everyone. I am truly honored to be invited by Cedric to share with you today, Harry began, stepping onto the modest platform, which was merely a long wooden board supported by a few barrels. He truly possessed the qualities of a natural leader, much like you. Carrie nudged Cedric with her elbow, glancing at Harry as he spoke confidently. Witnessing Harry's rapid growth evoked an unusual sense of nurturing in her. I believe you have not come here merely to copy today's assignment answers. The second year and higher students won't be able to replicate my answers unless they are willing to endure an additional year at Hogwarts. He paused, adding playfully, I must admit, the food at Hogwarts is indeed far superior to what lies outside these walls. Harry quickly enlivened the atmosphere, as the Badgers appreciated such a relaxed and humorous speaker. We are not here to discuss knowledge and methodologies. Instead, I will share some methods to enhance your assignment quality swiftly and without requiring excessive skill. Noticing the enthusiasm of the young wizards, he then delved into the main topic. I have studied the professor's papers, not their content, but the more superficial aspects that support their arguments. Namely, the thought processes they employ while researching magic. Well, I see some of you are beginning to nod off, and I must remind you, there is no me in your dreams. The most arduous task has been accomplished. What now lies before you is a fully matured set of formulas, into which you merely need to input your answers to yield an entirely distinct assignment. Let us conduct a small experiment, inviting my dear roommates, Alton and Dramione. We shall seek out a most objective professor and, with a hint of mischief, disturb Professor Binns, hoping he will not hold it against me. Though unaware of Harry's impending actions, the young Badgers remained focused. Harry surveyed the room. He had successfully established a degree of authority among the Hufflepuffs, a formidable political force. As a loyal reader of the Daily Prophet, Harry was acutely aware that there exists only one grand magical institution in England. While there are smaller magical academies, they lack the capacity to make a significant impact. Hogwarts' admission standards allow it to monopolize the majority of potential students. In reality, there are merely 3 magical academies across Europe, and from this position, he could directly or indirectly influence the future generation of the Wizarding World. It is no wonder that Voldemort covets such a high school. Had he chosen a path other than the underclass route, he would have to pursue a strategy akin to the Paris Commune's assault on major cities. As I mentioned previously, I discovered a summary of Professor Binns' papers from his lifetime, a challenging feat for which I am grateful to Senior Cedric for his assistance. After synthesizing these papers and exemplary cases from previous years, I have formulated an entire template. We will now apply this template directly to the assignments of Dramione and Alton for this week, regardless of correctness. Harry casually picked up Damion's assignment, as both Dramione and Alton were among the more diligent students in the Badger house. This was precisely why Harry chose them. Students with weaker foundations would merely produce refuse adorned in an exquisite box. A beautifully packaged waste does not transform into something resplendent. For Harry, such individuals were not worthy of his unification efforts, as his method inherently filtered out the less capable members of the group. Soon, the 2 young wizards, having accumulated 2 assignments over the week, completed the revision of their latest task. Harry handed the assignment to them for submission to Professor Binns while he commenced his next explanation. Once he had nearly finished the preliminary discussion, his roommates returned with their papers in hand. Alton received a commendable grade, while Dramione achieved an outstanding one, causing the young wizards to stir with excitement. Assignments are the lifeblood of students, the most effective leverage outside of examinations. At Hogwarts, attendance grades are indeed a factor, holding considerable weight on the report cards sent home to parents. As the sharing that belonged to Harry came to a close, he began to lead the throng of young wizards gathered around him, hanging the framed templates in the most conspicuous spot of the common room. Every young Badger could now readily access these templates, alleviating any concerns of their assignments being returned due to formatting issues. Chapter 25, The Approach of Halloween. Professor Snape had evidently grown more haggard in recent days. In truth, had it not been for Harry's weekly rendezvous with the potions master, he might not have noticed Snape's deterioration. After all, Snape's disheveled appearance was already quite pronounced. His black cloak seemed as though it had not been earnestly cleaned, perhaps merely appearing pristine through sheer luck. His greasy hair was nearly matted, prompting Harry to reflect on his family's stock, which likely included shampoo, if need be. He could always send a case to the professor. Professor Snape preferred to remain ensconced in his potions workshop. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not venture from this sanctuary. With both the potions classroom and his office situated within, this could be described as the dream abode of every introvert, where one could procure everything required without stepping outside. Harry gazed up at Snape, whose dark circles had deepened, and relinquished his intention to express concern. With the likes of McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick, even Quirrell, he could easily cultivate goodwill through such gestures. However, with Professor Snape, the man's regard for him was notoriously capricious. At times, he would patiently elucidate concepts and impart a wealth of his refined potion recipes, even sharing tips that were ostensibly proprietary techniques. Yet on other occasions, he could abruptly change demeanor, compelling Harry to sit on a small stool and confront the corners laden with cobwebs while dealing with slugs. Yet, this was understandable, after all. Snape was a master of potion making. Being coerced to squander precious time in the company of a student, especially under the orders of the headmaster, was bound to induce some discontent. Ultimately, this frustration could not be directed at the headmaster, and it was only natural for it to be taken out on Harry. Was it not merely the role of a scapegoat? As long as the knowledge of potion making could be acquired, everything was deemed worthwhile. Compared to his teacher in the Red Tower, Snape seemed like a radiant being, exuding light and compassion at all times. Harry, I recall instructing you to add the sunflower seeds first, Snape remarked, approaching from behind as Harry stirred the cauldron in a clockwise manner. A mere glance revealed that the boy had not followed the prescribed order for brewing the awakening potion. Yes, Professor. I added a portion of dried devil's snare to the base and substituted the peppermint leaves, which were to be added third, with the roots of the sunflower. Harry candidly communicated his adjustments to Snape. Once assured that the potion before him began to react, the boy stood at attention and retrieved his revised potion recipe from his pocket. The cleverness displayed was not merely for the sake of establishing a connection responsible for clarity and energy replenishment, but also served to neutralize the toxins of regression. Snape exhaled venomous disdain. Although Harry had learned swiftly, it was, in his estimation, merely sufficient to qualify for the advanced class. To claim independence in this craft was, indeed, premature. Snape narrowed his eyes. The cauldron did not transform into the pure black he anticipated, exuding a foul stench, but rather began to shift into a deep azure hue. He leaned closer, scrutinizing with his cold, piercing gaze, then wafted the aroma towards himself. Snape found himself engulfed in perplexity, even casting a glance at the used ingredients strewn across the table. For a moment, he suspected that Harry had deliberately concocted the potion according to the original recipe to garner praise, masquerading it as his own modification. Professor, I added devil's snare to the base. I discovered a potion in the textbook you provided called the shielding potion, which employs a similar technique to neutralize toxins. Organize your potion formula and present it to me tomorrow. Snape fell silent, observing the cauldron that was gently bubbling with the blue concoction. He delicately dipped a finger along the edge of the vessel, sampling a trace of the potion. Harry's alteration merely reduced costs. After all, he ultimately employed devil's snare, a material not cheaper than the mint leaves he had saved. Yet, this iteration could avert a degree of resistance, effectively offering a new avenue for wizards who had long relied on the clarity potion. This would yield economic value, especially with him as a master potion maker facilitating the distribution. Moreover, this potion served as a testament to Harry's graduation. It at least affirmed that he could independently produce certain mid to low-level potions. His technique undoubtedly surpassed that of 99% of potion makers in the market. Had this achievement been realized by any of Snape's other students, he would have extended some of his resources to them. Now, merely 3 young wizards had reached this milestone before graduation. These individuals formed his external network for potion making, intelligence gathering, and the collection of rare ingredients. Most of his high-level potion customizations were arranged through these former students. He bore a striking resemblance to her, both in his eyes and in his dazzling potions talent. Alas, such fine eyes were wasted upon James's wretched visage, prompting him to suppress the urge to deliver a swift blow. As Harry busied himself tidying the disarrayed workspace in preparation for his departure from Snape's potion workshop, his professor called out to the industrious young man, "Beware, Chiron, not all is as it appears." Upon hearing this, Snape observed Harry nod earnestly before gliding from the room, his long black cloak trailing behind him. "Certainly, not everyone is as they appear. Professor, your statement is a rather profound piece of nonsense. Who would ever lay bare their innermost thoughts for all to see?" Harry tidied up the remnants of potions and promptly grasped the box from the table, hastening to follow Professor Snape, who had turned to enter the side classroom. On that Friday, the first-year wizards had no classes throughout the afternoon. It was October 26th, drawing near the Halloween festivities. The young sorcerers were buzzing with excitement, for after the Halloween celebration, they would enjoy a brief reunion with their families. As for Cedric and his athletic peers, the inaugural Quidditch match was slated for early November. This year, with Harry's inclusion in Hufflepuff, their points had seen a remarkable increase, prompting many Badgers to daydream about the exhilarating possibility of finishing the year in second place. This anticipation stirred a sense of urgency within the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, which had grown somewhat lackadaisical in recent years. Even if they could not clinch the championship, they certainly could not afford to lag behind as they had in the past. Harry caught a glimpse of several Quidditch players zipping past the window. They were from Slytherin, engaged in their perennial rivalry with Gryffindor. The tension was palpable. As they flew overhead, clutching his jars and vials, Harry entered the side classroom, designated for the advanced potions class taught by Snape for the upper-year students. These older students had grown accustomed to this diminutive assistant, perceiving him as a paragon of academic excellence who maximized both effort and talent. Although Harry was merely a first-year wizard, once they discovered he was responsible for grading their assignments, many students began approaching him after class with queries regarding their studies. The chosen one was at least more approachable than the dark bat. While Professor Snape would indeed answer questions, his venomous remarks prior to such responses could be quite intimidating. Chapter 26, Home Visit Reservations. The joyous spirit of Halloween wafted through the halls of Hogwarts Castle before anyone even realized it. Harry arrived punctually at the headmaster's office that Saturday. During this academic year, Dumbledore was often absent from the school, leaving Professor McGonagall to conduct lessons in his stead. Harry particularly favored the teachings of Snape and Quirrell, followed closely by those of Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. Professor McGonagall often relegated him to her office, supervising him as he read or completed assignments, providing minimal instruction and transfiguration. However, this was understandable, as the deputy headmistress, effectively the acting headmaster. Professor McGonagall bore a much heavier burden than her colleagues. Most of the time, Harry scarcely saw her in the office. When he did catch a glimpse of her, she was either engrossed in grading papers or hurriedly entering and exiting the room. However, each time he placed his written questions on Professor McGonagall's desk, they would soon find their way back to him, accompanied by a list of potentially useful references or, at times, the correct answers outright. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry approached him with a sense of trepidation. He would prepare his questions, but not too many, nor would he venture too far out of line. Upon entering the headmaster's office this time, he found Dumbledore standing beside the pensive, seemingly lost in thought. Harry, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape have informed me that you have been teaching the Hufflepuff students a method to enhance their assignment evaluations. Would you mind sharing this with an inquisitive old man who is curious about the current school life? Dumbledore said, adjusting his fluffy, smooth beard as he returned to his seat, gesturing for Harry to sit as well. Would you care for some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans? Dumbledore offered, extending a handful of the colorful treats towards the boy. Harry resisted the urge to use the spell of identification on the beans presented by such a formidable wizard. After all, Dumbledore was the epitome of magical prowess, and resistance seemed futile. It was wiser to acquiesce. At least for now. He recognized that he was a crucial pawn in Dumbledore's strategy against Voldemort. He even speculated that the supplementary lessons were a result of Dumbledore's impatience with his slow progress. Specially arranged as an advanced class. The first bean tasted of cauldron ash, while the second emitted a steam-like essence, pure white vapors instantly wafting from Harry's ears. I merely organized the professor's paper templates initially to achieve better grades. However, later Cedric urged me to share my assignment experiences. I thought sharing knowledge itself held little significance. He admitted, I assumed the professors would appreciate a more structured assignment template. Ah, indeed, both Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout have commended your efforts, which is a wonderful thing. I am delighted that you can share your insights. Such qualities are rare among adult wizards. Why should you be reproached? Dumbledore remarked, only to notice Harry's gaze drifting toward the massive mirror to the side. Oh, that is the mirror of Arist, Dumbledore said nonchalantly, shifting his body aside. In Harry's eyes, the seemingly tranquil green lake within the mirror surged dramatically, transforming into tumultuous waves. From the depths, a pure desire emerged, so radiant that even Dumbledore felt a fleeting sense of unease. Yet, in a mere instant, the surface of the water returned to its serene state. Perhaps I have erred once more? The elderly man gently caressed the prominent knuckles of his fingers, pondering the enigma that this child had become. Reminiscent of Tom Riddle from years past. Back then, his counterpart exhibited a similar demeanor, stoic, humble, and eager to learn, both being half-blood wizards. Now, as a centenarian, he could scarcely endure another bout of anguish. After Voldemort and his followers were subdued by the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore sequestered himself within the confines of Hogwarts. Reflecting on quiet nights by the serene lake below, questioning whether he should have extended greater leniency towards Tom. Had he done so, perhaps Tom would not have transformed into the second Dark Lord. Yet now, before him stood another Tom, and as the elder prepared to open his heart, he was horrified to realize that he could not fathom this child at all. Beneath the calm and innocence lay depths even more profound than those of Tom. Dumbledore grasped the elder wand, but upon feeling its cold surface, he relinquished his hold, forsaking the use of legilimency. He was still but a child. Perhaps he deserved a bit more time, Albus. Legend has it that the happiest of souls stand before the mirror of Arist, as if gazing into an ordinary reflection. And to his surprise, the Muggle tale held truth. Harry beheld the mirror, his gaze swiftly tranquilizing, just as the lore foretold. The mirror revealed only his deepest desires. Indeed, many had become enraptured by its allure, losing themselves in its fictional realm, yet gleaning no wisdom therein. Dumbledore observed Harry and added with a smile, what a pity. Harry hastily filled the gaps in his memory. The mirror of Arist did not invade the mind in a conventional manner to extract recollections. On the contrary, it ensnared through a form of contagion, and in a moment of inattention, Harry's memories and emotions were siphoned away. Professor, he exclaimed, I saw myself as the true savior. Not as I am now, but as the world acknowledges me. They believed in me, truly needed me, not as they do now. I am filled with trepidation, Headmaster. They call me the chosen one, the boy who lived, yet I struggle to cast even the simplest of spells without months of practice. Harry quickly composed his thoughts, lowering his gaze to evade the elder's eyes. When he raised his head again, defiance shimmered with unshed tears, but he swiftly quelled them. The elder's demeanor softened visibly, and he gently rose to his feet. Just as Harry feared his heartfelt confession had been uncovered, and felt the nausea of impending reproach from Albus. The elder's broad hand brushed against Harry's hair, which had fallen unkempt over the course of the semester. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, Harry, nor should you overly concern yourself with the opinions of others. The title of Savior weighs heavily upon you, yet for the time being, you may cast it aside. Even with Voldemort's resurgence, I, the Tall One, shall bear the burden. No, Headmaster, I shall embrace this responsibility along with the title. I am simply overwhelmed with trepidation, fearful of inadequacy, and anxious not to disappoint others. Dumbledore observed Harry as he departed the headmaster's office, his expression shifting from affection to a more somber demeanor, indicating that a home visit to Harry was now necessary. As Harry traversed the corridor, his earlier stubbornness swiftly dissipated, and the boy managed a fleeting smile, which was soon subdued. Gently touching the mirror, he turned to enter the lavatory, gazing into the glass at his own reflection, which then unfurled before him. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11. Abnormal status, divine punishment, holy enemy. Spell status, 2, 312, 1000. 2, 279, 1000. 2, 249, 1000. Fireball technique, 4, 1897, 100,000. Basic detection spell, 1, 15, 100. Freshen up, 1, 18, 100. Levitation charm, 1, 2, 100. Blood soul offering, 1, 6, 100. Mage's hand, 0, 7, 10. Luminosity, 0, 7, 10. Restoration, 0, 6, 10. Stupefy, 0, 1, 10. Alohomora, 0, 1, 10. Transfiguration, 0, 7, 10. The Blood Soul Offering was a minor spell he acquired from Professor Quirrell, a form of magic that utilizes the essence of recently deceased beings who have endured profound suffering. Due to its non-canonical nature, Harry experienced minimal adverse effects from this spell, further solidifying Quirrell and his master's belief that Harry was indeed a natural-born vessel of dark magic. Harry could generally increase his proficiency in other spells by 1 or 2 points per day, which corresponded to a progression of 10 to 20 points in the 3 Unforgivable curses. At this rate, he could accumulate over 3,000 points in a year, potentially elevating all 3 curses to level 3. Chapter 27, Trolls and Dragons. Halloween commenced amidst the laughter of the young wizards, marking the final day of October. The little sorcerers whispered excitedly amongst themselves about this year's Halloween feast, having heard that Dumbledore had invited a skeleton band to perform at Hogwarts. As Harry listened to the jovial chatter of his fellow Badgers, he raised his cup filled with pumpkin juice towards Ron, who was clutching a chicken leg in one hand and a duck leg in the other. Ron intended to greet him, but upon glancing around, realized both hands were occupied with meat, and his mouth was stuffed with a generous bite. The red-haired boy could only swallow hard, shove the duck leg into his mouth, and wave at Harry in greeting. I have heard that a skeleton band is coming this year. As enthusiastic as ever, Odo embraced Cedric's shoulder and playfully nudged Kelly's elbow. At that moment, Kelly, who was in the midst of tearing off a floating pumpkin lantern's cover, retaliated with an elbow jab, then turned her gaze towards Harry, who was holding a cup of pumpkin juice. Why not give Quidditch a try? I am a Hufflepuff chaser, and Cedric is our seeker. You could join our team perfectly, she earnestly suggested. As Harry observed her robust physique, he realized that she indeed seemed well suited for competitive sports. Most of the dwarf female warriors he had encountered previously possessed a similar build, each more formidable than the last, some capable of battling golems with their sheer strength alone. Are you afraid you can't win and are trying to drag Harry down with you? Don't even think about it. Harry should focus on being our academic star. Quidditch is just a waste of time, Odo interjected bluntly, positioning himself between Kelly and Harry. How can a boy not participate in Quidditch? Look at Cedric. He is part of the team and is excelling, Kelly argued passionately, knowing well that Harry's father was a renowned seeker at Hogwarts. They were in dire need of players. The Hufflepuff team had numerous 6th and 7th year upperclassmen, all on the verge of graduating, which posed the risk of leaving Hufflepuff in dire straits regarding team formation. Moreover, she genuinely harbored the thought of bringing Harry on board to alleviate some pressure from the players. Although Cedric had contributed points for the Badgers, he was also a member of the Quidditch team. Therefore, even if the Hufflepuff team did not perform ideally, the Badgers would not be overly critical of them, especially now that they had an additional high-scoring player. Kelly was genuinely concerned that her teammates could jeopardize Harry's accumulated points throughout the year, potentially leaving Hufflepuff in last place. Rather than allowing such a scenario, it would be more prudent to include Harry in the team, providing herself with some solace. Despite the ethical implications, Amida must have mentioned this to you. Cedric promptly realized that this was not solely Kelly's idea, but likely stemmed from the sentiments of those less confident players behind her. I concur, everyone has their studies. And indeed, our capabilities are lacking, Kelly replied, somewhat resigned. Harry, they are merely, well, inexperienced. Inexperience can be overcome with practice, Odo shrugged, echoing Cedric's overly polite but often vague sentiments. It's all right. The house cup is not solely mine to claim. It belongs to Hufflepuff. I will do my best. And you all should too. What does it matter if we come in last? We achieved this through our own efforts. It is a collective accomplishment, is it not? Moreover, we can certainly compare ourselves to last year's performance. By the way, what was our score last year? 278 points. With Slytherin in first place at 458. Cedric answered somewhat sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed to recount this to the younger students. Currently, we stand at 217 points, and if we strive to reach 320 by the end of the term, we shall consider it a victory. We will give it our all. But, Harry, won't you even try? Kelly looked at Harry, earnestly patting his shoulder while making her promise. Are you discussing Quidditch? Should I step aside? The ailing Maiace appeared beside them, startling Alton, who was intently enjoying his snack in the front row. Ding ding. With a gentle tap on his cup, Dumbledore, seated at the head table, swiftly silenced the hall. Both ghosts and young wizards alike turned their attention towards the greatest wizard of the century. Happy Halloween. I believe you are not keen on hearing this old man ramble on any longer. Now, let the feast commence. With Dumbledore's command, a lavish banquet spread across the long table. Just as Harry picked up a sausage with his fork, he noticed the fat friar floating up from beneath the table. When he saw the fat friar again, he was in a flurry alongside the bloodied figure of Barrow, hurriedly entering Hogwarts. There is a young dragon outside Hogwarts. The fat friar hastily maneuvered past the ghostly band that was playing, which visibly annoyed them. However, the fat friar had no time to apologize or concern himself with such matters. The dragon outside was far too outrageous. Dragon? Professor McGonagall turned her gaze towards Hagrid, who was clearly becoming anxious. Before McGonagall could fully process the shocking news of a dragon rampaging through Hogwarts, the previously unseen Professor Quirrell burst through the doors of the hall, shouting that a troll had invaded the basement, before collapsing weakly to the ground. Troll. The announcement sent ripples of panic among the young wizards, disrupting their unfinished Halloween festivities. They scrambled to flee the hall, knocking over bowls of soup from the tables. Many cried out as scalding broth splashed onto them. Calm down, children. Finally, the elderly figure at the head table raised his voice, cutting through the chaos. The once frantic young wizards gradually settled down, their eyes drawn to the greatest wizard of the century seated behind them. The heads of the various year groups guided the students back to their dormitories, while the professors and I searched for the trolls on each level. Hagrid, can you handle the dragon outside? Dumbledore inquired, casting a glance at Hagrid, who immediately nodded vigorously. Harry, please take attendance. After Cedric conversed with several prefects, they began to gather the previously scattered badgers. You are remarkably composed, Alton remarked, standing beside Harry as he called the roll, gently stroking his wand. He was uncertain whether the rudimentary skills he had acquired would be effective against a troll. According to the textbook, trolls were magical creatures with high magical resistance. Though exceedingly foolish, they possessed immense strength, making it nearly impossible for an adult wizard to subdue one alone. Dumbledore was indeed the greatest wizard of this century. Harry gently reassured the surrounding badgers. Yes, you are correct. Once Dumbledore intervenes, dealing with the troll should pose no challenge. Alton quickly interjected, seeking to bolster his own sense of security. Harry glanced at Professor Quirrell, who lay motionless on the floor. He felt an urge to exclaim, Professor, what on earth are you doing? With even a fraction of the spells you taught me, one could easily turn the troll into a mere repository of materials. Not to mention, the blood soul tribute he had recently learned could easily cause that troll's peanut-sized brain to explode. Chapter 28, The Bald Hagrid. Before departing, Harry looked back at his fallen teacher. Quirrell remained sprawled on the cold floor, seemingly forgotten by those around him. The young wizards hastily exited, seeking refuge in their dormitories, while the professors hurried into the castle's darkness in pursuit of the elusive troll. This farce was not fully quelled until the following day, when the house elves labored throughout the night to clean the corridors stained with troll blood and slime. However, the vast expanse of grass outside the school was still marred by charred patches, greeting the next day's sunlight with its blackened skin. After borrowing Professor Snape's potion workshop, Harry concocted a bottle of hair growth potion and made his way to Hagrid's hut. Although 2 days had passed since Christmas, the young wizards still gathered around the noticeably lower grassy knoll, marveling at the dragon's might. The Ravenclaw common room, situated in the tower, had witnessed the dragon's assault on Hogwarts in its entirety that day. A few articulate Ravenclaw students stood atop the scorched hill, recounting the tale of Dumbledore's battle with the dragon to their eager and admiring classmates. With a swift flick of his wand, the dragon was struck down and fell right here. Just look at the damaged flora. That's a fabrication, Evans retorted. This patch was burned by the dragon's fire. The grass here is what the professors planted later. The young wizards immediately began to challenge the inconsistencies in the tale. What a pity, Harry sighed. Indeed, they must send Norbert away. The poor giant truly elicits sympathy, though it is a predicament of his own making. I have always maintained that raising a dragon, particularly at Hogwarts, is exceedingly outrageous. By the edge of the Black Lake, Draco, who awaited Harry, brushed off the grass roots that clung to his trousers. Preparing to seek out Hagrid for one last glimpse of the dragon. Draco had discovered the dragon's existence before Harry, leveraging the exposure of Hagrid's secret to secure the opportunity to feed the young dragon up close. One day, when Harry, accompanied by a sweet treat, arrived to visit Hagrid and foster their bond, he opened the door to find Norbert nearly filling the entire room. One might wonder if they would truly resort to killing Norbert. Draco had evidently formed an attachment to the little dragon. Despite his disdain for Hagrid, the convicted murderer, he still cared for the creature, as it had not harmed anyone. According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations regarding hazardous magical beings, it was unlikely that it would face such a fate. Well, if it weren't against the rules for individuals to keep dragons, I would certainly persuade my father to bring Norbert back. I have always said that Hagrid is not to be trusted. Draco was clearly still aggrieved by Hagrid's incompetence. Upon their arrival at Hagrid's hut, they spotted a group of young wizards peering from behind the surrounding low shrubs, curiously observing the dragon. Norbert was confined in the yard behind Hagrid's hut, restrained by a glowing chain conjured by Dumbledore. Harry. From beneath the shrubs, a pair of nearly identical faces emerged. They belonged to the Weasley twins. Harry had previously attempted to engage with them, offering to share some potion-making insights in exchange for information on secret passages leading outside. There's no need to be so anxious. Norbert typically does not initiate attacks. Just stand tall and confident. We must trust in the headmaster's magical prowess. As Harry spoke, he glanced toward the rustling shrubs, where another red-haired Weasley and the ever-inquisitive Hermione were present. Harry raised an eyebrow. He had expected Hermione to exhibit a bit more reserve, given her usual demeanor. This demeanor had, at times, led to her being somewhat sidelined by the Gryffindor Lions, despite her consistently earning points for their house. Of course, another factor was that Gryffindor had genuinely accrued a significant number of points. Having gone 6 or 7 years without winning the House Cup, Gryffindor had ceased to obsess over it and begun to relish the joys of student life instead. Well, that is indeed a dragon. And Harry, aren't you here as well? Hermione initially felt a touch of anxiety upon seeing Harry, as if caught in a guilty act. However, she soon reconsidered. After all, Harry was also present to see the dragon, making it seem as though they were all children vying for maturity. Come in quickly. Professor Snape just went inside. And if he emerges, we are certain to lose points. Ron peeked out beside Hermione, and Harry even spotted some older students, further away, casting disillusionment charms while intensely eavesdropping from the front row. We have come to visit Hagrid, not to lurk about like thieves, he remarked. Draco glanced at the circle of young witches and wizards gathered around, and then at the restrained Norbert, feeling a sense of unease. Unfortunately, his inquiry to his father regarding the possibility of keeping Norbert had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was highly unlikely that he could intercept the little dragon before the Ministry of Magic arrived to take him away. Just as Draco was preparing to engage in a fierce verbal exchange with Ron and Hermione, he noticed that the young wizards before him had swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Headmaster, he stammered, turning around to see Professor Snape emerging from Hagrid's hut, his expression grim as he cast a pointed gaze in their direction. Hagrid, it is true that someone has used a potion to induce this dragon into a state of heat, but that does not excuse your decision to raise a dragon on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I will report this to Dumbledore. Snape concluded his admonition. Upon hearing the potion's Master-S assessment, Hagrid felt a significant weight lift from his heart. I knew it. Norbert is such a good boy. How could he suddenly change his temperament? Hagrid patted his broad chest in relief. What are you doing here? Snape, having concluded his conversation with Hagrid, shifted his attention to the two young wizards brazenly observing the dragon. He had already summoned Filch to apprehend those sneaky little witches and wizards lurking outside. Believing they were well hidden, he hoped they would have a sound explanation for why they had gathered at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon recognizing the two before him, Snape's icy gaze faltered momentarily before narrowing into slits reminiscent of a serpent's. How delightful, he mused, initially believing he was free from the company of such trivial young wizards, only to find that the ringleader was his own protégé and student. Moreover, these two seemed utterly unconcerned about concealing their presence. Professor, I've brought Hagrid some hair-growth potion. Sorry, Hagrid, Harry said, glancing at Hagrid's bald head. It was hard to imagine Hagrid, once adorned with a thick mane of hair, now devoid of his dark, sleek locks. It was, one might say, rather endearing. Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Hagrid touched his bald head, seemingly indifferent to the loss. After all, everyone had always viewed him through colored lenses. What difference did it make if he had one less or one more? I came to accompany Harry with the potion. I hope a bottle of hair-growth potion hasn't exhausted you. Snape hissed his last words and departed swiftly. As the great bat passed by the low shrubbery concealing numerous young witches and wizards, he deftly extracted the Weasley twins from their hiding place. Subsequently, Snape delightfully docked 20 points from Gryffindor. Chapter 29, Harry's Birthday Gift. Harry, it seems I have been so preoccupied that I completely forgot about the egg of the nundu I procured for you, which has yet to hatch. Hagrid took the small vial Harry offered him, a large glass bottle that required both hands to steady in the boy's grasp. At that moment, it appeared in Hagrid's hands like a delicate bottle of perfume. The giant had to handle it with utmost care to avoid inadvertently crushing the hair growth potion that Harry had prepared for him. The Nundu, as stipulated by the Ministry of Magic, is classified as a highly dangerous magical creature. Do you truly intend to rear such a beast? Draco had initially believed that Hagrid secretly harbored a dragon in his modest abode, which was already thrilling enough, but this revelation was even more exhilarating. What is the fuss? After all, the Nundu cannot fly, and it grows at a far slower pace than a dragon. During the holidays, it could roam freely in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid could simply feed it a few chunks of meat. Who in their right mind would venture into the Forbidden Forest without cause, right, Draco? As Harry and Draco entered the small dwelling, he couldn't help but marvel at Hagrid's lavishness, regardless of how many times he had stepped inside. The space was cluttered with a plethora of magical creatures and the raw materials of various plants, including some items that were strictly prohibited by the Ministry. After his first visit, Harry had resolved to befriend Hagrid, as he was essentially his supplier of raw materials. Harry absently fiddled with a few Thunderbird feathers hanging by the side window. There shouldn't be any Thunderbirds in the Forbidden Forest. Those were a gift from an old friend, sent along with a letter. I thought they might look nice displayed. If you like them, Harry, feel free to take them as a bookmark, Hagrid said. These are the primary ingredients for a paralysis potion. I recall there exists a rather sinister dark magic that can use these combined with bones to create an artifact capable of altering the weather. Harry did not refuse. He untied the knots Hagrid had secured and tucked the 2 lowest Thunderbird feathers into his pocket. Hagrid, the healing potion you requested will likely require a bit more time. Is there a magical creature that has been injured? Why must it be effective against high-resistant magical beings? Harry approached the center of the cabin, where Hagrid had fashioned a small nest for Norbert. Unfortunately, it was evident that the creature had outgrown it far too quickly, nearly overwhelming Hagrid's humble abode. Someone attacked a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this. Dumbledore instructed me to keep it confidential. Well, all right. Please refrain from asking me any further questions about it. A unicorn? Surely no one would dare to kill a unicorn for the sake of prolonging their life. But the consumption of its blood could indeed grant a fleeting reprieve, albeit at the cost of a terrible curse. Suddenly, Harry froze. Curses. It appeared he had a potential suspect. Should he consider extorting a little from this lead? Yet, he decided against it. While the prospect seemed enticing, dear Professor Quirrell was not to be underestimated. Harry suspected that the professor had been subtly steering him toward the 3 unforgivable curses in his recent assignments. However, Harry dared not directly inquire whether Professor Quirrell could teach him the Avada Kedavra curse. He feared that excessive enthusiasm might intimidate the professor. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Quirrell's instruction in dark magic stemmed from ulterior motives or was sanctioned by Dumbledore. After all, it was Dumbledore who had proposed the supplementary lessons, even though the schedule had been conveyed to him by Draco, sent by Snape. The notion that professors would deign to tutor a little wizard who had lost his influence at home was not something Snape could orchestrate. If Snape possessed such power, he would not merely be the head of Slytherin, but the headmaster of Hogwarts. Harry was unsure if this was yet another test from Dumbledore. Additionally, he felt a certain reluctance to part with Professor Quirrell. After all, a teacher willing to teach him a substantial amount of lethal dark magic was a rarity. If he were to ask too directly and sever this channel of learning, he would find himself bereft of any means to learn. He had heard that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was cursed by Voldemort, with its occupants either dying or suffering grievous harm within a year. He intended to extract as much value as he could from Professor Quirrell before, at the end of the term, tentatively broaching the subject of the unforgivable curses. He had devised justifications, claiming he wished to master the power to confront Voldemort and thus learn Avada Kedavra. Alternatively, he could say he wanted to help Neville with his parents' plight, seeking to learn the Cruciatus Curse, as the principle of like begets like would apply. He had been maintaining a tenuous relationship with Neville, and since he had acquired the memory vial from Draco, providing him an exit, he felt as though he had half completed that strategy. This rationale seemed sound. Even if Dumbledore were to harbor suspicions, he could hardly cast the killing curse upon someone who merely sought to aid a fellow student. Oh no, Harry. Do not continue speculating, Hagrid lamented, covering his mouth in distress, though now devoid of his bushy beard as a disguise. Presently, Hagrid resembled a large barrel topped with a pickled egg. Well, I'm merely a bit curious, but if it were a unicorn, it could potentially streamline the process considerably. I had thought you were preparing to use it for some other creature, Harry replied ambiguously, and Hagrid quickly shifted the conversation away from the perilous topic. Let us first examine your Niffler egg. It actually arrived 2 weeks ago, but I have been occupied with Norbert's matters. Oh, poor Norbert. His intentions were not malevolent. He was merely exploited by someone truly wicked. Hagrid dragged out a box hidden beneath the bed and opened it, revealing an intricately patterned egg nestled among straw. Harry gently touched the eggshell with his fingers, feeling the unique soulful vibrations emanating from within, even through the shell. The Dramione serpent embodies a triad of souls. Upon encountering this intriguing description, Harry resolutely decided to procure one for his studies. Observe its exquisite beauty. Under Hagrid's guidance, Harry enveloped himself and the Dramione serpent egg in a blanket fashioned from beast hide, subsequently illuminating the space with a flickering luminescence. As the light danced within the dim confines of the blanket, Harry discerned a small serpent taking form, its 3 distinct heads unmistakably evident. Indeed, I stepped outside. Hagrid, you haven't fed Norbert today, have you? Draco cast a glance at the serpent egg, still finding dragons to be marginally more captivating. Receiving Hagrid's affirmation, Draco departed the cottage, hauling a large bucket of meat, accompanied by the drooling Fong, eager to partake in the feast. He observed the arrival of Filch, who had reached the battlefield, intent on capturing young wizards, and nodded in satisfaction. This was his dragon, and he would not allow these mudbloods to observe it freely. Filch, accompanied by his cat, regarded Malfoy as he exited Hagrid's hut, but upon noticing the iron bucket overflowing with fresh meat in the young wizard's grasp, he abandoned his quarry. It seemed yet another young wizard had erred and was being punished by feeding the dragon. However, this punishment was indeed fitting, sufficiently perilous, and suitably corrective. Chapter 30, Run, Quirrell. The events of Halloween were rapidly escalating. Not only had the entire faculty and a multitude of students witnessed the dragon, but they also heard of the giant that had perished upon its debut. The ghostly choir, invited by Dumbledore, was also privy to this sensational turn of events from their front row seats. This news was impossible to suppress, and Harry felt no need to conceal it. After all, Dumbledore had dealt with the errant giant that had wandered into Hogwarts that very night. He had even subdued Norbert, who had been pursuing Hagrid in a circular running contest around Hogwarts, without inflicting any harm. The tattered scales adorning the young dragon were merely the result of its desperate attempts to escape the binding chains of Dumbledore. Such prowess, displayed with effortless grace, attested to Dumbledore's formidable authority. He was merely a victim of circumstance, allowing an intruder into Hogwarts, not someone too frail to wield his ancient wand. However, it was evident that events were not unfolding in the manner Harry had anticipated. He unfurled the newspaper, seated within Professor Quirrell's office, where the professor's condition had deteriorated markedly since Halloween. Harry harbored concerns about whether the professor would endure long enough for him to inquire about the 3 unforgivable curses before his demise. At this juncture, Harry was increasingly convinced that Professor Quirrell was not aligned with Dumbledore, at least not in any significant way. Otherwise, he would not have pitifully ventured into the Forbidden Forest to drink the blood of unicorns. That was truly too disgraceful. Were circumstances more favorable, Harry might have considered offering this garlic-scented professor a limited supply of healing potions, provided he would exchange his knowledge of dark magic in return. With Professor Quirrell's guidance, Harry has made a remarkable leap in his understanding of the 3 unforgivable curses. Although he is yet to learn the incantations, he has begun to bypass the casting procedures and delve into the principles underlying these formidable spells, particularly the nature of the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. Perhaps having endured its effects in this body has granted him a unique perspective, allowing him to progress at an astonishing rate compared to others who rely solely on practical experience. It seems as if all his innate talent has converged into this singular pursuit. How foolish and weak, indeed. As Harry perused the day's edition of the Daily Prophet, Quirrell silently approached from behind. A thin sheen of sweat broke out along the back of Harry's neck. He had let his guard down, unaware of the professor's hidden prowess. With a smile, he extended the newspaper to Quirrell, nodding in agreement. Indeed, were he the headmaster, he would personally visit the editorial office of the Daily Prophet to meet the chief editor, and if he could leave them with a curse, all the better. Harry earnestly shared his thoughts while subtly shifting to a position against the wall. Quirrell's earlier encouragement had awakened the heart that had dulled over nearly a decade of being under his control. Both the Muggle world and Hogwarts felt excessively safe, to the point where Harry found himself reveling in his meager power, even delighting in Dumbledore's kindness and perceived weakness. He chuckled at the notion of trying to get away with mischief right under the professor's nose. However, Voldemort, hidden beneath Quirrell's guise, could see through this facade. What lay beneath was a wolf cub, seemingly activated by his own presence. Voldemort was nearly giddy with triumph, for he believed he had led Harry astray. Soon, it would be Dumbledore's turn to face the consequences, as Harry was merely a pawn, a mere Ennui-type dullard, posing no threat to him. Confident in his own power, Voldemort remained cautious and sensitive only towards adversaries he deemed worthy. Ultimately, Harry's rise to a position of perceived equality was due to Dumbledore's intervention in helping him conceal his true potential. Now, Tom admired Harry's character but remained skeptical of his abilities. Recent teachings had made Voldemort acutely aware of Harry's strong capacity for learning, yet he sensed an inexplicable barrier preventing him from casting spells. This was the quintessential affliction of an Ennui-type dullard. Initially, Voldemort had harbored doubts, but he was now certain that Harry embodied this very condition. A wizard incapable of wielding magic, no matter how adept he may be in theory or potions, could never ascend to become a Dark Lord, nor threaten Voldemort's dominion. Standing atop the European magical realm, Voldemort comprehended the fundamental nature of this world, a subservience of interests to power. As the supreme ruler, a lack of power equated to having nothing at all. He had previously dispatched all Aurors who sought to apprehend him, rendering the Ministry of Magic too fearful to confront him directly before Albus's arrival. They could only collect the bodies of the deceased victims and toll the death knell. Now, Harry presented the ideal situation. He posed no threat to Voldemort, yet could create ample trouble for the hypocritical and cowardly Dumbledore. Should Harry exhibit some sense, Voldemort would not hesitate to spare his life, intending to showcase his magnanimity post-victory. However, the pressing concern at present was the urgent acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. That imbecile Quirrell had repeatedly jeopardized his mission, and his frail body, coupled with a meager magical capacity, rendered him increasingly vulnerable. Voldemort could feel it. With each use of Quirrell's body, he was inexorably edging toward inevitable demise. Having once lost a corporeal form, he wished never to revert to that state of soul wandering. Quirrell sat contentedly behind his desk, his hands clasped as he propped up his pallid face, shrouded in a heavy turban. Harry observed the black tendrils creeping up Quirrell's nose, solidifying his suspicion that it was indeed Professor Quirrell who had consumed unicorn blood, now in a state of dire affliction. Yet, Harry remained intrigued about what could compel a master of magic to risk death in pursuit of something. Was it supreme knowledge? If so, he pondered whether Professor Quirrell might be inclined to share it with him. If all else failed, ambushing his beloved former mentor was not beyond consideration. Having diligently studied the dark magic textbook Quirrell had provided, Harry had already made significant progress in mastering the killing curse, accruing nearly 300 points. What Quirrell now sought with such desperation must surely be of far greater value. Harry's heart was aflame with curiosity, akin to the playful claws of a kitten. Ultimately, he managed to rein in his desires, recognizing that restraint was necessary until the opportune moment arose for bold action. Chapter 31, Snape's Bullying. Upon witnessing the fruits of his scheming, Quirrell commenced preparations for his grand design. Having previously utilized the troll and the foolish Hagrid dragon, he had secured an opportunity to glimpse the protective enchantments Dumbledore had established for the Philosopher's Stone during Halloween. He had ascertained that Dumbledore had concealed the stone on the 4th floor, with the first challenge being a wretched 3-headed dog that Hagrid had raised, easily bypassed with music. The second challenge posed by the Devil's Snare was not particularly daunting, while the third challenge originally consisted of a chessboard set up by McGonagall. Though he had shattered the pieces during his last foray, McGonagall must have already replaced the original defensive measures. The fourth challenge involves Snape's potion, and ultimately, there lies a magic mirror. Voldemort has touched that mirror, within which resides the Philosopher's Stone, and until now, Dumbledore has yet to move the mirror. He has affixed an almost imperceptible magical dust along the edges of the mirror. Should Dumbledore attempt to relocate the mirror, he would inevitably become tainted by that substance. And once the Philosopher's Stone is possessed, it emits a faint, orderly fluctuation. Even upon discovering that someone had trespassed into the chamber, Dumbledore chose to leave the Philosopher's Stone within, exemplifying the nauseating arrogance of a master. Quirrell, trembling with fear, poured a small vial of liquid that resembled flowing metal into his mouth. A thick, iron-like taste instantly filled his entire mouth, and the liquid began to navigate towards his pitiful stomach as if it possessed its own will. Quirrell slightly tugged at his thin white shirt, revealing his reflection in the mirror, where dark lines spread from the position of his heart across the surface of his body. He now resembled a porcelain figure hastily mended with black tape after having been shattered. "Master, has Dumbledore discovered us?" Quirrell whispered anxiously. As the limits of this body drew nearer, Voldemort no longer cared for Quirrell's fate, a realization that Quirrell seemed to grasp as well. However, the prolonged torment, coupled with Voldemort's inherent aura of fear, rendered him unable to resist or even contemplate surrendering to Dumbledore. Yet, deep within, Quirrell harbored a flicker of hope. Perhaps, once the Dark Lord acquired the Philosopher's Stone, he might use that wondrous stone to restore his shattered form. Of course, the clumsy fool had already shattered the chessboard set by McGonagall, undoubtedly alerting Dumbledore to the anomalies. He must have sensed our presence, thus the urgency to hasten our plans. Quirrell heard Voldemort finally preparing to act, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. This was the first piece of good news he had received since the beginning of September. As various houses began compiling lists of young witches and wizards returning home for Christmas by early December, Dumbledore would be leaving Hogwarts to visit a friend over Christmas and would not return so swiftly. We must seize the opportunity after the holiday. Voldemort meticulously reassured his useless servant, as he could only temporarily rely on this waste. Once he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, he would seek an opportunity to switch bodies immediately. As the limits of this body drew ever closer, his control over it began to wane. Were Quirrell to act recklessly now, he could only rush to the location of the Philosopher's Stone, hoping to snatch it away and depart without delay. After all, he was acutely aware of Quirrell's frail physique. This fragile vessel would shatter into smithereens with another bout of intense magical confrontation. The curse of the unicorn, compounded by the damage from his possession, had rendered Quirrell a mere pale porcelain figure, far from robust. A mere exertion from the outside world could cause this precariously balanced body to utterly fracture. Even the bi-weekly tutoring sessions with Harry had been relegated to Quirrell by Voldemort, in an effort to prevent this body from collapsing before their plans could unfold. Fortunately, Harry was currently engaged in theoretical studies. He merely needed to relay the theory to Quirrell for him to pass it on, which, for the time being, had not raised any suspicions. Upon exiting Quirrell's office, Harry encountered Professor Snape lurking around the corner. He glanced at the tightly shut door of Quirrell's office and then at Snape's unfriendly demeanor. It appeared that Quirrell had caught Dumbledore's attention. It seemed that Snape and Quirrell were not allies. Harry had anticipated a confrontation between Dumbledore and Quirrell. The professors have reached a conclusion regarding your affairs, Harry. You need not return to Quirrell's class this Wednesday, Snape stated. What about Professor Quirrell? Harry inquired, looking rather perplexed. I will notify him, Snape replied curtly. It seemed that despite Snape's dark appearance, he was in Dumbledore's camp, which was understandable, as Hogwarts was Dumbledore's domain. The sensationalist rumors circulating outside could be attributed to Dumbledore's rigid and antiquated ways. However, if the infiltration of the staff was so pervasive, Harry might need to consider finding a new place soon. And my future classes? Harry weakly asked, for Quirrell's lessons were genuinely enlightening. He had accrued at least 600 points from the 3 unforgivable curses since he began attending. All classes except mine are cancelled. You will come to me from Monday to Friday henceforth, Snape declared, leaving no room for argument. He then forcefully knocked on the door. Harry licked his lips. It was a fortunate turn of events to be personally taught by the potions master. Yet, Snape's demeanor was truly fearsome. It seemed as though Quirrell's door might be demolished. At the moment the door swung open, Snape seized Quirrell by the collar, lifting the diminutive man and dragging him into the room. Harry watched as the door was slammed shut with force, his gaze wavering. His potions professor had just cornered his defense against the dark arts professor. This revelation could very well render him unable to eat dinner that evening. He could only hope that Quirrell, should he be unable to resist, would at least take the situation in stride and avoid direct confrontation, for losing both beloved mentors simultaneously would be devastating. In recent days, through diligent study, Harry's spellcasting abilities had risen to that of a second-year wizard. It is believed that this is the reason why Dumbledore chose to cease his teachings at this juncture. Professor Snape, on the other hand, is simply too efficient. He tidies up the workspace, runs errands for Professor Snape, verifies the ordered supplies, assists the professor with some straightforward repetitive experiments, researches information, and prepares experimental apparatus. He even substitutes for the professor in negotiations with suppliers, a role now wholly assumed by Harry, who is certain that Professor Snape has become reliant on him at this moment. Furthermore, it appears that Headmaster Dumbledore is not inclined to allow Professor Quirrell to complete this semester, seemingly preparing to take action imminently. Perhaps that is why he wishes to keep Harry, his pawn, at a distance, indicating that Harry is valued after all. Thus, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to inquire about the 3 unforgivable curses from Professor Quirrell. Otherwise, the next defense against the dark arts professor may not be as generous as Quirrell. Chapter 32, The Cauldron. How unfortunate it is to meet that great bat 5 times in a week. Harry, seated in the hall, caught the sympathetic gaze of the Odogda he had arranged after hearing his plight. Professor Snape is one of the most renowned potion masters in the British Isles. Wizards outside would require the use of an hourglass to measure their time with him, turning at once for a single galleon. Cedric consistently offered words of comfort to Harry, who merely shrugged. He rather enjoyed Professor Snape's lessons, as the professor genuinely imparted knowledge. Is it that expensive? May I forego the classes and request a refund from the professor? Ron, unable to endure Hermione's incessant chatter, sidled over to the Hufflepuff Badger's table, bringing Neville along for the ride. Suddenly, with a thud, Snape, having rolled a thick journal into a cylinder, appeared behind the 2 Gryffindor lions. He promptly delivered a swift reprimand, causing Ron and Neville to shrink their necks into their collars. Defaming a professor from behind results in a deduction of 5 points for Gryffindor, Snape declared, tossing the instrument of reprimand to Harry, who was seated across from him. Your potion recipe has been published in the cauldron. The associated royalties will be sent shortly. Before heading to your common room tonight, retrieve the ripe moonwort from your head of house S herbarium. The cauldron. That is the premier journal in potion making. Harry, may I borrow it to peruse? Meanwhile, the ever-hungry Misha emitted a sharp protest. He was now in his 4th year, soon to be in the 5th, and must begin preparing for examinations. So far, his papers had only been published in publications that did not even belong to the realm of legitimate academic journals. The cauldron, Is it engraved upon the cauldron itself? Ron exclaimed, clutching his head as he felt a visceral discomfort toward the professor, akin to the sensation of encountering a spider. It is an academic journal, indeed one of the most prestigious in the realm of potion studies. Typically, a wizard dedicated to potion research might only publish 3 or 4 articles throughout their lifetime. Those who manage to secure a spot on the front page are regarded as masters of potion making. Even if I could publish just 1 article before my graduation, it would suffice to bring my mother out of the laboratory for a celebratory meal. With a heart full of excitement, Misa delicately opened this issue of the Cauldron. The Cauldron is an annual publication, and it appears that Professor Snape hastily included Harry's potion formula within its pages. Harry soon understood the source of Snape's formidable influence. Prominently featured on the cover was an article authored by Professor Snape himself, detailing improvements to the Wolfsbane potion. Having assisted in organizing pertinent materials for Professor Snape's potion workshop, Harry had also completed the brewing of the Wolfsbane potion under Snape's guidance. This potion aids werewolves in combating their transformations during the full moon. While not originally conceived by Snape, he had reduced the cost of its ingredients by nearly half and significantly lessened the complexity of its preparation. This remarkable achievement warranted his presence once more on the cover. Ron stared incredulously at the image of Snape gracing the cover, his trademark, brooding expression unchanged. Beneath the animated depiction of Professor Snape brewing a potion, a shimmering string of golden text read, Master Potion Maker, Enhancer of the Wolfsbane Potion, Professor Severus Snape. Oh my goodness, I never imagined the Bat was such a prominent figure. Of course, anyone who could ascend to the position of a Hogwarts professor is undoubtedly exceptional in their field. As this is the finest magical institution in all of Britain, Misa proclaimed with a hint of pride. For instance, there is Professor Quirrell. Ron swallowed a mouthful of his chicken leg, which had been slathered in barbecue sauce, giving the outer layer a tantalizing aroma. While even the white meat within bore the essence of spices. That is an exception. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is cursed by the Dark Lord. Professors in that role change more frequently than the soil in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Forgive me, Harry, I did not mean to bring that up. Misa suddenly realized that there was another party involved. It's quite all right. I usually refer to him as Voldemort. After all, we are destined for a final confrontation. I find it curious that if Voldemort indeed cursed that position, why not simply establish another course on magical defense? After all, he cursed the defense against the dark arts class, did he not? If necessary, they could hire a teacher and assign them to any subject, while they actually instruct on the defense against the dark arts. If necessary, we could borrow a teacher from another school and establish a classroom in a town far removed from Hogwarts, where we would attend classes 3 days a month. Officially, it would be regarded as our extracurricular tutoring program, and that teacher would not even be considered a professor of Hogwarts. The nearby Badgers widened their eyes in surprise. Having never anticipated such a peculiar strategy, we had already attempted several of the previous suggestions. Kelly pulled the small dish of ketchup closer to herself, savoring one of the few native British dishes served at the Hogwarts table, fish and chips. My professor in 2nd grade was ostensibly the Muggle Studies instructor, yet he was, in truth, responsible for our defense against the dark arts class. Kelly grabbed a generous handful of fries, meticulously arranging them so that each piece could be dipped in ketchup. By the end of the academic year, he had inadvertently blown off half of his body during an experiment and reportedly had only just discharged from St. Mungo's the previous year. At that time, our defense against the dark arts class was simply referred to as Muggle Studies, and I felt no relief. The curse of the Dark Lord showed no mercy towards that unfortunate professor. The second idea, however, might indeed be feasible. You could compose a letter to the headmaster, and perhaps next year we could have a defense against the dark arts professor from Durmstrang. It is said that they openly teach dark magic there. Cedric pondered for a moment, realizing that Harry's suggestion might actually hold merit. He looked earnestly at Harry and proposed the idea. Kelly stuffed the fries entirely into her mouth and bit down forcefully, leaving Ron astonished at the senior's tempestuous eating manner. "I found your name, Harry." Mice finally redirected the conversation that was about to wander off into oblivion. He excitedly opened the thick tome, showcasing a page filled with a potion recipe, Harry's improved version of the Awakening Potion. The boy received the journal from Mice, glancing at it only to discover that it contained only the modified ingredients and general principles, omitting the crucial brewing techniques. Although this was of little use, considering the plethora of capable potion makers in the magical realm, improving a potion was evidently less convenient than deciphering someone else's. The royalties from Harry's improvement would be quite substantial over the next 2 years, but likely negligible thereafter. To achieve a level akin to the Potter family shampoo, one would need a certain degree of control over the production process. A patent merely ensures that one can collect royalties legally after locating the creator and successfully besting them. Yet it does not compel the Ministry of Magic to dispatch valuable aurors to assist in locating individuals or overseeing their payment of royalties. Chapter 33, Capturing the Delicious Child. Today marks yet another ordinary day, January 1st, the first Tuesday following Christmas. The young witches and wizards who could return home have mostly departed, leaving Hogwarts gradually enveloped in a serene stillness. Professor Flitwick is adorning the Christmas tree with twinkling stars, while silver bells sway gently among the branches. Harry wonders why Hogwarts, a school for wizards, celebrates the birth of Jesus. Perhaps it is merely a case of conforming to local customs. The remaining young sorcerers have begun preparing for this year's Christmas. Some have received gift parcels from their parents during the morning outpost. Harry sits in the library, which feels somewhat empty due to the absence of many students, dipping his quill into the inkwell. At this moment, the air in Hogwarts is infused with the spirit of the holiday, yet the library remains as tranquil as ever. After all, even if Madame Pants allowed the young witches and wizards to decorate the space, few would choose to embellish the library during the festive season. As Harry observes Cedric approaching, he places his quill and inkwell on the edge of the table. This spot serves as his semi-reserved territory, where these items are unlikely to be misplaced. Harry, I didn't expect you to stay here for Christmas, just like me, Cedric remarks, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. The Dursleys aren't so bad. At least I won't go hungry or cold. But once I return, I won't be able to use magic. Honestly, I think I prefer it here a little more. Harry pauses as they reach the corridor outside the library. Suddenly, he senses a presence trailing closely behind him. It is Professor Quirrell, and more specifically, the dark essence that he harbors. A chill runs down Harry's spine as Quirrell's gaze seems to fixate entirely upon him. Harry, could you assist me in moving some assignments to my office? Quirrell inquires with a smile, though his tone unmistakably conveys an authoritative command. Harry's eyes flicker as he turns to glance at the dilapidated castle walls, before meeting Quirrell's gaze with calm resolve. As he surmised, the individual before him is the main soul of Professor Quirrell, exuding both composure and an unsettling pressure. It is unexpected that he has chosen to take action now, yet it seems to be a foreboding sign. After all, when Snape began to impede Harry's attendance in Quirrell's classes, it was clear that Dumbledore was preparing to confront Quirrell. Moreover, Quirrell had been absent from classes since mid-November, during which time many of Harry's assignments were graded by Quirrell's fragment. Although Quirrell appears to believe that these matters are not easily discernible, Harry has gleaned this significant information from the tone of their exchanges. Professor Quirrell's primary essence appears to be that of a formidable sorcerer. His descriptions of magic are precise and resolute, seldom resorting to ambiguous terms. Even when he does, it is merely in degrees of more or less. In contrast, his counterpart's soul fragment is characterized by a tendency to weep, indecisiveness, and an inability to achieve greatness. It is evident that Professor Quirrell is currently suffering from some form of magical corruption, compelling him to utilize unicorn blood to prolong his life. Harry perceives Headmaster Dumbledore's demeanor as rather morbidly amusing, as he dangles this adversarial dark wizard along, seemingly to probe for something. Despite knowing Quirrell's identity, Dumbledore refrains from ensnaring him, instead gradually eroding the dark wizard's vitality, leading him inexorably towards death. Presently, it appears that Harry has been rendered a hostage in this scenario. However, this is somewhat understandable, as his value to Dumbledore exceeds that of the other young wizards. As Harry observes the slight bulge of Professor Quirrell's sleeve, where his wand is grasped, he surmises that a stealthy attack would likely prove futile. After spending these past months together, Harry is uncertain of Quirrell's proficiency in dark magic defense, but he is acutely aware that it must be formidable. Resistance here would be utterly pointless, resulting only in a swift demise at the hands of Quirrell's spells. Very well, Professor, Cedric, please return the textbooks for me. I shall be back shortly. Harry handed his notebook and textbook to Cedric, waving farewell as he departed. Cedric, watching the two figures recede, awkwardly tucked the textbook under his arm and ambled toward the Hufflepuff common room. Yet, upon stepping onto the corner's stone tiles, he broke into a sprint. Harry never addressed him by his surname, nor would he ever refer to him as a senior. Moreover, Cedric noticed the slight protrusion of Quirrell's sleeve, which could only conceal a wand. Under no circumstances should a professor aim their wand at a student. Realizing that something was amiss with Quirrell, he pondered who he should seek for assistance. Suddenly, Cedric caught sight of the notebook in his hands. Harry had altered its order when handing it to him, and prominently on top lay the Transfiguration text. Yes, Professor McGonagall must be nearby. Without a backward glance, Cedric dashed towards her office. He intended to alert Harry, yet it would take some time for Dumbledore to arrive and rescue him. During this interval, Harry would have to remain with Quirrell. Voldemort accompanied Harry through the corridor, trailing half a step behind, resembling merely a professor leisurely conversing with a student. It is my honor, Professor. Indeed, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Voldemort led Harry to the entrance on the 4th floor, a location Dumbledore had previously cautioned against approaching at the beginning of the school year. It was rather surprising that what Quirrell sought lay within. It seemed a touch too, well, overt. However, upon reflection, Harry found this arrangement rather fitting. After the warning, those who approached, having excluded the adventurous young Gryffindors, were indeed all suspects. Moreover, this effectively prevented any harm befalling the young wizards. After all, this was a school. Dumbledore's setup resembled a bait, confining the conflict within these walls. You see, Dumbledore is quite the cunning old fox, and a masterful one at that. I was thoroughly ensnared by him back in the day, constantly under his watchful eye since my student years. Quirrell easily opened the door with a simple spell, revealing a massive, crouching, three-headed black dog. Clever indeed. Voldemort lightly tapped his wand, causing a distant harp to begin playing itself. In an instant, Harry felt the resident pain upon his forehead, as if it were subjected to some interference, twisting in agony. This was an attack aimed at the spirit. Likely a magical artifact. The black, three-headed dog swiftly fell into slumber. Voldemort moved the beast aside, revealing a cave previously concealed by a shifting door. Harry, jump. Our time is short. Chapter 34, Dumbledore's Old Flame. As he leaped into the deep pit, the irregular rock walls rushed past him from either side. Accompanied by the sharp wind whistling in his ears, Harry glimpsed a glowing pool of water below. The moment he plunged into it, he felt his magical essence rapidly diluted. The boy quickly slowed in the liquid and then, holding his breath, swam upwards. It was a pool approximately 5 or 6 meters deep. The water brimmed with a luminescent blue liquid. Harry emerged from the pool, shaking off the sticky substance before it returned to the depths. He watched as Professor Quirrell leaped in after him, but just as he was about to reach the surface, Quirrell gave a gentle wave of his wand. With a gust of wind sweeping through the space, his descent halted abruptly, propelling him swiftly towards the pool's edge. The water surged, which had been calm when Harry fell in, now roiled violently, sending colossal waves crashing upward toward Quirrell. Armor. With a faint blue shield flickering around him, Quirrell accelerated towards Harry's side. Yet, the swirling waters were not inclined to relinquish him so easily. They coalesced at low altitude, enveloping Quirrell entirely before beginning to spin rapidly. Blazing fire. Accompanied by a burst of orange flames erupting from the tip of Quirrell's wand, a fiery serpent coiled above the water, countering the deluge that sought to drench him. Chilo descended slowly, as the water, which had initially attempted to breach the defenses, was utterly consumed by the fiery serpent conjured by the Fiendfire curse. Consequently, the pool began to appear somewhat languid. Do not move, Chilo instructed, tapping Harry with his wand. The Fiendfire curse coiled around Harry, effectively devouring the viscous blue liquid that had contaminated him. What is this substance? Harry inquired curiously, glancing back at the pool of blue liquid that now seemed subdued. At this moment, he realized he was Chilo's safeguard for leaving Hogwarts, at least until the professor departed. His own life was secure. As for whether Professor Chilo would ultimately resort to silencing him, Harry leaned towards the belief that he would not, for he still held some value. If the ultimate aim was to eliminate him, the time spent in class would be rendered futile. Should Professor Chilo ultimately decide to eliminate him for safety's sake, Harry could only hope to wield his 2 fireball spells in a desperate gambit. In the worst-case scenario, he would perish here, which held little significance. Countless wizards had met their demise in the pursuit of magical exploration, and he currently possessed scant means of resistance. After dismissing the option of fleeing Hogwarts under cover of night, he realized that regardless of his choice, even if he opted to return home for Christmas, Professor Chilo could simply await his return to abduct him. A determined dark wizard like him presented an insurmountable force. That is a larva of the Gisami worm. They consume all surrounding magical fluctuations and render magical items ineffective. However, if you cast the 3 unforgivable curses, you can use this creature to erase the traces of spells cast from your wand, Chilo explained with a smile, directing the curse towards the doorway. At the moment Chilo utilized the opening charm, the pool of water surged silently behind him, and a powerful torrent surged towards the incanting Chilo. Clearly unprepared for such resilience, Chilo had to halt his spellcasting. He turned abruptly, vigorously waving his wand. A flash of red lightning erupted from its tip, shattering the blue torrent in an instant. Harry quickly turned away to avoid being splattered by the Gisami worm larvae. Although he was quite curious about the creature, it did not imply he was willing to consume it. Despite Chilo successfully defending against the onslaught, the splattered blue liquid still stained the professor's purple robes. Harry, you expressed a desire to learn the unforgivable curses. Today, I shall demonstrate one for you. Just as Voldemort, who had been controlling Chilo's body, turned swiftly after obliterating the blue liquid, he evidently overlooked the fact that his face was positioned above Chilo's head. Chilo removed the damp purple hood, revealing a pale visage beneath. Subsequently, Voldemort, amidst the terror-stricken visage and silent screams of Quirrell, pressed his hands upon the professor's head and began to turn it slowly. Harry observed his mentor performing this grotesque spectacle before him, unable to suppress his admiration for Professor Quirrell's gruesome manipulation of flesh, a rather unconventional approach to the art of transmutation. Typically, one would position the subject directly in front, yet this design, requiring a rotation of the head, though not entirely implausible, is rather rare. Even if Professor Quirrell sought to explore the disparity between subject and object, he could have employed a mask without subjecting himself to such brutality. This was not merely a matter of turning the head. It necessitated severing the spine while maintaining neural connections, rotating the head, and then reattaching the spine. Many believe that the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, affects only singular beings and is ineffective against collective entities. However, that notion is misguided. For magic is a manifestation of the heart, Harry. When confronted with such bothersome swarms, particularly those linked by soul and life, one must perceive them as a singular entity. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort intoned softly, pressing the tip of his wand with a finger, lifting it gently before letting it fall. A flash of green lightning erupted from the wand's motion, piercing directly into the pool that once radiated a soft blue glow. The green danced rapidly among the blue luminescence, akin to a melancholic tune waltzing with death. As Voldemort withdrew his wand, Harry approached the pool, only to find that the original blue had dissipated entirely. The interconnected life and soul of the Chisperful larvae had, through their most proficient application of magic, brought about their own demise. At that moment, countless tiny white particles began to descend peacefully upon the surface of the water, the essence of the Chisperful larvae. In death, they could no longer emit their ethereal blue glow. In pursuit of sustenance, they had unwittingly delivered themselves to the gallows. Just as Harry was about to touch the tranquil surface of the water to discern the situation, Quirrell, standing behind him, began to urge him on. "Hurry, Harry, Dumbledore will return momentarily. Although Chisperfils are classified as contraband by the Ministry of Magic, you can procure them in Knockturn Alley." Voldemort finally pushed open the door to the second challenge, revealing a precarious wooden bridge, beneath which lay a series of neatly arranged eggs. "Harry, do you have a piece of paper with writing on it?" Quirrell beckoned Harry, who was trailing behind, to come forward while inquiring. "I believe I do." Harry rummaged through his pocket and handed a piece of paper to Quirrell. Rather than accepting it, Quirrell waved his wand, transforming the written draft into a paper airplane that soared across to the opposite bank. The previously serene black eggs below began to tremble rapidly, and soon, they were hatched. Harry observed intently. What he perceived was not an egg, but rather a cluster of black-skinned rodents coiling together. These mice fixed their gaze upon the paper airplane soaring low, swiftly consolidating into a mass before ascending, and at the very moment the paper airplane was about to land on the opposite bank, they tore it into shreds. "Professor, you still delight in such trivial tricks," Voldemort remarked, smiling as he flicked his wand at his own attire, then at Harry's. The words vanished. "Is this the devouring mouse?" Harry inquired. His curiosity piqued as he watched the little rodents consume the remnants of his draft paper, absorbing the characters into themselves. "Indeed, Harry," Voldemort acknowledged, gently tapping the boy's neck with his wand, signaling him to proceed. Harry stepped onto the narrow log bridge, constructed simply from a single, unvarnished trunk. The bridge stood approximately 5 meters above the ground, beneath which the agitated, devouring mice stirred. Although the books stated that these magical creatures held little interest in items devoid of written symbols, that did not imply one could carelessly plunge into their midst without consequence. Harry had just witnessed how these rodents had stacked themselves high, shredding the paper airplane midair. He had no desire to test whether these mice were truly as disinterested in non-textual objects as the text claimed. "Harry, did you know that Dumbledore was a master of intrigue?" Quirrell, trailing behind, seized the opportunity to impart psychological insight to the boy ahead. He had known the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, in their youth, and their bond was profound. Yet, in the end, he chose to ascend the tower alone, leaving his friend eternally trapped within the desolate ruins of Nurmengard. Quirrell's tone softened, particularly as he recounted the delicate nature of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's relationship. Harry recalled the earlier mention of Old Glass, and surmised the true nature of the professor's close relationship. It was astonishing to think that the seemingly unassuming headmaster had such a vibrant personality in his youth. If memory served, Grindelwald's era was far less tolerant of same-sex love than the present day. He seemed indifferent to the feelings of his most beloved. "Harry, what do you suppose he truly cared about? What did the great white wizard of this century, the architect of your destiny, truly value?" Having traversed the perilous log bridge, Harry turned to observe the mice, now reverted to their round, black egg-like forms, awaiting their next prey, choosing instead to remain a quiet listener. Voldemort appeared to relish the power of control as he opened the next door with his wand, revealing a blazing inferno. The entire space was ablaze with the black flames below, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning rubber. Quirrell finally halted his previously unhurried stride, casting his gaze across the entire expanse. It was a narrow chasm, the location uncertain, perhaps still beneath Hogwarts. On either side loomed nearly vertical cliffs, with relentless black flames burning 3 meters below the ledge. The rock faces were dotted with slightly protruding stones, suggesting a need for one to press closely against the cliff to navigate through. "Harry, you must proceed." Voldemort gently prodded Harry's head with his wand, issuing an undeniable command. Chapter 35, The Fires of Hell. Rest assured, the flames below are not real. They are mere illusions designed to ignite the soul, posing little harm to you. Quirrell pressed his wand against the back of Harry's head, the situation compelling Harry into compliance. He shifted slightly, seemingly preparing to advance to the left. The boy sensed the wand, perpetually hovering near him, yet not quite touching, and he abandoned the notion of seizing it. The professor was evidently no stranger to employing this wand in combat. At such close quarters, Harry dared not wager whether his reflexes could outpace Quirrell's spellcasting. Should Quirrell's wand waver or fluctuate in distance, it would indicate that his focus was momentarily diverted. In that case, Harry would not hesitate to bend low and pivot, using his elbow to snatch the wand from his adversary. A wizard stripped of their wand would likely lose their combat efficacy, after which he could devise a means to plunge Quirrell into the abyss below. Harry, when you fall, take care to protect your head. That way, you may only break a leg and recuperate for a few months, Quirrell advised, observing Harry beginning to ascend. At that moment, Harry inched closer to the rock face, gripping the protruding stones with his palms, cautiously maneuvering his toes against the raised sections below. He could almost feel the immense heat radiating from behind him, a result of the flames. Although his body remained unscathed, Harry sensed his soul being gradually warmed. If indeed he were to fall as Quirrell suggested, safeguarding his head would be imperative, ensuring it remained as far from the flames as possible. Otherwise, should his soul be scorched, even a rescue at St. Mungo S would likely prove a harrowing experience. Harry edged closer to the wall, moving with utmost care. The protruding stones beneath him appeared less than sturdy, and the jagged edges in his hands incessantly threatened to cut into his palms. As the boy advanced, he finally reached the first corner. There, the originally parallel footholds had crumbled, leaving him with only a narrow gap barely sufficient to support a single foot. Voldemort watched Harry with regret. Someone had to traverse this perilous route, and he was loath to merge with Quirrell. Thus, it was left to Harry. Should misfortune befall him here, Voldemort would have to find a way to escape alone. He pondered whether the vanishing cabinet left behind at Hogwarts would still be operational. In the past, to evade the ever-watchful eyes of Dumbledore and the phantoms and portraits within Hogwarts, he had scarcely an opportunity to ascertain whether the vanishing cabinet could still transport him to the dark magic shop in Knockturn Alley. Quirrell observed the boy, who seemed to have come to a standstill, and with a flick of his wand, severed the path of retreat entirely. A streak of crimson lightning rent the 3-meter-high rock wall asunder, causing the fragile stones to plummet into the flames, which surged from ankle height to waist level. Yet, Harry remained motionless. Just as Quirrell grew impatient, preparing to cast a spell to send the dawdling boy tumbling into the abyss, Harry suddenly leaped, moving along the wall like a gecko. His body pressed against the rock above the flames. With a swift shift of balance, he grasped a ledge above with his arm, utilizing the momentum from his jump. He swung from that point to land upon the platform across from him. Quirrell retracted his wand. The most perilous part was now behind them, with the mechanism positioned centrally. All that remained was for Harry to advance slowly along the rock face and secure the mechanism, which would cause the flames below to extinguish themselves. As the boy engaged the circular dial with 3 fingers, the flames beneath began to diminish gradually. Eventually, only a thin layer of fire remained, cloaking the surface of the black stones, and with a click, the mechanism returned to its original position. Harry did not withdraw his fingers immediately, but chose to wait quietly for Professor Quirrell to enter, unsure whether this mechanism could prove fatal to him. Harry hesitated briefly before slowly extracting his fingers. The flames were not fierce enough, even if he were to fall. He could endure the searing pain to reach the other side. As for Professor Quirrell, he would scarcely withstand 15 seconds, but might manage to eliminate his tormentor with the killing curse before his departure. Moreover, Harry found himself prone against the rock face, with little room to maneuver either forward or backward. Remaining in this position was already a considerable challenge, let alone casting a spell in retaliation or dodging the incoming curse. It seemed prudent to continue waiting, hoping that the next trial would be less oppressive. The scorching heat emanating from the soul had already drawn a thin sheen of sweat upon Harry's brow. After Quirrell transfigured the stones beneath Harry's feet to connect to the opposite side, the boy promptly shed his sweat-drenched robe. He rolled it up and wiped his face, draping it over his arm. Quirrell maintained his ever-present smile, seemingly undeterred by the earlier threats to their relationship. "We are nearly there, Harry," he said, trailing behind. Although he did not believe that a young wizard could retaliate effectively with a spell, certain mechanisms might be triggered. Now that someone could scout the path ahead, why should he take the risk himself? "Harry, we are of a kind, driven by ambition, yearning for magic, self-important, and endowed with talents that match our aspirations." Quirrell gently tapped the lock, and they departed from the canyon engulfed in flames. At last, a circular, concave space revealed itself. Beneath the Roman Corinthian columns surrounding them, braziers flickered with ethereal blue flames, quietly burning. The The soft glow of the flames cast mottled shadows upon the lavishly adorned floral arrangements above the columns, epitomizing opulence. They had indeed arrived. Voldemort beheld the mirror at the lowest level, shrouded entirely by a canvas. Upon reaching this place, he no longer felt urgency. The man stepped forward, for the first time exposing his back to Harry after entering. Harry held his wand firmly in his right hand, while his robe was stained with the blue liquid of the chisperful larvae. Due to the residual liquid's property of absorbing magical fluctuations, the ripples created by Harry gripping his wand went unnoticed by Voldemort, who was slowly approaching the mirror. Voldemort paused before the mirror, concealed beneath the coarse linen, and suddenly turned to look at Harry, who lingered at the entrance. Harry had already grasped his wand, even beginning to silently chant the killing curse in his mind. Given 3 more seconds, the incantation would strike Voldemort's fragile body with a piercing wail. Harry, let me enlighten you on what Dumbledore truly values. He cherishes order. The ridiculous order of muggles and humans as it stands now. When those who wield power do not actively seize the authority that rightfully belongs to them, the structure that ought to be stable becomes unbalanced, much like the current state of the magical world. Chapter 36. The Mirror of Erased. Harry. The aged lion remains vigilant against all young lions that may threaten his reign. Even those cubs with potential are subjected to restriction and scrutiny. Dumbledore imprisoned his beloved, establishing this hypocritical order, and any existence that poses a threat to it becomes his enemy. It was once me, and soon it will be you. Voldemort stood by the mirror, beckoning Harry to approach. Help me unveil the truth concealed by this veil. Voldemort stepped aside gently, as if the coarse linen draping the mirror of Erased was not merely a rough canvas, but rather the curtain of a stage for a new era. Harry approached in silence, rolling up his sleeve and tucking it under his arm before casually tossing it aside near the mirror. Mr. Voldemort, I had anticipated a more grandiose entrance from you. I did not expect our first candid meeting to occur in such a confined and cramped space. Harry reached the mirror, lightly grasping the curtain with his fingers, then looked towards Voldemort. The tribulations of my childhood were wrought by your hand. Are you truly at ease in trusting me with this power, capable of determining your fate? Harry gently tugged at the veil, causing the accumulated dust to stir. Harry, it was Dumbledore who took you in, just as he guided me. The prophecy was conveyed to me by none other than Severus Snape, your potions professor. To strengthen this connection, he deliberately fortified the protection surrounding your home, rather than that of another child born in late July, Longbottom, Neville Longbottom. Harry, do you comprehend why? Because the Longbottom lineage is directly tied to Dumbledore, while you belong to a lineage of fallen, insignificant purebloods. The Longbottoms and Dumbledore are of pure blood, whereas you and I, like a blend of disparate elements, are half-bloods. Voldemort lightly directed his wand towards the shrouded mirror. At that moment, as Harry tugged, a corner began to peel away. It was meant for Neville to perish, for the Longbottom family, not you, Harry. And after this, can you guess Dumbledore's choice? He sent you into the Muggle world, to be raised by a pair of Muggles. The Potter family has branches in Germany. A distant uncle once wished to adopt you, but Dumbledore declined. You are merely a tool to him, just as I am, a puppet swaying under Dumbledore's delicate strings. Why should puppets harm one another? Harry lowered his head, indifferent, and gently pulled back the curtain. The boy stepped aside, bending to retrieve his robe, now soiled by the dust of the ground, contemplating the Hufflepuff badge adorning it. Harry, cease your self-deception. You and I are of the same ilk. Come, gaze upon the mirror of Erased. It reflects that which you hold dear. Can you find Dumbledore within? Voldemort whispered softly in Harry's ear, aware of his remarkable aptitude for potions, though it seemed his potions master was rather disobedient. For the sake of the future, whether as a hidden pawn beside Dumbledore or to secure a stable and reliable supply of potions during wartime, this is indeed a strategic move. You yearn for power, yet power will incite Dumbledore's wariness towards you. Ultimately, he shall imprison you, just as he did Grindelwald. And you, an arithmancer, can grasp theory yet struggle to cast spells. How will you confront the magic of a dark arts master? Dumbledore need not employ Avada Kedavra. With merely the use of the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperius Curse, he can render you his puppet, much like Severus Snape is now. He is the informant, who disclosed the existence of the prophecy regarding the Chosen One to Dumbledore. Yet now this very culprit teaches at Hogwarts. Yet that diligent guardian, your father's friend, a pivotal member of the Phoenix Society, vowed to defend your uncle to the death, while Lupin, merely a werewolf, was forsaken to quietly rot in the dark recesses of the magical realm. Voldemort silently reveled in the transformation of Harry's expression, shifting from confusion to skepticism, then to a flicker of disbelief, ultimately culminating in numbness and resolution. It was only after he spoke of Snape that Harry's beautiful green eyes momentarily contracted in surprise. Tell me, what did you see within? Voldemort placed his hands on Harry's shoulders, no longer perceiving this as a threat, as Quirrell's palms, shielded by fabric, remained unscathed. I exist alone, eternally, no longer governed by the fear of aging. Harry gazed into the mirror, gently touching the surface of the mirror of Erist, as if responding to the reflection of himself in that otherworldly realm. Voldemort observed the pupils of Harry's eyes through the glass. Since their entry, his soul-sucking had not ceased. Moreover, at this moment, the enchantments of love that once enveloped Harry had ceased to take effect, leading Voldemort to the firm conviction that he had completely subdued Harry. Now, can you assist me in locating the Philosopher's Stone? It is a red gem, and we must prepare the scene before Dumbledore returns. Harry watched his own reflection smile charmingly at him, and then placed a stone into his left pocket. That must be the so-called Philosopher's Stone, Harry surmised, realizing that within the mirror, he could see only himself. Furthermore, having learned from Dumbledore that the mirror of Erist does not impart knowledge, he found himself entirely disinterested in it. He recognized that this mirror could only reflect himself, and due to his enhanced mental defenses, the mirror of Erist could no longer invade his thoughts or extract his memories. Professor, I require someone to be within the mirror, Harry gently articulated to Voldemort. Of course. Voldemort stepped back to the side of the mirror, allowing ample space for two carriages to pass between them. Under Voldemort's watchful gaze, Harry looked into his pocket, grasped his robe, and reached within, retrieving a brilliant stone that shimmered with resplendent light under the surrounding blue flames. It pulsed in his hand like a heartbeat, once, twice. Voldemort's gaze fixated on the stone, the embodiment of Nicholas Flamel's immortality, and his hope for physical restoration. Chapter 37. The Red Tower's Departure Ceremony. Harry opened his palm, while Voldemort slightly raised his wand. The Philosopher's Stone began to levitate slowly into the air, surrounded by a flickering radiance, and flew towards Voldemort. Harry's peripheral vision caught sight of the now useless mirror of Erist, which displayed an updated personal panel. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11. Abnormal status, blasphemous punishment, divine enemy. Spell status, 2, 972, 1000. Avada Kedavra, 3, 1, 10,000. 2, 679, 1000. 2, 579, 1000. Fireball spell, 4, 1897, 100,000. Basic detection spell, 1, 65, 100. Cleanse, 1, 38, 100. Levitation charm, 1, 52, 100. Blood soul tribute, 1, 6, 100. Lumos, 1, 1, 100. Mage hand, 0, 7, 10. Restoration, 1, 12, 100. Stupefy, 0, 9, 10. Alohomora, 0, 1, 10. Transfiguration, 1, 17, 100. Harry grasped the wand wrapped within his robes, gently aimed it at Voldemort, and, with a smile, silently intoned the incantation for Avada Kedavra. Ensnared by the dazzling crimson gem, Voldemort was utterly blindsided. How could a mere novice, who struggled to master even the simplest of dark arts for half a semester, pose a threat to him? He had repeatedly confirmed that Harry no longer harbored animosity towards him. The only entity he needed to be wary of was the ever-looming return of Dumbledore. The green lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged past the enchanted stone above. As Voldemort beheld the flicker of green light reflected within the red gem, he finally comprehended the unfolding events. Swiftly, he interrupted the spell he was casting, causing the Philosopher's Stone to plummet towards the ground. Voldemort then brandished his wand, unleashing a similar green beam directed at Harry. The curse cast by the apprentice was merely an unforgivable curse, although he could not fathom why Harry was capable of such a formidable spell, one that he presumed no one would dare to teach him. It did not deter him from assessing its minimal threat. It was simply an apprentice's incantation. Even if it struck him, he would merely suffer a nosebleed. The plan was to eliminate Harry and then let Quirrell take the fall, all while he would swiftly abscond with the stone. Harry, undeterred by the green beam hurtling towards him, intensified his spell casting, gaining the upper hand. Should the caster perish, the spell would naturally lose its potency. It was akin to a deadly duel. If my blade can pierce you first, your blade can be at my eyes with little consequence. The green lightning finally traversed the brief distance, striking Voldemort's form cloaked in purple robes. Harry observed as the beam aimed at him began to dissipate in the air, a genuine smile gracing his lips. It seemed he was ready to depart. Dear Professor Voldemort, may you relish the offering of the Red Tower's farewell. Voldemort felt the waning responses of this fragile body, emitting a shrill cry of defiance and terror. Subsequently, the thoroughly shattered form began to disintegrate, starting from the bare, gray skull, transforming into small gray fragments. Harry stepped forward, extending his palm as the crimson Philosopher's Stone descended steadily from above. The boy grasped the stone firmly, while his wand remained pointed at the rapidly disintegrating professor. Certain spells may trigger upon death or during the process of dying. His fireball spell was primed and ready. Very well, Harry, we shall meet again. Echoed the sentiments of Quirrell's and Voldemort's souls as they were completely torn from the ruined corporeal vessel by Harry's Avada Kedavra curse. Harry observed Voldemort, who was desperately attempting to separate himself from the terrified Quirrell, and aimed his wand at the foe, uncertain if the killing curse could strike the soul once more. A flash of green ignited in Harry's cold green eyes as he beheld the spell pierce through the adversary's body, leaving a crater on the stone column behind. He frowned, pondering whether he could only watch as the foe departed. Evidently startled by the attempt to assault his soul with the Avada Kedavra, Voldemort ceased his verbal exchanges, completely severing his ties with Quirrell's spirit, and transformed into a stream of black mist, swiftly fleeing towards the entrance. Harry watched as the fixed essence of Voldemort began to dissipate, along with Professor Quirrell's soul, which was swiftly vanishing into the air, leaving behind only the remnants of his robe. Silently, he lowered his wand. It was a pity that the mass of Chispurfles had been exterminated by the road rage-inflicted Voldemort. Now, he could only attempt to cleanse the spell records within his wand with the robe, stained by some blue liquid. After wiping the wand, he grasped it once more, evidently. The magical fluctuations had diminished slightly, and he could feel the wand's grip had correspondingly lessened. Harry had a fondness for this wand, if not for necessity. He would not wish to snap it, yet the unforgivable curses were prohibited within the Ministry of Magic. Casting an unforgivable curse upon a human would render one's situation dire, especially now, when he found himself unable to confront the violent institutions of the magical world. However, the Avada Kedavra was indeed highly effective. This instant death type spell began at least at a 6th tier level back in his homeland. Moreover, this curse specifically targeted the soul, functioning by directly extracting it from the body. If paired with spells that could shatter souls, it could utterly annihilate foes. Such a potent curse being banned in the magical realm was baffling. What of counter curses? He could easily aim the crossbow hidden beneath his suitcase at any professor's neck, and there would be no counter curse for that. Why not classify the crossbow as an unforgivable curse? The very essence of magic development harbors danger, if one fears death. What claim do they have to the title of wizard? He must devise a means to rationally wield the killing curse, for a savior ought to possess certain privileges. Should they not? Harry aimed the Philosopher's Stone at the chandelier above. Beneath the flickering candlelight, the red gem radiated an alluring glow. It was indeed genuine. A counterfeit could never deceive Voldemort. Harry gazed entranced at the stone, a true testament to the pinnacle of alchemical achievement in this realm. It was only when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the far corridor that he reluctantly diverted his gaze from the magical stone. Alas, there were no tools at hand to study this artifact. Dumbledore would undoubtedly take the Philosopher's Stone away, and he would have no choice but to relinquish it. Harry estimated that Voldemort's killing curse must be at level 5. If he too possessed a level 5 killing curse, he would relish the opportunity to cast it upon Dumbledore, then find a secluded place to meticulously study the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 38, Pursuit of Darkness. Harry was unaware of when Dumbledore had returned, but by the time Professor McGonagall firmly escorted him to the hospital wing, Dumbledore was already there, clad in a beige robe. The elderly man wore gray slippers and vibrant travel socks adorned with colorful circles. "Ah, Harry, I am so pleased to see that you are unharmed." Dumbledore gently placed a hand on the boy's head, seemingly offering sincere comfort to this fortunate survivor. "Minerva, he is fine, merely fatigued. Too much has transpired today. Let us allow Harry to rest." Harry was ushered into the infirmary by Professor McGonagall and subsequently guided out by Dumbledore, appearing much like a child rendered speechless by fear. Following McGonagall was Cedric, anxiously standing outside, looking equally shaken. Once McGonagall observed Harry being led out by Dumbledore, Cedric stepped closer, scrutinizing the younger student, who was nearly 2 heads shorter than himself. "I am sorry, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Professor Quirrell was indeed targeting me. Your intervention in summoning him was crucial. I am exhausted. Let us depart." Cedric, likely briefed by Professor McGonagall, merely checked on Harry upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room. After confirming that Harry was uninjured, he advised the boy to rest, thereafter refraining from any further discussion on the matter. However, the professor's disappearance from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, much like the previous incident involving dragons and trolls, would inevitably become public knowledge. After all, even with Dumbledore's enthusiastic invitation, Voldemort would not return to Hogwarts merely to instruct the young wizards in the short term. Moreover, the unfortunate Professor Quirrell now lay in a state of utter ruin. As the Christmas holiday came to a close and the young wizards gradually returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore brought forth a thrilling announcement. Hogwarts had decided to collaborate with Durmstrang Institute of Magic, and a professor from Durmstrang would be responsible for instructing them in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class for the latter half of the term. Harry observed the arrangements and realized that his earlier suggestion, which he had discreetly slipped into the headmaster's office regarding the search for a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, had been temporarily acknowledged by Dumbledore. "Harry, do you know where Professor Quirrell has gone?" Ron, seated beside Harry, squeezed a chicken leg onto the Badger's dining table. Ever since he had been incessantly lectured by Hermione over there, he often came over to seek solace. Harry shrugged. indicating that Ron was eager to share his tale. While he himself was curious about Voldemort's whereabouts, he would prefer someone to provide him with an address. During the holiday, he had intended to pay a visit to Voldemort and offer some warmth. Now that Voldemort's body had been destroyed and he had yet to acquire the crucial Philosopher's Stone, he planned to research ways to confront the soul in the coming days. After all, the next time they met, he intended to ensure that Voldemort felt the fervor of a Red Tower apprentice. Failing to eliminate a teacher was indeed a grave misstep. I heard Professor Quirrell was caught engaging in unsavory activities. You know, he was discovered on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron with a few goblins, Ron whispered. But he was soon interrupted by Malfoy, who stood behind him. That's a lie. Quirrell was clearly found in the company of some vixens, Draco arrogantly corrected Ron, whom he had always looked down upon. Well, Professor Quirrell certainly has, peculiar tastes, Harry replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Not far away, Cedric regarded Harry with an odd expression. For Professor Quirrell had left with Harry, and now only Harry had returned. The debates among the young wizards were of no concern to Harry. However, that night, after returning to the dormitory, he found himself tossing and turning. He was uncertain whether Dumbledore knew something. This was perilous. While not all of Voldemort's words to him had been truthful, certain aspects warranted caution. Should he maintain this delicate balance, allowing the matter to pass while pretending to be the obedient student, with Dumbledore continuing his role as the wise headmaster? Or should he proactively disclose the truth, seeking leniency, at least to demonstrate that he was not akin to Voldemort, deceptive and wicked, yet still possessing room for redemption? It was quite a conundrum. Surely any of his older peers would have devised a better strategy. He was not adept at scheming. Rather, he excelled in research. His approach should have been to immerse himself in practice and then confront both Dumbledore and Voldemort with a decisive Avada Kedavra each. Yet here he was, within the confines of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's domain. At this moment, he was the fish on the chopping block, while others wielded the knife. At that time, Voldemort had to be dealt with painfully, for he occupied an absolute position of power. It was foreseeable that Voldemort would likely confront Albus shortly thereafter. At that moment, he could not gamble on whether Albus would deem him the supposed savior of greater importance, or consider it more prudent to eliminate Voldemort decisively. He needed to take action. A fireball could easily entrap him, and it was uncertain whether it would even suffice to vanquish Voldemort. Only the newly acquired killing curse could serve this purpose. Ultimately, the matter circled back to the same issue. His strength was still insufficient. A third tier of Avada Kedavra was simply inadequate. Advancing from level 3 to 4 required 10,000 points. Given his current progress, he could improve any non-3 unforgivable curse by a small margin each day, equating to a 10-point advancement for the 3 unforgivable curses. Over the course of a year, this would amount to 650 points. Thus, in the best-case scenario, it would take him 3 years to elevate his Avada Kedavra to level 4, and nearly 28 years to reach level 5. Voldemort, at his peak, was in his 50s, approaching 60. Considering he did not begin his magical studies from birth and had to learn other forms of magic, it was indeed plausible that he had devoted close to 30 years to mastering the killing curse. However, Harry could not afford to wait that long. He needed to enhance his mastery of the killing curse swiftly. With the unfortunate demise of Professor Quirrell, there would be no one at Hogwarts willing to impart knowledge of dark magic to him. To advance rapidly in the killing curse, he could not rely on the slow overflow from other spells. He needed to take the initiative and seek darkness. Professor Quirrell had introduced him to the origins of the 3 unforgivable curses during their first private lesson, specifically the Egyptian pyramid symbolism. As Harry observed the mounting criticism of Dumbledore in the newspaper, he quietly noted the subsequent report from Gringotts regarding the expansion of their Egyptian operations. Egypt seemed an appealing option, far removed from Dumbledore's sphere of influence, and the indigenous magical forces there had been thoroughly dismantled during France's colonial endeavors. The current Egyptian Ministry of Magic struggled to maintain order within the chaotic magical society, which was advantageous, for chaos breeds violence and instability. The greatest manifestation of violence in the magical realm is indeed the 3 unforgivable curses. He believed he could return from there laden with knowledge and power. The pressing questions remained: how to get there, and under what guise? Chapter 39, The Battle of Public Opinion. They were merely spouting nonsense. Headmaster Dumbledore was the finest in the world. How could this be? There existed a significant faction of admirers among the young lions and badgers who revered Albus. Children are invariably drawn to strength, and here, the most formidable figure, revered across the British Isles, was undoubtedly Dumbledore, who could easily become an object of adoration. Soon, with today's Daily Prophet tossed onto the little wizard's desk, even the more indifferent Ravenclaws found themselves ignited with fervor. The cover of the Daily Prophet prominently features a full-length portrait of Albus, the origin of which remains a mystery, perhaps due to fear or some other factor. The Daily Prophet unusually refrains from employing its characteristic expansive magical images on the front page. In the image, the elderly Albus, now with a shock of white hair, stands at the center, reminiscent of a prisoner on the verge of being confined behind iron bars. Below, in large black lettering, it declares that the Hogwarts faculty, alongside the then headmaster Albus Dumbledore, has committed a grave professional error. Not only did an adult dragon trespass into Hogwarts on Halloween, but a giant had also been sighted within the school grounds, recently within a mere 50 meters of the students. Harry reflected on the situation at the time. The statement seemed accurate. The giant had been on the lower level, while they were in the Great Hall. If the giant was indeed close to the area beneath the hall, the distance could indeed be as little as 50 meters, albeit vertically. Ultimately, the Daily Prophet openly questioned whether Dumbledore had aged and whether he was still fit to lead Hogwarts. The article insinuated, albeit subtly, that Hogwarts may no longer be a safe haven for young wizards, even mentioning, in a veiled manner, that among the Hogwarts staff lurked a murderer and a former Death Eater. Harry could not deny the artistry of the piece. While there were untruths, they were not egregious, merely artistic expressions. He took note of the article's author, Rita Skeeter, the illustrious reporter for the Daily Prophet. This individual could potentially be manipulated as a useful tool. As the newspaper circulated, its contents swiftly overshadowed the unfortunate disappearance of Professor Quirrell. Soon, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts were well aware of the unfolding events, with fervent discussions echoing through the corridors during class transitions. However, despite the fading memory of Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts class remained a requisite. Due to the necessity of conducting this class at a manor outside Hogwarts, adjustments were made to the schedule for all year groups. First years were pushed to the end, while the unfortunate 6th and 7th years enrolled in defense against the dark arts would proceed to the class alongside the 5th years. Alternatively, it could be deemed a holiday, for Headmaster Dumbledore had arranged an extended 3-week break for them. Thus, the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts from Durmstrang would not be perceived as teaching the subject at Hogwarts. Rather, he would merely be an enthusiastic host, providing complimentary lodging for the holidaying young wizards, accompanied by some trivial instruction. Although the subject they attended was the defense against the dark arts class, who could truly claim him as the professor of such a course at Hogwarts? He was not even a British wizard, having served instead at Durmstrang. For this reason, to ensure that the young witches and wizards could return home punctually during the 3rd week of June and avoid collective detention, the vacant defense against the dark arts class was repurposed for other subjects. The young students, who initially believed they had secured an extended holiday and an extra free period, were soon met with a rude awakening from the school. Nonetheless, their enthusiasm for discussing the slander against Professor Dumbledore in the newspapers remained fervent. Each day after classes, one could see groups of young wizards gathered together, vehemently denouncing the fools who authored the articles, with some older students even contemplating writing to the Ministry of Magic, urging them to apprehend the journalist named Rita. However, these matters bore little relevance to Harry. The question of whether Dumbledore was still the headmaster could not be swayed solely by public opinion. While public sentiment might tarnish Albus's current reputation and situation, it would not strip him of his position as headmaster at that moment. Ultimately, the uproar of public opinion unfolded as Harry had anticipated, not lasting long. By early May, as the impending final exams drew near, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts found little energy to concern themselves with such external affairs. The exams became their sole focus, and the once empty library and common room gradually filled up, starting from mid-April. Harry found it nearly impossible to locate a quiet spot to read in the common room, and reluctantly made his way to the Great Hall. To his surprise, it too had been overrun by a multitude of young wizards, who, typically unmotivated, were now scrambling to prepare at the last moment. In a corner, Harry even spotted someone kneeling before what appeared to be a portrait of Merlin, seemingly praying for favorable exam results. Near the entrance of the hall, he discovered a cluster of badgers and squeezed his way in. Their audacity was astounding. They continued to publish defamatory information about the headmaster, despite the Ministry of Magic having already clarified the situation. Kelly unfolded the newspaper, flipped to a conspicuous spot on the 2nd page, and could not help but crumple it into a ball, tossing it toward the trash bin across the room. The wizard on the cover, impeccably dressed and seemingly hosting a book launch, indignantly shook his fist, as if protesting such crass behavior. Harry intercepted the paper ball and took a seat. "Nice catch, Harry," Cedric remarked with a smile, patting the boy's arm. Ever since that incident, Cedric had felt a deep sense of guilt toward Harry. As an upperclassman, he had relied on Harry for protection, while it was ultimately Harry, a first-year student, who had faced that dangerous dark wizard alone. Though he said nothing, Cedric was acutely aware that Harry's path to victory that day had been fraught with challenges. Cedric, in his inherent kindness, took great care of the younger witches and wizards, receiving more than one love letter from his admiring first-year female classmates. Thus no one perceived anything amiss. I suggested that he should join the Quidditch team. Nearby, Oddog, who was diligently transcribing Cedric's notes, leaned in, finding the gossip far more amusing than the tedious assignment. "Please spare me. I can barely summon a broomstick." Harry directed his hand towards the Quidditch broomstick placed behind the bench, softly uttering up. He then shrugged at Oddog, observing the broom's utter lack of response. Just pick it up. Your flying lessons don't permit low-altitude flights, so practice will only benefit you. Chapter 40. Harry S. Niffler Hatchling. Ah, little Sniffler. Harry pushed open Hagrid's heavy door and bent down to peer at the Niffler hatchling curled up in the nest previously prepared for Norbert. The central head of the little serpent lifted to glance at the intruder before coiling into a tighter ball. It was unfortunate. He had never been favored by small creatures. Even affectionate dogs like Fong remained quietly standing before him, ready to dig if he wished, and would obediently retreat if he chose not to pet them. However, this was peculiar. Rather than being well-behaved, it seemed the creature was merely too timid to frolic in his presence. Draco Malfoy, on the other hand, was adored by Fong, who had lunged at him and knocked him to the ground on more than one occasion, enthusiastically licking Draco's face with his slobbering tongue. Though, it must be noted that Malfoy generally did not appreciate Fong's affections. The Niffler hatchling, affectionately named Little Sniffler, had emerged from its shell approximately 2 months prior. In early March. Now, as May approached, Harry and his peers were on the cusp of their final examinations, after which the first-year students would be sent off to the estate of the professor from Durmstrang. According to the second- and third-year students who had returned, the estate was a lovely lakeside manor situated on the outskirts of a Muggle town. The Durmstrang professor even took exceptional students on day trips to the nearby Muggle village. The first-year students were entering May with a mix of emotions. On one hand, they were excited about the upcoming spring excursion, while on the other, they were apprehensive about the approaching exams. As for Harry, his worries were compounded. He had initially found the Niffler intriguing. Now, he realized that despite the book's assertion that Nifflers grow slowly, taking 5 years to mature, this conclusion was relative when compared to other magical creatures. Little Sniffler had grown from a size he could cradle to one that now dominated Norbert's largest nest. It is evident that he cannot bring the little serpent back to the Muggle world for nurturing. Even a fool could discern that this is no ordinary snake. However, it is said that a basilisk can survive for a time even after having 2 heads severed. Perhaps it is worth a try. Harry's gaze flitted between the decision-maker and the critic flanking the little serpent. Hey, I feel a chill. Shall we change positions? Just as Harry contemplated whether leaving the dreamer behind would render the snake useless, the decision-maker suddenly lifted his head and earnestly inquired of his 2 brethren. I believe it is quite fine here. Fidgeting is a waste of life. It is better to quietly decay in this place, countered the critic. Good day, Chief. Farewell, Chief. The dreamer, appearing to have just awakened, gazed at Harry with eyes brimming with affection before nudging his palm with its gray head adorned with blue stripes. According to the tome, a basilisk must shed its skin at least 4 times. The current grayish-blue skin must be the result of its second molt. Hagrid, has it recently shed its skin? Harry stroked the dreamer and resolved that if Hagrid would not care for it, he would eliminate the decision-maker and the critic, retaining only the dreamer. Yes, it shed its skin just this past Monday. Harry, are you preparing to take it back to that Muggle castle? Hagrid, evidently unfamiliar with the Muggle world, mistook the solitary villas of Privet Drive for Muggle castles. The risk is too great. I thought it would be merely a minor concern. Hagrid, could you assist me? Oh, of course. Hagrid, clearly relieved, understood that gifting Harry a basilisk was already quite extraordinary. If Harry were to take this magical creature classified by the Ministry of Magic into the realm of Muggles, even the usually oblivious Hagrid would sense a hint of danger. After confirming matters on this side, Harry requested a thigh bone imbued with magical fluctuations. He simply brought a bucket of meat, initiating an emotional exchange with the little serpents while marveling at the wonder of 3 souls cohabiting a single body. Critic, why do I feel that the chief just wanted to chop me up? Decision maker, though you have always been a stubborn snake, I second that sentiment. Dreamer, how could that be? The chief is the best. Harry dangled the meat, watching as the 3 serpent heads took turns seizing pieces. He refrained from using parcel tongue in the presence of others. To be honest, Harry was not particularly surprised to realize he possessed the ability. Although the Potter lineage had waned in his branch, historically, the Potters, as purebloods, had consistently intermarried with other pureblood families. It was not unusual for him to bear traces of Slytherin blood. However, considering the societal stigma surrounding Parseltongue, Harry chose not to communicate with the little serpent in that manner before others. At most, he would understand and then gently pat the dreamer. Even the little dragon understood that Harry was capable of comprehension. Previously, in the absence of Hagrid, Harry had inquired on numerous occasions about the experience of 3 souls coexisting within a single body. Hagrid observed Harry crouched before a snake, coiled and nearly the size of the boy himself, as he fed the creature in a manner akin to that of feeding a dog, hesitating to speak. Even he found it difficult at times to grasp the temperament of the basilisk, which possessed 3 heads. At times the decision-maker, the dreamer, and the critic would each take control of the body. These 3 serpentine heads represented distinct personalities. and Hagrid occasionally found himself unexpectedly bitten or ensnared by the creature's robust tail. Nevertheless, his giant heritage endowed him with formidable magical resistance and exceptional physical strength, allowing him to interpret these incidents as mere displays of affection from the little creature. However, after an incident where Malfoy, in a moment of caprice, nearly had his head singed by the basilisk, Hagrid realized that his previous understanding had been somewhat misguided. Now, he harbored concerns for Harry's safety in the presence of the basilisk, as it was a snake, incapable of verbal communication. During the times when Harry played with the little dragon, Hagrid would sit nearby, vigilantly watching over him to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. "Why isn't the boss speaking? Is it that giant's fault? I always said we should just eliminate him," remarked the decision-maker as it swallowed a piece of meat, then raised its head to hiss inquisitively. "Fool! Without him, what would we eat? Hunt in that forest?" retorted the critic. "However, the boss isn't communicating with us." The dreamer chimed in after swallowing its morsel of meat. Chapter 41. Asset Replacement. The Library of Hogwarts houses a wealth of valuable knowledge buried beneath layers of dust, including a translation of Egyptian hieroglyphs seemingly authored by a medieval wizard. This tome meticulously details the deciphering of the majority of hieroglyphs, along with a portion of their development and evolution. Harry examined the publication date, which appeared to span the period between the Middle Ages and the dawn of the Renaissance, an era when wizards began to emerge from their isolation to engage with various magical communities. A plethora of knowledge and spells was exchanged during this time, coinciding with the onset of the First Wizarding War. Due to the loss of many spells following the collapse of Rome in the Middle Ages, there was a fervent interest within the magical community to explore Egypt in search of forgotten magic. Within this book, Harry also discovered an illustrated map of Egypt created by the author, indicating that a journey there was inevitable. It was likely that he could uncover the remaining incantations of the 3 unforgivable curses, as well as related texts. Currently, Harry was unable to study the 3 unforgivable curses, primarily due to a severe deficiency in his foundational knowledge, rendering him incapable of starting from scratch. He required a point of entry to commence his deciphering, much like untangling a ball of yarn, which necessitates an initial thread to unravel the entire mass. Harry devoted the majority of April to delving into this book and other texts concerning Egypt, while simultaneously engaging in a significant endeavor. "You must acquire shares of the Daily Prophet. I had thought you were merely jesting." Upon hearing Harry's request, Missy was taken aback. "This is no jest. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Even the Ministry of Magic cannot prohibit the Daily Prophet from publishing disparaging remarks about the headmaster. But shareholders of the Daily Prophet certainly can." Harry handed Missy a letter neatly encased in a parchment envelope. Her family is a branch of the Flea family, which, although not particularly active in the magical community, still holds a portion of the Daily Prophet's shares. As Harry perused the history of magic, he recalled that after Voldemort's downfall, the magical world underwent a substantial reorganization of assets. He had obtained some newspapers from that era through the Leaky Cauldron. Although it is challenging to find newspapers from over a decade ago, with sufficient financial incentive, nothing is insurmountable. The galleons he had previously retrieved from the Potter family vault were nearly depleted, leaving him with funds primarily from potion brewing. Among these newspapers, Harry meticulously clipped and transcribed useful information, and during this process, he indeed uncovered details regarding the shareholding changes within the Daily Prophet. The shares that once belonged to the Black family had been compensated to the Flea family as part of a settlement. Should he manage to seize control of the Daily Prophet, the voice of the magical world, many subsequent endeavors could be initiated. Presently, Harry, as a student at Hogwarts, could take advantage of the recent impeachment of Dumbledore to make this acquisition, yielding an unexpectedly advantageous outcome. However, I must caution you. The Daily Prophet has never been a profitable venture, while several enterprises of the Potter family are quite lucrative. Missy regarded Harry as a scion of the Flea family. She did not possess vast wealth like the primary branches within Germany. However, through discussions from her parents' generation, she had gained insight into the deeper currents of financial movement within the magical realm. "To me, they are not profitable," Harry replied with a smile. "In the magical world, any commercial contract requires strength for protection. While many contracts possess a degree of magical efficacy, these constraints are not entirely insurmountable. Most such contracts merely delineate broad directional content, lacking specificity in detail. For instance, the 3 most significant profit-generating enterprises of the Potter family include a magical workshop producing cauldrons, 2 agricultural plantations, and a joint venture dragon breeding facility with the Ministry. After Harry's arrival at Hogwarts, these enterprises had not provided the customary financial reports as stipulated, and it was only after he entrusted Hagrid to deliver the contract copies from the vault that he received any clarity. After Harry directly issued a formal notice to the current operators of the businesses based on the aforementioned address, he finally received a response. The wording from the other parties suggested they were unaware that Harry had reached adulthood and was no longer voiceless, hence they had not informed him. Harry could only smirk at this. He could not simply confront each of these individuals with an Avada Kedavra curse. Furthermore, the Potter family had no adult wizards in the UK to support them, leaving Harry unable to hold these managers accountable for the financial misdirection over the decades. Upon reviewing the so-called shares attributed to the Potter family over the years, he harbored grave doubts that these were merely a temporary allocation from this year's profits. They were not only insufficient, but could be described as meager at best. Even with the current distribution, Harry was certain there was still considerable inflation involved. While he did not particularly care for the monetary aspect, he needed funds at present, making this the most accessible portion. The dragon breeding farm, being a semi-state enterprise, was relatively straightforward to retain, and the workshop, associated with technical investment, could also be kept. If funds became scarce later, he could directly approach the managers for assistance. Even if the Ministry of Magic intervened, he could hardly be accused of wrongdoing, for this was a legitimate document of expropriation. Through Snape's network in potion-making, Harry investigated the organization currently selling that type of cauldron and found them to be quite affluent. The remaining 2 plantations were intended for asset exchange. There were numerous manipulations possible with plantations. Even with proof of assets, he could not legally seize them, as the properties had long since been transferred. Additionally, managing the situation would be tedious, and engaging in disputes would consume more precious energy than he was willing to expend. Thus, these 2 plantations represented the best trading prospects. Having established a connection from Mist to that side, Harry also conveyed his intention for an asset exchange to the Longbottom family through Neville, with whom he maintained a relationship. Lastly, for the necessary support beneath the tiger's skin, Harry chose a shelf that belonged to an alumnus who had already graduated. However, before he could further correspond with the other party, Snape intercepted him in the potion workshop, his expression foreboding. What are you planning? To squander the meager assets your family has left, continuing the legacy of wastefulness your father established? Harry's actions evoked a sense of unease in Snape, who had lived through that era, particularly given Harry's current popularity among Hufflepuffs. This situation further intensified Snape's feeling of historical recurrence, an eager, handsome, half-blood wizard, adored by both teachers and students, forming friendships from his very first year. This script felt eerily familiar to him. If Harry were a Slytherin, he would be certain that even without Dumbledore's intervention, the Daily Prophet would soon begin to publish perspectives suggesting that the Savior was, in fact, the third Dark Lord. And now, if he was not mistaken, Harry seemed poised to take action against the Daily Prophet preemptively. Chapter 42. Bad, but not foolish. I wish to compel the Daily Prophet to retract its slanderous remarks about Headmaster Dumbledore. Ideally, I would like Rita to publicly apologize for the false statements contained within the article. Harry set down his quill and fixed a serious gaze upon Professor Snape. Ah, Harry, you are treading dangerously close to the flames. The Wizarding World has seen others traverse this path, and it is no longer possible for anyone to walk it openly. Snape remarked, his eyes locked onto Harry's. Regrettably, after the boy had successfully resisted his attempt at legilimency, Snape could perceive only fragmented glimpses of his thoughts. Yet, this realization brought Snape a measure of relief. At least Harry had not yet developed the ability to fabricate false memories. The memories Snape glimpsed were not fabricated. Harry was the most qualified to assert their authenticity. However, even genuine memories can differ significantly in terms of what one perceives and the timing of those perceptions. Do you share this sentiment? Harry continued to gaze at Snape until the professor averted his head, allowing his green eyes to turn away. I wish to acquire it, though they may not be inclined to sell. Surely, many share your perspective. Nevertheless, I still wish to make an attempt. After all, good individuals cannot perpetually be subjected to the threat of a wand. The headmaster, being an elder, may overlook the past mistakes of these students. But we cannot stand idly by as they distort right and wrong. The peace and stability of the Wizarding World have indeed been forged by your generation. Yet they are also stained by the blood and flesh of my parents. The Daily Prophet's coverage has instilled in me a sense of danger and offense. Harry looked at Snape and handed him the clipped newspaper. Snape seized the paper, glanced at it, and then refocused his gaze on Harry. The article detailed allegations of Dumbledore misappropriating Hogwarts funds under the guise of his position, ostensibly to nurture his Order of the Phoenix with the intent of usurping power from the Ministry of Magic. Is the Daily Prophet foolish? No, they are not. This report did not emerge spontaneously. In fact, much of the current slander against Dumbledore has been brewing for years. Perhaps 6 or 7 years ago, whispers regarding Dumbledore began circulating widely, initially of a more trivial nature, such as his eccentric hobbies. Gradually, critiques of Dumbledore's work emerged, and the discourse steadily advanced until it reached its current position. They have transformed the once revered savior into a figure of conspiracy theories. Harry was certain that there were individuals behind the Daily Prophet actively propelling this agenda. Snape ceased speaking and quietly returned to the large desk. Moments later, a green liquid began to rise slowly from the cauldron before him. Harry detected a pungent odor, indicative of the preparation of a potion for inducing unconsciousness. It was evident that Snape had sanctioned this endeavor, and at this moment, he was hastily urging others to depart. Harry picked up the envelope from the table and briskly ascended to the Orrery of Hogwarts, where he needed merely a handful of nuts to persuade the resident owls to deliver letters not exceeding their weight of 1. 2. Among the numerous letters in Harry's possession was one addressed to a senior named Michelangelo, whom he had enlisted to assist in locating a competent accountant. This individual would aid Harry in inventorying the assets of the Potter family's 2 plantations and conducting a precise valuation. Furthermore, this senior would facilitate the exchange of assets between the Flea family and the Lambas family. As Professor Snape's favored pupil, especially over the past 5 to 6 months, Harry had taken on the role of Professor Snape's private secretary for external communications and had a fair grasp of this senior's character. The individual was rather conventional and unlikely to present any surprises. However, significant issues were also improbable, as the assets currently in their possession, particularly those reliant on Professor Snape, were at least double the value of what Harry had entrusted them to manage. Professor Snape, as one of the last living masters of potion-making in the British Isles, was, in himself, a valuable asset. The commission to assist in the inventory of assets had been sent along with a list of herbs from Professor Snape. With the professor having tacitly approved of Harry's actions, his temperament would not lead him to clarify the matter, and students familiar with his disposition would not specifically inquire. Thus, the professor's reputation would cloak this senior, who could only diligently fulfill Harry's request, even striving to cultivate a favorable rapport with Snape's secretary, hoping that, in critical moments, their own requests might be expedited. The second letter was a sizable parcel addressed to Vernon. Following Harry's admonition during the previous funding incident, Vernon had now taken the initiative to assume the role of intermediary for Harry's communications between Hogwarts and the Muggle world. This substantial package contained several letters, including a response to the executive director of Dalby's and a correspondence destined for London University. Vernon had been tasked by Harry to make a donation to London University, entirely funded by Harry himself. In return, a special project group would be established within the Egyptian Studies research team at the university. The primary objective of this group was to resume the deciphering of Egyptian hieroglyphs, a project that had been indefinitely halted due to financial constraints during World War II. Harry would enter Egypt as a gilded youth associated with this project, representing an official academic exchange entity, thereby securing his identity in the Muggle world. Meanwhile, Dudley would gain the opportunity for continued studies at London University, and Vernon completed Harry's assignment with a sense of reverence. While he was still preoccupied with concerns about where his son would attend middle and high school, Harry had already resolved the question of university for Dudley. Regarding his identity for entering Egypt within the magical realm, Harry chose an alternative route, a special client of Gringotts. Recently, Gringotts had been endeavoring to expand its operations into Egypt, possibly due to the stagnation of the British financial sector, which was struggling to maintain profitability and seeking new avenues for economic growth. As a global wizarding financial institution, Gringotts also has a presence in Egypt. Although Harry harbored doubts about whether this international venture could garner sufficient support from the old money in Britain. Nevertheless, this arrangement proved advantageous for Harry in establishing a reasonable identity for entering Egypt within the magical community. Chapter 43. The Durmstrang Cannonade. The examinations concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. In the corridors of Hogwarts, the young witches and wizards who had just completed their final exam exhibited a myriad of expressions. However, the majority of them breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of their eventual grades, they could at least indulge in leisure for the next fortnight. With no assignments from professors and the opportunity to leave the once curious, now somewhat tiresome, Hogwarts Castle, they were eager to explore the outside estate. I think I should choose this one. Oh, spare me. We've finished the exams. It's all over now. Let me have some fun, Hermione, Ron shouted, clasping his hands over his ears as he sprinted ahead. But Ron, you've already taken the exam. Your grades cannot be altered. What difference does it make now or in the future? Hermione admonished, quickening her pace, disapproving of Ron's tendency to evade reality. Yes, it makes no difference, so please, let me enjoy a few days of carefree abandon. Suit yourself, Hermione replied, rolling her eyes and releasing her hold on Ron's sleeve as she silently fell back into the throng of young wizards. What should I do about my choice, Hermione? I think I may have made a mistake, Alton said, walking beside Harry. They had just completed the first-year student's history of magic exam. As one of the few assessments that required no magic, Hermione undoubtedly held a dominant position recognized by the entire year. You got it right. There was a small trap in the question. Scotland was not under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic at that time. Therefore, one should theoretically apply the regulations of the French Ministry of Magic in continental Europe for judgment. Harry patted his classmate on the head, congratulating him on earning a point. Oh, Merlin's lace camisole. I forgot that detail. Now I have only 99 points. Hermione recalled the question and quickly realized her error. Ron, what did you choose? Alton. who had correctly answered one question, appeared quite exhilarated, playfully nudging Ron, who was engrossed in the commotion ahead, curiosity mingling with a hint of boastfulness. Ron gazed coldly at his surroundings, feeling utterly out of place among his peers due to his academic shortcomings. At the far end of the corridor, the young wizards exchanged temporary farewells as they made their way to their respective dormitories to don more formal robes. Later, they were to attend the year-end soiree, which had been hastily arranged, akin to an examination. The invitation extended to the esteemed professor from Durmstrang had allowed for the conclusion of most classes across all year groups at Hogwarts. In the following month, the older students would engage in only a few theoretical lessons, with subsequent points contributing to the next year's House Cup. Now, it was time to celebrate the achievements of the year, as Harry and the first-year students entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Two concealed fifth-year Hufflepuff students promptly unleashed the streamers they held. Fireworks from the Weasley twins erupted above Harry's head, showering him with a cascade of sparks that transformed into ribbons and shimmering confetti reflecting the flickering candlelight high above, landing softly on his shoulders. In the Hufflepuff section, the Badgers unfurled a yellow banner, despite the tally of house points indicating a considerable deficit behind Slytherin. The Badgers were thrilled to see their score reach 369 points, 152 more than Gryffindor and 19 above Ravenclaw. "Welcome, Hufflepuff Points Champion," Kelly announced, holding a megaphone as she awkwardly pulled Cedric into position, securing a corner of the banner. Securing second place was a coveted achievement for Hufflepuff, long dreamed of but rarely realized, and now it was within their grasp. The older Badgers had evidently celebrated in advance and were now eagerly awaiting the arrival of their savior, who would rejuvenate Hufflepuff. Harry's seat was centrally located, precisely where Cedric had sat during the opening ceremony. Upon taking his place, Odo and Kelly placed a crown woven from olive branches atop Harry's short black hair. With a personal tally of 208 points, Harry earned the admiration of all the young Badgers and claimed the title of the inaugural Hufflepuff Points Champion. He lifted his gaze and nodded respectfully to Professor Sprout, who was already seated among the faculty. The headmaster smiled, applauding along with the surrounding Badgers. As Harry's gaze shifted, he carefully avoided the complex smile of Professor Dumbledore before greeting Professors Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick in succession. Even the typically aloof Snape offered a token applause. The Badgers' clapping gradually subsided under Dumbledore's gentle guidance. Rising from his elaborate robes, the venerable headmaster amplified his voice with a spell. "Due to scheduling constraints, we must commence this year's farewell banquet ahead of time. I hope you have saved enough room in your stomachs to indulge in tonight's sumptuous feast. I trust that none of you wish to endure the ramblings of this old man any longer." Thus, this year's House Cup finds Gryffindor with a total of 217 points. The Little Lions are evidently not surprised by this outcome, as the Weasley twins have once again secured the title of Gryffindor's most notorious point detractors. In fact, amidst the Little Lions, some used transfiguration to craft a pair of glittering golden crowns for these mischievous pranksters, adorned with magical fireworks that perpetually shimmered the phrase Gryffindor's point deduction champions. The Weasley twins, far from being bashful, wore expressions of unabashed pride. Gryffindor has suffered greatly under Snape's scrutiny in recent years, rather than being lackadaisical. It appears that the Little Lions have chosen to challenge the very regulations of the school through point deductions, as a form of defiance against Snape's unjust penalties. Ravenclaw stands at 350 points, while Hufflepuff boasts 369 points. The Little Eagles of Ravenclaw do not appear overly exuberant, yet the Hufflepuffs, securing second place, are more jubilant than the soon-to-be first-place Slytherins. The Badgers erupted in yet another wave of cheers, tossing their hats high into the air. Slytherin, with 423 points, finally saw Snape's normally stoic visage soften, and the previously breathless serpents began a brief and restrained cheer. However, I believe there are certain acts of bravery that merit additional recognition. Dumbledore did not immediately announce the winner of the House Cup. Instead, he cast his gaze upon Harry Potter, who was surrounded by the jubilant Badgers. It seemed a moment of scrutiny, perhaps even a warning. Harry Potter, in a display of valor, thwarted the Dark Wizard's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, defeating the dangerous foe in the very instant the stone was in jeopardy. Hufflepuff gains 50 points. Harry felt a sudden twitch at the corner of his eye, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on the pale skin of his neck. The Badgers erupted once more in fervent cheers, yet those slightly more composed young witches and wizards calculated that even with the additional 50 points, Hufflepuff would still remain in second place. Next came Cedric, who, in the face of peril, remained steadfast in his loyalty to friendship and his own sound judgment, rescuing his companion, thus earning Hufflepuff an additional 20 points. As Dumbledore gently waved his hand, the green banners hanging high on either side of the hall swiftly transformed into the vibrant yellow of Hufflepuff. After 2 rounds of cheers, the Badgers suddenly found themselves in a moment of bewilderment, gazing around at the yellow flags and exchanging glances with one another. Following a brief spell of subdued anticipation, a cheer erupted that nearly lifted the very roof of the Great Hall. The Badgers hoisted both Harry and Cedric into the air, and it took several moments for them to regain their composure amidst the overwhelming excitement. Hufflepuff had not claimed the House Cup in nearly 25 years, and this joy even stirred Professor Sprout, who had been unaware of Dumbledore's intentions to award points, to rise from her seat in exhilaration. The area near the Slytherin house had grown relatively quiet, and Dumbledore's abrupt awarding of points drew several glances of barely concealed hostility towards Harry. Fortunately, he had already found an ally among the Slytherins. Draco offered Harry a polite nod. Cultivating a friendship with the Chosen One was a venture with no risk, as it was prudent for one in Draco's advantageous position to avoid displaying contempt. At last, Harry was set down by the little Badgers, prompting applause from the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables. Although they had not won the House Cup, the mere absence of Slytherin's victory was enough to fill them with delight, akin to having secured the cup themselves. After exchanging a brief glance with Dumbledore, Harry quickly diverted his gaze. Dumbledore, indeed, lived up to the title of the astute strategist spoken of by Professor Voldemort. Through this final announcement, he had effectively divided Hogwarts into two factions. A clear admonition directed at Harry. He was being warned not to choose the wrong side, not to align too closely with Slytherin. What concerned Harry most were the details Dumbledore had recounted. It was now evident that Dumbledore had witnessed the entire sequence of events when Harry had used the unforgivable curse to vanquish Voldemort. He hoped fervently that it was not too late to acknowledge his mistakes. Chapter 44. Interrogation at Midnight. Harry achieved his first nocturnal adventure, casually shutting the door of the potions classroom behind him as he strolled through the corridors of Hogwarts. The layout of the castle was imprinted in his mind, enabling him to navigate nearly every visible path and most of the hidden passages without the aid of a map. Regrettably, he had not yet found the time to master the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, he would not have to be overly concerned about Filch and his astute feline companion. With a yawn, the boy, accustomed to a regular sleep schedule, now felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He arrived at the staircase and waited quietly. Soon, he heard the faint rustling of footsteps on the second floor. Moments later, the sound of both heavy and light footsteps approached, accompanied by the swaying light of a lantern. It was Filch. Estimating the caretaker's speed, Harry descended to the second floor. Once Filch ventured off in search of another wandering Gryffindor, Harry returned to the second floor and made his way to the outside of the headmaster's office. "I seek an audience with the headmaster," he announced. The statue scrutinized Harry for a moment before moving aside, revealing a straight corridor leading upward. At the end of the corridor was the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts, adorned with portraits of all previous headmasters. Harry scanned the room, spotting one of his ancestors on the side. However, the ancestor, who would normally engage in conversation with Harry during his visits, was now with eyes firmly shut, offering neither encouragement nor reproach. At this moment, some of the headmasters had donned their pajamas, most of them with their eyes closed. Yet, Harry still felt a piercing gaze directed at him. "Harry, I believe it is now past curfew. Hufflepuff loses 5 points for your transgression." Dumbledore, also clad in pajamas, was visible from the side. The cursed mirror of Ariste now relocated to the headmaster's office, which still only reflected Harry's solitary image. After all, it was merely a piece of rubbish. At least in his eyes. Anything that did not propel the Red Tower wizard further in the pursuit of knowledge and formidable power was merely a toy, hardly worthy of elevation. After reprimanding Harry, the elderly man retrieved a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from a nearby jar and presented them to Harry. As Harry accepted the beans, a blue luminescence flickered in his hand. Having been seen through, he knew that further pretense would only deepen the old man's suspicions. "What flavor is that?" Dumbledore immediately deduced. It was some form of detection spell. Rather than inquire about the spell, his curiosity turned to the flavors of the beans. One tasted of soda, another of booger, alongside 3 lemon-flavored and 2 chocolate-flavored ones. Harry opened his palm, and Dumbledore casually selected one from his hand, only for his eyebrows to raise in surprise. He had chosen the booger-flavored bean. A 1 in 7 chance, yet still no delectable taste? Dumbledore returned to his seat with a sense of resignation, then waved his wand, causing the surface of the desk to quiver. The clutter of office supplies and papers previously strewn across the table was neatly collected to one side, revealing a box of confections now laid out before him. "Tea or coffee?" "Red tea." Harry continued the dialogue, following the old man's lead. "Have you been wronged, or encountered difficulties in your studies or life?" Dumbledore poured an ample amount of sugar into the teapot before preparing a cup for Harry. "I feel unworthy of the points you are granting me. It was only by using the unforgivable curse against Voldemort that I managed to defeat him." Harry grasped the teacup, bowing his head as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. "Harry, that is truly unfortunate. Are you certain? You used the unforgivable curse against Voldemort?" Dumbledore's demeanor suddenly turned grave. Harry fortified his mental barriers, but, unexpectedly, felt no intrusion. "Yes, Professor, That is precisely what troubles me. While I take pride in having confronted Voldemort, even to the point of killing him, I did indeed employ an unforgivable curse against a human. I regret to inform you, Harry, that I must contact the Ministry of Magic to have you apprehended. Your academic journey will be halted until WizardingWorld completes its judgment of you. Harry finally felt a slight sting. It was evident that Dumbledore's methods were far more sophisticated than Snape's, utilizing external oppression to dismantle the psychological defenses of an adversary. One can subsequently extract desired thoughts through soul manipulation. Typically, a novice wizard confronted with such circumstances would undoubtedly succumb to panic, thus allowing Dumbledore to effortlessly glean fragments of the memories concealed behind the fractured barriers, such as Harry's true thoughts at present. However, the sharp sensation that barely breached the external defenses was swiftly retracted, leaving Harry with a flicker of confusion. Why halt the process? He had prepared the memories nestled behind this protective facade, and even beyond that barrier lay darker recollections. Once one's schemes are uncovered, one must brace for the inevitable consequences. He possessed experience in dealing with such orderly old wizards. The key to survival lies in having redeeming qualities, such as a tragic past or a state of helplessness. Unfortunately for him, both his counterparts in the Red Tower and here shared these traits. To navigate this encounter, one must candidly reveal their shadowy aspects to the master, leading them to believe they have perceived your entirety, a moment he deemed the turning point. Of course, different audiences require more nuanced strategies. For instance, if faced with an old wizard akin to Professor Sprout, Harry would feign strength only to ultimately crumble, laying bare his vulnerabilities, preferably with a quivering voice. Conversely, should he confront someone like Dumbledore, commencing with a sorrowful tone would merely elicit self-soothing from the other party, coupled with caution. It is paramount to compel the opponent to apply their most familiar form of pressure, thereby creating an illusion of having breached their mental defenses. Subsequently, one must exhibit their reasoning and motivations, persuading the other that they are not beyond redemption, thus securing their own safety. Professor, may I pose a question? Harry inquired, his gaze fixed upon the teacup, within which his youthful visage was reflected. Of course, Harry. At least for now, I remain your headmaster, Dumbledore replied, retrieving a sheet of paper from the side to pen a letter to the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort claimed that you regarded me merely as a tool, which is why you allowed me to be raised in the Muggle world rather than with relatives in Germany. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed Dumbledore's hand momentarily pause before continuing. I find this difficult to believe. While Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have treated me well, at least in terms of basic needs, I do not yearn for the immeasurable love I cannot possess, for I am not their child. Harry continued to gaze into the teacup, observing that Dumbledore's actions had ceased entirely. What truly perplexes me is why it had to be me and not Neville. Why? Why were the prophecies revealed, leading to the deaths of my parents, my uncle, and all who cared for me, while the Death Eater responsible remains a teacher at Hogwarts? Is it because he is your student? What of my father, James Potter, my mother, Lily Evans, and my uncle, Peter? Are their lives so contemptible? Why is he still here? Harry's red tea tumbled to the ground, his gaze fixated intensely on the elder's eyes, while the man who had been seated behind the table leaned back against his chair. Chapter 45. Outburst. Professor Dumbledore, that is all I wish to convey. With that, Harry returned to his seat, the crimson armchair cradling his somewhat youthful form. Dumbledore regarded the boy with a gaze that held a complexity of emotions. Harry drew his wand and, under Dumbledore's watchful eyes, repaired the shattered teacup and the crimson stains on the carpet. Once these matters were addressed, he placed his wand upon Albus's desk. The wand, crafted from purple wood, measured 11 inches in length, rather rigid, and contained a dragon heartstring core. Mr. Ollivander had once told me that this wand belonged to those ambitious, power-seeking pure-blood wizards, those dark wizards. Harry set the wand down, retracting his hand. It appeared that Mr. Ollivander's words rang true, did they not, Professor Dumbledore? Harry withdrew his hand. His primary offensive means being the killing curse and fireball spell. Yet the statistics indicated a 3 to 4 disadvantage. During his last encounter with Voldemort, he had chosen the killing curse as a precaution against self-harm. Now, facing Dumbledore, he was prepared to take a piece of flesh from his opponent before his own demise. A mere third-tier killing curse would not suffice for such a feat. In this context, relinquishing his wand seemed the most prudent choice. After all, his fireball spell did not necessitate the wand as a conduit for its casting, and Harry was confident that the wizards of this world were as fragile as they were formidable. A gentle nudge could send their innards flying. As long as he could land a hit, he was uncertain of his own survival, but he was certain he could paint Dumbledore's entire office in his essence. Surrendering his wand was not merely a ruse. It was a calculated step to enhance his persona. Simultaneously, it would serve to lower Dumbledore's guard, facilitating a subsequent ambush. Power never simply presents itself. Those who wield it are invariably those who actively pursue it. Professor Quirrell, no, Voldemort, rather, though immensely powerful, could not possibly impart the unforgivable curses to me in just a few private lessons. I am the one in pursuit of power, after all. It is not as though you have lost a loved one while facing a formidable foe intent on your demise. Harry observed as Dumbledore ceased his writing, clearly moved by his words. So, shall I press further? Did you not inquire of me last time what I saw in the mirror? I saw myself vanquishing Voldemort and eliminating the Death Eaters who had evaded justice. You have also eliminated the so-called greatest wizard of this world, who merely occupies a position while the Death Eaters parade through the streets with impunity. This is the source of my murderous intent, a fervor I had not anticipated to be so profound, so intense that I could eliminate Professor Voldemort at the first attempt. By the way, with all the challenges you have set before us, have you discovered a means to defeat him? Harry seems to have accepted his fate, inquiring calmly. Not yet. I regret to inform you, Harry. Dumbledore dipped his quill into the crystal ink bottle. He initially intended to intimidate Harry, for someone as antiquated as he. Having survived since the Grindelwald era, the 3 unforgivable curses were not considered taboo. During both Grindelwald's reign and the darkest days of battling Voldemort, numerous dissenters, including members of the Order of the Phoenix and Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, employed the 3 unforgivable curses. If we were to strictly adhere to this decree, over 90% of the elder duelists in the magical community, regardless of their allegiance or neutrality, would find themselves imprisoned in Azkaban, subjected to the Dementors. Not to mention that Harry wielded this magic against Voldemort himself, ultimately leading to his demise. Even if submitted to the Ministry for judgment, the handling of such a case would be exceedingly convoluted. It is quite late, Professor. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. By the way, since you have deducted points from Hufflepuff, in keeping with the principle of not punishing twice for the same offense, could you kindly write me a note? This way, if I encounter Mr. Filch or any other professors on my way back, I shall not face another deduction. Harry took the note and turned to depart. Harry, your wand. Dumbledore observed the wand carelessly left on the table and gently nudged it towards the boy. Thank you, Professor. Harry nodded politely, tightened his robe, and stepped out of the headmaster's office. In the corridor, he encountered Professor Snape, who had been eavesdropping for some time. Harry halted, gazing at the man whose pallor remained as deathly as ever, and nodded slightly before stepping aside to let him pass. Just as Snape, feigning calmness, brushed past the boy, Harry suddenly turned his head and fixed his green gaze upon Snape. Do you still dream of her? Harry left this final remark before vanishing into the darkness beyond the reach of the headmaster's twilight light. Do you think Harry was serious? Dumbledore pondered while selecting beans from a jar filled with Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, yet he could never seem to land on a flavor that was remotely palatable. As he watched Snape emerge from the shadows, Dumbledore inquired, lifting his gaze. Snape did not summon him. Rather, he sensed the impending threat posed by Dumbledore towards Harry and arrived at the headmaster's office ahead of time. Long before Harry engaged in conversation with Dumbledore, Snape had already had a heated dispute with him. Are you implying he genuinely harbors hatred towards me? I believe he does. Snape approached Dumbledore, who was nonchalantly savoring Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and leaned forward, fixing his gaze intently upon the elder. Do you require me to clarify this for you, Snape? He is a perceptive child, yet also a perilous one. Even Tom, at that age, could not wield the killing curse with such proficiency. No need. If he were to kill me, it would be my due. Just as if he were to kill you, it would be your due as well, Snape articulated coldly, enunciating each word with precision. Outside the corridor, Harry glanced at the luminous moon, realizing he had momentarily navigated this challenge successfully. Perhaps a score of 70 would suffice. His on-the-spot handling was commendable. His emotions remained robust, though his judgment faltered slightly. If only he had conveyed the urgency to Professor Voldemort immediately after sending him away, it might have been more advantageous. Coupled with the tales of love and conflict from Hagrid's wide-mouthed flask regarding the previous generation, Harry astutely deduced that Snape appeared to share a certain connection with his biological mother. This recollection evoked the memory of Snape's piercing gaze during their first lesson, suggesting that their parents were indeed acquainted. Harry still retained the first question in his notebook. What would result from combining daffodil root powder with wormwood infusion? The answer, of course, would yield a potion of life and death, a concept that was hardly complex. Yet, the crux lies in the symbolism. The daffodil signifies love, while wormwood embodies suffering. And with the potion of life and death, numerous interpretations arise. Finally, considering that Snape had gained Dumbledore's protection and Voldemort's own admission that the prophecy had been divulged by Snape, Harry had constructed an elaborate narrative of melodrama from the previous generation. Chapter 46, The Durmstrang Professor. The Hogwarts Express once again gathered the first-year wizards, preparing to transport them after their semester of defense against the dark arts at the Hogwarts branch. Henceforth, first-year wizards would not be obligated to return to Hogwarts. Instead, they could depart via Portkey or take the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross Station. The young wizards reconvened within the Crimson Carriage, though this time Harry's compartment was nearly filled to capacity by his fellow first-years. even with Alton and the others occupying the entire compartment. Small wizards continually ventured over to visit. It was not until the train's attendant, a plump lady, arrived to usher the assembled young wizards back to their seats that the corridor of the Hogwarts Express became clear enough for the vendor with the cart to pass through. "You must be Harry Potter. Congratulations on winning the House Cup." The vendor surveyed the chamber that had been frequented by the little badger, the young lion, the small eagle, and even a few tiny serpents. Indeed, within, he discovered a boy with short black hair, adorned with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. "Thank you, madam," Harry said with a smile, nodding his head, while the little badgers surrounding him proudly lifted their heads. It had been quite some time since Hufflepuff had claimed the House Cup. "Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Have some sweets, but don't mention it was from me." The vendor placed a generous assortment of candies onto the dining table within the carriage. "Thank you, ma'am. We shall not be modest. I reckon she is also a Hufflepuff." "Harry, truly, you are now the great hero of all Hufflepuffs," Alton remarked as he unwrapped a chocolate frog, revealing a card depicting Dumbledore fiddling with the pom-pom on his sleeping cap. Everyone contributed significantly, and this time the points were a final addition. Otherwise, we would still be at a considerable distance from Slytherin. We must strive harder next semester. The train traversed lakes, forests, and meadows, and after more than 2 hours, as the midday sun began to shift its position, the Hogwarts Express finally reached its destination. It was a grand estate situated at the edge of a vast lake, its red stone bricks complemented by dark tiles, imparting a sense of solemnity and rich history, surrounded by the little badgers. Harry disembarked from the train and turned back to see a Muggle town nestled at the foot of the hill. The main structure of the estate consisted of 3 5-story buildings, each crowned with Gothic spires and small attics, alongside a 2-story stable, completely draped in evergreen ivy. To his surprise, there was even a horse farm. A young wizard from the Muggle world gazed sideways, pointing at a few leisurely strolling colts. Harry moved away from the train and looked beneath it, confirming the presence of tracks that extended from the mountains behind, continuing into the forest ahead. Accompanying the young wizards were 8 senior students, most of whom were outstanding graduates who had completed their exams and accepted this task to secure a chance to remain at the school. "Hello, everyone. I am your defense against the dark arts professor for the coming month. I believe several of the returning seniors have already whispered some insights to you." From the woods behind, a black horse leaped over a fence that was half a person's height, landing steadily before the young wizards. Upon the horse sat a man wearing a cowboy hat, who shifted the reins to one hand and then removed his hat. Beneath it was a man with a brown scruffy beard, blue eyes, and a straight nose that divided his cheeks and deep-set eyes. "Now, let's get moving, children. Collect your luggage later. Hurry and claim your rooms." The professor, holding the reins, patted the leather pouch on the side of the black horse, and with a rustling sound, countless keys sprang forth from the pouch's confines. Through the open door, they flew into the 3 villas nestled within the estate. "What are you still dawdling for?" Although they were all single rooms, those with a view of the lake were few. Move, and head towards the room of your desire." The professor, observing the young wizards frozen in place, seemingly unaccustomed to this teaching style, vigorously waved his hat. The first to react were the little lions and snakes. The snakes quickly grasped the situation and took off running. The little lions, not to be outdone, began to sprint across the lawn, with some even shedding their cumbersome robes mid-run and tossing them onto the damp grass. The previously orderly formation of young wizards descended into chaos, and the once pristine lawn was trampled into disarray. This professor appeared utterly unconcerned about the possibility of injury to the young wizards or the disheveled state of the lawn. He whistled loudly from behind, simultaneously introducing the finest of the rooms. For instance, there was a luxurious single room on the 5th floor with its own small loft, which seemed to promise a delightful experience. Harry, leading the little badgers, raced ahead. The professor's teaching style bore a striking resemblance to that of his own mentor. The boy dashed up the stairs, and within a few breaths, arrived at the lavish lakeside room the professor had mentioned. As Harry withdrew the key from the brass lock, it transformed into a bracelet upon touching his palm. Observing the bracelet and confirming he could easily remove it, he reached for the door handle and pushed it open. The professor had indeed spoken the truth. The view of the lake was breathtaking. This was the end of the rectangular building closest to the water, and facing the lake was a Roman-style wide outdoor space. Not far from the entrance stood a spiral wooden staircase leading to the loft. It featured an ensuite bathroom and a small balcony. When Harry stepped onto the semicircular balcony, the professor, riding a black horse below, cheered loudly and gave Harry a thumbs up for securing the best spot. By the time the young wizards managed to haul their belongings, which they had carelessly abandoned on the lawn at the Hogwarts Express stop, into their rooms, dinner time was fast approaching. The frenzied scramble for rooms had ignited physical altercations between the already discordant Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. The 8 upperclassmen, seasoned in guiding their younger peers, had not participated in the chaos. Instead, they had received keys from the professor and stood with arms crossed in the hall, watching the spectacle unfold. Soon, the professor, still observing the commotion, used magic to restore order to the disheveled lawn. After gathering the belongings left behind by the young wizards and the assorted items into the lost and found in the hall, he tethered the black horse to a pillar at the entrance and entered the hall. "What is your name?" The professor pointed at a small snake that was vigorously punching a Gryffindor student. With a flick of his finger, the previously agitated young wizards were swiftly separated. Draco Malfoy, startled by the professor, quickly remembered his father, the school governor, and immediately straightened his posture. "Very well, I shall conduct your dueling lesson this evening. Now, let us tidy up and proceed to dinner." Chapter 47, the first lesson. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wington Alani Sowers, your professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course for the coming month, and potentially for the next 7 years. The professor appeared to place great importance on the evening's first meal, having arranged a grand long table. The young wizards sat on either side, with a number of Slytherins directly facing the grinning Gryffindors. The table was adorned with flickering candles, casting a dim light over the modest yet sumptuous array of food. Enjoy your dinner this evening. From now on, I shall introduce a touch of poison to every meal, as an educational example. For I always delight in providing you with a hint of tension. The professor gently crossed his utensils, signaling for everyone to commence their meal. Harry's blue aura did not escape the professor's notice. He smiled at Harry before tearing into the steak before him. As Harry attempted to halt the badgers from stuffing their faces with food, he caught the professor's gaze. Oh, it seemed the professor was warning him with those blue eyes that he was aware. Harry could only sigh and observe if his companions possessed any awareness. Harry tapped the candelabrum before him with his wand, transforming it into a brass knife, and began to cut his steak. Malfoy immediately grasped this and spat out the meat he was chewing, subsequently transforming his candelabrum into a utensil as well. Due to the dim lighting and the peculiar table, only a few young wizards noticed Harry's actions, including a couple of badgers and Malfoy, who mimicked Harry's ingenuity. Malfoy, having been exposed to some of the more unsavory aspects of wizardry, clearly understood the rationale behind Harry's actions. The badgers seated beside Harry, however, simply took it for granted that Harry must have had his own reasons. "Oh dear, I'm bleeding, Professor. Am I going to die?" Ron, seated not far across from Harry, was consuming his meat heartily until he detected a metallic tang in his mouth. Realizing something was amiss, he looked up to find Hermione, disdainful, yet also with a trace of blood on her face. Upon noticing the lights dimming rapidly, Hermione tightened her grip on her wand and ceased eating. Soon, the young wizards collectively became aware of the situation, and chaos erupted in the dining hall, though none rose from their seats. Harry glanced at Hermione, who was nearby and had a slight nosebleed, and concluded that this phenomenon resembled a peculiar curse. The essence of the curse seemed to be the imposition of an obligation on the cursed individual to remain at the dining table. While the nosebleed appeared to be merely an ancillary effect, it seemed that someone had already discerned this issue. I merely stated that the food was not poisonous. Yet I did not assert that the utensils were clean. The young wizard with the nosebleed would have to endure for a while, as the antidote lay within the dessert. "You must be Harry Potter, then," he remarked, awarding 10 points to Hufflepuff. The Slytherin wizard remained vigilant, earning 2 points for his house, while the student from the back, a Gryffindor, was asked for her name. "Hermione Granger, Professor," she replied, raising her hand. Hermione was not entirely hindered by the curse, for she had paused her eating after only a few bites. Thus, she managed to rise with a struggle. "Well done, 3 points for your astuteness," the professor commended. Clapping his hands, the lights brightened, revealing an artificial sun overhead that illuminated the room as if it were day. "Regrettably, Ravenclaw must strive harder. This is your first lesson. Remain ever vigilant, and carry this vigilance into your graves. Many great wizards have stumbled in places both unexpected and seemingly foolish. To my knowledge, there have been curse masters who perished from their inability to antidote, and those who transported themselves to the Arctic, only to succumb to the cold and lose focus on their spells. There was also a potions master who, in his workshop, forgot that the elixir of life would evaporate, neglecting to seal the vial after brewing, and consequently starved to death in his own lab. The professor tapped the table once more, and desserts finally appeared in the center. However, many young wizards regarded him with skepticism. "This time, I am serious. I am your professor, one of the few adult wizards you may trust. For if any of you were to meet an untimely demise, your headmaster would ensure my misfortune as well." The young wizards hastily stuffed tarts and little cakes into their mouths, the nosebleeds finally ceasing, allowing them to leave the dining table. "Next time, I hope you remember to inspect your food before dining in unfamiliar places. Now, let us examine how to ascertain whether food is poisoned. Aside from some ancestral spells that certain students might possess, there exists a simpler method." Wington displayed a small knife from his waist, drawing it from its sheath to reveal a gleaming silver blade. Utilizing silver for the blade and etching it with arcane symbols can effectively identify most toxins at the point of entry, including those common to both muggles and wizards. Of course, the antidote is a matter for your potions professor. In my forthcoming lessons, I shall introduce modified poisons at each evening meal. These toxins will mimic the characteristics and handling of those commonly used by wizards and muggles, yet they will not be lethal. How then shall you safely indulge in your evening repast? Observe to your right. Winkton gestured to the side, where an entire wall was lined with shelves, meticulously arranged with tomes of magic. Within these volumes lies the breadth of knowledge pertinent to all my courses, including the poisons I impart and their corresponding antidotes. The ingredients you require can be found in the workshop located within the stables. The cauldrons, furnaces, and various items displayed upon the counters are available for your use at no expense. However, the ingredients or finished antidotes will necessitate either your house points or monetary payment. The first young wizard to successfully neutralize a toxin may approach me. Please remember, I shall only grant extra points to the first young wizard who reaches me. Each toxin is worth 20 points, and all items are clearly priced. Professor, may we purchase house points with galleons? Malfoy promptly recognized a concern. Certainly, but do you believe you possess such wealth? Winkton inquired with a knowing smile. Indeed, I can have my father send me money, regardless of the amount. Winkton's grin widened, causing his mutton chops to perk up. Regrettably, however, this place serves as a prison, young Master Malfoy. Outside currency cannot enter, and only the coins you currently possess are of any value. Of course, should you possess the capability to unravel the magic that binds this place, your actions would be permitted. Yet, I must caution you, while this location may not belong to Hogwarts, it remains one of the high-security areas designated by the Ministry of Magic. Any adult wizards who venture here and attempt to breach the enchantments may very well find themselves sent to Azkaban. Chapter 48, The Dueling Class. Firstly, the two young wizards have not mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, correct? Winkton inquired with a smile, as casual as asking if one had eaten breakfast that morning. Of course not. Those are spells wielded only by evil dark wizards or their Death Eater ilk, Malfoy quickly clarified, startled. Opposite him, Neville, who had engaged in a duel with Malfoy, appeared visibly shaken by the mention of the unforgivable curses, evidently more affected by the conversation. That is reassuring. Most other spells possess counter curses. Please endeavor to utilize the spells from your textbooks for your attacks. It will facilitate my management of the situation. Winkton waved his wand, and the young wizards were drawn to either side by the carpet, while the original wooden benches transformed into plush sofas. Throughout this entire process, there was remarkably little sensation of jostling, and the long table before them metamorphosed into a dual platform constructed of stone bricks. Winkton positioned himself in the slightly elevated central area of the platform, then beckoned the two young duelists to step forward and take their places. Across the European continent, the British Isles, Canada, the East, Africa, and the Americas each possess their own dueling etiquette. However, these pertain to your studies of magical history. I shall impart to you some practical knowledge. The first spell is of paramount importance. The majority of duels conclude after the initial strike, as any existing advantage can be rapidly compounded. Thus, I have but one request. Seize the first move after engaging. Some formidable duelists, seasoned with combat experience, may opt for a defensive counterattack. However, you must remember that such tactics are not suited for novices like yourselves. Your optimal strategy is to incapacitate your opponent with that first strike. As Winkton signaled the commencement, Malfoy swiftly unleashed a bolt of red lightning towards the still-dazed Neville. He collapsed in a daze. Struggling to rise, Neville found the spell narrowly grazed his body, sending him tumbling backward, only to be repelled once more by another of Malfoy's whirling spells. Just as Neville was about to collide with the wall of a building, Winkton gently flicked his wand, returning the boy to the dueling platform. Well, your questions have been resolved, young wizards. I shall see you tomorrow morning. Harry stood upon the semicircular balcony, clutching a book, the moonlight illuminating the pages well enough to render candles unnecessary. As the boy waved his wand and recited the incantation, his body began to slowly turn transparent, marking the successful casting of the disillusionment charm. The moonlight shimmered upon the distant lake, casting slender silver beams, and with keen eyesight, Harry observed several Muggle youths making their way toward him. They circled in place for a moment before descending the hill. Evidently, the area had also been subjected to a Muggle-repelling charm. Prior to arriving here, Harry had gathered enough insight from several older Badgers to ascertain this location. Muggles referred to it as the Weird Slope, where ascending from the sunny side or approaching the lakeshore proves to be quite arduous. Due to the lake's allure, numerous photographers and artists frequent this locale, and one must commend the professor for his audacity in constructing a magical estate here. It is indeed bold to educate a group of mischief-prone young wizards in such a place, seemingly indifferent to the potential risk of compromising centuries of secrecy. In the room, a mirror, towering to a person's height, reflected Harry clad in pajamas, as he gently tapped the mirror image of his own eye. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 11. Abnormal status, blasphemy punishment, holy adversary. Spell status, Avada Kedavra. 3, 621, 10,000. 2, 991, 1,000. 2, 879, 1,000. Fireball technique. 4, 1897, 100,000. Basic detection charm. 2, 1, 1,000. Clean slate. 1, 88, 100. Levitation charm. 1, 93, 100. Blood soul tribute. 1, 19, 100. Lumos. 1, 52, 100. Transfiguration spell. 1, 27, 100. Restoration. 1, 42, 100. Stupefy. 1, 2, 100. Alohomora. 1, 3, 100. Disillusionment charm. 1, 1, 100. Mage hand. 0, 7, 10. Harry gently tapped his mage hand with his fingertip. This spell had been one of his favorites during his apprenticeship. Alas, it had now been entirely supplanted by the levitation charm. Oh dear, the levitation charm is not intended for combat, which presents quite the dilemma. It would be prudent to learn a shield charm next, hoping it proves more effective than the mage shield. He could also delve into the arts of the soul extraction charm, Obliviate, and the muggle repelling charm. One can never have too many spells from the enchanting schools of magic. As for non-lethal spells, Harry felt that Stupefy was more than sufficient. However, the apparition here seemed to be one of the few aspects that surpassed the capabilities of the Fodder region. The spatial movement appeared wholly reliant on the wizard's willpower and skill. There was no need to consider spatial folding, distortion, or misalignment between two locations. Nor was there excessive concern over the magical energy expended during the process. Long-distance transfers did not require the aid of magical circles, and short-range movements did not necessitate costly casting materials. His friend, a spatial mage, would surely weep at the sight of apparition here. The greatest consequence of a failed spatial spell was merely disjunction. At worst, one might perish. Conversely, a catastrophic spatial failure in Fodder could result in being delivered to the plate of a dark sorcerer, leading to a truly tragic demise. Numerous incidents of spatial collapse and interdimensional incursions stemmed from reckless spatial spells. Here, it could only be surmised that the differing laws of the planes were to blame. Such a vast disparity meant that there was not a single faction dedicated to the study of spatial charms. Harry closed the spellbook and returned the items on his desk to their rightful places before unfurling a small blanket and lying down on his bed. How frustrating. It appeared he was afflicted with insomnia. Even employing self-hypnosis through enchanting techniques to induce light slumber proved ineffective. Perhaps it was due to the potion formula he had modified earlier. Had he known, he would not have substituted daisies for sunflowers. The previous version surely had its reasons for omitting daisies. This seemed to be the crux of the issue. It was likely that the last potion master who attempted such a substitution, like him, had been unable to sleep all night after consuming his own specially brewed wakefulness potion. Harry ceased his attempts to fall asleep, wrapping the blanket around himself and leaning against the cold wall. This self-protective posture provided a momentary sense of relaxation for his mind. It was a remnant of the frail body that lingered before his transformation into a lich. Chapter 49, Nightmare. Harry freed himself from the confines of his blanket, enfolding himself within its embrace, a tactic that proved effective, albeit with the unfortunate side effect of inducing nightmares. He tossed aside the damp, thin coverlet and proceeded to refresh himself. The fine hairs on his neck remained stubbornly erect, unwilling to settle for the time being. It was a fragile body indeed, still capable of dreaming. Perhaps it was time to prioritize the preparations for his transformation into a lich. Once the Avada Kedavra curse was elevated to level 4, he would commence the necessary rituals for his metamorphosis. This frail form was one he could scarcely endure for a moment longer. The dawn light barely penetrated the sky as Harry drew back the curtains and pushed open the white window, allowing the morning breeze mingled with the mist from the lake to fill the room, which had been sealed the entire night. In the distance, the moon gradually faded from sight, obscured by the encroaching light. However, the sun's golden rays had yet to fully breach the horizon, casting the sky in a rare, pure ultramarine hue that occurs only once a day. Harry spread open his notebook and unfurled his tomes, resuming his studies. Following the completion of the disillusionment charm, this month's objective was to master the revealing charm and the oblivion charm. The revealing charm, as the counter-charm to the disillusionment charm, was documented in the same volume. The similarities between the two made it less daunting for Harry. Conversely, the oblivion charm, which straddles the line between light and dark magic, presented a more complex challenge. When employed on humans, it would not result in an immediate sentence to Azkaban as the 3 unforgivable curses would. Yet to Harry, this charm was no less malevolent than the soul-stealing curse. When wielded to its fullest potential, it could manipulate memories or implant certain suggestions within a person's mind. Used judiciously, it could even serve as a legal variant of the soul-stealing curse. Had he not been afflicted by the curse of the holy foe, Harry would have undoubtedly chosen to study the more easily misconstrued soul-stealing curse rather than the oblivion charm. Around 7 in the morning, Winky stood on the verdant lawn below. ringing the breakfast bell in her hand. It presumably contained a spell, as Harry surmised. Its resonant chime echoed throughout every room in the surrounding buildings. Below, the long dining table from the previous day's gathering awaited in the grass. As the white of the skyline began to be gradually suffused with gold, the professor's house elf had prepared breakfast. Habitually, Harry enveloped his palm in a blue shield before touching the food. Thankfully, it showed no signs of poison, indicating that the professor was indeed keeping his promise. Delighted that no one was indulging in sloth, he declared, "Do not concern yourselves with your textbooks. Your previous defense against the dark arts professor was exceedingly diligent. The knowledge you require has mostly been absorbed into your minds. Today, we shall explore some delightful topics. How many of you can swim? Of course, knowing the water avoidance spell is equally valuable." The professor, after tapping the table, brought the breakfast along with the table into the room and turned to gaze at the young wizards surrounding him. The weather today was splendid. As the morning unfolded, clouds began to shroud the mountains, and now, wisps of thin clouds had started to obscure the blue sky. Soon, the entire mountain, including the vast natural lake, would be enveloped by heavy rain, and those muggles who frequented this area would likely refrain from ascending in such conditions. Winkleton could use magic to disperse the rain and clouds hovering above the lake, granting the young wizards a natural swimming pool. He had already prepared potions for rescuing those who might drown. If a person could be retrieved within 3 minutes of submersion, there would be no cause for concern. He had also inspected the lake's depths, ensuring that any aquatic plants or magical creatures capable of causing drowning had been dealt with in advance. Now, it was time to encourage this group of novice swimmers to take the plunge. Harry surveyed his surroundings and then raised his hand. This was not ideal. He didn't require them to swim at speeds rivaling sharks, but at the very least, they should not panic and drown themselves in the water after falling in. A wizard, perishing due to water, would surely make headlines in the entertainment section of the Daily Prophet. Let me tally the scores. Slytherin with 3 points, Hufflepuff with 4, Gryffindor with 2, and Ravenclaw with 5. The young wizards were escorted by the older students along the somewhat muddy mountain path. This area remained untouched by industrial pollution, as it had belonged to a wizarding family since the 18th century, which had cast muggle-repelling charms around the vicinity. The efficacy of this magic still actively repelled any muggles attempting to approach. Harry had noticed this place before entering Hogwarts, but at that time, he was merely a child from the muggle world. He could only inquire through letters and phone calls. Evidently, the muggle-repelling charm remained potent. Although Harry could not find compelling evidence, it sparked an idea within him. Perhaps the so-called areas of paranormal activity he had dismissed in the past truly harbored something. The level of development across the British Isles is quite high, devoid of completely uninhabited zones. The estates and territories of most wizarding families were, prior to the enforcement of the secrecy laws, often in proximity to muggle villages. Indeed, some wizards themselves were lords of certain muggle towns, with the entire town obligated to pay taxes to this lord. In return, the wizard or the family occupying that location provided magical services to the crown, a fact that was nearly public knowledge before the witch hunts began. Even during the peak years of the witch hunts, those powerful wizarding families remained undisturbed. They possessed not only magic, but also their own private armies. Even the king and the church would testify on their behalf, asserting that these true wizards were the faithful lambs of God. Harry speculated that it was around this time that wizards began to celebrate Christmas and Halloween, as they were indeed children of God, unlike those malevolent sorcerers who derived their powers from pacts with demons. The robes of the younger wizards were transformed into swimwear by their respective seniors, and it was then that Harry understood the necessity of having both a male and female senior in each house. For this very purpose, he declined the suggestion of a Hufflepuff senior to change his robe into swim trunks. Instead, he removed his boots and sat under the clear sky, conjured by the professor's weather magic, pulling out a book to continue his reading. He could swim, and he possessed the water-repelling charm, if all else failed. He had the gillweed at his disposal, ensuring he would not succumb to the water. "You truly are diligent," remarked the male Hufflepuff senior, who had transformed several younger wizards' robes into swim trunks before coming ashore. He dried the water from his robes and boots with a cleaning charm, gazing at Harry, who sat cross-legged on the grass, engrossed in his book, and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not schoolwork. He merely has a keen interest in the disillusionment charm." Chapter 50, The Lost Lamb. This is a place where fairies are said to roam, and my name is Darcy, a university student. Since childhood, I have been able to see things invisible to others, such as wizards zooming across the night fields on their brooms, or deep blue creatures shimmering with sparkling light and fluttering translucent wings. In high school, I once dispatched one of them with a broken mop handle, causing the others to scatter in a frenzy. However, when the police arrived, they could not perceive the glaring corpse, or rather, in the blink of an eye, the once panicked officers fell silent. The little creature that had just moments ago been surrounded by onlookers, struggling on the ground, vanished entirely from sight. The only evidence that all of this had transpired were the white marks I had scratched into the tiles. Sent to a psychiatric hospital in elementary school, I was acutely aware that I could only dismiss the adults with jokes shared with classmates. No one would believe me. They would not even believe the version of myself from mere moments prior. After entering university, with more free time at my disposal, I chose to work part-time while studying. I then used the savings from my living expenses and the small amounts earned from my work to fund my quest for places where peculiar events had occurred. I am certain I do not belong to this ordinary world. I am equally convinced that another, more splendid side of existence lies beyond. And now, gazing at the torrential rain enveloping the mountaintop, completely obscuring the natural lake known as Grandmother's Tears, I understand that it is time to embark on my journey. The muddy path, the raincoat battered by relentless raindrops, and the slick surface all proclaim that the mysterious realm is rejecting me. As Darcy pressed onward, he illuminated the path ahead with his headlamp. The trail, worn by the relentless rain, had transformed into a meandering stream of muddy water, and the downpour intensified, causing fragile branches to snap and tumble down around him. The youth raised his arm to ward off the descending limbs, bending low to prevent being swept away by the generous gusts of wind and rain. His walking stick sought purchase as he forged ahead once more. At that moment, Darcy's toes, encased in hiking boots and thick socks, could feel the force and viscosity of the muddy stream that surged past him. He exhaled softly, even in clear weather. Scaling such a peak demanded considerable strength and skill. The natural terrain sifted out those lacking resolve, while the torrential rain excluded the ungifted. With the weight of mysterious encounters heavy in his heart, Darcy's intuition surged forth, akin to a balloon inflating, its surface growing ever more delicate. Leaning against a tree that reached toward the heavens, he replenished himself with water and retrieved dried fruit from his pocket, signaling that he was nearing his destination. Within the beam of his headlamp, a private boundary marked by wire and wooden stakes soon emerged. Darcy pressed his gloved hand against the barbed fence and resolutely stepped over the wire. In an instant, the torrential rain vanished from the sky. Surprised, the boy lifted his gaze, removing the hood of his rain jacket that obscured his vision, allowing raindrops to cascade down the folds of his coat, soaking the dry leaves and brittle twigs beneath. Here, it felt as if he had entered another realm. Turning around, he saw the deluge concealed by an invisible wall. His walking stick, rain-soaked jacket, and dampened trousers and boots testified to the tempest raging outside. Yet here, he felt a sense of discovery. Suddenly, a flicker of hesitation gripped Darcy. Previously, he had only glimpsed shadowy figures that vanished in an instant or noticed inconspicuous objects unnoticed by others. But this place had completely unraveled the last vestiges of his wavering scientific beliefs, unveiling an alternate world before him. Should he press on? The youth surveyed his surroundings. He hailed from a comfortable family, had loving parents, and a promising future. He took a step forward, treading along a path obscured by a blanket of fallen branches, untouched for what seemed an eternity. The lush trees on either side swayed gently, as if welcoming this wayward lamb while also attempting a final blockade. After traversing a dense thicket, he beheld a lake, its azure waters enshrined upon a verdant platter, reflecting the cerulean sky above. There, a lost lamb caught his eye, a boy sitting barefoot upon a tree stump, lifting his gaze from the weathered book in his hands. The emerald-hued pupils radiated an unparalleled brilliance, akin to the breathtaking shimmer of the azure lake shimmering in the backdrop. Could it be an elf? Just as Darcy intended to approach the boy, seamlessly woven into the tapestry of the scene, he was obstructed by a dark figure. The sudden appearance of the man clad in black indicated that he had indeed arrived at the right place. A muggle-born mute. What a predicament. Encountering such a rarity was truly troublesome. The man sported a scruffy beard, topped with a cowboy hat, and donned a gray waistcoat with a blue lining, resembling a tavern keeper. Perhaps I should cast a spell of oblivion. I happen to be practicing that incantation. Professor, if needed, I am willing to assist. The elfin boy leapt from the stump and approached the man dressed like a bartender. The boy tilted his head, seemingly assessing this wayward lamb. You wouldn't want to find yourself confined to the classroom later, would you, Harry? The defense against the dark arts professor stroked his beard. It was evident that his soul-sucking spell had already been activated. Darcy, Mr. Swindon, due to your reckless actions, we must detain you. The professor waved his wand, and a shimmering bracelet was etched onto the man's wrist. Instantly, Darcy fell into a daze, as if the world had been inverted, with the corners of his vision filled with a peculiar violet hue. An exceedingly grotesque, emaciated creature approached him, and as it grasped his hand, the universe twisted and spun. When he landed again, he found himself in a dimly lit stable. Professor, if possible, I would like to borrow your potion workshop and procure some materials here. Oh, the esteemed assistant of Professor Snape. Your wakefulness potion is quite commendable. The professor chuckled, stroking his chin, neither confirming nor denying. I wish to concoct an alchemical artifact and hope to gain permission to utilize the workshop after each day's lessons. Wincanton paused, then nodded. In that case, Every 3 days, a dose of the draught of living death to ensure that young lad remains in slumber shall serve as rent. Very well, Professor. But I must remind you that the Muggle world is sensitive to disappearances, especially those lasting over a month. You need not concern yourself with that. What you should worry about is Harry. You are now an accomplice in my endeavors. Professor Wincanton smiled and vanished with a disapprobation. This place, situated on the periphery, went unnoticed as the recent events unfolded. Chapter 51, Thunder. Awakened, it is time for the potion. In a haze, Darcy beheld a boy approaching him, holding a vial of blue elixir. It was the enchanting elf-like boy, with his short black hair and striking green eyes. The boy's fingers were frigid, his fingertips slightly raised, possessing the unique roundness and smoothness characteristic of youth. As his mouth was unconsciously pried open, a slightly bitter potion flowed down his throat, and Darcy soon slipped back into a state of half-consciousness. Administering the elixir of life directly to a mute individual could lead to eternal slumber. Thus, Harry chose to dilute the dosage, a rather clever compromise. He ensured that this wayward lamb remained in a perpetual state of semi-awareness, which not only minimized the use of ingredients, but also perfectly fulfilled the professor's task. The professor's directive was to keep this lost lamb from causing any disturbances for the duration of a month, confined within the partitioned area at the back of the workshop. To facilitate this, Harry had gained access to the professor's private workshop, mere walls separating it from the owl tower nearby. To save time, he brought his bedding along, ensuring his cleanliness as a wizard. The weather in England during May was tolerable even for sleeping in a barn. So Harry arranged 2 long tables side by side and spread out his bedding. Just days prior, he had been attending defense against the dark arts. But upon discovering that this professor accepted bespoke arrangements, Harry proactively approached him. After completing an initial assessment, he devoted 3 days to the coursework prepared by the professor, who subsequently permitted the boy to immerse himself in the workshop. The little badgers lamented that Harry could no longer lead them, yet they believed there must be a reason for his actions. After being force-fed the potion for the 3rd time, Darcy felt as though he could retain some semblance of thought in the final moments. Where am I? Who am I? What am I to do? Darcy's mind began to slowly awaken, observing as the boy placed the empty vial on the table across from him, then picked up a carving knife alongside a piece of bone. His thoughts scattered once more. Harry sat down and retrieved a segment of a magically infused thigh bone he had obtained from Hagrid. He was currently lacking an offensive means aside from the Unforgivable curse, which would be essential for self-defense upon entering Egypt. Although proficient with the killing curse, he could not rely on it exclusively. After all, he was the savior and could not afford to be mistaken for a deranged dark wizard, at least not until he had fully exploited the advantages of his savior identity. Thus, he commenced practicing a spell that could elevate a spell to level 1 or barely allow a fainting spell to reach level 2. This would enable him to dominate among first-year wizards, yet it might prove inadequate for self-preservation in Egypt, a land teeming with dark wizards. Given this, he resolved to create an alchemical device, a realm in which he excelled. The inability to cast spells stemmed from the distractions that besieged him at the very moment he prepared to invoke magic. However, the crafting of alchemical artifacts was free from such constraints. Its sole drawback lay in its exorbitant cost and the necessity of a reliable supply and a stroke of fortune. Placing the enchanted thigh bone into the simmering green liquid, Harry employed a long-handled brush with a funnel at its tip to meticulously draw a protective circle upon the ground, encircling the blazing cauldron. As the mercury-based liquid seeped into the runes inscribed on the earth, the cauldron, which had merely been producing the occasional bubble, erupted into a vigorous boil. The viscous green liquid splattered, while Harry stood at a distance, utilizing a levitation charm to add the crushed fangs of venomous snakes, flint, and serpent shed into the cauldron. As the liquid within began to desiccate, transforming into a nearly paste-like consistency, the protective array upon the ground was utterly compromised by the splattering liquid. Harry lifted his gaze towards an owl perched upon the rafters above. In the ivy-clad stable he had previously encountered, at the center of the stable stood an incongruous tower, the Owl Tower. Flanking this tower on either side were 2 elongated structures, positioned at an obtuse angle, with one side facing the main estate building at less than 180 degrees. It was evident that these elongated edifices were subsequent expansions, with the semicircular stone wall of the Owl Tower forming one of their boundaries. At the junction of the roofs of the Owl Tower and the elongated buildings, a beam derived from the Owl Tower connected the 3 structures into a cohesive whole. Above this beam, an opening allowed owls to traverse between the sides for a breath of fresh air. The owls that visited daily were always different, sometimes arriving in pairs. Yet, when the professor seemed to realize that Harry was aware of his surveillance and did not intervene, only this yellow owl continued to appear. Clearly, Dumbledore remained unconvinced of Harry's safety, a sentiment that was understandable. Had he been in Dumbledore's position, Harry would have perished in his confrontation with Voldemort. Harry would not have allowed known Death Eaters to survive. Utilizing his formidable reputation at that time, he would have eradicated anyone in the magical realm who opposed him. Yet, it was apparent that Dumbledore was not Harry. Even if many regarded him as a Dark Lord, he was, in essence, a White Lord. Harry decided to showcase his knowledge before the professor, demonstrating all he had learned to put the other at ease. While certain aspects could be concealed, the process of creating alchemical artifacts unequivocally revealed the structure of one's knowledge system. Harry could hide much, but if he could ensure the concealment of his magical knowledge while crafting such sophisticated alchemical items, then there would be no need for him to hide at all. With wand in hand, he approached Dumbledore, Voldemort, and anyone bold enough to utter the word no before him, ready to unleash the killing curse. Then simply watch the concluding animation. Harry gazed up at the owl, which awkwardly turned its head away. He let out a light chuckle, and with a pair of pincers, he extracted the bones from the viscous green liquid. The bones had thoroughly softened due to the liquid's immersion. Cautiously, Harry ensured that the layer of green liquid encasing the bones remained intact as he swiftly placed the bones, along with the liquid, into a mold crafted from earth. As the gelatinous bone mixture was delicately poured into the mold's opening, Harry quickly inserted the wand core made from Thunderbird feather into the liquid just as it began to overflow. Chapter 52, The Primitive Bludgeon. Darcy felt a gradual awakening from his stupor. This time, he finally discerned his surroundings before the elfin boy prepared the potion. He found himself in a somewhat antiquated stable, with walls of stone bricks intermingled with wooden panels. Seated in a recliner, he felt utterly devoid of strength. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped his mind. Surely, he was not to be a specimen for human experimentation. Forgive me, Mom and Dad. It seems I am destined for a long journey. Unbeknownst to Darcy, his movements did not attract Harry's attention. The boy remained focused on crafting the apparatus before him. It was a clay mold bound by delicate chains. And as Harry struck the mold open, flashes of lightning shimmered from within as the surface dirt was removed. Harry glanced out the window. It was midnight, and the day's lessons had concluded, yet a thin veil of clouds had mysteriously gathered in the sky. Just like when this lost lamb had stumbled upon the place previously, after a week of waiting, Harry finally awaited the needed weather. He created a small opening on one side of the mold, then departed the room with another black obsidian slab bound to a wooden stick. On the obtuse angled side of the orrery, separated from the main structure, Harry had already cleared a space. The area was adorned with stones, vibrant pigments, animal bones, a mercury base, and a circular altar entirely covered with dry twigs and leaves. Harry removed his shoes, donning only a simple robe, and stepped slowly into the center of the altar. He was an integral part of the ritual, serving as the bridge between the earth and the sky. His participation was essential. Without it, he would be unable to utilize the alchemical artifacts that would take form. For each use carried a risk of being struck by his own attack. Harry knelt quietly before the withered branches, his left hand gripping a bone dagger that symbolized the sky, while his right hand clutched an obsidian representing the earth. The opportunity was singular, according to the weather forecast. The next thunderstorm would not arrive for another month. The Hogwarts holiday spanned from mid-June to September, a duration of less than 3 months. He had meticulously arranged the entire itinerary for his journey to Egypt. Even if he were to fail, he felt compelled to undertake it, for otherwise, he would be forced to endure Dumbledore's scrutiny while struggling to survive within Hogwarts. His success seemed inevitable, for within the Red Tower dwelled only one kind of individual, a calm madman. These individuals never engaged in reckless gambles driven by fervor, but instead analyzed the situation and opted for calculated risks. To summon thunder and harness the forces of nature, utilizing both himself and the formation, was the only way to create an alchemical artifact that could rival 3rd or even 4th level spells. At last, as he knelt in place, Harry sensed a gentle tremor emanating from the bone dagger in his left hand. It was releasing tendrils of lightning from the gaps in the mold he had stripped away. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had been preparing materials, conducting research, and even assimilating insights from some of Professor Voldemort's teachings. The alchemical creation he was on the verge of crafting represented the culmination of his current understanding of magic in this world, devoid of any hidden secrets. On one hand, it served as a final examination for himself. On the other, it aimed to alleviate Dumbledore's concerns. By allowing the latter to grasp his true capabilities, he hoped to avoid excessive surveillance during his travels in Egypt. Regrettably, Harry only noticed Professor Winkleton attending as an observer. A few upperclassmen soon arrived, yet the most significant presence he yearned to see, Headmaster Dumbledore, remained absent. The thunder was already gathering within the dark clouds, and the lightning serpent emerged from the black waves, only to submerge once more into the stormy sky. Prior to the thunder, a gentle drizzle began to fall, soaking the withered leaves beneath Harry's feet and dampening his thin attire. Nevertheless, the boy remained tranquil, kneeling upon the altar like an ancient wizard awaiting the divine response from the heavens. It appeared he had indeed cut corners. Just as he struggled to rise and approach the edge of the dwelling, Darcy rubbed his eyes. As he gazed upon the scroll imbued with an air of antiquity and depth, the adult figure in black who had previously guided him here abruptly materialized beside him. Following this figure were several youths clad in robes of varying colors, all standing beneath the eaves, quietly observing the boy kneeling in the midst of the storm. Realizing the solemn atmosphere surrounding him, Darcy felt akin to a chick ensnared by an eagle, wishing to retreat to his lounge chair unnoticed. Yet, before he could move, the adult in black firmly grasped his shoulder. Such a level of refinement has not been witnessed in 5 or 6 years. Today's sorcerers strive for elegance and innovation in detail. This pure invocation of natural forces, harnessed to challenge powers of a higher echelon, evokes memories of the golden age of saints 50 years ago. Professor, should we restrain his movements? This fool may wreak havoc. Standing beside the professor was a young man clad in a yellow robe. Darcy observed as the youth stepped forward, brandishing a small wooden stick towards him. The yellow-robed sorcerer seemed to emit a perplexed grunt. He drained all the surrounding magical energy, artificially creating a funnel at the apex of magical potency. It is only natural that you cannot cast spells now. Even if you could, it would be wise not to attempt it, lest you wish to invite a lightning strike. One might say, it is fitting for a savior. I now find myself envying Dumbledore. As the lightning in the sky fell silent once more amidst the downpour, it began to coalesce gradually. Harry, lacking the energy to discern his surroundings, slowly opened his eyes. The lightning that had gathered for a week finally tore through the dark sky under the pressure of the torrential rain, accompanied by white flashes. Harry abruptly rose to his feet, the objects on either side of him parting as if heralding an ancient sacrificial dance. As the thunder dragon descended, the stones surrounding him activated in an instant, and the lightning above his head divided, striking the bone blades and obsidian on either side. Harry slowly raised the 2 items, shimmering with lightning, bending slightly before allowing them to collide above his head. The tremendous roar of 2 lightning strikes resounded. The first, a manifestation of nature's might. The second, a miracle crafted by human hands. The dispersing brilliance was absorbed by the activated stones around him, and even the withered branches on the ground began to dry rapidly. A faint smile graced Harry's lips. The most perilous part of summoning the lightning had been accomplished. He gazed upward at the sky, continuously siphoning lightning, and commenced his forging. He must sculpt these 2 charged artifacts before the lightning in the heavens was entirely expended. Otherwise, should they explode, he surmised he would ascend along with the Owl Tower. Chapter 53, The Lord of Thunder. The bone blades and obsidian clashed amidst the raindrops, as Harry adapted movements from ancient sacrificial dances. Bolts of lightning struck each other in the air, then scattered outward. Some energy was utilized by Harry to sculpt the vessels in his hands, while the remaining energy dispersed, absorbed by the magical formations arranged around him. The stones encircling Harry, varying in size, connected with the beams of white light that dispersed, transmitting energy outward like waves. As the boy's bare feet tread upon the withered leaves, a formidable energy cascades downward, causing the once moist foliage to dry out. The obsidian slab in Harry's grasp begins to grow increasingly delicate at its center, allowing him to glimpse the tremendous power of the thunder above. The boy continues his ritualistic dance, the decorative sash of his plain robe fluttering gracefully, its edges slowly transforming into charred remnants under the tempestuous influence of the lightning. Time is of the essence. Both the stormy heavens and the corporeal form beneath him, along with the array beneath his feet, are steadily approaching their limits. Harry completes the ritual movement once more, with lightning converging rapidly around him. Yet this time, he refrains from immediately entering the next cycle, instead choosing to release the excess electricity into the surrounding array. He halts his movements and bows once more beneath the thunder. Winkleton, clutching his wand tightly, stands as a seasoned professor of dark arts from Durmstrang. With keen insight drawn from his experience, he discerns that the moment of conclusion is at hand, a perilous juncture. Should Harry exhaust his strength, Winkleton will swiftly cast a protective spell over the boy. After all, this is a 5-ounce potion of Felix Felicis, an exclusive variant crafted by the master potion maker Severus Snape. This moment demands his utmost discernment. A misjudgment could lead to the utter failure of the alchemical creations Harry is conjuring, and at the very least, result in the destruction of his own Owl Tower. He can only ensure the safety of the surrounding young wizards, even as a stunned onlooker watches the spectacle in awe. Should he falter, he must hope that Snape and Dumbledore would understand his rationale. Once again, the lightning above converges, as a fearsome serpent of electricity leaps from the cloud-esque folds, striking towards the figure on the ground. Harry takes a deep breath. The stones set to absorb the excess energy have all risen high, marking the array's limit. He cannot transfer any more pressure downward. It is time to complete the transmutation and vanquish them. As the last vestiges of the mold enveloping the bone dagger's blade are torn asunder by the lightning-forged chisel, the 2 alchemical creations are finally brought into existence. In a climactic moment, Harry collides the 2 creations above his head one final time, just as a thunderclap resonates with the heavens. The lightning halts upon the ground. As Winkleton tightens his grip on his wand, the tip aimed at Harry's position, the suspended lightning begins to be absorbed gradually. The white tendrils of electricity that once tethered the stones to the sky weaken, eventually cascading downwards. Ultimately, the storm above refrains from extinguishing this audacious ant that dared to seize the power of the heavens. In the convergence of the two, a bolt of lightning was born from the shattered core of obsidian, subsequently gathering upon this creation reminiscent of a tuning fork, piercing directly into the clouds above. As the second rumble of thunder subsided, the clouds in the sky were utterly obliterated by this formidable energy, dissipating into mist along with the raindrops and surrounding darkness. Harry emerged slowly from the burning dry branches, his robe sleeves and the lower part of his trousers completely torn apart by flames and lightning. Winkleton extinguished the remnants of fire clinging to Harry's calves, frowning as he approached the boy. The man circled around, ensuring that this fostered savior had not harmed himself in the process. "You have been quite prudent. Had you not applied the fireproof potion to your skin, you would likely be severely burned by now." Winkleton's gaze shifted from Harry to the two vessels clutched in his hands. In his left hand was a fully formed bone dagger, crafted using the feathers of a thunderbird as its core, mirroring wand-making techniques to symbolize the heavens. The obsidian plate, having undergone repeated lightning strikes, had transformed into a black tuning fork, approximately 15 centimeters long and 3 fingers wide. Faintly, one could still see the flickers of lightning dancing within the dark stone. Harry weighed the weapon in his hand, glancing at Professor Winkleton. "Do not experiment with my tree." Winkleton immediately comprehended Harry's intent. With the weapon in hand, naturally, he wished to test its power. The man waved his wand, gathering the stones that formed a magical array into a massive target, while simultaneously extinguishing the dry branches ignited by the final lightning strike. Harry turned towards the target, nodded in gratitude to the professor, and slightly raised his hands. As the elements of sky and earth intertwined, a bolt of lightning shot from the apex of the tuning fork towards the stone target. Darcy, standing nearby, without having covered his ears in time, was startled by the thunderous explosion as the distant stones were instantaneously shattered. "That's akin to professor-level combat prowess. Might I have a glimpse?" Winkleton mused, acknowledging that while this method of activation exhibited considerable variance in combat, its power was undeniably substantial. He surmised that even his ironclad charm could withstand one strike, but a second would surely be pierced through by such force. Without hesitation, Harry handed the bone dagger to the professor. As an agent of Dumbledore, it was imperative for him to scrutinize Harry's creation, ensuring Dumbledore's reassurance. These two items could not be placed together, lest they cause an overflow of energy and resulting explosion. Winkleton examined the dagger, which measured roughly 20 centimeters in length. It resembled a stick, possessing a blade-like edge on one side, yet not sharpened. Exquisite craftsmanship. Hufflepuff earns an additional 40 points. "Professor, may I pose a question?" Harry had completed the most significant task, feeling remarkably unburdened at this moment. The boy was surrounded by a throng of young wizards as he entered the room, and as the thunder dissipated, the air still bore a lingering warmth. Harry settled onto a stool, donned his boots and coat, and then turned to Professor Winkleton. "Please speak." At this moment, Winkleton no longer regarded Harry merely as a student. He attentively listened to the boy's inquiry. Why not have dealt with this mute at the outset with a memory charm, then sent him back? That should not be difficult for you. Harry inquired curiously, while Darcy, standing beside him, widened his eyes in astonishment, contemplating whether he should make a hasty exit. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Magic's Aurors were approaching. To confine him here would merely be a violation of protocol, but had I directly cast a spell on him and dispatched him back? Winkleton paused, shrugging his shoulders at Harry. It would constitute negligence, and I am fully aware of the gravity of these two options. This is a high-security area, and should I engage in any clever tricks here, I would likely find myself on the Ministry's wanted list. I am not a savior like you. However, it appears that I will not be able to serve as your defense against the Dark Arts Professor next year. The curse of the Dark Lord is indeed formidable. Chapter 54. Quietly entering the village. After a span of 9 months, Harry found himself once again aboard the train home, clutching a small box containing a tuning fork crafted from obsidian. Meanwhile, the bone dagger was affixed to his belt, for these two items could not be stored together. To prevent any excessive magical fluctuations, Harry had to seal the tuning fork within a specially designed suitcase to avoid any accidental contact with the bone dagger during transit. The bone dagger was not particularly cumbersome. After all, it resembled a mere decorative trinket, and such a blunt ornament would hardly attract undue attention. Harry placed the suitcase on the seat and waved his wand, causing the luggage before him to leap and settle into the overhead compartment. In the final days, officials from the Ministry of Magic and 2 Aurors indeed arrived at the estate to investigate the unfortunate mute who had wandered into their midst. The ministry traced the mute's lineage, quickly uncovering that his grandmother was a Hufflepuff. It was evident, however, that he had not been forthcoming about his heritage. opting instead to conceal his magical abilities and assume the role of a history teacher in the Muggle world. Upon learning of the calamity her grandson had caused, the elderly witch was escorted to the estate by a returning Auror. Subsequently, Harry observed the young man named Darcy awkwardly reunite with his grandmother, who ultimately had to lead the reluctant child away, glancing back repeatedly. Due to the presence of a wizarding relative in his household, Darcy ultimately did not have his memory erased. As anticipated by Wincanton, the young wizard's final lessons were strictly confined within a predetermined scope. Moreover, 2 Aurors remained behind to supervise the last 5 days of classes. From their discourse, Harry learned that this was not Wincanton's first transgression. It was no wonder he was so certain he could not continue as the defense against the dark arts professor. For a moment, the boy found himself perplexed, uncertain whether this was a reflection of Wincanton's inherent nature or a self-deprecating act intended to shield himself from the curses taught by Voldemort. Regardless, next year, Headmaster Dumbledore would once again seek a fortunate candidate to fill the vacancy for the defense against the dark arts position. As the saying goes, the professors of this subject at Hogwarts change more frequently than the soil in Professor Sprout's garden. The train, carrying the young wizard departing from Wincanton Manor, slowly came to a halt at King's Cross Station. Harry bid farewell to Malfoy, who was ostentatiously flaunting the silver poison-detecting dagger he had exchanged for 20 house points from Professor Wincanton, before turning and passing through the wall back into the Muggle world. To his surprise, Harry did not find Vernon waiting for him. According to his predictions, even if he had not voiced his request for someone to pick him up, Vernon's character would have compelled him to come rushing over. After all, Dudley's university acceptance hinged on Harry's approval. Although the donation had been finalized, Dudley had yet to enroll. If Harry were to withdraw his support, Dudley would lose his opportunity for a free education, even if it were not for his own sake. Vernon should have made the effort for his beloved son. Carrying his suitcase, Harry blended into the crowd outside the station. He had little luggage, 2 sets of clothes sufficed, and most of his books were stored in Professor Snape's office. Having thoroughly memorized the textbooks, he only brought along 2 handwritten notes on Egyptian hieroglyphs in preparation for his forthcoming journey to Egypt. His meticulously prepared potions were stowed in a hard leather bag enhanced by a non-detectable extension charm. At that moment, all of Harry's possessions amounted to just 2 suitcases he held in his hands. He declined Mrs. Weasley's offer for a ride and hailed a taxi at the entrance of the train station. Just go straight ahead, no stopping. Once inside the cab, the driver, dazed by the pound notes Harry had thrust into his hand, chose to remain silent under Harry's icy gaze, extending his hand instead. Earning money? No shivering here. He likely perceived Harry as a runaway young master, waiting for the boy to tire himself out before cashing in. Harry's eyes swept past the window of number 4, Privet Drive, and the unusually tall figure inside caused his heart to plummet. Dumbledore had come for a home visit. Harry feigned ignorance, and the taxi drove directly across the street to another residential area. Harry extracted a roll of pounds and a pink candy from his pocket. Are you looking to earn some money? The boy inquired with a slight smirk. Certainly, sir. Harry casually tossed the roll of money onto the taxi driver's lap and placed the candy into the man's palm. Take me to 109, ring the bell, and hand this to the person who opens the door. I shall await your return. That was the residence of the police chief, and the taxi was stationed at a corner. Just as the taxi driver braced himself for a torrent of abuse from the person at the door, the individual who opened it, a towering figure, quietly accepted the pink candy. When the driver returned to his vehicle, having realized something was amiss, he found only a slip of paper bearing his home address and another roll of pounds. The lavish boy had vanished without a trace. Bewildered, the driver made his way back to the city that very night. Harry understood that the most effective method would have been to cast a memory charm on the driver, but he was currently unable to use his wand for such magic. Within the boundaries of the UK, young wizards are marked if they employ wands outside of school, leaving Harry with no choice but to use the non-wand required memory modification spell. The disturbances caused by this spell would only last for 2 days. After that period, even Merlin himself, donned in tattered stockings, would struggle to locate a muggle affected by the charm in the bustling crowd. In contrast, a memory charm would leave a nearly permanent mark. Harry was uncertain if anyone could leverage this mark to find an enchanted muggle, but he was unwilling to take that risk. Good evening, Professor Albus Dumbledore. Harry pushed the door open and gazed upward at the tall elder, who this time was not clad in loose pajamas or the ornate robes from the commencement ceremony. Instead, he wore a brown cloak, and his overly abundant white beard was neatly groomed, now falling gracefully over the front of his robe. Clearly, Albus Dumbledore had taken special care with his appearance for this home visit. Good evening, Harry. You never mentioned that your aunt's desserts were so delightful, Dumbledore remarked, extending a small pastry towards Harry. Were you delayed on your way? Please, have a little sweet to tide you over. Chapter 55, No Shooting Allowed. Harry, I wish you a successful journey to Egypt, but I must remind you of one thing. You need to stay with Mr. Vernon for at least a week. This is a condition for your mother's cherished magic to take effect. Just before departing, with a basket brimming with various pies and pastries, Dumbledore suddenly turned back to admonish him. Harry obediently lowered his head, leaving Vernon in astonished disbelief. He had never imagined anyone could make Harry so compliant. After Dumbledore vanished from the radiance of the streetlight on Privet Drive, Vernon adopted a paternal demeanor, eager to assert his authority. However, upon encountering the boy's frigid gaze, he deflated immediately, collapsing onto the sofa behind him. Harry, Headmaster Dumbledore has always praised you, while we have not. Petunia, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, sensed the unusual atmosphere in the living room and hurried out, hands still wet, to mediate. You needn't say anything. Just call Professor Corman. I shall arrive at London University by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Ensure he is prepared. Moreover, urge them to set off promptly. They must enter Egyptian territory no later than 5 days from now. With that, Harry hoisted his suitcase and began ascending the stairs. Harry, thank you. Vernon hesitated for a moment before calling out to Harry, who was making his way up. Regardless of the circumstances, the resolution of Dudley's university predicament had alleviated the pressure on him as a father. I almost forgot. Your tie complements your jacket quite well, Mr. Vernon. Was he complimenting me? Vernon fidgeted with his tie, which had merely been a random choice, especially considering how swiftly the headmaster from Hogwarts had arrived. It seems so, dear. Petunia dried her hands with a cloth, then approached her husband, gently adjusting his slightly askew tie. It truly does look rather nice, she murmured. Having left number 4, Privet Drive, Dumbledore completed his apparition in the shadows, feeling as though he had grasped the small tail of Harry's yarnball. It was now the moment to unveil the enigma surrounding Harry. To be candid, the aging Dumbledore wished to avoid stirring up any further turmoil in his final decades. Even the Minister of Magic, whom he had once supported, had been inciting the Daily Prophet to defame him, yet Dumbledore could hardly be bothered. In his eyes, the minister was merely a foolish jester, akin to a mischievous student. However, Harry instilled a sense of unease in the old man. He perceived not only the shadow of Tom within Harry, but also the specter of Grindelwald. The fleeting moment of truth Harry revealed when he beheld the mirror of Erased faintly reminded Dumbledore of an old friend. This realization was even more terrifying. The eloquence of Grindelwald, combined with Voldemort's capacity for violence, filled him with trepidation. Indeed, the greatest white wizard of this century found himself feeling fear. Yet, what frightened him even more was the prospect of making another grave mistake. He had already birthed one Dark Lord, and he was uncertain if he could contain another. Harry has only just begun to mature, even though he is a quietly formidable presence akin to Arnold. Given his current rate of growth in mastering the Avada Kedavra curse, it is conceivable that he could single-handedly defeat Voldemort before graduation. By that time, coupled with his eloquence and the glamorous, enticing facade he presents to the outside world, Dumbledore harbors doubts about whether he should join forces with Voldemort and Grindelwald to secure victory. Yet, the old man finds himself unable to take such drastic measures. He is neither Grindelwald nor Voldemort. Even if some refer to him as a Dark Lord, it is imperative that the title be prefixed with the word white. During a brief interlude while Harry attended classes at Winkton's, Dumbledore took the opportunity to conduct a home visit. This excursion filled the elder with a peculiar sense of unease. On one hand, he feared the worst possible future for Harry, desiring to uncover evidence of the boy's transgressions to justify extinguishing this potential source of danger. However, as a teacher and an elder who had witnessed Harry's parents sacrifice their lives for the peace of the magical realm, he clung to the hope that Harry could still be saved, that he had not yet descended into the abyss. The boy deserved guidance. He needed someone to correct his course. Every time Dumbledore contemplated raising his wand to obliterate this hazardous influence, Harry's words echoed in his mind. Are the lives of my father, James Potter, my mother, Lily Evans, and my uncle, Peter Pettigrew, truly so worthless? The elder yearned to affirm to the boy that the sacrifices made by his forebears were significant and noble. Yet, it was precisely because of this that they must uphold the peace built upon their lives, rather than resorting to the unscrupulous tactics of the Death Eaters. Yet, each time he attempted to articulate this sentiment, he found himself at a loss for words. To express such thoughts to a child who had lost both parents felt unbearably cruel. The elder then disapparated to the city center and, appearing as an ordinary resident, strolled into the police station. After traversing the entirety of Privet Drive, he had discovered a lead on Harry. If there were one absurdity to be found in the Muggle world, it was the police chief. Just as Dumbledore prepared to delve deeper into his investigation, he noticed an owl circling outside. This was a matter pertaining to the school, compelling him to temporarily vacate the premises. At the Hogshead Inn, the elder took a seat opposite Winkton, who had now donned a simple black robe in accordance with local customs. However, his cowboy hat still rendered him more akin to a Western outlaw than a mysterious wizard. Mr. Dumbledore, I regret to inform you that I can no longer continue in my capacity as an external staff member at Hogwarts, Winkton stated as he handed over his resignation letter. Dumbledore did not open the letter, but nodded in understanding. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts held a formidable reputation throughout the magical world. It is not surprising that the other party made such a choice. After all, one must have both wealth and the means to enjoy it. To speak candidly, Headmaster, I personally believe that his knowledge system is sound. Although there are traces of dark magical knowledge, if assessed by Durmstrang standards, it can still be considered restrained. His primary knowledge framework remains rather orthodox, rooted in classical magic, particularly favoring the use of rituals, yet this is hardly a grave concern. Wincanton entrusted a fragment of his extracted memory to Dumbledore, a swirling azure light contained within a small glass vial, encapsulating all his recollections of Harry. Dumbledore placed a tiny vial of potion, reminiscent of flowing gold, upon the table, nodded, and departed. However, 2 days later, when Dumbledore returned to the police station, he found only the coroner awaiting him. There were no signs of magical manipulation upon the man, yet could this be mere coincidence? The robust figure, nearly filling the entirety of the morgue, had succumbed to alcohol poisoning. This fact is beyond dispute. He had begun drinking heavily following his divorce 3 years prior, a matter well known to all. Nevertheless, the timing inevitably cast a shadow of doubt upon Dumbledore. Harry, let us hope this is merely an unfortunate accident. Chapter 56, The Benefactor. Harry did not bring much luggage. In fact, he had barely opened his suitcase at the Dursleys, merely attending to matters requiring resolution in the Muggle world. After a swift breakfast, he hurried off to the University of London. Good day, Professor Coman. Following the conclusion of a public lecture on the history of ancient continental city walls, a boy seated at the back navigated past the departing students. He carried a small suitcase in one hand and a notebook tucked under his arm. His striking green eyes caught the attention of the teaching assistant, Dramione, from afar. This lecture was open to all students, and, theoretically, outsiders could also attend. However, those who came merely to bask in the cultural ambience typically took a few photos in the iconic park and, at most, contended for access to the restroom and cafeteria with the students. These individuals, believing they had absorbed the cultural essence of the University of London, would happily depart with a stomach full of the university's cuisine and a few snapshots. Attending 2 consecutive 45-minute classes can be quite challenging for some students seated in the back rows. Harry waited for a few students surrounding the professor to disperse, then stepped forward and extended his hand. Is it Draco? Mr. Vernon has mentioned you. As a professor specializing in Egyptian culture, Coman's funding was, in fact, quite limited. The era of the Egyptian craze in Europe has long passed, and scholars like him, who study ancient cultures with minimal output, find it exceedingly difficult to secure academic grants. Thus, it was the benevolence of that generous gentleman, lavishly spending his wealth, which garnered such esteem from the venerable professor. With this newfound funding, he could once again embark on a journey to Egypt. Although the British Museum housed numerous Egyptian artifacts, certain monumental treasures could only be appreciated in their native land. After all, the temples and pyramids were colossal. The vessels of the time could scarcely accommodate them, limiting the return to only more diminutive relics for display. As for the gentleman's desire to enroll his son and request a place for him in the expedition, it was an exceedingly simple wish to fulfill. Coman had already prepared to assign his most accomplished disciple as the boy's guide, ensuring a splendid introduction to Egyptian culture. However, unexpectedly, before preparations were finalized, the gentleman began to urge them. The professor, thinking the gentlemen assumed they were remiss in their duties despite the funding, was about to report on the progress made thus far when the gentleman informed him that the child intended to accompany them had already arrived at the University of London. This revelation startled the professor. The boy appeared to be a mere child, yet he bore the weight of expectation. Should any misfortune befall him, securing further funding would prove challenging. When can we depart? Harry declined the professor's offer to assist with his luggage and inquired once more. Mr. Vernon stated that they would leave in 5 days, though he expressed concern due to the precarious security situation there, necessitating the arrangement of protective measures and accommodations. While they had already dispatched personnel, the precise time of departure remained uncertain. We shall set off in 6 days. Here are my credentials, Harry said, handing his identification to the assistant standing nearby. Perhaps you should advise your uncle. Archaeology cannot be rushed, the assistant remarked as he accepted the credentials, glancing at them. Indeed, it appeared that Harry was merely a school dropout, a young man seeking to pave his way with financial backing. The assistant could already foresee that upon his return, the boy would likely demand co-authorship, leveraging this opportunity to enter the academic realm. By the time he reached adulthood, he could secure a teaching position while leaving the arduous work to the diligent researchers. Such inequity was hard to bear. Nevertheless, the boy was sent by a wealthy patron, someone not to be trifled with. He could only hope the lad would be amiable. He resolved to contribute an additional 250,000, questioning whether they could proceed. Harry fixed his gaze upon the elder, whose eyes sparkled at the mention of the donation, though suspicion soon clouded his expression as he regarded Harry. After all, Harry was but a child, and his promise of such a substantial contribution was difficult to believe. Can we proceed? Harry asked again, feeling the pressure from Dumbledore. The journey to Egypt and the mastery of the 3 unforgivable curses had become imperative. Yes, but regarding the donation, the professor replied cautiously, wary of alarming the benefactor. Is there a telephone available? Harry connected Vernon's call in the teacher's office and then handed the receiver to the professor. Really? All right. The professor received an affirmative response, feeling as though small coins were fluttering around. We shall depart in 5 days, Dramione. Inform Gurdon to book the tickets for 5 days hence and ensure everything is in order. The professor rubbed his hands together. Mr. Dursley, do you have a place to stay? A simple dormitory will suffice, just for 5 days. Please assist me in contacting the British Museum. I believe you have acquaintances there. I wish to explore the collections, particularly those not open to the public. Of course, Dramione. You go help Mr. Dursley settle in. And then call your senior sister to take Harry on a tour during these 5 days. The professor, rubbing his hands, left the classroom. With the influx of funds, many plans could come to fruition. He intended to meticulously document the hieroglyphs and decorations within the Temple of Luxor. Furthermore, he had received information from a local informant that they had discovered a niche temple site built into the rock face. Upon arrival, he could attempt to join the local archaeological team for collaborative excavations, which should yield a wealth of valuable artifacts. Currently, the hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt had been entirely lost to time, and he had been striving for decades to decipher them. However, due to their complete disappearance, the task of decoding had become seemingly endless. Scholars awaited the first character to be deciphered. Once even a single character was established, the subsequent deciphering could commence. At present, the only recourse for these scholars was to faithfully document as many of the images, which had been eroded by the winds and sands over time, as possible. He recalled seeing vivid murals on the tall columns of some Egyptian temples and ancient texts. However, when he visited, little color remained. Only in sheltered spots could he find faint remnants of hue. Each time he witnessed the essence of human civilization carelessly strewn about the desert, ravaged by storms. The professor felt a deep, anguished heartache. All he could do was strive to leave behind ample documentation for future generations before these treasures were completely eroded. Nonetheless, such research was immensely demanding and yielded scant results. There were neither unearthed relics nor exquisite artifacts returned. Only images that had always existed there and inscriptions of unknown meaning remained. Once, a school leader inquired pointedly, "Those items have existed for over 3,000 years. Why do you believe it necessary for you to document them? Your paper records may not endure as long as the engravings carved in stone." Coleman was left speechless, fumbling for words, and thus received no funding. He merely believed that one day, significance would emerge. Some individuals truly require this artifact. We cannot merely witness these illustrations gradually fade into oblivion. Someone ought to take action. Chapter 57, The Treasure Trove. Your son is undeniably charming. Within the subterranean storage of the British Museum lies a vast collection of artifacts that remain unexhibited to the public, a considerable portion of which is ensconced in wooden crates, cushioned for protection with foam. Due to the necessity of maintaining a constant temperature and humidity, some staff members prefer to situate their workspaces in this area. In the corridor outside, a girl with curly brown hair handed her coffee cup to the female supervisor across from her. It was bewildering that this senior leader had demanded an inventory check of all the Egyptian exhibition items, requiring each piece to be extracted, documented, and then returned. However, the girl perceived some merit in this endeavor, for it afforded her the opportunity to glimpse numerous items that had previously eluded her gaze. Most importantly, there was the delightful presence of the small human child to observe. From the very first day of work, a boy with short black hair had remained in their vicinity. Whenever they opened a box, he would invariably stand by, and they dared not shoo him away, as he was brought by their supervisor. The child remained silent and composed, simply observing intently. At times, he would even pass them tools, and although verbal communication was minimal, they all found him quite endearing. "That is not my son. He is a little prodigy sent by my teacher." The woman turned to glance at the boy, who was seated cross-legged on the floor, assisting a staff member in unpacking and inspecting artifacts. The other's notebook lay open beside him, displaying meticulous sketches. Nearly every artifact had been rapidly illustrated by the boy. More intricate images had been captured with a camera and tucked between the pages of the notebook. They were not using magnesium powder cameras, and those present chose to overlook it. The boy's diligent documentation style indeed mirrored that of his teacher's academic approach. Were it not for his striking black hair and green eyes, she was certain that her teacher had not engaged in any indiscretions. Otherwise, she might have suspected that the child was a secret progeny. The girl was taken aback. "Please make a duplicate of the access pass for the section, this afternoon. Accompany this little prodigy to the archives, as he wishes to examine the illustrations below. He will soon be departing, and then you shall be free. Oh, and before you leave tonight, remember to leave a door open for him. Last night, my teacher called to inform me that you had locked this little prodigy inside the museum." "What?" The girl covered her mouth in astonishment. Surely, she could not have been the last to leave yesterday. It was no wonder that a colleague who arrived first this morning had brought breakfast for the child. The little one had spent the entire night sketching in the museum's Egyptian section, only to be discovered by security, who reported it to the teacher, who subsequently relayed the information to her. If only you possessed the same fervor as those individuals, you would not still be struggling to catalog the artifacts of a single district. Coman, a luminary in the realm of Egyptian studies within the United Kingdom, has connections that trace back to his mentor who, post-World War II, was stationed in Egypt to establish the Egyptian Museum, and was part of the cohort that illicitly acquired artifacts for our homeland. The venerable scholar possesses numerous acquaintances and avenues in Egypt, which is precisely why Harry selected him. He is affluent, while the elder has the necessary contacts. Harry seeks insights into the potentially 3 unforgivable curses documented on the inscriptions of the Egyptian pyramids. Additionally, he intends to scour the ghost markets in Egypt for rare items, and given the elder's extensive experience in this field, he undoubtedly has his own means. Harry requires someone to assist him in navigating the mundane affairs of the Muggle world. Monetary concerns are of secondary importance. As he recalled a humorous anecdote shared by his mentor, the tale of a capable adventurer and a wealthy one trapped in a deep pit, where it was the capable one who eventually acquired wealth, resonated with him. Closing his notebook, Harry noted that today's lunch was courtesy of the museum staff's working meal. The individual responsible for distributing the meals wheeled over a cart wrapped in aluminum foil, delivering a boxed lunch to him, which included an additional serving of yogurt. "Thank you," he expressed, inserting his pen into the side of the notebook as he accepted the meal. In the afternoon, he planned to visit the archives of the British Museum, where he could reference various documents. After several days of intense observation, coupled with the so-called research findings previously sent to Vernon by the elderly professor, Harry had roughly pinpointed the locations of interest. The next step was to establish his identity within the wizarding world in Egypt, as Gringotts was encouraging cross-bank financial transactions. Harry speculated that they had observed the operations within the Muggle banking system and were poised to emulate it, allowing the funds within the vaults to circulate. However, the old money of the wizarding world appeared disinterested, preferring to keep their galleons securely stored away. Even proposals from the goblins managing the vaults were often dismissed, perceived by these old money individuals as attempts by the ugly, greedy, and miserly creatures to abscond with their wealth. In recent editions of the Daily Prophet, Harry had noted multiple reports of pure-blood wizards attacking goblin salesmen. This was the identity he crafted for himself within the wizarding realm, an elder willing to integrate the funds from his vault into Gringotts' nascent financial system. Long before his time with Professor Winkleton, Harry had reached out to Gringotts, and the faction of goblins eager for reform had expressed keen interest. In exchange for assisting him in the liquidation of the Potter family's 2 plantation assets, Harry consented to transfer 120,000 galleons from the Potter family vault into the central treasury of Gringotts. Recently, it was conveyed that an individual was planning to visit Egypt for leisure. In response, the Egyptian branch of Gringotts received 3 urgent owl letters from headquarters, demanding that they allocate their most elite cursebreakers, receptionists, and security personnel to ensure the safety of this esteemed visitor's person and property. This matter is of paramount importance to Gringotts' strategic direction in the near future, as the individual they are collaborating with is not only a savior, but also a member of the illustrious Potter family from the sacred lineage. Should this endeavor succeed, it would serve as an exemplary advertisement, propelling Gringotts toward a new pinnacle of prosperity. A month prior, the entire cadre of senior goblins at the Egyptian branch underwent a thorough reorganization by a team of special emissaries dispatched from headquarters. They were instructed to guarantee that this distinguished personage would enjoy a delightful, comfortable, and secure stay in Egypt, with financial resources paving the way even before Harry's arrival. A red carpet was laid out before him. His time is invaluable. Wherever monetary means could facilitate his journey, they were employed to avert unnecessary inconveniences. The remaining challenges, however, were substantial, and he was accustomed to addressing such difficulties with direct and forceful measures. Chapter 58, Cairo, June 21st, 10:00 a.m., Heathrow Airport, London. Harry and Professor Coman, accompanied by 5 others, awaited quietly. The party included Professor Coman, his 4 pupils, and an old friend of the professor. From their conversation, it was apparent that the individual was an adventurer well acquainted with the Nile region of Cairo. This adventurer, whose hair was streaked with gray, yet possessed arms more muscular than those of several bespectacled youths in the group, was undoubtedly one of the reasons for Professor Coman's confidence in leading them into Cairo. The current political climate in Egypt is precarious, with the domestic situation deteriorating significantly. The legacy of colonialism has left its mark, resulting in a less than favorable social order. While the military remains stable, it is not without the challenges posed by armed Islamist insurgencies. The only semblance of stability lies in the government's temporary economic gains achieved through compromising national food security amidst the tide of globalization. Security is a pressing concern. Despite the efforts of successive governments to control civilian firearms, Egypt has yet to implement a complete gun ban. Upon their arrival, a local security firm will provide armed protection to ensure their safety. Professor Coleman, understandably cautious about becoming easy prey upon landing, extended an invitation to his old friend. This so-called adventurer is also involved in the antiquities trade from Egypt to Europe, moonlighting as a smuggler and arms dealer. He is, in fact, one of the largest traffickers in the region, while the professor himself has secured an official identity. They are temporarily affiliated with the EU diplomatic framework. Thus, in case of any issues, they can seek assistance from the consulates of NATO countries. If left to Harry's own devices, while it might be feasible, it would undoubtedly incur greater expenses and render him vulnerable to exploitation. There is a distinct possibility that upon arrival, those who feigned respect towards him domestically might attempt to abduct him for ransom. However, this task is being entrusted to a professor of notable repute in the realm of Egyptian studies across Europe, who managed to facilitate the endeavor for less than £500,000. Harry's sole responsibility now is to focus on his own affairs. Should any unwarranted individuals approach him, the local authorities will be notified by the esteemed professor, while any nefarious elements will be directed to the adventurous Mr. Kingston, who will engage with the local tribes and underworld. Harry merely has to utter a few words, and the troubles will resolve themselves. Their journey to Cairo is aboard the private aircraft of Mr. Kingston, the adventurer. Soon, a staff member approached the engrossed Mr. Kingston, quietly informing him of the precise departure time of the aircraft. "Kingston, this is the child I mentioned. Please take good care of him," Professor Coleman remarked as he signed his name on a document presented by a customs officer. "However, let me make it clear, every matter has its limits. Young man, once we land, I will assign someone to you. If you encounter any issues, consult him. If you disregard his advice and find yourself in a predicament, not even divine intervention can save you." As Kingston completed the signing, he gestured, and several young men in casual attire entered the VIP lounge, pushing a cart laden with military green plastic boxes. Both the professor and Kingston chose to ignore the cart, as did the students of Professor Coleman, who were sampling the lounge's delicacies, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Harry smiled knowingly. It appeared this was the arrangement between Professor Coleman and Kingston, which explained why the local magnate would seek assistance from a humble professor. Professor Coleman possessed official EU documentation and was part of an archaeological team, necessitating the transport of specialized equipment. Moreover, given the lax security in the VIP lounge, it was entirely plausible for Kingston to discreetly affiliate these contraband items with Professor Coleman's team, ensuring a risk-free transit to Egypt. This also elucidated why Kingston felt compelled to personally oversee the matter and to utilize his private aircraft for Professor Coleman. Harry had initially assumed that Mr. Kingston's private plane would be a small propeller-driven aircraft, primarily for transporting individuals, with a few personal items discreetly included. However, he was utterly astonished to be greeted by a large and 22 transport aircraft, which seemed rather excessive. Harry turned to Professor Coleman for clarification. Yet the professor appeared unfazed by the enormity of the private plane. The plainclothes officers with cropped hair began to push the boxes destined for the VIP lounge into the aircraft. Inside the cabin, a portion of the cargo had already been neatly arranged. Harry surmised that these items were the less illicit components, while the ones that required the personal oversight of the formidable Kingston were the truly significant ones. Soon, Kingston's associates covered the boxes within the cabin with waterproof tarpaulin and, in the presence of customs officials, affixed a Red Cross emblem upon them. Kingston dismissed his subordinates and approached the customs officer, amiably patting the man's shoulder while discreetly slipping a card into his pocket. Both parties appeared pleased, and just as Harry prepared to board, he suddenly spotted a somewhat incongruous figure among a group of ground staff, wearing reflective vests. It was an elderly man with a neatly groomed white beard cascading to his chest, clad in a brown robe. The man wore a soft hat and stood quietly in the crowd, observing the boy intently. It was none other than Professor Dumbledore. Harry immediately recognized the greatest white wizard of this century, the one who had vanquished 2 Dark Lords. He removed his hat and placed it against his chest, while his other hand discreetly gripped his wand behind him, bowing slightly as he awaited the elder's pronouncement. Ultimately, the old man said nothing. He merely watched as Harry and the others boarded the Muggle airplane, which then ascended slowly, leaving behind a mere white speck in the sky. Harry took his seat in the cabin, which was now filled with cargo, leaving only 2 rows of seats near the cabin walls for the passengers. Through the airplane's window, he gazed at the disappearing figure of Albus Dumbledore, who cast a significant weight upon him. Even at the height of his powers, Harry doubted his ability to confront this elder directly in such an ethereal magical realm. Although the magic here bore many resemblances to that of the Red Tower, the underlying principles were fundamentally different. In the Red Tower, there was no concept of intent, much like mathematics. If one lacked understanding, one simply could not grasp it. Even if his teachers were to arrive here, they would not be able to immediately unleash their full potential. While there were some apparent commonalities, the foundational aspects diverged greatly. This rendered certain forms of magic here astonishing to them, such as spatial magic and enchantment. Conversely, some of their own magical practices seemed equally bewildering to the wizards here, like the Horcrux and the near-immortal existence of a lich. Chapter 59, A Move Behind. Harry gently caressed the small suitcase beside him, within which lay his most crucial assets. This time, the police chief's actions had been rather clumsy. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Who could have predicted that human directive magic and soul-stealing spells bore such similarity? It is improbable for him to wager whether Dumbledore could perceive his human directive magic, or if he would heed his explanation that his human directive magic is not the killing curse. Harry harbored no interest in elucidating to the judges of WizardingWorld why he would resort to such malevolent magic prior to his enrollment. He confided in Albus that his justification for employing the Avada Kedavra curse against Voldemort was predicated on the fact that the latter was indeed Voldemort. Moreover, his mother had perished at his hands, and most crucially, it was Voldemort, disguised as Quirrell, whom Albus had placed in proximity to him. He was led astray, and Albus bore an irrefutable share of the responsibility. Naturally, Harry surmised that Albus would not dare to surrender him to WizardingWorld. After all, how would the Ministry of Magic adjudicate a savior who had wielded an unforgivable curse against the Dark Lord? More importantly, who would believe that a first-year wizard would employ an unforgivable curse? At that time, Harry's protective charm had been consumed by the slime of the Chisperful larva, and his wand had also been sullied by the same substance. The only evidence the Ministry could procure was Dumbledore's testimony. Harry was confident that the factions within the Ministry, already at odds with Albus, would fiercely protect him. The worst-case scenario was, in fact, expulsion. This was the very reason he had chosen to be forthright, certain that Albus would not resort to extrajudicial measures, and that the Ministry, for various reasons, would be unable to enforce the law stringently against him. However, the current circumstances were entirely different. His use of the unforgivable curse against Voldemort was motivated by vengeance, a sentiment imbued with a natural sense of justice, especially given that the victim was a being as irredeemably wicked as Voldemort. Conversely, his employment of a similar human directive magic against the police chief was driven by personal desire, which inherently lacked justification. Furthermore, the target was a muggle, which would place Harry's actions in grave violation of the Statute of Secrecy, positioning him in opposition to the magical community. Even if the Ministry intended to protect Harry from Albus, they would be hesitant due to this critical relationship. Harry had not recognized this dilemma before understanding the effects of the 3 unforgivable curses. By the time he did, the semester was already half over. At that juncture, Harry was uncertain whether his letter to Vernon had been under Dumbledore's surveillance. He could not issue a remote command for suicide without leaving a trace. He could only execute it personally upon his return. Yet, it was somewhat too late. Dumbledore had already entered the house, and Harry was oblivious to what had transpired in the conversation with Vernon or how long Dumbledore had been investigating him. Even at the risk of being caught in the act, Harry felt compelled to silence the police chief, the sole witness. This way, even if Dumbledore harbored suspicions, he would lack concrete evidence. Harry could still maneuver with the Ministry and the pureblood families to buy himself time for growth. Child, whom were you just bowing to? Kingston communicated the necessary precautions to the pilot before returning to the cabin. With nothing much to occupy his thoughts, he directed his gaze towards a boy who appeared to be exceptionally well-behaved. His own son was only slightly older than Harry, yet he was a handful, difficult to manage. Having become a father later in life and having lost his wife a few years prior, he surmised that this would likely be his only son. Unable to exert control over him, he found himself increasingly concerned that his son's behavior might tarnish his reputation. Witnessing the commendable disposition of another child only intensified his yearning. After bidding farewell to an elder, Harry set aside his notebook, which contained his findings from the British Museum. Much of the hieroglyphs and mural decorations were steeped in mythological narratives or extolling the grandeur of the pharaohs. The few useful items included historical photographs archived by the museum, which faithfully documented the internal inscriptions and illustrations of the pyramids. Among these, he discerned portions of defunct magical curses, reminiscent of the unforgivable curses. Yet, this knowledge was insufficient. He sought more systematic information. He hoped to uncover further insights upon landing, as considerable funds had already been expended. Do you know how to handle a gun? Kingston grinned, revealing a set of worn teeth. He casually selected a crate from those initially loaded, and, after undoing the straps, opened the lid to retrieve a sleek black handgun, weighing 538 grams with a magazine capacity of 71 rounds. Kingston dropped the magazine and proceeded to inspect the weapon towards the cargo ahead. The Egyptians favored wooden grips, so this one was crafted from walnut, measuring 155 millimeters in length with an 84 millimeter barrel, utilizing 7.62 millimeters pistol ammunition. Truth be told, he preferred 9 millimeters rounds. After all, while one might struggle to find toilet paper in the Middle East, 9mm ammunition was always within reach. However, that was of little concern, as one wouldn't be running far. Kingston tossed the hefty iron object into Harry's embrace. "Give it a try. Every boy should possess his own handgun," he declared. Professor Coleman, who had been reviewing the itinerary with his students, glanced up just in time to witness his old friend instructing his young charge on firearm usage. "You aren't planning to stay at the archaeological site with them, are you?" Kingston, unfazed by the professor's presence, smiled and inquired. "Handing a child a gun is exceedingly perilous," Coleman remarked, unbuckling his seatbelt and preparing to approach. "My discerning old friend, I can tell at a glance that this child can handle it, while you, on the other hand, are just an old, stubborn rock. If you assisted me in this manner, even if it were merely to wash a few items, I wouldn't have to rely on charitable donations to gather enough funds to come and view your precious artifacts. I would never engage in the trafficking of antiquities, never." The old professor cast a disapproving glance at Kingston. "Very well, if you cannot, then you cannot. Your teacher once transported artifacts by ship. What good is your insistence on that so-called moral high ground? To the Egyptians, we British are inherently regarded as purveyors of antiquities, which is precisely why I find myself in this esteemed position. I need not actively seek out business. Those locals who possess items to sell approach me, drawn by the visage I present. It is exceedingly difficult to refuse money that has flown across the globe to reach me." Kingston smiled as he defended his stance, gesturing towards the cargo within the cabin, covered in waterproof tarpaulins emblazoned with the Red Cross insignia. "Contained within are weapons and pharmaceuticals. The penalties for smuggling are far more severe than those for trafficking in antiquities, my friend. It is simply not the same." The old professor opted not to pursue the argument further, for he had never been adept at debate. Chapter 60, Handling Firearms. "This is the safety, and this is the trigger. Before firing, ensure the safety is disengaged, then aim and pull the trigger," Kingston observed as Professor Coleman ceased his objections. And he began to instruct Harry on the proper use of a firearm. "You see, this is the sight, and this is the aiming point. Simply align your aim and pull the trigger. Those with natural talent can hit their mark without practice, while those lacking such endowments are left to expend ammunition. However, judging by your appearance, it seems you shall never need to survive as I do, wielding such a device. Once we disembark, seek me out if you require ammunition. Afterward, remember to dismantle the firearm before returning and dispose of it in the Nile. The rifling within the barrel must be erased, and I can assist you with that." As Kingston watched Harry fumble with the firearm in hand, he reclaimed the pistol and swiftly disassembled it, only to reassemble it again. He took the opportunity to let Harry handle the barrel, reveling in the delight of demonstrating his skill before a young enthusiast. Harry took the pistol, recalling Kingston's earlier steps, and quickly disassembled it, reassembling it under Kingston's watchful gaze. Kingston's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Harry's hand, exploring the spaces between the boy's thumb and index finger with his rough, calloused hands. "Coleman, I am utterly enamored with this child. He is a natural-born trader. Observe his memory and dexterity. His uncle provided me with such a generous sum in one go." Professor Coleman gestured, then noticed the look of disappointment in his partner's eyes, settling back with satisfaction. "It turned out to be a small fortune. How rude of me, to be able to produce such a sum at once. And it appears that it is merely a matter of personal interest. Conservatively estimating, the young lad's wealth must be in the millions. This child possesses a knack for fortunate circumstances and is unlikely to ever tread the treacherous paths of danger." Kingston reluctantly released Harry's hand and tightened the waterproof tarp. "Would you like to see the big fellow?" After a fleeting moment of frustration, Kingston regained his composure, for he genuinely cherished the child. The man unfurled the tarpaulin and proceeded to open the crate he had personally escorted. Inside lay a military-grade treasure, a 961, featuring a 660mm barrel, weighing 6,500 grams. Designed for 7.62 by 51 sniper rounds. In the hands of a seasoned marksman, this weapon could obliterate the skull of any mammal from a distance of 1,000 meters. "Kingston." Coleman stumbled back in shock, completely unprepared for the extent of his old friend's madness. "Do not be so anxious. This shipment has been ordered by the Egyptian intelligence agency. I am now, in a sense, feasting at the king's table, my dear brother. What is your name, child?" "Draco Dudley, sir," Harry replied, maintaining an air of calm while weaving a web of deception. In truth, this was not entirely a falsehood, for he had indeed altered his surname in the Muggle world to Dudley. This alteration required merely a simple procedure at the civil registry, and Harry himself did not even need to be present. It sufficed for his guardian, Mr. Vernon, to make the trip. As for why Harry chose the name Draco Dudley, that was a matter Mr. Dudley need not concern himself with. He merely needed to understand that this change could present him with opportunities for continued prosperity. In fact, Vernon was quite pleased that Harry was willing to change his surname, viewing this transformation as a manifestation of his affection. As for the choice of the name Draco, it was likely due to the timing of Draco's visit, though calling him Goyle or Crab would have been equally feasible. Harry had long since recognized that the Muggle world was also under the watchful eyes of certain wizards. The name Harry Potter held as much recognition as that of Albus Dumbledore. In Egypt, where the boundaries between Muggles and wizards were blurred by chaos, Harry was unwilling to test whether the local wizards monitored immigration officials. If one wished to engage with such grand matters upon arrival, they should seek out their security officer, who happened to be his godson. He will guide you through, he assured. Draco, that name exudes masculinity. It is quite splendid. After a bout of turbulence, the aircraft soared over Cairo. Naturally, Kingston's private jet would not land at Cairo's international airport, as that would necessitate further bribery of local customs officials. A more expedient approach was to leverage connections and land at a private airport. As the plane began to taxi down the runway, everyone secured their seatbelts. The sole source of comfort amidst the uncertainty. Kingston, can't you repair this decrepit aircraft? Once the old relic finally came to a halt, the elderly professor rose with the assistance of his student. Had it not been for the local protection and convenience the other party could offer, he would never have subjected himself to the discomfort of this aging plane. I have arranged accommodations for you, located in an apartment in the heart of Cairo. The top 3 floors have been reserved exclusively. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. Should you need to reach me, please do not hesitate to call. Additionally, remember to inform me in advance when you return, as I have a shipment that requires your assistance for transport. Kingston removed his beret and placed it atop Harry's head. Well then, young Draco, I eagerly anticipate our reunion. I have some rather thrilling items that far surpass the dullness of that old man's destination. Kingston waved his hand in farewell as he saw off the professors, who were greeted by a convoy. At the forefront of the convoy was a young man with a scarred face, who approached Kingston for a whispered conversation. Kingston gestured towards Harry's location as he spoke. The young man then made his way to the professors, with a wave of his hand. Several soldiers clad in bulletproof vests began to collect the group's luggage, placing it into the rear of the vehicles. Carl, has the security situation in Cairo deteriorated to this extent? The professor clearly recognized the young man, squeezing his arm before boarding the middle jeep. It's always prudent to exercise caution, Professor. Kakamu has informed me of your itinerary. The areas you will be visiting are relatively safe. As long as you avoid the gang-controlled zones and curfew areas, the likelihood of encountering gunfire is low, only slightly more dangerous than during your last visit. Carl closed the vehicle door and took his place in the passenger seat. As the young man waved from the front, the convoy began to move slowly. Through the tinted windows designed to obscure the interior from outside view, Harry observed the workers diligently unloading and loading cargo. Most of these individuals were locals from Cairo. However, those wielding firearms were evidently not. They appeared to be either Kingston's personal enforcers or mercenaries under his command. Now, regarding the 762 pistol ammunition, refrain from firing inside the vehicle. Ricochets could occur. If you're seeking excitement, wait until we exit the airport. There's a stretch of wilderness where you can shoot. The young man retrieved a box from the passenger compartment, containing half-used ammunition, and tossed the entire box back to Harry. Chapter 61, The Crowded Museum. I'm going to get some fries. You stay put and don't wander off. On their first day, the professors visited the archaeological site disclosed by their informant, which had originally been excavated by a group of petty thieves. These individuals, having only penetrated the first layer, assumed the site was devoid of valuable artifacts after collecting a few trivial items. Professor Coman and his colleagues were contracted by the Egyptian National Museum to conduct protective development of the site. In other words, the old professor leveraged his credentials to forcefully insert himself into the original development team. He learned from various travelogues that a rare Aten temple from the 18th dynasty might be concealed in this location. Such temples typically lack a roof, with their most distinguishing feature being stone platforms adorned with intricate paintings. This architectural form was essentially conceived by the then ruler, Pharaoh Akhenaten, as a means to counter the increasingly uncontrollable influence of the Ammonius temples, thereby establishing a distinct faith. This alternative temple type, along with its mural content, is exceedingly rare both throughout Egypt and across the globe. Furthermore, following Akhenaten's death, subsequent pharaohs reached a political compromise with the Ammonius temples, leading to the ephemeral flourishing of these temples, which were seldom constructed thereafter. Upon learning of the potential discovery of an Aten temple, Professor Coman promptly altered his itinerary. The elder, accompanied by his team and a contingent of bodyguards, proceeded to the site, while the son of Urskars volunteered to care for Harry. Having perused the professor's references, Harry confirmed the existence of an Aten temple in the area. He had no doubt that the professor would unearth something, albeit not much, as the site was fundamentally an altar dedicated to worship. Due to geological activity, only fragments of stones remained. Professor Coman might manage to excavate something amidst the sand, but the shattered platform held little historical value. Moreover, the platforms associated with the Aten faith typically employed vibrant pigments for their illustrations, while there were stone carvings. They were relatively shallow. Unlike the murals of Ammonia's temples, which have endured through time, he could merely wish the professor and his team good fortune. Early in the morning, Harry and Kars traversed the chaotic streets of Egypt, where the disorder possessed a unique charm. Much like the cities of the Drow, this extreme chaos could form a remarkable order. Harry relished the sensation of navigating through such turmoil. In contrast, Kars clearly disapproved. He did not allow Harry to exit the vehicle, nor did he permit him to lower the window. They arrived directly at the National Museum located in Cairo, the capital of Egypt, teeming with tourists, and consequently, an abundance of local pickpockets and human traffickers. It is well known that individuals with fair skin are perceived as symbols of wealth in this region, making them prime targets for both theft and abduction. Upon entering, Harry found himself captivated by the main hall for over half an hour. He examined each display case meticulously, occasionally squatting to swiftly jot down notes in his notebook. Kars observed the characters above, which seemed both familiar and unfamiliar, likely German or some other language. In any case, he was proficient only in English, French, and Arabic. Although they had consumed local flatbreads and chickpea balls for breakfast, Kars, being a robust man, required more sustenance. Having stood alongside Harry for nearly an hour, just managing to peruse the exhibits on the left side of the first floor, Karls felt his stomach begin to protest vehemently. The young man turned his head to glance at the vendor outside peddling fries, swallowing hard. After surveying the surroundings to ensure there were no suspicious figures, he patted the boy, who was diligently taking notes, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he hastened towards the vendor. It would have been more pleasant to bask in the sun at a construction site, he mused, suddenly reminded of accompanying his sister on shopping excursions, where they could linger in front of a single shop for ages. Though everything appeared similar, he could not discern what captivated the boy's attention. Yet the predicament remained. As the accompanying party, he was left to wait. Harry's gaze followed the symbols above, reflecting on the archaeologists who had pilfered relics from Egypt, lacking any discernment, as they failed to recover the truly significant artifacts. Among the golden sarcophagi of several pharaohs lay genuine treasures, some elucidating the essence of the soul, while others extolled the nature of death. In the present magical realm, even in the relatively lenient Germany regarding dark magic, such items were unequivocally contraband, particularly in Durmstrang. At least, Harry had not encountered them in the restricted section of Hogwarts, armed with Professor Quirrell's list of forbidden tomes. Moreover, they were absent from the commonly found bibliographies. Aware that Dumbledore was perpetually monitoring him, Harry could not venture to inquire about such items in a dark magic shop. Yet, now he found himself in Egypt, where Dumbledore's reach was not so extensive. "May I inquire?" Just as Karls turned, a robed youth approached Harry. "Ryan, Mr. Potter. In 7 days, I wish to visit the local gathering of wizards in Egypt. Have you prepared for my entry? Is my application complete?" "It has been finalized. Here is the new wand you requested, devoid of usage records and not sourced from Ollivanders." The man extended a wand encased in a wooden tube, along with a small notebook to Harry. "Mr. Potter, the head of the Dirix family, who is behind the auction, is aware of your participation and wishes to meet with you beforehand. Here is his invitation, along with the list of auction items." The young man then produced 2 letters sealed with wax from his robe. The Egyptian Ministry of Magic was essentially governed by several magical families, with the Dirix family being one of them. Harry's intention to act as a smokescreen for the auction was central to their operations. After all, he was accompanied by a veritable fortune of 120,000 galleons, making it entirely natural for local power brokers to seek a share in his wealth. It was likely that had he not had Gringotts backing him, they would not have approached him so courteously. "I will summon you if necessary. Thank you for your efforts. The supervisor has asked me to remind you that the Egyptian authorities are compelling families to take sides, so please exercise caution and avoid becoming ensnared in the turmoil. Please extend my gratitude to him." Harry tossed a pouch of coins from his waist to the man, who, feeling the substantial weight in his palm, respectfully vanished into the shadows. Gringotts had prepared a room for Harry, along with dedicated staff for his reception. However, Harry decided to first assume a Muggle identity, intending to exhaust all avenues for information in the Muggle realm before reverting to his magical persona. He had already gleaned some insights regarding his desires. Chapter 62, Tavern Anecdotes. The Egyptian Museum is renowned worldwide for the quality and value of its collections, as well as the rudimentary protection afforded to them. Many artifacts that require prior appointments to view at the British Museum and even necessitate Harry's professor identity for access are merely shielded by simple glass cases here. In fact, some stone sculptures can be touched with one's hand. Not long ago, Harry observed a local guide, while explaining the significance of the artifacts to foreign tourists, blatantly disregarding the do not touch signs and handling a crucial relic. Numerous artifacts remain unorganized, having been hastily excavated, lightly tagged, perhaps even with handwritten notes, and simply placed within the museum. Every moment, this ancient land continues to unearth relics from millennia past, leading to an overwhelming rejection of more contemporary artifacts by the museum. Most of these items are gathered by local opportunists and sold to private collectors in Europe who have a penchant for such treasures. Harry finally ascended to the second floor before sunset, gazing at the haphazardly piled artifacts beneath the staircase, feeling an overwhelming impulse to pack them all up and admire them at his leisure. It seems that the lineage of the mountain-dwelling Jakor people, brought forth by his father, shares an innate temperament with the pure-blood wizards of the British Isles. However, this is of little consequence. The essence of the Red Tower is that of a vast tribe perpetually engaged in external conquest. Invasion, occupation, enslavement, and the continuation of this cycle define its nature. Once it halts, the Red Tower would collapse instantaneously. Even with hundreds of affiliated worlds, its bandit lineage appears to have been birthed solely for the Red Tower. Cold, efficient, composed, and rational, these are the truest reflections of all wizards within the Red Tower. The crude and perpetually impoverished biological father, who can only secure gambling and drug funds through the sale of his own children, has imparted the coldness and efficiency of the mountain-dwelling Jakor bloodline. Meanwhile, his mother, a Sininian woman whose limbs were severed and reduced to a mere breeding machine, has bestowed upon him the invaluable qualities of a natural deceiver, thief, con artist, and fraudster, the calmness and rationality intrinsic to the Sininian heritage. His elder siblings often remarked to him, still swaddled in infancy, that he was neither as tempestuous as his father nor as taciturn and chilling as his mother, predicting that he would undoubtedly grow to become a priest of the Lord of Dawn. Even the local priest of the Dawn expressed to him that he did not resemble a child emerging from that squalid realm, suggesting that he was different from the blood that coursed through his veins. How absurd, for he was truly the epitome of both, having inherited the quintessential essence of each. This very inheritance rendered him the singular official mage of the Red Tower, following the fall of that land, amidst the blood-soaked earth. As night descended, the atmosphere grew increasingly perilous. It was time to conclude the day. Carls patted Harry on the shoulder, noting that the museum was now nearly devoid of visitors, save for a few local pickpockets and thugs, who would soon begin paying their dues to the local crime lord. This was the price of their presence here. Regardless of whether they had succeeded in their thievery that day, a fixed sum was expected daily. Moreover, should one manage to capture a significant prize, an additional token of gratitude was required for the crime lord, lest they be subjected to punishment and forced to claim the official rewards and accolades. Carls truly wished to chastise his former self, who had naively believed that taking a child out for a day of leisure would grant him more autonomy. Who could have anticipated that this boy would regard artifacts with such earnestness? They were not his possessions, and no matter how long he gazed, they would never transform into coins for his pocket. "Excuse me," Harry said, brushing off the dust from his trousers, marking the pages of his book with a pen before rising. He genuinely appeared prepared to depart. Carls breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he was not an unruly child, or else he might have been compelled to resort to force. After all, the boy seemed so fair and clean. Should he cry, Carls would likely endure a month of scorn from the professor. "I know of a place where the roasted pigeons are particularly delectable. Today, it will be my treat." Upon seeing Harry prepare to leave, Carls' face brightened, resembling a recently paroled felon. The night in Cairo grew ever more tumultuous, the city unable to ensure illumination and order throughout its expanse. Once engulfed in darkness, the interplay of light and shadow manifested a tapestry of order and chaos, overlapping and influencing one another, much like the Red Tower itself. At long last, the long-awaited chaos allowed Harry to exhale deeply, akin to a seal finally surfacing for air after traversing the cold currents beneath the prolonged ice of order, emerging through the swirling holes in the ice to take a long breath. This judicious chaos permitted those clad in black suits, lurking in the shadows, to seize the greatest advantage. This time, Harry opened the window without being thwarted by Carls, for he had just indulged in a smoke within the vehicle. The boy settled into his seat. This area was not deemed high risk, thus he carried only his wand and a compact pistol. The set of thunder and lightning, prone to accidental discharge, remained behind at his lodgings. If one were to face an attack at this moment, employing the killing curse would suffice, for the explanations required would not pertain to oneself, but rather to the local family. They must confront the wrath of the Goblin Bank, which is not as formidable as it appears. They are merely a group of defeated beings, and mere survival is their greatest mercy. The true terror lies in the entities that back them, as well as the pure-blood consortiums that accompany their chariots of war. Egypt is but a land impoverished in magic. They neither dare nor wish to challenge the splendor of the British Empire, which has yet to see the setting of its magical sun. Harry might even receive a commendation for bravery, though it remains uncertain whether such an accolade could be utilized for a scholarship at Hogwarts. The boy covered 2 wands and a pistol with his left hand, positioned away from the window, while his right hand languidly rested on the edge of the car window. Savoring this rare chaos, Carlos was intently navigating through the abysmal traffic of Egypt, where the sole traffic regulation was the absence of any regulations. Pedestrians, rickshaws, animal-drawn carts, and motor vehicles intermingled in a chaotic dance. As the young man gazed toward the upscale district they were approaching, he turned his head to observe the boy leaning against the window, seemingly fatigued. Suddenly, he locked eyes in the rearview mirror with the boy's striking green gaze. Those emerald orbs resembled two meticulously crafted cocktails, exuding an intoxicating allure amidst the colorful lights surrounding them. He seemed to belong here inherently, causing Carl's heart to skip a beat. Yet, when he regained his composure, that captivating green gaze had already cooled. The haze of alcohol, born from a fascination with chaos, no longer enveloped him. Chapter 63, Collateral Damage. The establishment chosen by Carl was a locally renowned tavern, complete with a dining function. Upon entering, the young man ordered a beer to whet his appetite before guiding Harry to a seat at the bar. Harry surveyed the surroundings and noticed some individuals in the corner who appeared out of place. They resembled conspirators rather than mere patrons seeking solace in drink. Adjusting his position, Harry shifted to the corner of the booth, allowing himself a side view of the figures in the adjacent private room. "Hey, little pony, trying something new?" The bartender at the front was a young woman with a streak of pink and blue dyed into her hair, dressed in androgynous attire, adorned with a snake tattoo around her neck. Despite her youth, she seemed to possess an entire airport of her own. Clearly a regular, Carl settled in, prompting the bartender to lean over the well-worn wooden bar, gently pushing a large glass of beer filled with ice toward him. Then, she gently leaned her sun-kissed cheek towards Carl's ear, softly exhaling warm breaths while inquiring, "The old man as cherished one, should I dare to touch him, I would likely find myself condemned to a lifetime of living with a catheter." Carl pushed away his former girlfriend, the ice in his large cup clinking crisply as the amber liquid cascaded down his throat. The chilled alcohol, infused with the essence of wheat, prompted him to savor the taste. 2 servings of roasted pigeon, a portion of couscous, and a serving of hummus for the little one, along with some apple juice. "Really? No need. If you don't take action, I certainly will." The charming British darling, the unripe fruit, is all the more delectable. The bartender seized Carl's loosely tied tie, and at that moment, when the atmosphere grew tense, he deftly loosened the prince's neckwear. Then, like a considerate girlfriend, he adjusted his attire. "I'm feeling jealous. My little pony, why not stay the night? I'll have someone escort the young master back, but you must leave a deposit with me. Aren't those youngsters getting along well with you? If they turn back to seek me out, I never indulge in second chances. You truly know how to entice, my dear." Carl allowed his former girlfriend to create a scene, choosing to remain silent. The bartender, sensing he could not sway the prince, turned away from the bar to prepare the food. Time began to flow slowly. The roasted pigeon seemed freshly made. After briefing the kitchen staff, he crafted a cocktail and returned, scrutinizing Carl with the glass of crimson liquid. Meanwhile, Carl was savoring the still-warm couscous, a dish that melded Italian and Indian elements, essentially a large curry with a hint of local flavor. Harry's gaze shifted between Carl and the increasingly ominous gangsters behind him. Where there are gangs, trouble is sure to follow. Even if this trouble is not directed at you, it brings danger to the vicinity. Such a formal gathering of gangsters clearly portends greater peril. These gatherings typically serve 2 purposes, either to divide spoils or to commit murder, or perhaps both, invariably accompanied by substantial risk. Harry gently tapped his empty glass, and as the bartender set down the cocktail glass to pour him apple juice, he subtly nudged Carl and gestured towards the back. "Just gangsters. It would be rare to find a bar here that doesn't cater to them. They wouldn't dare act in this territory. This is the domain of the CC Kimu family." Observing the other's unwavering confidence, Harry ceased his objections, leaped down from the high stool, and, under the pretext of visiting the restroom, took the opportunity to scout the environment in advance. If he was not mistaken, he had likely become a part of this Carl and the nameless former girlfriend's scheme, serving as a pretext for her to approach him. Such an unreliable character. Were it not for the ease of encountering various minor foes at different locations during his return, he would undoubtedly turn and leave, fearing the potential ruin of the civilized attire he had painstakingly acquired. Alas, the most dreaded scenario unfolded before him. Just as the clandestine assembly of the dark organization engaged in lively discourse, 2 black vehicles abruptly halted outside. As the metallic side doors slid open with a jarring scrape, several figures, their faces obscured by scarves, emerged from the cars. Harry observed the unfolding scene with a steely gaze, retreating slightly to position himself within the confines of cover. Before anyone could react, gunfire shattered the tranquility of the moment. Armed with an AK-47, the assailants unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the tavern, transforming the quaint establishment, once imbued with British charm, into a mere shambles, reminiscent of a porcelain plate carelessly dropped upon cobblestones. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Harry leaped from his chair and sought refuge behind a brick wall. The gangsters, who had previously occupied the booth, were not to be underestimated. Caught off guard initially, they swiftly found cover and retaliated. The assailants outside were compelled to breach the cramped environment, intent on exterminating those who remained alive. Meanwhile, the airport girl, seated across from Carl, who was intently watching his boyfriend enjoy his meal, found herself the unfortunate recipient of a stray bullet amidst the turmoil. The remnants of an adversary's brain and an eye landed grotesquely upon the very plate Carl had been fixated on. In a fit of rage, Carl swore vehemently, the alcohol momentarily sobering him. He drew his sidearm, eager to return fire, only to be swiftly suppressed by the opposing automatic gunfire. As he fell to the ground, he felt a sharp sting in his thigh, followed by an overwhelming weakness. He had been hit. Cursing the audacity of those who dared to fire upon family territory, he readied his weapon for a counterattack. His position on the open hall floor left him without any cover, which had tragically allowed the stray bullet to strike his former girlfriend fatally. Observing the escalating skirmish, Carl quickly turned to seek refuge. The sole consolation lay in the fact that the child had managed to hide far away, safely ensconced behind a brick wall rather than behind seemingly sturdy, yet ultimately ineffective wooden planks. Leaning against the side counter, Carl cautiously rose, peering over to assess the situation, before gripping the countertop and slowly maneuvering backward. Although the besieged gangsters appeared to be exchanging fire with their attackers, they had arrived for a meeting and likely possessed little in the way of long guns or ammunition. Their handguns, concealed beneath their tailored suits, were intended for assassination, not for close-quarter assaults. Even though these gangsters boasted greater experience than the youthful assailants wielding automatic weapons outside, they could hardly eliminate as many, if not more, adversaries within such an unprofessional makeshift cover. Once the adversary completed their tasks, Carl was certain their next step would be to eliminate anyone who had witnessed their assault. He urgently needed to escort the boy to safety while simultaneously contacting his associates for assistance. As he retreated, he began to make a phone call. But a man armed with a .47 appeared to have noticed the unfolding scene. Just as the foe turned to dispatch this troublesome opponent, Carl was compelled to fire. The significant loss of blood had caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, likely a result of having struck an artery. His first shot found its mark in the assailant's thigh, yet the adversary's weapon was already aimed in his direction. Just as Carl braced for a stroke of luck, a gunshot rang out from behind him, and mere moments after his shot struck, the armed man clutched his neck and slowly crumpled to the ground. Chapter 64, The Hand. Turning his head, Carl beheld Harry resting a pistol atop the edge of a stone wall, the muzzle still seemingly exuding traces of gunpowder. As Carl prepared to warn the boy to seek refuge behind cover, Harry sheathed his firearm and leaped over the low wall, deftly avoiding the exposed area to the side. Carl observed as Harry vaulted over to his side, gripping his collar and beginning to pull him back. In his astonishment, he momentarily forgot to keep an eye on the skirmishers still engaged in fierce exchange across the way. With one hand guiding Carl into safety and the other aimed at their foes, Harry fired again, striking an assailant who had become aware of their presence in the chest. Immediately, Carl raised his pistol once more, aiming at the enemies ahead. Seeing that this unreliable adult had finally regained his senses, Harry tossed the pistol into the enemy's lap and grasped the now heavy and inert Carl, dragging him toward the kitchen. Being an adult and injured, Carl sat on the ground like a massive boulder. Harry's youthful frame, still in the throes of adolescence, struggled with the recoil of the small-caliber pistol. Even his initial shot aimed at the enemy's chest had gone awry, fortunately landing a blow to the neck. Shoo! Harry led Carl into the tavern's kitchen, where the boy encountered several trembling waitstaff seeking refuge. Clearly, even for them, the situation had escalated to extremes. Harry's eyes, glowing with a dangerous green light in the darkness, startled the cowering girls into silence. He twisted the handle on the side, revealing what should be the kitchen. He had previously noted the layout while taking a restroom break. Typically, kitchens possess a back door designated for disposing of waste and transporting ingredients, often concealed within the filthy alley behind the restaurant's polished façade. Harry observed that these individuals had arrived by car, and he surmised they would likely depart in the same manner. He wagered that they could not remain indefinitely in this location. Once the Cairo police and the proprietor of this place arrived, the assailants would inevitably have to exit through the main entrance. It was highly improbable that they would take the time to search the overly complex kitchen or blockade the rear exit. The boy slightly ajar the grimy door of the kitchen, and upon confirming the absence of any guards outside, he swiftly dragged the injured man into the alleyway behind. The filthy ground elicited a muffled groan from the man, whose wounds, now soaked and bleeding, had rendered him somewhat feeble. Harry covered the man, who had been pulled behind the green garbage bin. With a large piece of cardboard he retrieved from a nearby dumpster, and then hastily re-entered the kitchen. The gunfire outside had begun to subside. Clearly, the outcome of the confrontation had been determined, and Harry crossed paths with a girl who was preparing to emerge. The boy swiftly removed a relatively clean apron from the side and vigorously tipped the bucket of kitchen waste out the door, effectively obscuring the vibrant blood with refuse. Casting a final glance at the knife-wielding girl, Harry turned and departed with haste, casually tossing the apron beside the injured man. He had already exhausted his benevolence. With the presence of a cell phone on the man, if he were not foolish, he would promptly notify his associates for assistance. At that point, Harry could simply catch a ride. Even if the man were discovered dead, it mattered little. He had contingencies in place. Draping his soiled jacket over his arm, the boy turned a corner and arrived at a CAF situated at the back of the street. The crowd had largely dispersed due to the explosive sounds of gunfire. Harry calmly pushed open the CAF's door, producing 2 Egyptian pounds from his pocket to offer to the inquisitive waiter before ascending to the second floor with his dirty trousers. From the balcony here, he could see a gentleman in a trench coat seated at a spot near the trash bins, patiently awaiting Harry's arrival. "Do you require assistance, Mr. Potter?" inquired the wizard from Gringotts as he stood and bowed upon Harry's entrance. "Please order me a glass of apple juice and a roasted pigeon. I can't seem to enjoy a meal. Go down to the front desk and make that call. Simply state the location and ask them to bring the toys to the green garbage bin to collect the person." Harry utilized his newly acquired wand to cast a cleansing charm on his attire, then quietly took a seat. He observed the apron that had vanished from sight. It seemed that Carl had not yet lost consciousness, which was indeed a cause for celebration. "Shall I arrange accommodations for you tonight? The magical community has been rather tense lately." The wizard from Gringotts received the command and took the note from Harry, inquiring softly before his departure. "Not for now, but remember to settle the bill before you leave. Just charge it to my account. I tipped generously just moments ago." Harry turned his chair sideways, allowing the gunman on the opposite side to believe he was unseen. The girl who had first made eye contact with him had already dashed out. Yet the remaining girls appeared paralyzed with fear, seemingly believing that the outside world posed a greater danger, thus failing to escape in time. Once seated, Harry witnessed the assailant opening a small door, blood seeping out around his boots. Clearly, the few girls who had remained did not survive. Perhaps it was the acrid stench of refuse or the apparent lack of cover outside that prompted the attacker to hastily check and promptly close the door. It seemed the young Carl had fortuitously survived this calamity. Harry sat upon a chair woven from rattan, awaiting the server to deliver the roasted pigeon and apple juice garnished with ice. Now it was a matter of how much Kingston truly valued his adopted son. One could only hope their bond was not merely superficial, lest he find himself seeking a way back alone. Hailing a cab on a night in Egypt was hardly advisable. Even with a licensed taxi, the drivers, lingering precariously on the edge of subsistence, might well take advantage of his vulnerability and fair complexion, opting to convert a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yet Harry did not wish to prematurely conflate his two identities. His encounter with the gentleman from Gringotts could be deemed serendipitous, but should he spend too long in the company of the other or utilize apparition together, it would link Draco, the Dursleys, and Harry Potter within the magical community. Such a connection would significantly limit his future conveniences, such as the option to discreetly escape via Muggle means. While not fatal, Harry simply disliked revealing his advantageous cards too early. Chapter 65. Come in and take a seat. Harry tore through the crisp exterior, sprinkling seasoning over the steaming strands of meat. The establishment's pigeons were squabs, and the thin layer of fat beneath their skin had completely melted under the flame's embrace. Part of this fat infused the meat, forming a layer of crispy skin enhanced with red seasoning, while another portion descended into the flesh, imparting a hint of richness to an otherwise somewhat dry flavor. Carl was indeed correct. The roasted pigeon here was exquisite. Harry downed the apple juice in one gulp, dabbed his mouth with a napkin from the table, and hurried downstairs. The vehicle sent to retrieve Carl was approaching. 2 men clad in green bulletproof vests, armed with shotguns and Uzi submachine guns, had finally located the young heir concealed beneath the newspaper. They each lifted one side, carrying Carl into the elongated sedan. At that moment, a small figure darted forward and opened the door. The individual who had assisted in lifting Carl expressed gratitude to Harry, who was already seated inside the vehicle, but soon realized something was amiss. There were only 3 people in the car. The driver, vigilant and unable to assist with the door, left only one possibility: an intruder. "He is one of the guests. I accompanied him out. We must leave quickly. This place is no longer safe." Carl struggled to lift his head and, indeed, spotted Harry, who appeared impeccably clean. The boy was quietly seated on the opposite side, seemingly aware of Carl's gaze. Harry gently patted the seat beside him and handed the driver half a roasted pigeon wrapped in newspaper. "You must be hungry coming out at this hour. Have something to tide you over." The driver instinctively accepted the half-eaten pigeon Harry had saved for later. He then paused, staring at the enticing morsel in his hand, swallowing hard, yet realizing this was not a restaurant, and now was not the time for a meal. Reluctantly, he passed the aromatic parcel to his companion in the front seat after shutting the rear door. The vehicle, which had initially accommodated 3, was now crowded with people. As they set off, another support vehicle followed closely behind. Carl sat in the middle, pale and weary. The blood on his leg had been staunched with the relatively clean apron Harry had lent him. However, the lack of food and excessive blood loss left him feeling lightheaded. "Do not vomit in here. My attire is quite expensive, and you will have to clean it." Harry pointed his gun outward, skillfully ejected the bullet and tossed it onto the laps of the nearly unconscious Carl. Of course, consider it as me owing you half a life. Why only half? Did you leave your lower half behind? Shall we return to help you find it? Harry narrowed his eyes, sensing the man's dishonesty. Because I currently possess only half a life. Carl leaned against the backrest, beads of perspiration gathering at his temples, dampening his shirt. The vehicle sped through the bustling streets of Egypt, the lead SUV nearly running over several pedestrians who failed to dodge in time. Minutes later, they finally arrived at Kingston's territory, nearing the outskirts of Cairo, beside the rushing Nile River. The car maneuvered between two tall towers, entering the compound where Kingston's armed forces were stationed in Cairo. To enhance security, he had even purchased the surrounding land, which was now an expanse of low-lying wheat fields. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Harry spotted a doctor standing outside. As Carl's was being transferred onto a stretcher by the doctors, the surrounding crowd finally began to relax slightly. A bullet had pierced his calf, and Harry, glancing at the wound, surmised that the bone had likely been compromised. If the injury was not promptly addressed, it seemed that Carl's might indeed spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. Harry exited the vehicle from the opposite side. This was not the professor's quarters. Observing the bustling crowd around him, the boys silently followed the group carrying Carl's. Once the physician had treated Carl's wound and administered a dose of morphine, the long night finally drew to a close for the man. Mary. Carl suddenly opened his eyes, awkwardly meeting Harry's gaze as the dawn light began to illuminate the room. What are you still doing here? He inquired, gently ringing the bell beside him, which summoned a flurry of footsteps from outside. Nobody is attending to me. I asked them where I should go, but no one knew. It seems Mr. Kingston has gone to Cairo for business, so I have no choice but to remain here. Harry shrugged. He found the atmosphere strangely relaxing, akin to being at home. He casually picked up a small cake nearby and enjoyed it with his red tea for breakfast. When the doctor entered with a wooden box, accompanied by two nurses, Harry nodded politely to the physician before taking his notebook and settling into a corner. He still had much to analyze from the previous day's visit to the Egyptian Museum. The doctor checked Carl's temperature and then unwrapped the bandage to examine the wound. Although the injury had been contaminated by refuse and sewage from a nearby alley, the timely application of a tourniquet had prevented it from becoming fatal. The bullet had merely grazed the shin bone, without completely shattering it. While Carl's would be unable to rise from his bed for the time being, he was relieved to know that he would not need to rely on crutches or a wheelchair for the latter part of his life. As the doctor and nurses exited after completing their examination, Harry too followed the flow of people outside, returning with a cart laden with food for the ward. The only person he recognized here was Carl's, so he had no choice but to wait for the latter to arrange his departure or for Mr. Kingston to return. The Muggle world outside likely was not safe either. Just as he had warned Carl's, Draco's appearance was vital, and it was best to avoid any involvement in homicides while in Egypt. He certainly did not wish to return home as a prime target for the ministry's scrutiny, especially having already dealt with the complications of being monitored by an elderly gentleman. If he were to be watched by a group of agents who discovered his wizarding identity, matters would surely become even more convoluted. Just before entering, Harry encountered the driver from the previous day, who was holding a large mobile phone, seemingly in conversation with Mr. Kingston. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, then patiently waited outside, indulging in a French pastry all by himself. The chefs here are truly remarkable. I wish I could pack them up and send them back to Hogwarts to cook. Chapter 66. The Mischief Maker. You say he was taken away by his uncle? As Carl dealt with the mess on his hands, he overheard this news, laden with intrigue, even from his sickbed. Indeed, the professor made a call to confirm, and Mr. Vernon affirmed that he was off to visit relatives for a few days, yet he would return to England with the professors. Mr. Potter, we have arrived. The head of the Drix family chose to welcome the esteemed guest, Harry, in his office. Upon entering, the immense display wall crafted from marble immediately captivated nearly all of Harry's attention. It showcased a broken wand encased in glass, an entire stone slab, and even a pharaoh's sarcophagus standing there for public viewing. These are the wands of powerful wizards defeated by my ancestors. To stand here requires unique means. However, welcome. Young wizard of the Potter family, the boy who lived. The head of the Drix family was a limping elderly lady, leaning on her cane as she stepped out from behind the grand display. Name your price. Harry picked up the Eye of Horus, positioned centrally and most prominently, weighing it lightly before addressing the elder. I thought the English might be a tad more tactful. I even arranged for a traditional afternoon tea. It's merely my personal style. You need not concern yourself. You would even sell your own country for just an Eye of Horus? I believe a suitable price can always be found. The blue light flickered in Harry's hand as the information on the Eye of Horus gradually unraveled. Yet the elder showed no urgency, nor any intention of reclaiming the artifact. Correct your phrasing, Mr. Potter. I was born by the Nile, grew up here, and will ultimately meet my end here. Your homeland is merely a symbol of my past. My nation has always been this place, not that one. The elder settled behind a desk made from ancient materials used to create mummies, smiling at Harry. However, it seems that the guests you left waiting outside do not share that sentiment. Harry surveyed the decor, steeped in the style of British imperialism, and found it hard to believe the elder's assertion of belonging. No one would display their ancestors' coffins alongside their spoils in their study. That is our internal matter. I shall persuade them. Returning to the topic at hand, that is a sacred testament to Egypt's history, akin to your sorting hat and Gryffindor's sword at Hogwarts. I regret that I lack the authority to sell it to you, but you may spend a little to acquire some trinkets. As friends, we Egyptians have always been inclined to assist our companions within the bounds of our capabilities. Harry shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied, and tossed the eye of Horus directly to the lady seated upon the pharaoh's throne. To purchase a lease for a key seems rather unreasonable. Perhaps we might negotiate an alternative arrangement. Name your price, and I shall reveal to you the precise location of the false door leading to the marshlands. The head of the Derrick's family caught the eye of Horus thrown by Harry, sensing the 2 layers of seals that had already been breached upon it, causing her to momentarily express surprise. This is unacceptable. Gringotts sent you here with the intent of generating revenue. You have profited from my end, and I find it difficult to justify this to them. Such greed, madam. Harry received back the eye of Horus, now devoid of all restrictions, signaling that an agreement had been reached between both parties. He approached the stone table, which had been used for mummification thousands of years ago. He had previously seen what he believed to be a replica of it in the Egyptian museum. The boy removed a colored pencil from the ancient vessel that once contained blood and drew a long line across the auction list laid out before him. Furthermore, kindly package all the books from your witch's library. I have heard that your great-granddaughter is soon to celebrate her 100th day, so let us bundle them together as a gift for a guest who has traveled from afar. Dark magic tomes do not come cheap, young sir. The lady sitting behind the table squinted, aware that although their family was now aligning with the local Egyptian faction and severing ties with England, they remained well informed about affairs in Britain, including whispers from the pure blood circles concerning Harry Potter, the potential formidable dark wizard. What will you, who built your foundation upon smuggling dark magic knowledge from England, strive to create a pure white world for your little princess? Certainly not. Conies, prepare accordingly. And remember to assemble all the books as a gift for this esteemed guest. My birthday is also approaching, and I humbly request a birthday gift from you. I have heard that the canopic jar of totem cayman resides with you, and as a visitor, I ought to bring forth a suitable offering when calling upon others. Which item do you desire? Naturally, all of them. The head of the Derrick's family accepted the neatly wrapped gift handed over by the servant, then turned to observe the young man admiring the spoils displayed upon the wall. The items he had sketched were from the mid-range of the auction, having already been delivered to the Derrick's family's underground vault a month prior. Although the head of the Derrick's family did not comprehend that Harry Potter's request for the entire set of books from the witch's library was merely a jab at their historical origins, an outlet for his grievances, she still wished to take advantage of the opportunity to act under the watchful eye of this century's greatest white wizard. However, this did not hinder her business endeavors. After receiving 2 substantial gifts, Harry left a Gringotts check for 2,200,000 galleons and subsequently pushed open the door to the Dirks family's trophy gallery. The 2 individuals outside, seeing that the occupant had finally emerged, stood up in preparation for the meeting. Harry encountered a man who, even in the sweltering summer heat, chose to don a full set of Egyptian aura robes. He then traversed the corridor to reunite with the Gringotts official awaiting him outside. Who was that? The Egyptian Ministry of Magic official, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting gray suit, cast a glance at the chief aura beside him. With black hair and green eyes, it was undoubtedly Harry Potter, the young lad from Britain attending the auction. Behind him stood Gringotts. Ah, the prodigal child come to bestow his wealth upon us. Having spotted him here, do you still hold that opinion? The chief aura recalled the silhouette of that British scoundrel, turning to await the wig-clad butler at the door to grant them entry. Just a child seeking Gringotts' assistance in reclaiming property. He was merely here to spend money. One ought to maintain a modicum of respect for the gold masters. Wouldn't you agree, Derwin? The British have taken so much from us, and even now, the obelisks remain displayed in the homes of those thieves. None have arrived with benevolent intentions, and he is merely here to sway the fence-sitters. My dear minister, the mischievous child ought to be sent home, perhaps even given a good thrashing. Chapter 67, The Reeds. Master, the guests from the Ministry of Magic have been waiting outside for quite some time. Do not be so hasty. I am not a timekeeper. Exercise some restraint. Their power is still too feeble, and ultimately, they are here to beseech us. The limping matriarch of the Dirks family placed the 2,200,000 galleon check into a file for safekeeping, then turned to the family's younger member. Now, how shall I respond to Headmaster Dumbledore? To speak plainly, Harry took a wrapped gift containing books on dark magic. However, grandmother, the Reeds can actively accelerate the flow of time within. If he enters, with his capabilities, he could decipher our packaging and is indeed capable of unraveling and restoring it. Therefore, We are not the Weasley family. Achieving this much is already quite generous. If we are outwitted by the boy who lived, it would be a matter of capability rather than allegiance. This is why you must provide an objective description. Do you know how the Arab pawnshops describe mortgaged items? Avoid making conclusive or inferential statements. Simply narrate the events as they are. The elderly lady glanced at the clock fashioned from the gilded statue of Horus. The time was nearly upon them. Let us have some English afternoon tea. We cannot meet our guests on an empty stomach, can we? The lady gestured for the younger member to take a seat. With a graceful flick of her wand, the heavy curtain parted, revealing a vast expanse of reeds swaying gently in the clear, shallow waters, bending in harmony with the breeze. This was the reed marsh belonging to the Dirix family, a realm that, in ancient Egypt, was once a contiguous entity. Each pharaoh, in their time, would expand a portion of it, much like a miniature landscape designed to cradle the souls of the deceased. This domain also represented the authority bestowed upon the pharaoh to command the high priests, composed of sorcerers who understood the marsh's tangible existence. In death, they and their kin could reunite there. Entry into this sacred space required the pharaoh's approval, ensuring that local sorcerers maintained unwavering allegiance to the pharaoh for millennia. Even those who hesitated to enter the reed marsh were compelled by the ties of family. Reflecting on the grandeur of bygone days, the head of the Dirix family felt a wave of melancholy. The reed marsh was undoubtedly one of the most significant creations of ancient Egyptian magical civilization, yet it was both magnificent and fragile. It demanded the continuous construction of monumental temples or pyramids for its expansion, interconnected by grand avenues meant for audiences with the divine. As the Egyptian civilization waned, their capacity to erect such colossal structures diminished, with the size of the marsh no longer expanding. Those outside wishing to enter after death required a complete passing of souls within. When the opportunity to create further growth ceased, the marsh eventually succumbed to the accumulating contradictions. The once unified reed marshes began to fragment, as the avenues that facilitated divine encounters fell into disrepair. Consequently, their borders became perilous, reducing the marsh's area and precipitating internal conflicts. Presently, various families stationed in Egypt largely governed the magical forces of individual reed marshes, with the Dirix family's marsh being one of the better preserved. Utilizing the marsh's unique temporal acceleration and favorable conditions, they produced high-quality potions in abundance, establishing a paradise under their control. Those who had rendered significant contributions to the family could enter this sanctuary in death. Despite the passage of nearly a millennium, the method of constructing and expanding the marsh had been irrevocably lost. The only means of increasing its size now lay in the discovery of new marshes. This required crossing the treacherous boundaries of the existing marsh or uncovering hidden portals in the real world, concealed by past pharaohs and priests. After enjoying her afternoon tea, the limping old lady seemed to recall the hungry guests waiting outside. With her slender, frail fingers, she gently tapped the stone table before her, a creation of her father's design. At the time, she could not fathom why an office desk should be fashioned from the stone used for mummification. Until the moment she first sat here, gazing into the eyes filled with both longing and trepidation, she suddenly comprehended. It was a sensation of dominion over others' bodies, akin to the high priestess who sat here a millennium ago, awaiting those visitors who would lie upon this table. She would extract their organs to create mummies. And most of those visitors ought to be grateful, as this was the necessary prelude to entering the reed fields after death. This table not only symbolized an interpretation of faith, but also embodied an extraordinary power, the ability to ferry souls between life and death. Seated here, she was the Anubis of the Dirix family. Grandmother, shall we let them in? She pondered. Well, we mustn't keep our guests waiting too long. Let them enter. The tide of Egyptian nationalism, it seemed, was inescapable even for us sorcerers. The old woman waved her wand, and the verdant expanse of reeds was once more shrouded by a heavy crimson curtain. The space reverted to the trophy gallery that Harry had observed upon his arrival. Harry departed the Dirix family residence with a representative from Gringotts. As he stepped through the elevator doors, he felt an ephemeral sense of distortion once again. Turning back, he glanced at the slowly closing elevator doors, its dark-hued decor reminiscent of the ferryman's small vessel. Was that the chief Auror from Egypt standing at the entrance? Harry grasped the hand of the Gringotts official, and after a brief moment of dizziness, they arrived at the entrance to the local black market. Yes, Mr. Potter. It is indeed the chief Auror advocating for the independence of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. I must remind you that your funds in the main vault have run dry. The check you just wrote is technically illegal. However, as your asset evaluation still permits you to cover this amount, the check remains valid for now. Harry chuckled softly as he strode ahead, finding Gringotts' eagerness rather endearing. Then let us mortgage those 2 potion plantations as well. Have your manager negotiate a more favorable figure for me. He led the Gringotts official through a small stone door, traversing a dimly lit alley where the cacophony of life surged once more. This was the congregation point for Egyptian wizards, and the stone door had been dispelled of the muggle-repelling charm, revealing a corridor imbued with an implanted illusion. Harry deftly tossed the gift money in his hand, which was encapsulated in a palm-sized soft cloth pouch. What he needed now was to extract the knowledge within without compromising the integrity of the packaging. Chapter 68. The Chief Auror. Was it time to find a chance to send that little British rascal back? The Chief Auror followed the minister away from the Derek's residence. And the current state of the Egyptian magical community was indeed quite remarkable. Although the most powerful entities are the native sorcerers of Egypt, they are fragmented and disunited. Even before the ascension of the iron-willed Minister of Magic, the magical realm of Egypt had been a playground for several foreign magical families. This colonial fragmentation within the magical community only began to show signs of improvement after the Muggle world of Egypt adopted a firmer stance against Britain. However, this improvement is merely superficial in comparison to the few families that could once unite the populace with their influence. The newly established Egyptian Ministry of Magic finds itself at a disadvantage. The extensive magical forces native to Egypt are intricately connected to those foreign families, leading to a lack of confidence in the current Egyptian Ministry of Magic. Although these individuals maintain a relative neutrality for the sake of national unity, such neutrality is inherently a weakness for the ministry. The sole piece of good news is that the most esteemed wizard in Europe, Albus Dumbledore, has refrained from political entanglements and has no intention of unifying the entire European magical community. This allows the Egyptian ministry to navigate through the self-serving European magical families rather than confronting the European magical world as a cohesive entity. This maneuvering has enabled the Egyptian ministry to garner some public support, compelling several families to take sides. Why send him back when he is here to spend money? The Egyptian Minister of Magic nodded toward the doorman who opened the door for him, tossing a silver sickles in his direction before turning back to inquire. He is likely representing the interests of the pureblood families in Britain, attempting to exert pressure on the Drake's family. The Drake's family has made us wait outside, clearly seeking to leverage this for greater advantage. We should take the initiative. The British Ministry of Magic is currently embroiled in internal strife with Albus, presenting us with a rare opportunity. This is precisely what they want you to believe, he continued. Harry Potter has been frequenting the black market for the past 2 days, targeting a particular reed bed, and has already acquired crucial information. Moreover, he recently issued a substantial Gringotts check. Those who come to apply pressure are unlikely to travel great distances to deliver money to others. At this moment, while the Chief Auror and the Egyptian Minister of Magic were grappling with the intricacies of the domestic situation, Harry cheerfully signed another check. Watching as the name he inscribed was consumed by the patterns on the check, transforming into mere decoration on the paper. The boy promptly handed over a check worth 100 galleons to the owner. The Gringotts clerk, laden with various packages, witnessed Harry's focused expenditure until he had depleted the last of his funds stored in the Gringotts vault. The remaining money was insufficient to repay the loan from Gringotts. Should Harry safely return to Britain or fail to repay the loan before the stipulated deadline, these 2 properties would be seized by Gringotts as collateral. Satisfied that his safety belt was securely fastened, Harry concluded his shopping expedition with a sense of fulfillment. 2 plantations, each yielding a net profit exceeding 100,000 galleons annually, represent a steady source of income. Such enterprises typically remain hidden from public view, even as bargaining chips. They would only facilitate asset exchanges behind closed doors, rather than being purchased outright with galleons. Although these 2 estates may be deemed irretrievable poor assets for Harry, they pose no concern for Gringotts. The contract between Harry and Gringotts was signed at the Gringotts headquarters in the United Kingdom, under the auspices of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, constituting the highest level of commercial agreement. Should Harry lose these estates, he would simply have to accept his misfortune, as there would be no legal recourse for recovery. Harry even specifically entrusted Gringotts to conduct a thorough investigation into these 2 properties, ensuring they fully appreciated the value of this significant asset. Moreover, there exists a particularly lethal clause within the contract. In the event of Harry's death, all expenditures incurred by him would be reimbursed by Gringotts, which would also be obliged to pay a compensation amounting to 10 times the total spent. This provision serves to prevent Gringotts from incurring catastrophic losses, a standard clause in such agreements. Given that Harry has no direct descendants, his demise would leave no heirs, rendering this clause a conventional punitive measure. However, it has now transformed into a temporary lifeline for Harry. Currently, Harry has expended a total of 28 million galleons in Gringotts' main vault, which, when multiplied by 10, amounts to 22.8 million galleons. This sum constitutes more than half of Gringotts' existing assets. Thus, should Harry meet his demise in Egypt, all goblins at the Gringotts headquarters in the UK would find themselves shackled, forced to toil in mines for a lifetime to repay the debt. Their future generations would also be burdened with a substantial inheritance, as the pureblood families backing Gringotts would not allow themselves to suffer losses. The executors would bear the brunt of any repercussions. And these individuals are precisely those who form the crux of power. Harry is certain that he could journey directly to the Egyptian Museum, employing the killing curse to eliminate muggles until the Aurors from Egypt arrive. He could urinate on the face of the Egyptian Minister for Magic and then decapitate the chief Auror, using their head as a ball. Gringotts would enlist the finest lawyers worldwide to defend their interests. This does not signify loyalty to Harry, but rather a desire to prevent their entire race from becoming assets of the British Ministry of Magic. Presently, the only entity motivated to eliminate Harry and nationalize the bank. The British Ministry of Magic would never dare to undertake such an act. Harry is the boy who lived, and the current Minister of Magic has yet to solidify his position. In reality, he is a puppet of Dumbledore, simultaneously striving to free himself from Dumbledore's influence. In this context, he cannot afford to commit any principled errors or create new adversaries. Had Harry perished in Egypt during his tenure, with the Ministry of Magic being the primary beneficiary of his demise, perhaps he could have spared himself some anguish by opting for a more discreet exit at home. The only individual with both the capability and vested interest in eliminating Harry at this juncture is none other than Albus Dumbledore. Yet, Harry is certain that Dumbledore would not resort to such a course of action, for he is indeed Albus Dumbledore. Furthermore, Harry has left behind a subtle yet provocative parting gift for the old wizard, a little surprise to agitate him. Upon his death, his will would come into effect, revealing that all his assets would be bequeathed to the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, a knight of the Order of Merlin, first class, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts, and the greatest white wizard in the world. Accompanying the will would be a letter addressed to all benevolent journalists worldwide, featuring Harry's own handwriting and a magical recording affirming that he has not been coerced, thus voluntarily donating to preserve the reputation of Mr. Albus Dumbledore. Harry is assured that Dumbledore's intentions transcend mere wealth. This maneuver could irrevocably tarnish the venerable wizard's lifelong reputation. The more Harry asserts that he is not being compelled, the more Dumbledore is left in a precarious position. The only avenue for Dumbledore to absolve himself of any wrongdoing would be to ensure justice for Harry, as well as to grant dignity to those responsible for Harry's demise. Chapter 69. I am prepared to stake it all, dear family. But is this all there is? No, Gringotts is merely an external force, and Harry has no intention of allowing them to consume the bait meant for the daily profit. Thus, he introduces a new power into the equation, the Drax family, intricately linked to Britain. One of Harry's primary reasons for selecting them is their deep-rooted connections within the British magical community, which renders it improbable for them to quickly conspire with Gringotts to deceive Harry. After all, the Potter family, despite its decline, still possesses ties to the greatest white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, and as a British magical family, they would naturally be more wary of such treachery. Conversely, if Harry were to exploit this tenuous balance to wield power over others, the Drax family could easily communicate with Gringotts, thus endangering all of Harry's assets. Through these local Egyptian families, Harry is willing to sacrifice his auction's credibility to utilize the Eye of Horus as bait, deducing their fervent desire for the new marshlands. Consequently, Harry has rented the Drax family's Eye of Horus for 2 million galleons. The auction items would be sold off through a standard procedure, with the total not exceeding 200,000 galleons. According to local Egyptian customs, there is an expectation of reciprocity following a 100-day feast. Harry presented the unsealed gift of gold to the recipient, and with the activation of the Eye of Horus from the marshes, he could reclaim the 2 million galleons. He cleverly exploited the other party's yearning for the marshes to fulfill his own ambitions. The Derricks family, as a merchant lineage, would inevitably engage in this venture, for Harry offered them a surefire profitable enterprise. Should Harry falter, the other party could merely remit the corresponding gift in return. As for the Eye of Horus, exchanging 2 million galleons for a potentially useless artifact could even yield a small profit. However, if Harry were to unlock the marshes, that eye would become the sole key to the gateway. After all, any door that has been opened now belongs to someone, and once a door is accessed, it cannot evade scrutiny. Harry must have discovered a door that had never been opened before, which would render the key to that door the most powerful leverage thereafter. Even if he withheld the door's location from them, they could excavate gradually. With the key in their possession, finding the door would merely be a matter of time. Furthermore, one must recognize that entering the door would inevitably provoke the Pharaoh's wrath, as in this era, only invaders would dare to traverse such thresholds. After opening the door, Harry might even assist them in purging the adversaries within, allowing them to avoid casualties from the initial breach, thus securing the marshes without cost. This deal was undeniably enticing. It even compelled the Derricks family to risk aiding Harry in a dubious venture, potentially incurring the ire of Gringotts. They regarded him as a savior, perhaps indifferent to the bank's opinion. Yet, as a family, they could not entirely bypass the vast multinational banking system that Gringotts represented. Although the magical realm boasted smaller banks, these were fraught with risks. The longevity of Gringotts attests to its reliability. Thus, The allure of the marshes and the 2 million galleons proved to be irresistibly potent for them. Now, with the auction looming, coinciding with the centennial celebration of the Derrick's family's fifth-generation heir, they found themselves firmly tethered to Harry's chariot. After executing all rational decisions, Mr. Harry Potter, adorned with Dumbledore's renown and Fudge's dual existence in politics and life, alongside the future of all goblins and their families in the British Gringotts, prepared to stake everything. Should the goblins of Gringotts and Fudge learn of Harry's audacious gamble, they would undoubtedly be unable to sleep for nights, brimming with excitement. They would extend their heartfelt condolences to Harry's family in the most eloquent dialect of their homeland, and would certainly not forget to offer the most sincere wishes for Harry's longevity, in every conceivable sense. That wretched little imp could perish anywhere in the world. But he must absolutely not die in Egypt. He must not, under any circumstances, die in Egypt. Having departed from the black market, Harry stepped into a nearby CAF. After sidestepping a few eager vendors attempting to peddle their wares, the boy retrieved a stack of Egyptian pounds from his pocket and casually slipped them into the open mouth of a server who was preoccupied with a phone call and disinterested in attending to customers. "May I borrow the phone?" Harry's voice was gentle yet magnetic, and the server, momentarily captivated by the prospect of a year's salary, eagerly nodded. She promptly ended her conversation with her romantic partner and respectfully placed the black phone in front of Harry, dialing a number. Harry soon heard the professor's voice on the other end. "Draco, where are you now? They say you and your uncle have left. Has Mr. Dursley come to Egypt?" "Professor, you haven't unearthed anything, have you? It's likely just rubble. There was a geological upheaval there 968 years ago, and the artifacts you seek are no longer to be found." Harry glanced at the mechanical clock on the side. Time was of the essence. Many artifacts of immense value to Muggles were regarded as mere refuse in the wizarding world due to their perceived lack of magical relevance. Unluckily for Harry, amidst his vigorous shopping, he had stumbled upon a few notable items, including a rare slab recording the Akin reliefs, a piece that might be the most complete and largest Akin god slab ever discovered by the Muggle world. The courier should be arriving soon. He had spent a bit of money buying some trinkets from a shop, subsequently taking the slab that the proprietor had used as a table. "The item I promised you should have arrived. However, I require a favor. Could you lend me that professional archaeological team?" This time, Harry intended to undertake his mission without any wizards, preferring that fewer people in the magical community be privy to his endeavors. The individuals sent to collect Harry were unfamiliar faces. He climbed onto the slightly elevated chassis of the vehicle, and they proceeded directly to the destination Harry had indicated without pause. With the slab, Harry successfully garnered the professor's complete trust, choosing to abandon what seemed to be an interminable task on his end, and headed towards the site pointed out by Harry. By the time Harry arrived, some individuals were already searching under the professor's guidance. "Do you have explosives?" The boy disembarked and, observing the archaeologists painstakingly chiseling the rock face with shovels, shook his head. This was far too slow. "Mr. Dursley, this is an archaeological site." The professor's eyelids flickered. He sensed an ominous premonition. "Drill down." "Yes, drill down." Harry marked several crosses on the rock face with chalk, indicating for the crew to bore holes above. "Professor, I understand your apprehension about explosions potentially damaging the artifacts, but what lies behind this rock wall is of great significance. Without detonating the stones, relying solely on manual labor for excavation would likely require nearly a year, and our funds are dwindling. However, there is no need for excessive concern. I am a professional and will ensure that the primary structural integrity of the building remains unscathed." Harry gently urged the old professor, who sought to halt the explosion, to step back, as the demolition was under the purview of Mr. Kingston's team. Initially, they were uncertain whom to heed, but seeing Harry donned in Mr. Kingston's beret, the mercenaries exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow Harry's lead, while simultaneously consulting their headquarters. Harry escorted the professor to a secure area and thoughtfully provided him with 2 cotton balls to muffle his ears. The old professor, resigned to his fate, ceased his struggles. With 3 consecutive detonations echoing through the air, Harry turned to observe the individual responsible for the explosions. The person stealthily approached the blast zone from the side to confirm that all explosives had been detonated. As Harry watched the yellow flag signaling safety flutter amidst the smoke, he rose, dusted himself off, and helped the professor to his feet, who was experiencing this explosive archaeological technique for the first time. At that moment, it was evident that the professor's mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. On one hand, as an archaeologist dedicated to altering the local perception of British archaeologists as mere thieves, he found Harry's methods reminiscent of colonial practices. Conversely, he began to suspect that Harry wielded greater influence than Mr. Vernon, the intermediary on the other end of the line. The professor surmised that Mr. Vernon might simply be a go-between, while Harry could potentially be the agent of a significant figure who preferred to remain distant and had chosen Mr. Vernon to relay commands. To facilitate communication, this prominent individual had inserted Harry, a younger and less conspicuous figure, to serve as the direct executor of their directives. Harry's earlier departure likely involved a summons from this influential figure to report on the mission, and his return with the stone slab indicated that the preparations for action were underway. The professor, already feeling a twinge of guilt for consuming resources without yielding substantial results, now found himself compelled to acquiesce to Harry's firm demeanor, symbolically resisting for a moment before quietly observing Harry's command. This momentary defiance represented his unyielding spirit and the remnants of his integrity. As the smoke from the explosions dissipated, a large, shattered stone emerged before the gathered crowd. Workers commenced to widen the breach with chisels, drilling holes above and using steel cables to pull the massive slabs backward, causing them to crash to the ground. Behind them lay a space filled with fine sand, an anomaly in geological conditions, and the professor immediately discerned that something lay hidden beneath the granular surface. This is an artificially created cavity, with fine sand perhaps used to protect the internal structures. Harry observed the workers swiftly clearing the fine sand with shovels and wheelbarrows. He opened the suitcase perched on the cart and retrieved his black tuning fork, adorning himself with the weapon around his neck. The boy then proceeded to adjust his attire, tucking in his trousers and sleeves, and finally inspecting the second pistol he had obtained from Mr. Kingston. A circular stone disc, previously concealed beneath the fine sand, was gradually uncovered by the workers. Harry stepped forward, parting the crowd to behold the anticipated entrance, letting out a sigh of relief. He had only relied on ancient texts and the documented information to surmise the existence of this place, and now the presence of this opening confirmed that his efforts had not been in vain. Harry gently tapped on the circular stone slab, and indeed, it was hollow beneath. "Bring explosives." "Wait, that won't do. If you intend to blow it up, you must first blow me up." Professor Coleman interjected with a swift maneuver. Feeling as though darkness descended when he heard Harry mention explosives again. This was no longer a remnant of colonialism. It bore the hallmarks of Viking piracy. Even the archaeologists of his mentor's generation, affectionately referred to as bandits by the locals in Egypt, would never resort to explosives on such intricately decorated stone slabs. "You have 20 minutes. Remove it, or we shall resort to explosives." Harry glanced at his watch, then gestured to the old professor, indicating that the timer had begun. He needed to hastily bring his plans to fruition, lest the goblins and other factions arrive, rendering his efforts futile. The old professor nodded vigorously, beckoning his students to locate the edges of the slab along the perimeter, then commencing to create an opening with their tools, ultimately lifting it upward. Meanwhile, the crane was already in position, and the old professor tenderly caressed the stone slab, which had to be damaged due to the urgency of their task. This slab was nestled within a circular groove, constrained by a floor composed of large stones, featuring a depression precisely accommodating it. As the old professor and his team sought the edges of the circular stone disc, the surrounding rocky floor became exposed, making it evident even to those unversed in archaeology that they had unearthed a treasure. Harry gazed into the seemingly bottomless chasm, snapping a glow stick and tossing it down. As the orange-yellow light illuminated the surrounding stone walls and the slightly protruding platforms in the darkness, Harry finally confirmed that he had indeed discovered the location. While the pyramids and the visible palaces formed the foundation of the reed marshes, the pharaohs had long since destroyed the doors within the pyramids during the era of foreign invasions. Before them lay a designated exit, perhaps a sanctuary crafted by Mr. Tutankhamun for his own messengers to access him directly in times of urgency. After all, the marshland ultimately belonged to the realm of the deceased. Despite its nominal lack of suffering, the power struggles of the outside world would still cast their shadows within. Consequently, most pharaohs, upon establishing their marshlands, would discreetly or semi-publicly leave portals throughout Egypt, facilitating their intervention in the material realm. In the past, these portals served as a means for pharaohs to retain a semblance of worldly authority even after entering the marshlands. However, with the change in dominion over this land, these doors became their Achilles heel. A door cannot be sealed from within, as long as someone from the outside discovers the designated entry. They can unlock it and gain access to the marshlands. Moreover, the more clandestine portals were often hidden in various locations, remaining in a state of closure, thus making it impossible for anyone dispatched from within to venture out and wreak havoc in the corporeal world. Mr. Tutankhamun seemingly had some connection with the current Egyptian Ministry of Magic, as they had left this portal intact. Whether out of forgetfulness or as a mere contingency remains uncertain. However, since he did not destroy this entryway, it implied a welcoming disposition, prompting Harry to prepare himself to respectfully engage in conversation with this Egyptian pharaoh. Chapter 71. The slumbering soul. Harry secured his harness and began to descend slowly, gripping the rope. 3 seasoned adventurers had already ventured down ahead of him. Their headlamps illuminated patchy, irregular spots of light below, only to be engulfed again by the encroaching darkness. As Harry released the rope, he took note of the seemingly orderly stone walls surrounding him. It felt akin to entering a vast ancient well. which perhaps explained why the local Egyptian families had failed to discover this place. Its depths were buried too profound by the pharaoh. Egyptian tombs and structures predominantly utilized stone as their material, allowing the principal architecture to remain intact even after millennia. After nearly half an hour of descent, the azure sky had diminished to a small aperture the size of a fingernail. The temperature within the pit gradually dropped, the darkness enveloping everyone incrementally. Harry wedged his rock claw into the crevices of the damaged bricks, establishing a new safety anchor before continuing his descent. Had he reached the bottom? Observing the rhythmic flickering lights below, 2 short flashes followed by a long one. He pondered their meaning, but the scene beneath did not suggest he had arrived at his destination. Harry continued to lower himself, and after several minutes, he finally spotted the others who had descended earlier. They were standing on a bridge constructed within the vast cavern. Gazing downward, at last, Harry's feet found solid ground, and the area was scattered with glow sticks placed by the advance team. Beneath the cavern, at a platform situated nearly 250 meters down, the temperature plummeted once more. A few members of the team who had descended earlier began to don thick garments from their backpacks. As one individual extended clothing towards Harry, the boy abruptly pressed his palm downwards, signaling for silence. He clenched the flashlight between his teeth and gestured for them to secure the rope to the rocky wall behind them. Swiftly, Harry fastened the rope around his waist, declining the advance of the scout leader, who offered to descend in his stead, and cautiously peered down towards the bridge below. Hanging precariously beneath the bridge were a multitude of small, dark, furry creatures. Harry held his breath and subtly signaled to his companions to hoist him upward. He had just spotted some filamentous objects coiled around the railings on either side of the stone bridge. If his intuition served him right, these were substances secreted by some magical creature cultivated by ancient Egyptians. Crouching at the cave's entrance, Harry contemplated a strategy. Most magical creatures pose little threat to knowledgeable and prepared wizards. Even the seemingly perilous 3-headed dog can be subdued with music. However, when faced with such ambiguous magical entities, even the most formidable wizard cannot guarantee they will not encounter misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, Harry silently recited a spell, and a reconnaissance charm quietly settled upon the head of a solitary creature at the periphery of the dense mass of small black beings. In an instant, Harry's green eyes were illuminated by a blue glow, followed by a frown. This was indeed a concoction prepared by the pharaoh for invaders like them. Fortunately, his reconnaissance magic emitted minimal disturbance. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to unleashing thunderous forces to clear the area. These creatures relied entirely on magic for detection and were not particularly responsive to other physical stimuli. Yet, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Harry directed his light towards the structures below that resembled bridges, noting that every 10 to 15 meters there was another one. These were not welcoming resting points established for the comfort of intruders, but rather deadly traps, each situated above a swarm of hibernating little bats. Upon the surface of the stone well lay clusters of white eggs, guarded by another kind of adorable creature, sensitive to physical stimuli, especially vibrations. Unfortunately, these little insects generated significant magical fluctuations as they moved. Their destination was the third bridge in this gradually narrowing vertical shaft. Harry glanced up at the now completely obscured sky and then down into the seemingly bottomless chasm, resolute in his decision. You must be mad. It's filled with those ghastly creatures down there. Are you truly going alone? The scout leader whispered, urging Harry to reconsider. Surrounding us are both eggs and bats. Yet have you not perceived the anomaly? There exists a stark absence of vegetation, and not far below. There must be openings through which these creatures can procure sustenance and water. Otherwise, such an expansive ecosystem could not possibly have endured to this day. Harry extinguished the flashlight and shifted the tuning fork to his arm. Although this maneuver increased the risk of accidental contact with his bone knife, it also alleviated the necessity of retrieving items from around his neck during a crisis. I shall proceed, the captain muttered through clenched teeth, for this place exuded an unsettling aura. He had never intended to descend here with someone outside the team. The Egyptian structure, resembling a vertical shaft, could not possibly be a temple. It must be a tomb, one that is strikingly unconventional. The dangers inherent within such a tomb would undoubtedly be proportional to its uniqueness. His willingness to descend was not due to Harry's assertive presence, but rather his concern for his family. Mr. Kingston above would surely not entertain an explanation should Harry meet an unfortunate fate below that would only lead to the untimely demise of his own kin. Here, I am in charge, Harry declared, falling silent thereafter. He secured the rope on both sides, allowing himself to descend almost vertically to the lowest point. Indeed, as the remaining team members carefully maneuvered the rope above, Harry descended a mere 15 meters to reach the second-level bridge. Here, an inexplicable warmth began to envelop him once again. The bridges fortuitously shifted away from the central axis, permitting Harry to continue his descent along the rope to the very bottom. Harry surmised this might be the correct method of progression, for this was not merely a tomb. It required consideration for future visitors' needs for access. Were it sealed with rock and buried underground, true, intruders would be thwarted. But what purpose would that serve in the end? Continuing his descent, Harry noticed a sweet, cloying scent permeating the air. He held his breath and gently tugged on the rope, signaling those above to hoist him up. Waiting above, he received an oxygen tank. While the expedition team was met with disheartening news, Mr. Kingston had made no effort to dissuade Harry from such reckless endeavors. Instead, he merely doubled the team's compensation, leading several members to resign themselves to fate. Once more, Harry found himself in the depths filled with that saccharine air. He reached down to open the oxygen tank that had fallen below, subsequently donning the mask. Pharaoh, the power of technology. Chapter 72, The Furry Little Cutie. At last, the soles of Harry's thick rubber boots met the ground. A small mound formed from an accumulation of numerous skeletons. He tugged on the rope to ensure he could stand fully upright. The boy then lightly leaped, feeling the somewhat loose earth beneath his feet, and cautiously made his way to the side. As he journeyed down this path, Harry found no exit. If those bats were incapable of passing through walls, then the sole escape must lie beneath. He bent slightly to pick up the bones scattered around him, mostly the remains of deceased bats, alongside a few carcasses of insects and shattered shells. As he approached the surrounding rock walls, he could hear the gentle sound of flowing water emanating from within, suggesting the presence of a roaring underground river below. Harry cupped his hands to create a hollow chamber and pressed his ear against the side of the rock. The genius of the design compelled him to exclaim in admiration. It was no wonder that sensitive little insects were absent from this place. It was, in fact, an underground river. If Harry's deductions were correct, these bats likely regarded this as their nesting ground. The ancient Egyptians had harnessed a particular instinct of these creatures, enabling them to congregate here in vast numbers. Periodically, they would breach the accumulation of remains that formed a blockade beneath, venturing to the underground river to mate and subsequently return. The bones scattered about were presumably the cost of maintaining the balance between the insects and the bats during these cycles. This recurring struggle ensured the ferocity of their respective lineages, simultaneously sharpening their instincts for aggression against intruders. Had Harry opted for a thunderous clearing above, all the insects and bats below would have instantly activated their mating instincts, mistakenly believing the source of the magical disturbance to be the exit, thereby unwittingly fulfilling their self-locking defensive mechanism. In awe of the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, Harry tugged at the rope and approached the wall to the side. He gently tapped the wall to ascertain the vicinity of the exit, then retrieved his wand, biting it between his teeth, while gripping a tuning fork and a bone knife. With reverence, he struck the two together. "Isn't it time to come up?" The captain anxiously gazed below. The tension on the rope had diminished, clearly indicating that Harry had reached the bottom. However, several minutes had passed. Ordinarily, the space beneath should not be extensive. Even if Harry's speculation about a larger chamber proved true, he ought to surface before making further plans. Suddenly, the captain caught sight of a flickering flashlight signal. Danger, evade, what should be avoided? At that moment, a thunderous crack reverberated from below. The entire chamber resonated as if it were a colossal instrument, amplifying the sound of the thunder within. The captain covered his ears, blood oozing from around them, and he feared he might go deaf. The thunder silenced everything around, and in the aftermath of that stillness, a tremendous agitation ensued. The subterranean river, characterized by low atmospheric pressure, contrasts sharply with the high pressure of the external world, creating a significant temperature differential that transforms this vast cavity into an expansive wind tunnel. A gentle breeze stirs, dislodging tiny insects from the rocky walls, which then ascend, buoyed by the warm currents emanating from below, releasing an abundance of magical fluctuations. Beneath the bridge, a multitude of fuzzy black heads rise swiftly, drawn towards the source of this magical energy. Each visage bears no eyes, ears, or even nostrils, merely a layer of fine gray fur, reminiscent of fuzzy kiwis. As the first bat takes flight towards the magical disturbance, others follow suit, their faces twisting and rotating to reveal exposed, pink, muscular mandibles. These mandibles, composed of sinewy muscle and sharp, delicate teeth, dominate the entirety of the bat's gray head. The captain encounters one of these creatures and feels an overwhelming urge to expel his breakfast and lunch in a fit of panic. He has never encountered such a sinister being. Surely, he must have stirred up a monumental disaster. At the bottom of the pit, Harry experiences the tempest more acutely as thunder reverberates. The previously obstructed passageway below suddenly fractures, and Harry senses the awakening of the bats above. Without hesitation, he conceals his magically pulsating weapon within the wall using transfiguration. He retreats to the opposite side as the wall shifts with the magic, and he melds himself into the stone with the help of a brick, daring not to leave even a breath of space for air. Just as he completes this endeavor, a deafening noise envelopes him in darkness. He feels an immense relief for having diligently studied every course offered at Hogwarts. The steady application of transfiguration spares him from encountering those prematurely activated creatures. As his teacher once stated, everything in this world, including oneself, may betray you. But the knowledge you accumulate will remain steadfast, even if flawed. It will always belong to you until the end. Harry surmises that the correct course of action here would either be to enter during a lull in the biological mechanisms or to detonate the subterranean river below at a precise moment. However, it matters little. Since the process has already commenced, it is best not to disturb it further. He then maintains a state of low oxygen consumption, ready to utilize transfiguration to create a small cavity for rapid gas exchange if he finds himself unable to hold his breath, and then promptly seal it once more. After 10 minutes, he finally hears the soft rustling sounds outside begin to diminish. With a slight flick of his wand, as a trickle of magic is released, the boy perceives only the faint vibrations caused by a few distant impacts at this location. As the stones surged, Harry found himself once again at the mouth of the well, where a tremendous airflow was accelerating, pulling anything unwilling to descend into the subterranean dark river below. He waved his wand, casting several Avada Kedavra curses, and the corpses of the small bats that had attempted to attack him were swept away by the rushing current. The remnants of the once their corpses had vanished, and the entire rock face was being scoured by the wind, carrying away the previously ruinous layer into the underground river. Harry pressed himself against the wall, striving to avoid being blown down as he gently waved his wand, causing the surrounding rocks to leap and accumulate upon the wind tunnel. In this trial, he had outmaneuvered his adversaries. Chapter 73, A Warm Welcome in the Passageway. Harry grasped the rope, braving the downward gusts as he returned to the bridge leading to the entrance of the underground palace. This location was situated at the midpoint of the entire barrel-shaped defensive structure. He untied the rope from his body and quietly awaited the captain's descent from above. What could that creature be? Even the well-versed captain felt that the situation was exceedingly extreme. The image of the bat with no facial features, save for a crimson maw, repeatedly challenged his nerves. Some guardian hounds kept by the master of this place. Harry adjusted his attire and then cast aside the harness he had been wearing at the entrance. Behind the door here lay a hollow space. Harry turned and tucked the box, which he had brought down with the captain, under his arm. This was his prepared tribute. These jars contained the innards of the master of this realm, namely the internal organs of Tutankhamun, the builder of the marshlands. In the past, these items should have been sealed within a pyramid. They represented the remains of his adversary. Though their destruction would not erase the pharaoh from the marshlands, it would, to a certain extent, influence his authority therein. The Dirix family had evidently coveted Mr. Tutankhamun's marshland for quite some time. Otherwise, they would not possess jars containing his innards. Although the captain was curious about why Harry had brought such items into the tomb and what he had done moments ago, Mr. Kingston had already cautioned them against asking questions that ought not to be asked. With the assistance of this professional team, Harry successfully ventured deep into the tomb. The muggles were now of no use. The boy had arranged for them to retrieve him upon seeing the red flare. As he watched the captain ascend, the boy once again discharged his weapon. The captain heard the thunderous roar reverberating through the entire shaft once more. He lowered his gaze to locate the source of the sound, only to witness a white light emanating from the boy's palm, shattering the stone door across from him. Harry lightly tapped his wand, causing the jars containing Tutankhamun's innards to float around him, moving forward together. After shattering the stone door, he entered a long corridor, the walls, floor tiles, and ceiling adorned with engraved curses. However, the passage of time is an immensely powerful force. A millennium later, these once formidable curses, capable of obliterating an intruder's lineage, now merely caused Harry to experience a trickle of blood from his nose. As he strolled through this corridor, the boy found himself with the leisure to admire the intricate compositions of the ancient Egyptian curses from that era. Within this realm, he encountered numerous branches of magic that were entirely absent from contemporary practices. For instance, there existed blood magic techniques reminiscent of the Red Tower's methodologies. Harry recalled the mummies encased within their sarcophagi. If placed in specially designed tombs, surrounded by their preserved organs, and ensconced within intact coffins, they should, with the support of the pyramids, still retain a degree of elevated authority within the marshes. This could allow them to eliminate others within the marshes or wield control over the ingress and egress of their domain. Alas, as the most prominent landmarks, the pyramids had been thoroughly plundered by successive waves of invaders. Now, even a mouse would emerge in tears from within their confines. The pharaohs had likely lost the majority of their power in the marshes, which explained how those families could triumph over others in foreign territories. Harry pressed onward, navigating around a corner, and the space ahead opened up dramatically into a vast chamber nearly 4 meters in height. Countless slender columns, adorned with ornate carvings, supported this rectangular expanse. As Harry entered, the braziers, mounted on metal stands surrounding the stone pillars, ignited instantly. The sweet, cloying scent returned, prompting a light chuckle from Harry. as if mocking the pharaoh's futile resistance. He then took a cautious step back, narrowly avoiding a flying spear. On either side of the grand hall were niches embedded in the walls, each containing a sarcophagus housing mummies. These guardians of the pharaohs, transformed into mummies after death, remained ever loyal to their duty. Harry's gaze swiftly scanned the slender columns for signs of enemies, where countless yellowed strips of fabric drifted. The mummies utilized the complex architecture of this hall to evade Harry's sight. He refrained from recklessly advancing, opting instead to remain quietly in place, for that was their domain. If Harry was not mistaken, the floor there likely concealed numerous traps. The time for the mummies to awaken was drawing near, just as Harry prepared to rest and ambush. Suddenly, the wall behind him began to shift, and he turned to see the exit rapidly obscured by the advancing wall, compelling him to hastily enter the grand hall. It appeared that the priests who designed these traps had anticipated this very scenario. Gripping his wand between his teeth, Harry released a blue light from his foot as he deftly leaped over the first 3 stone bricks, causing the edge of the stone slab to collapse swiftly, revealing sharp metal spikes glinting in the light of the hall. The cloying scent once again enveloped the surroundings as Harry engaged in earnest reflection. Realizing he should have mastered the headache charm beforehand, however, there was no time for regret now. At this moment, time seemed to favor his adversary. Harry tilted his head slightly. The path he had taken was entirely obstructed by a smooth stone slab. If his instincts were correct, this was the very essence of the corridor's design. It was likely that the passage had been completely filled with stones, rendering a retreat via transfiguration impractical, compelling him to confront the challenge head-on. As the boy assessed the chaotic battlefield in midair, he leapt to the side the instant he touched the ground. The spears hurled by the warriors, who had ensnared themselves against the pillars with curved blades, instantaneously peppered the small area where Harry had just stood. He clashed with the weapons in hand, yet only the sparks from the bone knife and the tuning fork illuminated the fray. Without hesitation, Harry relinquished both and drew forth the wand clenched between his teeth. Avada Kedavra! A green beam of light began to coalesce at the wand's tip, only to flicker and dissipate before Harry's eyes. Executing a roll to evade the incoming javelins, he noted that some of the warriors had already descended to the ground, charging towards him with their fragile bodies. The blades they wielded gleamed ominously in the flickering firelight. Wait, light! Harry sprang backward, dodging an attack from an enemy perched atop a pillar, glancing upward at the array of owlish lamps suspended in midair. 2 lamps closest to him were now ablaze, one flickering with lightning, the other radiating the green glow of the killing curse. Clearly, this was yet another of the priest's cunning tricks. Without delay, Harry waved his wand. It seemed that his detection spell was undetected by the enemy due to insufficient magical fluctuation, so he would fill the space with a vibrant luminescence instead. Chapter 74, The Warriors. Surrounded by the encircling warriors, Harry maneuvered deftly as they began to corner him. At last, he illuminated the entire hall. The boy leaped backward again, as the mummy warriors gradually regained their combat awareness. He narrowly escaped being skewered by javelins with each jump. He twirled the bone knife and tuning fork, which were tethered to his wrist, into his palm, and with a decisive clash, the lightning finally erupted amidst the sparks. The lightning forked in front of Harry, deftly weaving around the stone columns, each as thick as an adult's waist, systematically dismantling the mummies concealed within or those advancing towards him. Finally, Harry landed safely, strolling with confidence through the palace built for the pharaoh. As he approached the forward door, his weapons clashed time and again, shattering the candles that released hallucinogenic vapors and dispatching the mummies lurking atop the pillars, seeking to ambush him one by one. Harry deftly navigated several traps and came to a halt in the center of the rectangular hall, where a formidable adversary awaited his arrival. Perhaps this opponent required time to regain strength, or perhaps it was some ancient dueling etiquette. Regardless, Harry was indifferent, for these encounters were born of sentient beings. After vanquishing them, who would care about the brilliance of their culture? Such brilliance necessitates the strength to defend it and the means to pass it down through generations. The inanimate merely represent resources, much like the pyramids of the present day. Upon reaching the center, Harry plunged the entire hall into darkness. The sole source of illumination came from the owl lanterns suspended near the columns. He took a slight step back and, with a solemn gesture, executed a decisive strike with the weapon in his grasp. As the energy surged forth, this attack did not scatter but instead targeted the resplendent sarcophagus guarded at the entrance. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a blinding flash erupted. Harry swiftly sidestepped the oncoming assault, and as the smoke cleared, the sarcophagus lay utterly shattered. In its place stood a formidable warrior clad in metallic armor, wielding a spear and a round shield. The warrior gazed at the audacious intruder who dared to defile this sacred temple. At that moment, the intruder found himself pinned against the wall by a spear hurled by the warrior. The warrior bent slightly at the waist and, like a swift arrow, charged toward the intruder, adjusting his stance mid-stride. The shield positioned at the forefront protected his vital points, while the spear was held sideways. His gaze fixed intently on the audacious little priest who dared to desecrate the palace of the Red King. This priest was likely a servant of the malevolent deity responsible for plague, fire, and thunder. Yet, the former warrior was perplexed. He had not seen any accompanying guards. This was why he had previously chosen to observe his own guards engage with the enemy. Even a priest of a malevolent god, someone who wielded the power of thunder, undoubtedly belonged to an elite echelon of priests, and he should have been accompanied by at least 100 elite warriors as protection. After all, he himself had once served as a guard for those esteemed priests. Their strength was indeed formidable, yet their flesh remained fragile. Otherwise, these priests would not need to submit to the dominion of the Red King, yearning instead for their souls to return to the marshes after death. To slay a priest, it was paramount to ensure they remained in perpetual anguish, thus hindering their communion with the divine. Approaching them swiftly and delivering a decisive blow to the head was essential. Whether piercing through the eye socket with a spear to destroy the brain or shattering the skull with a heavy weapon would suffice. His shield, blessed by the high priest, could deflect most curses. His task now was to close the distance and thrust his spear through the priest's body. Meanwhile, Harry hung helplessly against the wall, contorted in agony as he attempted to free himself from the spear that had pierced through his entire shoulder blade. However, his legs were too short. The warrior noticed this detail just moments ago, as the spear was cast slightly upward. At this moment, Harry found himself pinned against the wall, akin to an insect specimen affixed to a board, awaiting desiccation. The fourth priest. The warrior soared just above the ground, and as he neared the young priest, he subtly adjusted his shield to evade the attack. In a proclamation accompanied by the momentum of an impending strike, he twisted his body, propelling the spear, which had been tucked beneath his arm, forward. The spear's tip spun through the flickering firelight, hurtling towards Harry's head. Yet, at the pivotal moment before impact, this seasoned warrior sensed something amiss. He heeded his instinct, swiftly swinging his heavy shield to the side, propelling himself towards the column behind him with the force of the recoil. He miscalculated. The young priest, speaking in somewhat halting Egyptian, conveyed his words just as a bolt of lightning grazed the warrior's chest, piercing through his entire being. A fragment of consciousness preserved by magic began to dissipate rapidly, as this battle-hardened warrior, who had once vanquished 3 priests, summoned his final strength to uphold his form. He gazed at the youth approaching him with sacrificial implements, ultimately fading away in reluctant resignation. The mummy, stripped of its magical protection, transformed into a small mound composed of tattered rags and dark gray powder. Now, the path ahead was finally free of obstacles. The priests of ancient Egypt were noble sorcerers. They, who could conjure miracles like the reed marsh, understood that the so-called guardians of the Red King's palace were, in truth, required to imbue their very souls into the mummies, thereby unlocking the full combat potential of these corpses. They were destined for enjoyment in the reed marsh, who would willingly become the tombkeeper of the Red King. Surely, such tasks were meant for the foot soldiers. Harry pressed onward, and with a subtle wave of his wand, the stones on the ground rapidly enveloped him. Just as Harry crouched to take shelter behind his makeshift cover, the lightning, absorbed by the owl symbolizing Ra, surged towards him. The stones outside shattered in an instant, followed closely by the killing curse he had unleashed. When the dust settled, Harry brushed off the dirt, rising from behind the mound, and covered his eyes with his clothing. The defensive mechanisms here had completely failed, as the owls suspended from the ceiling collectively emitted their final flickers of light. Harry felt that even with his eyes shielded, the blinding radiance outside was still piercing. He wiped away the tears that streamed from his eyes due to the glare. Feeling as though he had been placed in front of dozens of glaring bulbs, it was indeed uncomfortable. Perhaps he could experiment with this against his enemies in the future. Chapter 75, The Pharaoh. At this moment, the entire hall had descended into complete darkness. Harry made his way towards the entrance he had previously traversed. He then extended his wand and gently tapped the nearly seamless entryway against the surrounding walls. As the stones transformed into a gelatinous texture, they regurgitated one by one the small jars containing the innards of the pharaoh, and Harry's tribute was now complete. The next step was to formally pay his respects to His Excellency, the pharaoh. Relying on his memory, Harry ascended the steps in the darkness, ultimately arriving before the door. He subsequently retrieved the Eye of Horus, valued at 2 million galleons, from his pocket. As the runes on the stone aligned with those on the triple doors before him, Harry watched as blue light surged from his palm, relaxing his defenses to be accepted by the reed fields. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself within a grand palace. Surrounding him were towering columns draped with long white fabric, while guards clad in sandals and shorts encircled him with heavy shields and spears. Amidst the columns stood priests adorned in even more elaborate decorations. Harry's gaze transcended these figures, locking onto the pharaoh, who was bare-chested and reclining upon his throne. "I pay my highest respects to you, great earthly representative of Aten," king of Upper and Lower Egypt, restorer of ancient rites, founder of Thebes, king of Africa, His Majesty Tutankhamun. Harry bowed slightly in reverence, while commanding the jars containing the pharaoh's innards to fall before the warriors surrounding him. You little sparrow of flattery, have you entered my palace merely to pay me compliments? Tutankhamun evidently preferred a more heroic visage. Although recorded to have died at the tender age of 19, he now possessed the robust physique of an ancient Greek hero. Tutankhamun gestured for the guards to present the jars to him, inquiring with a tone of mockery. These vessels containing his innards, along with the mummy and sarcophagus, served as signal relays for controlling the reed fields. Although these items only reached their full potential when correctly placed within a pyramid or tomb, they could still be utilized here, and at present, Tutankhamun had the ability to temporarily withstand the open door. The youthful emperor waved his hand lightly, and the door, still glowing with blue light behind Harry, was abruptly shut. Harry did not even glance back, seemingly unfazed as if it were not the gateway to his demise. I have come here to propose a business arrangement. Harry looked at Tutankhamun, whose gaze remained fixed on the eye of Horus in his hand. The boy, deciding to be forthright, handed the key directly to a nearby warrior, leaving the soldiers, who had initially prepared to engage this malevolent invader in battle, somewhat bewildered. After a moment's hesitation, they accepted the eye of Horus and presented it to the pharaoh seated upon the throne. A band of marauders burst into the Lord's Hall, wreaking havoc in the living room, and then approached the master to negotiate a transaction with his belongings. Do you not find this somewhat ironic, visitor of the civilized world? The pharaoh rose from his throne and descended the steps. At that moment, Harry suddenly realized that this was indeed the palace from outside, and the position of that door corresponded to where King Tutankhamun's throne now stood. The walls that once enveloped the palace had entirely vanished here, exposing a direct view of the fertile fields below and the drifting clouds surrounding them. This place appeared to be elevated upon a platform. Tutankhamun navigated through his warriors and priests to stand before Harry, who then noticed that the king towered at an impressive height of 2.5 meters. Likely a result of the medical enhancements permitted by the reeds. The pharaoh seemed to relish the sensation of exerting dominance over his adversaries through his physical stature, surveying the boy who had lost all leverage from his lofty vantage. Those striking green eyes would make for exquisite gems to play with. Those are merely gifts I present to your majesty, not the essence of our transaction, Harry remarked, gently shaking his head with a smile. Oh, what else do you possess? A trinket that has pilfered the power of the skies, those 2 little wands of yours from England, or perhaps that pouch brimming with dark magical artifacts. With the pharaoh's declarations, all of Harry's belongings began to float silently before him, one by one. Or perhaps, your embodiment of a savior, the boy who survived, Mr. Harry Potter. As the pharaoh uttered his final words, Harry's garments vanished, though fortunately, this king was one of consideration, providing him with a pair of short trousers befitting a local Egyptian child. The surrounding warriors chuckled softly at the sight of the disheveled intruder. No, it is I, dear pharaoh. The terms of our transaction are quite simple. You grant me time, and I bestow upon you the future. Before Harry's words could fully resonate, the pharaoh's hand pierced through Harry's chest, clasping his heart, and lifted the boy effortlessly. Harry felt the sensation of life ebbing away, yet he remained calm. Gazing steadily at the pharaoh, you grant me the future? You will have no future of your own. This, presumably, is the final gate you have set, apart from the one severing your connection with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. The recent series of suppressive actions against various magical families by the Egyptian Ministry should be attributed to your influence as a supporter behind the scenes. However, the Minister of Egyptian Magic is, after all, the Minister of Egypt and not your subordinate. He will be swayed by local powers. Are you then my subordinate? Tutankhamun scoffed coldly, but nonetheless released Harry, retracting his hand that had clutched the boy's heart. I can assist you in balancing him. And I could even aid you in continuing the construction of other gates, reinforcing the seals from the outside, or even build a pyramid for you. Harry suppressed the agony emanating from the wound on his chest, a gaping injury that made him feel as though he could see his own back from the front. Why should I trust you? The pharaoh inquired. Because I wish to study the 3 most forbidden curses here, and I intend to use them to eliminate Dumbledore. Harry seated himself on the ground, clutching his wound to prevent his insides from spilling out. Such matters were trivial. It was quite common for wizards to have their brains oozing out only to magically restore their shattered skulls. Before the pharaoh, Harry removed the small floating package and directly opened it, pointing to a stack of dark magic tomes, particularly those concerning the 3 unforgivable curses. May I request one more thing? After Tutankhamun waved his hand, Harry felt the injured area instantly mend, his skin returning to its usual smoothness, leaving no trace of a scar. The pharaoh turned coldly to face Harry. You are aware that I have another adversary, Voldemort, and I require knowledge regarding souls, immortality, and the corporeal form. This knowledge will not only clarify my gains here, but also aid in vanquishing that nemesis. Chapter 76, Falling into the Grain Bin. You may stay here for 150 days, My lord shall provide for your basic needs during your time here. The pharaoh's priests led Harry down from the elevated palace, allowing him to take in the entirety of the reed fields. Surrounding this magnificent palace, constructed of pure white stone, were residential areas made from earth, with small plots of land interspersed between the water networks and the dwellings. A battalion of warriors supervised Harry as he descended the platform, drawing countless gazes from the onlookers. After all, he was a Caucasian child with striking green eyes reminiscent of a cat. Most importantly, he was a child amidst a populace that had inhabited these reed fields for centuries. Having severed ties with the outside world centuries ago, no new inhabitants had entered, rendering the locals all adults. The guards used their staffs to push back the encroaching crowd, ultimately confining Harry within a courtyard beneath the elevated palace. It belonged to a priest, whose family and domestic fowl had been removed. Harry was required to remain here throughout his time in the reed fields, under the watch of dozens of warriors. The pharaoh, fearing that his priests might pilfer, had chosen not to assign a priest for oversight. Harry bore no grievances regarding this surveillance, for his objectives had already been fulfilled. 150 days swiftly elapsed as Harry nearly ceaselessly recited all the texts sent to him by the Derrick's family, subsequently delving into the esoteric materials provided by the pharaoh concerning the soul, death, and the corporeal form. These documents, primarily inscribed by the priests on stone tablets and papyrus, necessitated the translation of hieroglyphics into English for comprehension. On this day, before a throng of priests eager to observe, Harry brandished his wand, restoring the specially crafted, disposable, seamless extension artifact back to its original state. The priests, positioned behind a line drawn by the warriors, eagerly widened their eyes, intent on missing not a single detail. Throughout these 150 days, Harry, with his unique insights and the advantageous intersection of diverse knowledge systems, continually enlightened these ancient priests, who had been confined for centuries. The priests collectively approached the pharaoh, who, after being repeatedly disturbed during his feasts and having executed 2 priests, reluctantly permitted them to observe Harry, albeit only from a distance. It is no surprise that Tutankhamun exercised such caution. He had received comprehensive intelligence from the Egyptian Ministry of Magic regarding Harry, including his actions since entering Egypt. Although the pharaoh could not ascertain every specific detail due to Harry Potter's connections with both the Derrick's family and Gringotts, he was able to reconstruct the general circumstances. A mere year prior, Harry Potter was a child entirely disconnected from the magical realm, confined to the semi-isolated environment of Hogwarts, communicating solely through letters. Yet, within a year, he had garnered the attention of Gringotts, and after his arrival, he managed to procure his own internal organs and an eye of Horus from the Derrick's family within a week. The pharaoh was genuinely apprehensive about allowing his priests to draw too close to this highly provocative savior. He feared that should Harry sway them, he might find his own position at risk after 150 days. Harry stowed away the package and glanced at the pool in the courtyard, noting that there was still ample time before the deadline agreed upon with the pharaoh. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he casually seated himself beside the water, feigning nonchalance as he gently tapped the surface with his palm. As ripples spread outward, his visage gradually distorted above the shoals of fish that followed the undulations. Name: Harry Potter. Age: 11. Abnormal status: blasphemous punishment, divine adversary. Spell status: Avada Kedavra. 4, 1998, 100,000. Cruciatus Curse. 3, 4,074, 10,000. Soul Snatching Curse. 3, 5,678, 10,000. Fireball Spell. 4, 1897, 100,000. Basic Detection Charm. 2, 189, 1,000. Refreshing Charm. 2, 6, 1,000. Levitation Spell. 2, 4, 1,000. Blood Soul Tribute. 2, 599, 1,000. Oblivion. 286. 1,000. Soul Capture. 2, 43, 1,000. Flickering Glow. 1, 62, 100. Transfiguration Spell. 1, 81, 100. Restoration. 1, 71, 100. Fainting. 1, 62, 100. Alahora Open. 1, 33, 100. Illusory Body Spell. 1, 61, 100. Manifestation Spell. 1, 12, 100. It seemed that due to the Soul Capture spell, Harry's Soul Capture and Oblivion skills were growing at an astonishing rate. Harry gazed at the 4th level of Avada Kedavra reflected on the water's surface, licking his lips. He wondered whether the Philosopher's Stone had been taken away by Albus Dumbledore. If not, perhaps the other party could, in light of his own 4th level Avada Kedavra, show it to him, for good things ought to be shared. After all, he still had Hogwarts, which he held dear, didn't he? In truth, Harry had not yet fully consumed the greatest harvest of this time. After all, the vast knowledge of dark magic had merely been forcefully imprinted in his mind. Further organization and integration were still required. At that time, he should experience a significant enhancement. Once his Avada Kedavra reached the 5th level, he would no longer need to fear Dumbledore. If he remained cautious, Voldemort's professor would not be a cause for excessive concern either. The Pharaoh did not make Harry wait long. Just as Harry began to grow bored, attempting to use wandless magic to levitate fish from the water and practice his aim with the wandless Avada Kedavra, several fully armed warriors surrounded him, blocking the priests who sought to approach, and led Harry to the long-awaited palace. There, Harry once again beheld the Pharaoh seated upon a throne adorned with gold, jewels, and ivory. The Pharaoh gently caressed the eye of Horus in his hand. Harry knew he must leave with this treasure. However, he desired Harry to serve as a leverage against the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, ensuring he would not become a mere cash cow for them, while simultaneously wishing to avoid taking excessive risks. Harry Potter, or perhaps I should refer to you as Draco Dursley, I find myself somewhat concerned, worried that upon your departure, you might surrender this eye of Horus to the Drix family. The Pharaoh lightly tapped the armrest of his throne. You need not worry, for I will indeed do so. Harry had no intention of lying. This was the Pharaoh's private domain. After reclaiming some bottles containing his internal organs, Tutankhamun could easily subject Harry to a lie detector test. Chapter 77, Dear Auror. The warriors, wielding glinting blades, swiftly placed the cold steel against Harry's throat before he could finish speaking. Harry had to slightly lower his head to prevent the two oblivious warriors from severing it. Your Majesty, the Derricks family is deeply entrenched in both England and Egypt. Even the Egyptian Ministry of Magic must seek their favor. Although they are distant marauders, the ministry still requires their alliance. The vials and the Eye of Horus in my possession were bestowed upon me by them. Even if I were to abscond with this Eye of Horus, they are already aware of our location, and the situation has not fundamentally changed. The only alteration is that your limited external influence is now under stringent surveillance by your enemies, and you may find it impossible to return to Egypt. Harry calmly articulated the pros and cons while glancing at Tutankhamun, who was toying with his wand and the Eye of Horus on the throne. Perhaps you could cast a curse for my convenience? Harry suggested with a hint of concern. To cast a curse under Dumbledore's watchful gaze? I am not that foolish. Boy, now be off with your cleverness. Tutankhamun waved his hand, signaling Harry to leave. The boy retrieved his clothing, wand, monetary gifts, and the knowledge he sought, and safely exited through the door. Upon passing through the false door, Harry returned to the real world, the conflict between spiritual and physical time causing his temples to throb. Resisting the urge to faint, he picked up a mechanical watch from the darkness at his feet. Good, only 3 hours had elapsed outside. The boy retraced his steps and finally reassured the anxious old professor, who was worried about the well-being of his wealthy patron, at the well. With the door now opened, it seemed that those people should be arriving soon, or perhaps they had already arrived and were merely waiting for the principal party. Indeed, before Harry could remove his harness, a group of suited wizards materialized in the once desolate expanse of the desert, accompanied by a distortion of light. The guards stationed by Mr. Kingston immediately aimed their firearms at these apparitions, yet they dared not fire, casting their gazes instead toward Harry, who had found a chair to rest in. Harry Potter, the prodigy of youth. Congratulations, you are the first wizard in over a decade to unravel the secrets of the Reed Marsh, proclaimed the man leading the group of suited thugs, gesturing lightly. Instantly, the mercenaries, who had aimed their weapons at them, redirected their guns toward Harry and the professor. Deliva, what are you doing? The old professor exclaimed. Harry tugged at the professor's sleeve, urging him to remain calm, and turned his attention to the head of the magical family. This individual was likely the head of the Studley family, the closest clan to their location. He had attempted to mask his presence as he entered, but it was evident that the Pharaoh had sanctioned Harry's plan. He deftly amplified the fluctuations of the door opening, allowing them to spread outward. Now, it has only been half an hour since Harry emerged from the door, and thanks to the motor at the cave entrance, he effortlessly ascended with the rope. In this brief span of time, or even earlier, at least 10 wizards had gathered to encircle the area, with graying hair and dark eyes. You must be the one referred to as Mr. Sturley, the Egyptian wolf. Harry did not even rise from his seat. His physical journey into the marshlands was minimal, though the protection of the Eye of Horus spared him from significant harm. However, the disparity in the flow of time between the marshlands and the outside world meant that Harry's body remained outside, while only his soul traversed into the marsh. Upon his exit, the influx of information overwhelmed him, leaving him with a sensation of cerebral swelling, as if someone were thrusting a metal rod into his temple and stirring it forcefully. Did you just employ the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, on those muggles? Harry interjected before allowing his adversary to speak, swiftly following up with an accusation after revealing the opponent's identity. Ah, would you like to learn? I could teach you, the Egyptian wolf replied in a tone reminiscent of an elder. Harry had evidently attempted to assert dominance in the conversation by threatening with the use of unforgivable curses. Sturley, however, directly confirmed Harry's suspicion with an indifferent attitude, overtly threatening him. Hogwarts would never instruct on such matters. Harry chuckled, continuing to engage in banter. Sturley tightened his grip on his wand. As the family had detected 2 waves of door openings, the first was too faint, merely allowing them to pinpoint a general area. It was only with the second wave that they definitively identified the location, yet the intensity of that surge had likely alerted the entire Egyptian magical community. After all, this was a marshland, a matter of their very foundation. Truth be told, were it not for the overwhelming number of muggles present, including notably troublesome local crime lords and foreigners, they would have already launched a full-scale assault. What vexed him the most was that the individual at the center of it all was none other than Harry Potter. Indeed, a hot potato. Had it been anyone else, he might have employed ruthless measures to eliminate the threat. Yet, this was Harry Potter, backed by Dumbledore. He could not ascertain the strength of his opponent's resolve. Thus, he hesitated, hoping to negotiate a means to send this young boy away. However, the adversary's impenetrable responses left him feeling as if he were confronting a hedgehog. Harry's mention of Hogwarts was clearly a message. While using the unforgivable curses against muggles might go unchallenged by the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, attempting to wield them against me would surely draw Dumbledore's attention. At long last, amidst the hesitation of the Egyptian wolf, members from several other families had taken their positions. A rotund man boldly traversed the makeshift barricade formed by the unconscious members of the Studley family. Subsequently, he greeted the head of the Studley family with the warmth of a casual passerby who unexpectedly encounters an old friend, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Mr. Guard Dog. Is that not Harry Potter, the boy who lived? Have you found yourself in a bit of a tiff?" The portly gentleman attempted to pat the Studley patriarch on the shoulder with his flabby hand, only to be deftly avoided. Mr. Studley, his teeth chattering in fury, regretted not having dispatched this so-called savior with a swift Avada Kedavra. The scent of blood had drawn these hyenas closer. Even if he were to seize the reed marsh here, he would likely have to relinquish a substantial portion of his spoils. Amiad, there lies a reed marsh below. Let us join forces and develop it together. Harry Potter, do you truly believe Dumbledore would mourn for you? He is far too preoccupied with his own survival. Hand over the eye of Horus, and I may spare your life. Harry chuckled softly before yawning. I cannot say whether Dumbledore would grieve for me, but I suspect Gringotts might. As his words echoed, a dense fog enveloped all present, accompanied by an array of interweaving lightning. Studley was hurled into the smoke, rendered unconscious. When the fog finally dissipated, the man known as Amiad raised his hands in surrender, releasing his wand. Approximately 50 wizards encircled Harry, who remained seated, forming a human shield. Amiad had primarily cast a protective shield charm during the confusion, thus escaping the brunt of the assault, while the Studley patriarch lay senseless, overwhelmed by the elite wizards of Gringotts. In the midst of the earlier chaos, Mr. Studley had been struck by numerous spells from the approaching elite wizards. Initially intending merely to intimidate Harry, he had failed to cast a single spell and found himself crashing to the ground, buried in a heap of dirt. The wizards of the Studley family swiftly drew their wands, aiming them at the suddenly appearing wizards, while 2 of Studley's loyal confidants cautiously approached their unfortunate leader, attempting to drag him back. Protective Formation 3, lethal force permitted, initiate the attack. Our reinforcements are on the way, commanded the wizard positioned at the center of the formation. With the order given, the uniformly clad wizards swiftly arranged themselves. The 6 closest wizards formed a back-to-back barrier around Harry, simultaneously conjuring a protective shield to envelop them. Meanwhile, the remaining wizards dispersed into small groups of 3, remaining vigilant against the surrounding wizards who had drawn their wands. The employee of the Ministry of Magic, having previously issued commands, parted the crowd and approached the front of the line, immediately spotting the elder who was checking whether the head of the Studley family had succumbed. Mr. Newman, this area has been acquired by the Ministry of Magic 12 minutes ago. You are presently trespassing on the private property of the Ministry and attempting to assault a high-ranking official. In accordance with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic's temporary provisions, I hereby lodge a formal protest against your egregious violation of prior laws established by the Egyptian Ministry of Magic and the International Confidentiality Act, as well as your blatant disruption of public order and social consensus. Furthermore, I reserve the right to take further action. I now issue you a formal first warning. Cease all unlawful activities immediately and raise your hands above your head, relinquishing your wands, or we shall be compelled to take all necessary actions forthwith. This is a second warning. The commander offered no opportunity for explanation, swiftly completing the second warning before pressing his wand against the elder's forehead. Calm down. He is merely being impulsive. Look, you have reduced him to a state of utter disgrace. The elder did not retreat but cast a sidelong glance at the head of the family, who was being carried away by 2 individuals. What a spectacle of embarrassment. To threaten a child is one thing, but to be beaten and then discarded is another. The head of the family had indeed regained consciousness moments ago, yet he feigned unconsciousness, likely out of shame. Moreover, following the acquisition of land, it is customary to file records with the Ministry of Magic and report to the Muggle Liaison Office. Such processes do not transpire so swiftly when conducted properly. We are merely concerned citizens, fervently preventing certain foreign brigands from absconding with our nation's property. The leading commander wore a smirk. For the Stedley family was a pure-blood lineage that had once supported the Saints movement in Germany, only to flee to Egypt following their bankruptcy. This family had previously boasted of being persecuted by the German Ministry of Magic due to their allegiance to the Saints, forcing them into exile. However, those familiar with their history understood that their downfall stemmed from their disregard for propriety and penchant for theft, leading them to be ostracized in Europe. The Drex family had flourished by peddling various magical tomes, particularly those of dark magic, while this family amassed wealth through the trade of magical artifacts unearthed from the pyramids. It was their extensive experience and advantageous geographical positioning that enabled them to be the first to detect the concealed opening wave that Harry had previously hidden. Yet now, the largest artifact dealer in Egypt had the audacity to cloak himself in the guise of a protector of Egyptian state assets, a pretense that elicited a wry amusement from the ministry's representative. If you cannot comprehend our words, let us rephrase. Throughout Europe and the Middle East, the entire force of Gringotts is converging towards this location. The 5 major headquarters in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and Moscow have issued a Level 1 directive for the protection of high-ranking officials. You may return home now, but shortly. Only your wives and children will be able to retrieve you from the Ministry of Magic's evidence room. By the way, the elder's descendants should be at Werner's Manor, I presume, which is near the Nile. Do take care not to be swept away by the waters. The commander remained steadfast, pressing forward without hesitation. The elder of the Stedley family pondered for a moment before ultimately waving his hand, signaling the family to retreat in an orderly fashion, though they remained at a distance. They were preparing to see if they could unite with other families to exert pressure on these individuals, compelling Gringotts to surrender Harry. As for Harry at this moment, he was comfortably seated in a chair, while 2 doctors from St. Mungo's conducted a thorough examination of him. Not far away, a high-ranking official from Gringotts, who was overseeing this business collaboration with Harry, was wiping away tears. Upon receiving the alarming news that Harry had been cornered by the Stedley family, he felt as if his heart might leap from his throat. He promptly dispatched the special task force from Gringotts, which had been relocated from America days prior, to provide assistance, while simultaneously reporting the situation directly to headquarters through high-level channels. To be honest, he truly did not desire this authority. It had been granted to him solely to avert a day when he might awaken to find orders from the Ministry of Magic at his door, bearing chains to inform them that Gringotts was now insolvent, rendering them all the property of the British Ministry of Magic. Such a significant matter warranted the presence of a higher-ranking member. However, the stain of this incident was too great, and no goblin was willing to bear the potential blame that could lead to the downfall of their kind. In the end, those elders were busy severing their ties with Gringotts' debts, while concluding that such a major event required someone familiar with the local intricacies to take charge. Sending someone from the higher echelons would likely lead to further complications. Thus, this high-ranking official was granted the privilege to report directly to the highest authority of the goblins at any time, and the strongest combat forces legally available to Gringotts' goblins were dispatched to his aid. The autonomy to act was a convenient shield for him in his position. Serving as a scapegoat, perhaps, he severed all ties with his wife and children overnight, removing himself from the family lineage, hoping that others would see him as bearing the blame and not cast shadows upon his family's honor. This esteemed high-ranking official, risking his life, arrived at the front lines of the conflict, and upon seeing that Harry, the young ancestor, was unharmed, tears of gratitude streamed down his face like precious pearls. "Grandfather, let us depart. This place is perilous. Gringotts has prepared the complete exit procedures, and if necessary, we have a luxurious Muggle cruise ship waiting on the high seas for our enjoyment. Shall we go there?" The supervisor, with a damp handkerchief thrust back into his pocket, implored in a subdued tone. Chapter 79. It is easy to invite a god, but difficult to send one away. No, I still have several guests who have yet to arrive. To leave in such haste would be rather disrespectful to them. Harry sat in his chair, as Gringotts' employees began to present him with an entire afternoon tea set, freshly prepared at a prestigious French restaurant. He sipped his red tea, relishing the spectacle. It was delightful to observe while remaining unscathed himself. Perhaps it was due to his revival from a lich state back to flesh and blood, but Harry found himself, at times, devising amusing contingencies purely for enjoyment. For instance, the little Easter egg concerning Dumbledore was entirely unnecessary. After all, he would have passed on by that time, making the scheme merely an exercise in annoyance. Indeed, the thought of Dumbledore potentially rising in the dead of night to deliver a couple of slaps to Harry's ghostly visage brought a smirk to his face. However, such actions bore their own risks. He was still alive, and for the time being, Gringotts would not allow him to perish. Upon returning to England, should the schemes outlined in his will be revealed, it would surely provoke Dumbledore's suspicions and vigilance. This arrangement existed solely to satisfy the wicked little heart that had taken hold of a small part of his rationality, indulging his minor malevolent whims. It would yield no tangible rewards, but that mattered not. Harry yawned, continuing to admire the canvas he had sketched, alongside the little insects gradually filling in the gaps. He found himself beginning to understand the mindset of the tragic playwright's adherents. This amusement was rather captivating. Yet, while enjoying the spectacle, the final touches of the plan still required attention. Harry tilted his head slightly, gazing at the high-ranking goblin supervisor, who appeared intent on forcibly removing those around him. According to the treaty, involuntary departure incurs a 5-fold compensation. The clear voice of the still unchanged boy rang out, akin to a demon's low murmur emerging from the depths of hell, enveloped in flames. The goblin supervisor felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as he glanced back at his client. He had not given it much thought, as Harry had consistently presented himself as a young man wishing to reclaim family assets, displaying a certain innocence and kindness typical of students. Even while he was metaphorically roasting over the flames, he felt a surge of indignation on behalf of Harry. For it appeared that Harry had been outmaneuvered by the local power broker, the Dirix family. Truth be told, his sole intention was to expand the storage operations of Gringotts Central Vault, a prospect that Harry was somewhat reluctant to accept, given that he had pledged 2 estates as collateral. Although a modest profit could be gleaned, it would merely amount to a commission. In the eyes of the supervisor, Harry, as the savior and the sole heir of the Potter lineage in Britain, was poised to become a high-net-worth client. Thus, jeopardizing their relationship for the sake of a mere commission was decidedly unwise. Regrettably, the upper echelons of Gringotts had become intoxicated by the allure of this lucrative deal, and by the time they grasped the potential repercussions of Harry's demise in Egypt, namely, the obligation to repay the debt for their entire lineage, it was far too late to retract their previous actions. However, as he listened to Harry articulate their agreement with alarming precision, the supervisor swallowed hard. Beneath the boy's youthful and delicate facade lurked a dark, malevolent spirit, peering through his striking green eyes. At that moment, it seemed the demon was acutely aware that it had been discovered, regarding him with a mocking gaze. The supervisor fell silent, performing a stiff but respectful bow out of muscle memory, and then, under the pretense of attending to external matters, retreated from the presence of the savior, cloaked in demonic guise. Oh, it seemed he had become rather unlikable. Harry propped his head on his hand, observing the supervisor who had finally begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. Finally, as several families gathered, the limping matriarch of the Dirix family made her entrance last, albeit heavily. Truthfully, she was somewhat displeased with Harry's ostentatious display, for in her experience, silence begets wealth. Yet, her displeasure was merely a fleeting sentiment. After all, she was the one in need, as she held a crucial reed marsh in her possession. Harry waved his hand, gesturing for the surrounding wizards to make way, while the commander turned to the highest authority present, the supervisor. The fairy supervisor, feeling the chill of goosebumps creeping from his lower back to his neck, nodded vigorously. The demon was once again fixated on him. The thought of its methods sent a shiver down his spine. Madame Dirix, I eagerly anticipate the auction and the princess's 100-day celebration. Harry, having grown weary of the monotony, rose to welcome the elder, and the two engaged in amiable conversation, as if they were long-lost friends. Just as the elders of the Dirix family began to persuade their fellow kin to recognize the gravity of the situation and hasten their departure, the Ministry of Magic finally made its tardy entrance. Today, the outskirts of Cairo, Egypt, were indeed bustling with activity. I recall that your Dirix family had scheduled the auction for tomorrow. Why the early arrival without updating the time? I assumed you had discovered another new reed marsh. The Minister of Magic in Egypt is a one-armed wizard, whose stature appears somewhat diminutive compared to the wizards of various families. However, his hawk-like, triangular eyes and sharply defined brows imbue this seemingly small minister with an imposing aura. As the minister entered, accompanied by the Aurors, the families that had witnessed the alliance of the Dirix family and Gringotts, initially preparing to retreat, now paused to observe. None wished to relinquish the prospect of claiming a newly acquired marshland. With the arrival of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic, there was a possibility of seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos. Indeed, this is Egypt, and although the Egyptian ministry may not wield the same power as its British counterpart, it remains the nominal authority in this region. The limping matriarch of the Dirix family greeted the minister with a smile, while Harry stood by, observing the chief Auror's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. The Auror seemed to sense Harry's awareness and cast a warning glance in his direction before redirecting his attention to the head of the Dirix family, who was engaging in cordial conversation with the minister. Mr. Harry Potter, Mr. Dumbledore has spoken of you. Truly, you are a hero in your youth. It has only been a fortnight since your arrival, and yet such a grand spectacle has unfolded, with every notable wizard in Egypt gathered here. I did not have such an assembly at my own inaugural speech. The minister continued, Mr. Tutankhamun has also mentioned you. He is grateful for your assistance in recovering his scepter. With that remark, The minister's smile grew more genuine and sincere. It was indeed true that Harry had procured Tutankhamun's scepter through an auction, a fact not shrouded in secrecy. However, the crux of the matter lay in the communication channel to Tutankhamun, whom they had effectively ensnared within an information cocoon, despite his status as a pharaoh. The minister had withheld the scepter from Tutankhamun, fearing the latter might gain dominion over further marshland. Yet it now appeared that the door behind them led directly to that very place. The minister rapidly contemplated the feasibility of eliminating Harry Potter here and now, but ultimately decided against it. Setting aside the matter of Gringotts, they still required Tutankhamun's assistance, and the time for severing ties had not yet arrived. On the contrary, to demonstrate their unwavering allegiance to His Excellency Tutankhamun and their desire to continue the collaboration, they must ensure Harry's safety. At the very least, they needed to facilitate a meeting between Harry and the pharaoh before they could sever ties with Tutankhamun's support and confront the external families alone. After all, Tutankhamun could seal the marshland, and the worst-case scenario would be waiting for the next fortunate individual capable of uncovering the hidden door. Should they fail, they could only pray for a swift demise, as the multitude of offended old and new aristocrats, along with the compradors and restoration forces, would render their ancestors' sacrifices in vain. Chapter 80. The Auction. Under the pressures exerted by the Ministry of Magic in Egypt, Gringotts, and the Drax family, the prominent local wizarding factions began to gradually withdraw. Once Gringotts confirmed that Harry was in no mortal peril, they stationed a contingent of 6 wizard guards while the remainder commenced their retreat. Frankly, Harry was rather astonished at the extent of power the goblins could mobilize. After all, they were, in essence, the vanquished. Even Gringotts itself was under the coercive control of the British purebloods. The unauthorized creation, possession, hoarding, and transportation of wands by goblins is strictly illegal. In fact, any employee of Gringotts could report the misconduct of their superiors to the Ministry of Magic at any moment. The presence of goblins at Gringotts now primarily served to placate this particular race. Even if Harry were to perish in Egypt, the pureblood families backing Gringotts would suffer no more than financial repercussions. The only true casualties were the goblins themselves and Minister Fudge, who remained oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped death. In such circumstances, the emergence of Gringotts' excessive armed strength was astonishing. Harry took note of the faces of these employees, intending to trace this information down further to uncover the pureblood families behind Gringotts. He could not believe that wizards would allow the goblins to wield such formidable power. There must certainly be pureblood influences lurking in the background, as they were unlikely to incur such significant losses lightly. Personnel from the Egyptian ministry responsible for memory alteration had arrived, and Harry approached the professor, patiently adjusting the old man's collar. They were professionals, it wouldn't hurt. Who exactly are you? The elderly professor paused, glancing at those who appeared and vanished into thin air, unable to suppress his curiosity. Anyone. To be precise, I can be called whatever I wish. And I can become whoever I desire, Harry replied, having finished adjusting the collar. He then stood and waved gently, prompting the ministry staff to approach and wield their wands. 2 days later at Cairo airport, due to the tumultuous international situation in Egypt, the elderly professor and his companions were compelled to return to Britain post-haste. The Ministry of Magic had utilized this rationale to hasten the departure of these muggles from the site that had captivated the attention of the entire Egyptian magical community. Similarly, the professor's expedition yielded no tangible results, leaving the group disheveled in the airport, awaiting their flight. Harry diverted his gaze from the report in his hands, which was intended for Dumbledore, detailing the activities he had engaged in during the 3 hours spent behind the door. To indulge the ever-suspicious Albus Dumbledore in the pleasures of deciphering, Harry had prepared a superficial layer of misdirection, along with the subsequent answers. The morale among the members of the team was palpably low. At that moment, 2 men clad in suits accompanied by a dwarf arrived nearby, pushing a handcart. Mr. Potter, your luggage has been inspected and deemed satisfactory, an employee of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic stated, eyes wide with insincerity. However, this was a direct order from the minister himself, leaving him with no alternative. Moreover, even if they allowed the box of dark magical items to pass, the British Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly intercept it. One could only hope that should any trouble arise, Mr. Potter would not betray them. Harry nodded in understanding and then crouched down to address the somewhat haggard supervisor. As a representative of Gringotts, he was acutely aware that Harry Potter was not to be trifled with. Gringotts no longer harbored hopes of leveraging Harry as collateral for the 2 plantations in question. They merely wished for the gentleman to grant them a reprieve, tearing up the check from the Derricks family and refraining from further dangerous games. I apologize for the trouble in Egypt this time. I hope we can enjoy such pleasant cooperation again in the future, Harry remarked, withdrawing the check for 2 million galleons from his pocket and tearing it to shreds. He then presented a check signed by the Derricks family valued at 300,000 galleons to the supervisor. Please use this to settle the outstanding debts in the fund pool. Consider the excess as a tip. The 2 million galleons merely represented the rental fee for the Eye of Horus. Harry sought the entrance to the Reed Marsh. And although the pharaoh behind that door possessed considerable power, the Derrick's family could not yet enter to engage in free trade. Nonetheless, expenses must be paid, including the aforementioned check for 300,000 galleons, as well as the efforts to connect Harry with several families in the UK who held shares in the Daily Prophet. By the way, has the appraisal report for the 2 estates been completed? Harry inquired with a smile. The supervisor promptly retrieved the documents from his briefcase and handed them to the boy, eager to part ways with him. Harry, satisfied, opened the report to review the 2 pages. Indeed, once these properties were regarded as his own, Gringotts had taken a keen interest in appraising the estates. Clutching the report, Harry made his way back, only to overhear complaints from several old professors and students along the way, with some audaciously blaming Harry for their misfortunes. The boy raised an eyebrow. He had always been fortunate. Harry placed the asset evaluation in his bag, then extracted a notebook, approaching the old professor and tossing the notebook directly into his arms. Your work is rather lacking. Do not attribute my name to the research report. You should be capable of transcribing from within. Also, I am particularly interested in the artifacts from Maya. Please keep an eye out for information regarding that. By the time the old professors returned, they were out of funds, thus opting for budget airline economy class tickets. Harry was not one to skimp on such matters. He had arranged for himself a first-class seat on a different flight. At this moment, an attendant was assisting him with his luggage, leading him toward the VIP lounge. Who did he think he was? Finally, Delliman, as a professor, could no longer contain himself. Once Harry had completely departed, and he was certain the boy could neither see nor hear him, he quietly began to voice his grievances to the surrounding students. The moment they arrived in Egypt, they were forced to endure the scorching sun by day and the bright lights while organizing their findings by night. It seemed as though Harry's wealth was merely a product of his own efforts. Had he been similarly fortunate, who would choose to toil as an archaeological laborer? From Mr. Dursley's tone, it appeared he believed that expenditure would automatically yield academic success. If one had such aspirations, they ought not to seek assistance from them. He had deciphered the hieroglyphs of the pyramids. The old professor flipped through a couple of pages, then unceremoniously cast aside the box he had cradled like a treasure. Opening it on the ground, he extracted the transcriptions they had gathered and began to compare them meticulously. Chapter 81, Mr. Vernon. Mr. Mason, I believe we Dinkling. Just as Vernon was making an effort to flatter the real estate developer, the doorbell rang at the most inopportune moment. I apologize. It's probably just those pesky little imps who love to ring the bell. Please hold on. Vernon smiled obsequiously at the Masons as he extricated himself from the sofa's embrace. He then proceeded toward the door, contemplating what he would do to that little rascal if he caught him. He would break his legs with a stick. Huh, Harry? When Vernon aggressively flung open the door and beheld Harry standing there with merely a small suitcase in hand, the vivid imagery he had conjured in his mind was abruptly interrupted. I am entertaining guests. Vernon cautiously scanned Harry's surroundings, ensuring there were no peculiar friends present before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lowering his somewhat portly head and retracting his almost non-existent neck, he spoke in a subdued tone. Mr. Mason, this is my nephew Harry. Harry, this is Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Hello, Mr. Mason. Harry set down his suitcase and coat, while Dudley, as was his habit, scampered to take the slightly chilly garments. Harry took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand to Mr. Mason, who had slightly risen from the sofa. Vernon, I don't believe I've met your nephew before. Mr. Mason appraised the newly arrived boy from head to toe. He was a striking child, reminiscent of a little angel. After changing into slippers, Harry turned to look at Vernon, who seemed to be standing in the doorway like a child caught in wrongdoing. Did you not receive my letter? Harry gestured for Dudley to place the suitcase at the entrance to his bedroom, then lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Vernon with an assessing look. I did receive it. Vernon swallowed hard and lowered his eyes as he replied. It was a project worth at least hundreds of billions each year. One that I could have entrusted to a professional manager. Do you know why I have entrusted it to you? Harry sighed softly before gently inquiring. It is simply because you are nearby. Now, smear that pudding on these 2 unwelcome guests, and then use your air gun to drive them out. Harry's tone remained calm, as if he were merely discussing what to eat today rather than inciting Vernon to rudely expel his guests. Harry, I will prepare diligently. There will be no problem. They are renowned local builders, and if we could secure the drilling machines. Vernon's heart skipped a beat as he realized they should have begun negotiations for this deal sooner. In truth, there had been ample time. However, Harry had hastened the final negotiations with the Diamond Company and had handed the deal over to him. Do you remember my bottom line? Anything above that is yours. If you manage to secure 0.01 of the shares, how much does that amount to in a year? Calculate it yourself. It is an annual dividend. Vernon, is it because I cannot praise you daily at Hogwarts that you have become so foolish in such a short time? Before you lies a fallen moose. Why pursue rabbits? Uncle Vernon? Harry's words flowed like a devil's whisper, and Vernon felt as if he could already envision a room filled with money. Go on. Summon the spirit of defending gold. That is the assurance of your future livelihood. Vernon approached the side cart laden with pudding, and once again, Harry's words echoed in his ears. He resolved himself and lifted the cake, striding directly towards Mr. Mason. Vernon, what are you doing? Mason had heard Harry's devilish incitement throughout. He could no longer uphold his previous assessment of that boy named Harry. He was not a charming little angel, but rather a demon cloaked in an exquisite guise, seducing anyone who drew near. Vernon resolutely faced the Masons and hurled Petunia's meticulously prepared pudding onto Mason's seemingly expensive clothing. He then walked to the nearby cupboard, retrieved the air gun, and loaded it, aiming at the couple. Get out of my house, Mason, right now. Having decided to stand by Harry and embrace a future of lavish living, Vernon no longer hesitated. He exhibited the decisiveness expected of a successful businessman. Vernon, I will remember you. You will regret this, Mason stammered, momentarily caught off guard. He wiped the pudding from his face, tossed it aside, and rose, glaring fiercely at Vernon while coldly stating his displeasure. However, upon seeing the air gun aimed at them, he wisely prepared to turn and leave. After all, they were in the drilling business, and his circle included important clients. He could easily ruin their reputation through his connections. Harry stepped forward, gently pushing down Vernon's gun barrel, then approached Mr. Mason and handed him the distressed gentleman's coat. Mr. Mason, as you can see, the master of this household does not seem to welcome you. Perhaps you might consider returning another day. Harry observed Vernon, who had lowered his air gun, looking deflated. He patted Vernon's arm with satisfaction, offering a timely word of encouragement. Get to bed early. After tomorrow, you shall no longer need to work, so do utilize your wit wisely, Mr. Vernon. Harry sliced a portion from the remaining meal onto a plate and signaled to Dudley, who had quietly descended the stairs, that the leftovers were his to enjoy. Harry, what you're doing is not right. Petunia summoned her courage, yet upon seeing Harry, who sat quietly at the dining table in the dim corner of the room, his hand gripping the gleaming cutlery, she found herself stammering. She realized this might be her last opportunity to assert her voice within the family. If she faltered now, both she and her husband would be utterly dominated by Harry in their already tenuous family hierarchy. Witnessing her husband's scolded demeanor akin to a chastised schoolboy, she was loath to see Vernon humiliated in such a manner. A tinge of fear crept in, the dread of Harry's potential for further excess looming over her, prompting this mother to stand protectively before her husband and son. Vernon, preparing to obediently return to his bedroom for an early night, and Dudley, who had come downstairs with a plate in hand, both turned their anxious attention toward Petunia upon hearing her words. What do you mean, my business with Mr. Vernon? We are partners in this regard. Even at this crucial moment of negotiation, he remains distracted by his trivial pursuits. All I require is a tangible assurance from him, a guarantee that he will not squander his precious energy and time over something so insignificant. This is for his own good. As Harry deftly shifted the narrative, he sampled the sumptuous dinner Aunt Petunia had prepared for the Masons. Not Harry, that is not what I meant. It's you. You should not behave this way. Lily would never have acted so. She at least would not have done this, not in such a manner. Petunia momentarily faltered, unsure how to reproach Harry, feeling as though she could not even pinpoint the object of her admonition. Harry ought not to be this way, at the very least. A normal child should not evoke such fear within her. As she began to weep amid her reproach, Petunia covered her cheeks with her palms to prevent her tears from falling. Vernon, help Aunt Petunia upstairs to rest. She is tired. Dudley, remember to tidy up once you are finished. Chapter 82, An Uninvited Guest. Harry ascended the stairs slowly, having intentionally maintained the previously ambiguous family dynamic to create a certain degree of confusion, provide a compelling rationale for those who perceive him merely as a child, allowing those who do not engage deeply with him to regard him as nothing more than a relatively opinionated youth. The alteration of familial relationships arises from two principal factors. Firstly, due to Harry's presence in the Muggle world, where the police chief, originally his intermediary, was compelled to his demise by Dumbledore, leaving Harry with no choice but to enlist Vernon as his new intermediary for upcoming endeavors in the Muggle realm. Secondly, this shift aims to furnish Dumbledore with a tangible lead, redirecting his focus away from the deceased police chief, and instead encouraging him to pay closer attention to the domestication process of the Dursley family by Harry, thus buying more time. However, to his astonishment, he discovered a living creature within the room. It seems that esteemed guests have recently arrived. Harry gently extracted his wand from his pocket, carefully positioning it before subtly nudging the door open. With a spell of possession concealed behind the door, a small creature that had been joyfully bouncing on Harry's bed collapsed abruptly onto the floor. Harry cracked the door ajar and cast 2 detection spells into the room before cautiously stepping inside. As the tip of his wand illuminated the space, the only available cover, the bed, was lifted entirely. The room was instantly laid bare, and Harry surveyed his surroundings, then waved his wand to draw the curtains closed, lowering the bed back down, and subsequently seated himself on a chair opposite the house elf sprawled on the ground. Harry raised his palm slightly in an attempt to exert control over the creature, but was swiftly met with resistance from a partially implanted spell within its being. This enchantment appeared to be designed to hinder magical domination, having been thoroughly integrated into the genetic lineage of this species. Perhaps a product of selective breeding, this creature is scientifically known as a house elf, the very same that prepare meals in the kitchens of Hogwarts. In the future, he should seek opportunities to acquire a few, as their bloodline's ability to resist possession spells is quite intriguing. Although this resistance is not absolute, Harry sensed that a mere increase in force would suffice for complete control. However, such an act would result in the immediate demise of the house elf, leaving him with not a controlled subhuman, but a lifeless corpse. How fascinating. The boy slightly curled his lips, temporarily lifting the possession spell from his unexpected guest. Harry Potter, I am Dobby. Dobby is a good house elf. Please do not harm Dobby. The great Harry Potter. Dobby had just felt his consciousness plucked from his body by invisible hands, gently manipulated. It was merely a petrification curse. Please do not take offense. After all, I must exercise caution. While directing his wand at this uninvited guest, Harry began to employ the legilimency spell to gradually extract Dobby's thoughts. How intriguing. The dichotomy of a liberated soul residing within an enslaved body. This could almost warrant an independent topic within the study of iconology. Indeed, the petrifying curse. I apologize for startling you, Harry Potter. Dobby is a wretched house elf. He must punish himself. As this diminutive creature concurred with Harry's words, he began to leap onto the table, striking his already sparse head against a lamp with great fervor. As Harry awaited the conclusion of Dobby's self-inflicted punishment, he stepped forward to halt this act of self-harm, gently pressing the self-proclaimed Dobby onto the bed. Dobby, you have come to seek me for a reason, have you not? Harry had never before attempted to employ such a spell on a house elf, and the sensation of delicately carving into the fragile psyche was indeed intriguing. Dobby wished to convey to Harry Potter that Hogwarts was no longer safe. Harry must not return there, for misfortune awaited him within its walls. Dobby finally grasped the purpose of his visit, stammering as he anxiously hugged his slight frame. Yet, if I do not go there, Dumbledore will come here to take me away. I cannot resist him. After all, he is the greatest white wizard of this century. Harry appeared to genuinely absorb Dobby's words, which momentarily illuminated the elf's eyes, but soon he was confounded by Harry's subsequent inquiry. Mr. Dumbledore is indeed a great wizard, yet Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. There is danger within. Harry was acutely aware of the perils that lurked at Hogwarts, the gravest of which emanated from its headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, the only individual within those walls capable of ending his life. Unless, Harry swallowed the suggestion of eliminating Dumbledore and, feeling fragments of memory from Dobby's mind, slowly guided him to contemplate the necessary information. Unless we can circumvent that danger, but I must ascertain where it originates. Dobby cannot betray his master. The house elf seemed to have been triggered by Harry's probing, springing upright from the bed like a coiled spring. Is it Mr. Malfoy? How unexpected, Harry murmured, causing Dobby, who had just landed, to widen his eyes in surprise. Dobby, you genuinely wish to assist me, do you not? Harry gently grasped the bewildered elf's head and drew it closer, softly seeking confirmation. Upon receiving an affirming nod from Dobby, Harry continued his persuasive discourse. You are ensnared by this lack of freedom, yet you must convey signals of danger to me. We must employ subtle tactics to navigate around the rules they have imposed. May I utilize the soul-sucking spell on you? Harry tenderly caressed Dobby's head. Dobby gasped, then quickly nodded. Indeed, the savior was resourceful, contemplating resistance. No. Dobby could not malign his master. Dobby gazed into Harry's emerald eyes, contemplating as he felt his memories being meticulously extracted and examined. There was no need for Dobby to respond, nor to punish himself. He was merely subjected to my soul-extracting spell, unable to resist. And that was all there was to it. The source of danger, is it biological or non-biological? Both. In other words, is the peril brought to Hogwarts by your master of a biological or non-biological nature? Non-biological. Can it be placed within this bedroom? Yes. Does it manifest within this house? Yes. Can an individual move it? Yes. Can it be contained within this suitcase? Yes. Is it a household item? No. Is it something that appears in my bedroom? Yes. A pen? No. A book? Yes. Chapter 83, The Injustice of Framing. This poses a dilemma, for Hogwarts is replete with books. Harry shifted his gaze from Dobby and began to ponder the potential methods by which Mr. Malfoy might smuggle items into Hogwarts, as well as his motivations. Was it to undermine Dumbledore's authority amidst the chaos of the troll's entrance into the castle, thereby forcing his resignation? Yet, what advantage would that confer upon the pureblood family, who are beneficiaries within the Ministry of Magic, considering Dumbledore is currently confined within Hogwarts, which is arguably the best scenario for them? Or was it merely an attempt to evade the Ministry's recent scrutiny of dark magical artifacts? However, the idea of introducing dangerous items into Hogwarts, Dumbledore's stronghold, in order to avoid detection seems rather preposterous. Harry gently tapped his fingers against the table. The information he possessed was still woefully insufficient, which fueled his eagerness to acquire shares in the Daily Prophet. If he could secure a stake in the largest media institution within the British wizarding community, it would not only grant him a degree of influence, but also provide him with a broader spectrum of information. The Daily Prophet had published relevant content shortly after the troll incident, even before the ministry had commenced any accountability measures. Perhaps Fudge had learned of the events through the newspaper. The pressing issue now was how to manage the diminutive elf before him, who had utilized apparition multiple times. While he himself had cast the soul-extracting spell, soon, the ministry would dispatch personnel. This would likely serve as a warning, but it mattered little. Even with his repeated use of magic here, the ministry would not expel him. In fact, Harry somewhat anticipated the ministry's decision to remove him from Hogwarts, as it might afford him the opportunity to witness the confrontation between Dumbledore and the ministry, seizing the opportunity to elude Dumbledore's watchful gaze through legitimate means. Harry considered that there were other magical schools apart from Hogwarts, with Durmstrang being a commendable option. By the way, Dobby, could you kindly spare a small piece of cloth from your attire for me? The following midday, with Dobby released by Harry, a yellow warning letter from the Ministry of Magic arrived at the Dursley residence. Petunia cautiously handed the letter to Harry, and upon realizing that he was prohibited from using magic outside of school, she felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that Harry could not quietly silence their family or torment them. This, in a manner, could be deemed as a piece of news that, while not entirely favorable, was somewhat reassuring. Earlier that morning, Vernon had left early to negotiate with a representative from the Diamond Company. Harry, seemingly unperturbed, finished his lunch in the dining room and then ascended to his room with the letter in hand. As per his routine, Harry glanced at Petunia's palm to ensure there were no signs of poisoning, then enveloped his hand around the letter with a faint blue glow. Petunia observed the warning letter she was handing to Harry, intended to caution him against using magic outside of school, and then glanced at the blue luminescence that was clearly not a result of the lighting. Rest assured, there are numerous methods to circumvent monitoring, albeit some may prove inconvenient. Harry, on an uncommon occasion, offered an explanation before tucking the letter between the pages of a book and heading to his room on the second floor. The ministry's method of monitoring young wizards appeared to involve trace magic. Harry had discreetly extracted a small portion of this trace from around himself in Snape's potions workshop. This parasitic plant-like entity seemed to thrive in the presence of a young wizard's unstable magical energy, persisting in their vicinity. The brilliance of its design was evident. Yet it posed a dilemma since it was neither bound to wands nor to the spellcaster. The letter from the ministry contained a subtle enchantment, ensuring that only Harry himself could open it. By concealing his detection magic beneath this enchantment, Harry was able to prevent the trace from responding. Similarly, the ministry would not be able to ascertain who cast the spell. After unfolding the letter and reading it meticulously, Harry began to compose his reply. Dear Auror, I have received your prohibition regarding the use of spells during the holiday period, and I apologize for any complications this may have caused in your work. However, I feel it is necessary to clarify the sequence of events. Last night at 10:17 p.m., upon entering my room, I discovered signs of spell casting and found my wand missing, which I believe warrants reporting. Law-abiding Harry Potter. Harry retrieved his wand, which he had acquired from Ollivander, then unscrewed a small vial hidden beneath his bed and deposited the wand directly into it. Half an hour later, when the postman received the peculiar parcel, he raised an eyebrow at the bizarre location inscribed upon it. Based on his experience, such vague addresses often ended up being returned to the post office after 6 months of transit. However, after he advised the child, the latter merely smiled and assured him that he understood. Since the individual was unconcerned, the postman felt no obligation to press further. That evening, as the owl from the Ministry of Magic arrived with a response, Harry encountered 2 Aurors waiting outside. Clearly, Harry Potter still garnered considerable attention from the ministry. He greeted them politely and led the Aurors upstairs. Harry, what is this? Petunia inquired timidly, glancing at the 2 men clad in trench coats and dark rounded hats. Since the argument the previous day, she realized that they could no longer maintain a sense of equality before Harry. Petunia could only tell herself to endure a little longer. Once Harry reached adulthood, he would no longer reside there. At that time, they would take the substantial sum of money and flee, severing all ties with one another. Would you care to join us for dinner, officials of the ministry? Harry turned to the Aurors, but upon receiving a negative response, he did not insist. The Aurors inspected Harry's room, which was far too tidy for that of a teenage boy, devoid of any scandalous contraband. There were indeed traces of apparition, perhaps left by an unwitting dark wizard. After all, wands are quite valuable. Is there anything else of significance here? The older Auror inquired, jotting down the discrepancies in his notebook. Harry handed the Auror a rather tattered piece of cloth from the table, but it was far too worn. All right, it seems we are dealing with a rather impoverished individual, perhaps even a newborn vampire or a werewolf wizard, he mused. Harry, we will proceed with the necessary protocols. But whether your warning can be lifted remains to be seen. The two Aurors disapparated away, while Harry began to unfold and read the letters intercepted by Dobby. Initially, he believed it to be due to international mail restrictions, only to discover someone had physically intercepted them. Chapter 84, A Brand New Professor. I have always admired one aspect of Headmaster Dumbledore. You know, O'Dogda remarked, clapping his hands as he spoke to Harry, who sat at the dining table. Listening to the headmaster discuss this year's personnel changes, the boy built suspense, and upon receiving Harry's attention and an encouraging prompt to continue, he persisted. No matter what transpired last year, he always manages to find us a brand new and untested defense against the dark arts professor for the upcoming academic year. Seated across from her, Kelly abruptly splattered the pie she had stealthily taken from the kitchen onto the table. O'Dogda, by your reasoning, does that imply that Professor Snape and the others belong to the realm of secondhand relics? Kelly seamlessly tapped into her companion's train of thought. To some extent, the headmaster is akin to a meticulously maintained treasure, nearly as good as new, while Snape, if I may be candid, is fortunate he is not constructed of metal. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to rust. O'Dogda stroked his chin, still devoid of facial hair, yet having adopted the gesture from his father and uncle, who often employed it during contemplation. It was inappropriate to speak of the professor in such a manner. Cedric quietly interjected, attempting to curtail the increasingly ludicrous discourse of his peers, all the while directing his gaze towards Harry. At that moment, Harry was diligently unwrapping a stack of letters, systematically distributing each reply to the small badgers on the table. Even those situated farther away were transformed by his charm into small airplanes, which gracefully soared through the air before landing precisely in the hands of their respective young wizards. I had thought the illustrious savior would prefer not to be disturbed in his muggle existence, especially after a whole holiday, without a single reply, Cedric remarked, while attempting a more affectionate pat on the boy's head. Ultimately, he settled for a gentle tap on his shoulder, despite the allure of Harry's seemingly soft black hair. I spent most of my holiday in Egypt. To be frank, I truly could not find an owl willing to traverse mountains and seas to deliver letters for me. By the time I returned, the school year was nearly upon us, and our household provisions were insufficient to cater to so many owls. Having completed the delivery of his letters, Harry observed that the feast had commenced. He offered a slight nod of greeting to the teachers seated at the staff table, particularly to the headmaster, who sported half-moon spectacles. The elder, peering through his glasses, scanned Harry before returning the gesture. The banquet soon drew to a close. Joyous moments are fleeting, and Harry, laden with a hefty stack of documents, made his way toward the headmaster's office, navigating against the flow of students. He exchanged brief pleasantries with those around him, including members from Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. After employing the levitation charm to capture a photograph with a fellow young wizard entering Gryffindor, Harry finally maneuvered through the throng, emerging into the luminous corridor beyond. Amidst the darkness formed by the arches lining the hallway, the head of Slytherin House, clad in a flowing black robe with long, still greasy hair, stood quietly. He observed Harry as the boy warmly called out the names of each young wizard in the crowd. At that moment, even the Slytherins responded to his calls, some even banding together to offer their greetings. At last, the boy stood before him, presenting a facade of cheerfulness that seemed wearisome, reminiscent of the times he had once acted as a spy relaying messages to Dumbledore. Harry, do you know that many years ago, someone walked a path much like yours? I recall having warned you once that this road has been traversed, and now, no one would permit you to tread it again. Furthermore, the chief Auror of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic has paid a visit to Albus. You are aware of this. Thank you, Professor. Harry regarded the potions master, who he had previously outmaneuvered several times, yet now seemed reluctant to engage too closely. With a sense of purpose, he approached the headmaster's office. A pile of cockroaches? It appears fortune smiles upon me. Success at last. Harry felt the new wand nestled within his sleeve. Although Ollivander was somewhat critical of Harry's rapid wand consumption, he had nonetheless selected a wand suited to the boy for the sake of the galleons. It possessed a dragon heartstring core, crafted from sturdy, straight 11 inches of sycamore wood. This wand belonged to those who yearn for exploration, exhibit unwavering resolve, and excel in dueling. Naturally, such combative wands are typically paired with phoenix feathers or unicorn hairs as their cores. Without a doubt, Harry once again cleared the path for Ollivander's less commonly wielded wand. Sycamore is a robust wood, adorned with a lustrous grain. Ollivander had not embellished it further. He simply fashioned it into a slender stick that could easily be grasped between fingers. Ascending the staircase, Harry was greeted by the sight of the venerable phoenix, Fawkes, resembling a walking hen. He was drawn into Albus's line of sight. As Harry's palm released the wand, it felt as if he had been jolted by electricity. The further he ventured into the realm of magic, the more he sensed the formidable strength of the elder. Harry was certain that even a fourth level of Avada Kedavra would not suffice to vanquish him in direct confrontation. Aligning with the combat assessment Professor Voldemort had conveyed regarding Dumbledore's prowess, Harry surmised that his current combat capabilities resided at the pinnacle of the professor's. He could potentially defeat Voldemort's residual essence, yet against the present Albus and a fully empowered Voldemort, he could only seek to avoid confrontation. Moreover, due to his lack of proficiency in other forms of magic, unlike other professors, he found it exceedingly difficult to escape defeat. Harry relinquished any thoughts of directly overpowering Dumbledore, adopting a humble demeanor to face this venerable figure, a legendary white wizard whose mind was brimming with love. "Good day, Professor." Harry, holding materials, awkwardly seated himself opposite Albus, who likely possessed the missive from the Egyptian Ministry of Magic. Although they were now part of the great faction of the Pharaoh, this alliance would prove useful only when Harry was in Egypt, confronting those foreign families. In ordinary circumstances, Harry, the potential rodent that could create a gap in the reeds fully controlled by the Egyptian ministry, was under strict surveillance by them. The next time Harry travels to Egypt, it is likely that he will be accompanied by the chief Auror of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic from the moment he lands, primarily out of fear that he might return once more. During his last visit, this young lad arrived under the guise of a Muggle, deftly concealing much of his activities beneath the surface, in collaboration with Gringotts. By the time others became aware, he had silently entwined himself with the most prominent family in Egypt, the Dralics and Gringotts, effectively securing a shield of immunity for himself while simultaneously developing a marshland. He nearly unveiled the Egyptian ministry's most significant trump card, although the situation was ultimately resolved peacefully. The Dralics family gained a tangible benefit, the marshland, while the Egyptian Ministry of Magic acquired a potential ally who could not be easily swayed. The goblins of Gringotts preserved their family's future and even earned a commission of approximately 10,000 galleons. Each entity seemed to have a bright future ahead. However, a conflict was nearly set to erupt that could have engulfed the entirety of Egypt's magical community. Upon hearing this news, the minister of the Egyptian Ministry of Magic was nearly startled into a leap, hastily rallying the Aurors to the scene. Although these families harbored their own ulterior motives, they had at least reached intricate compromises with the local Egyptian community. In the face of powerful magical nations, these families constituted a significant and unifying force. If this war were to commence, while it might appear that the Egyptian ministry could observe from a distance, the aftermath would leave them responsible for the ensuing chaos. The battered families could return to their respective nations, while the local wizards would be left to watch as various powers seized the opportunity to exploit the weakened state of the Egyptian magical realm. Chapter 85, The Detective Dumbledore. Harry, is there something you wish to share with me? Dumbledore removed his glasses and hung them at his collar, gazing at the boy adorned with layers of masks. Perhaps, it would have been prudent to assign another professor to participate in his upbringing. At that time, the magical world was in considerable upheaval, and Dumbledore wished to prevent certain individuals from leveraging Harry as a banner to incite turmoil. Thus, despite the Potter family's relatives expressing their willingness to adopt the child, and a small number of them genuinely meeting the standards of blood relation, Dumbledore ultimately opted for the Dursleys, a family of Muggles. In retrospect, the fruit forced from the vine was not only unsweet, but seemed to carry a potent poison. Of course, Headmaster, the items I procured in Egypt have all been seized by the Ministry under the pretext of being dangerous dark artifacts. While I do not deny that the majority of those items are indeed perilous, as I have previously stated, power rightfully belongs to those who seek it. When wielded correctly, dark artifacts can also benefit humanity, can they not? For instance, they could be employed to vanquish Professor Voldemort. Harry placed a thick stack of documents on the table and then pushed them toward Dumbledore. These are the contents I obtained through trade with His Majesty the Red King in the Marshlands, concerning life, soul, and death. I personally speculate that the reason Professor Voldemort was able to return from death is that he bound a part, or perhaps the majority, of his soul to some enduring object. This means that even if his physical body is destroyed, he can continue to exist in the form of soul fragments. There is also the possibility that Professor Voldemort has undergone a form of alienation of his own soul, placing himself in a state of semi-death. His body merely serves as a vessel controlled by this soul, which is why the killing curse, which merely extracts the soul from his body, can only severely injure him without completely annihilating him. As Harry reported, he drew a sheet of paper from the stack. It was a list of the dark magical items he had confiscated at the customs of the British Ministry of Magic. It can be said that most of the treasures Harry had acquired in Egypt by virtue of his own strength were on this list. He had effectively fulfilled the evaluation criteria for the relevant departments of the British Ministry of Magic over the past 5 years, and now, the boy generously handed the catalogue of these items back to Dumbledore. Headmaster, as I mentioned, the items marked in yellow possess lethal power against souls. I personally recommend you acquire them, so that next time we can ensure Professor Voldemort remains here. The green items pertain to my personal interests concerning the revival of deceased loved ones, while the red items are those I procured to eliminate you. If you find them distasteful, feel free to confiscate them, though they will also prove useful against Professor Voldemort. Harry recounted the dark magical items he had brought back with great familiarity. Harry, do you know why these items are referred to as dark magical items? It is not only because their creation process is extraordinarily malevolent, but also because their use can lead one down an extreme path. However, Professor, I no longer have sufficient time to study dark magic. Harry brushed aside the stray hair that hung over his forehead, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. I have confirmed that there exists a soul within me, positioned within the protective magic cast by my mother. This means that at least the time this soul entered my body is very close to the moment my mother cast her loving magic upon me. This is Professor Voldemort's soul. I am one of his backup vessels. Dumbledore, for the first time, lost his composure. The elderly man rose from behind his desk, circled around it, and placed his finger upon Harry's scar. Minutes later, he withdrew his finger and raised his wand, summoning his Patronus. It was a phoenix adorned with magnificent feathers. Unlike the drowsy fox, this phoenix was truly beautiful, and one could not help but wish to keep such a specimen. Moments later, as a large bat flitted through the revolving door, Professor Snape arrived with an air of tardiness. Harry felt as though Snape's robes were perilously close to being caught in the whirling crevice of the staircase. Severus, there resides a fragment of a soul within my scar. I require your assistance to confirm it, with potions, and swiftly, Dumbledore declared, his tone a blend of sternness and command as he regarded the head of Slytherin, who approached in haste, yet averted his gaze when confronted by Harry. No need. I have prepared something myself, Harry replied, producing a small vial of pale blue potion from his pocket and offering it to Professor Snape. Snape promptly uncorked the vial, inhaling its scent before nodding at Dumbledore. Harry then drank the potion in one swift motion, his emerald eyes growing distant as a wave of blue washed over him. With small blue particles beginning to seep from the scar on his forehead, Harry grimaced at the taste. It was far from palatable, bitter, and acrid. Perhaps next time, he could experiment with dried orange peel in place of the toad's mucus, potentially yielding a more agreeable orange elixir. That is a remnant of Voldemort, Professor. I have been under his influence, in matters of magic and even the killing curse itself. My time is running short. Before I reach adulthood, I must eliminate him, otherwise, when the protective enchantments fade, he will consume me, and I will become Tom Marvolo Riddle. Gently, Harry gathered the blue particles that had been obstructed by his palm, casting a glance at the two men who had succumbed to silence. Voldemort has spent 30 years mastering the unforgivable curse. His talent is unparalleled. I lack the confidence to surpass him in the study of dark magic, and thus I must carve a different path. At the very least, I wish to survive to adulthood, and even more so, I hope to take them down to hell with me before my demise. Harry regarded the two before him with a cold stare, as the fragment of Voldemort's soul within him recoiled in terror, desperately seeking escape. This caused his lightning-shaped scar to emit a fleeting glimmer of green light, reminiscent of the radiant glow that once illuminated his bedroom on that fateful night. Harry, may I have a moment to contemplate? Dumbledore inquired. Severus, please escort him back to rest. The headmaster's gaze lingered on the scar, revealing a hint of hesitation mixed with an almost imperceptible guilt. Certainly, you are the venerable and long-lived wizard, having pondered this for 12 years. A few days more should not matter, Harry retorted. Meanwhile, I am but a mere fowl, recently stripped of my feathers by the Ministry of Magic, having squandered precious moments in the countdown of my life. This is all I have achieved, and I hope you will at least take a look. Chapter 86. Caring for Harry is everyone's responsibility. Dumbledore, you promised me you would protect him. Snape gazed at Harry's retreating figure before turning to Dumbledore, who sat lost in thought behind his desk. The venerable headmaster appeared to have aged considerably, his vitality seemingly waning. Perhaps it was a grave error to collaborate with him. He should not have blindly succumbed to the darkness within, nor should he have placed unwavering trust in this seemingly formidable elder. Alas, his own power remained woefully inadequate, unable to shield his love in the past, and now, incapable of atoning for his previous folly. He could not discern which of Dumbledore's words were veiled in deceit. He needed to consult records, for instances of soul fragments merging with living beings were exceedingly rare. This, in turn, implied that one could not ascertain whether he was indeed lying, Albus, unless we witness Harry consumed by the Dark Lord, becoming his vessel, and then welcoming his return. Albus, if that moment arrives, I shall stand by him rather than you. I would willingly take your life for my ignorance and for my blind allegiance to you. It was you who left him at the doorstep of that dreadful Muggle house on Privet Drive 12 years ago. I had assumed you had scrutinized the situation thoroughly at that time. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Dumbledore, who remained fixated on the documents Harry had placed before him, before he turned and departed. Harry strode down the corridor, the moonlight elongating his shadow, casting it upon the stone carvings within the castle, as though a companion walked alongside him. With a buoyant step, Harry tested Dumbledore's limits repeatedly, gradually discerning the elder's vulnerabilities. Dumbledore lacked resolve. Yet it seemed that a past incident involving Professor Tom, or rather, his senior, had instilled a sense of caution in the old man, paralyzing his decision-making. Given more time, Harry would render Dumbledore's resolve unnecessary, for he had never been one to hesitate. This was characteristic of the mountain Jicklers. While they might occasionally appear reckless and impulsive, they would never let hesitation allow their prey to escape. In the perilous heights of the Jickler Plateau, any misstep could lead to death. The extreme environment had forged their fierce combat instincts and physique, enabling them to make swift decisions in moments of danger. Mountain Jicklers may feel regret, yet they would never allow it to impede their progress. When the moment is right, they would decisively bet everything after careful analysis, securing resources that would sustain them until the next opportunity. Harry gently tapped on the glass beside him, a mosaic crafted from colorful shards, under the guidance of silver strands. These hues coalesced into intricate patterns. Name, Harry Potter. Age, 12. Abnormal status, blasphemy punishment, divine adversary. Spell status, Avada Kedavra. 4 2987, 100,000. Crucio, 3 4875, 10,000. The Soul Binding Curse, 3 6679, 10,000. Fireball Spell, 4 1897, 100,000. Basic Detection Spell, 2 489, 1,000. Renewing Cleanse, 2 86, 1,000. Levitation Charm, 2 94, 1,000. Blood Soul Tribute, 2 891, 1,000. Complete Oblivion, 2 176, 1,000. Soul Capture, 2 343, 1,000. Glimmering Light, 1 82, 100. Metamorphosis Spell, 1 97, 100. Restoration, 1 81, 100. Sudden Collapse, 1 92, 100. Alohomora, 1 63, 100. Disillusionment Charm, 1 81, 100. Revealing Charm, 1 62, 100. The dark knowledge of sorcery, forcefully retained in his memory, was being swiftly assimilated by the boy. Harry could not document this knowledge in writing, for that would alert Dumbledore to his clandestine secrets. Thus, he could only mentally simulate, memorize, and comprehend. This endeavor demanded an extraordinary talent and intellect, and fortuitously, these were precisely Harry's forte. He had never lacked in aptitude, diligence, a modicum of serendipity, or the decisiveness required in the face of adversity. Coupled with his ruthlessness and unscrupulousness, these traits fashioned him into a versatile warrior. He had encountered apprentice wizards who were more strategically adept than he, and witnessed those who were more merciless, even regarding their own corporeal forms, memories, and souls as mere fuel for their advancement. He had also met individuals more gifted and industrious than himself, yet each of these possessed their own vulnerabilities, while he bore none. In the aftermath of his world's downfall, the gifted apprentices numbered approximately 1.5 billion, while the remaining 4.79 billion sentient beings were relegated to being fuel and lubricant for the sanguine factory known as the Red Tower. They could not even be deemed cogs, for they lacked the merit to qualify as such. This was largely due to the rarity of wizards pursuing the study of how to empower ordinary individuals with magic or the ability to wield it. Such endeavors were deemed futile. Even in the case of blood sacrifices, the contribution of a magically gifted apprentice surpassed that of millions devoid of such talent. Moreover, as long as the Red Tower continued its incursions, they would never be devoid of gifted apprentices. Among this 1.5 billion, Harry stood as the sole individual to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard. In due course, others may join the ranks of formal wizards within the Red Tower. Yet, to his knowledge, he was the only one prior to his entry. As a reward, all the Highland Jykerians and Saninians received a pardon. They were no longer required to pay taxes and could even rule over other lesser magic-sensing beings as nobles in his world. Even though Harry was indifferent to the matter, Red Tower acted thus to establish a paradigm. As for the original nobility, who would care about the demise of ants? Harry licked his lips and eventually returned to the Hufflepuff common room. There was no rush to expel Professor Voldemort. He was, after all, a quintessential natural troublemaker. As long as he did not overstep his bounds, all his misdeeds could be attributed to the directives and guidance of Professor Voldemort. The positive aspects he exhibited, his compassion for fellow students, his integrity, and kindness, were indeed Harry's true essence. This was sufficient for him to flourish under Dumbledore's watchful gaze in a short period. He had also prepared a rationale for his daydreaming. Harry picked up a pendant from his luggage and gently opened it to reveal a photograph of himself with his parents, provided by Hagrid. It was quite reasonable for a child deprived of love to gaze at the image of his parents, attempting to resist the temptations of his malevolent uncle, Voldemort. Even Snape would likely never anticipate that Harry would be revisiting his knowledge of dark magic while staring at the likeness of Lily and James. That seemed rather extreme. Did it not?